Chapter 565. The Bamboo House. As Tang San completed the incantation for the land deity, the mist below began to swirl, as if hindered by an unseen force. He appeared somewhat strained, yet his resolve remained unyielding. He was determined to see him with his own eyes and seek clarity. For a moment, Tang San's thoughts became chaotic, but the dispersed mist soon coalesced again. He dared not lose his focus, quickly centering his energy and concentration. Gradually, the mist began to dissipate, revealing below a large pool, its surface eerily calm and reflective, akin to a mirror, basking in the sunlight, radiating warmth. Xia let out a gentle sigh. Could the earlier tumultuous sounds have originated from here? He felt a sense of relief that he had not impulsively leapt into the water, preserving a means of escape. He sensed that beneath this tranquility lay an abyss, unfathomably deep. To reach the open space at the edge of the pool, they would need to utilize the green vines to sway their bodies, ensuring a steady descent. However, he pondered the vine's strength. Could they support the weight of 7 individuals descending sequentially? Lei Zi glanced at Xiao Ning and suggested, "Perhaps we should stay behind, providing support from outside?" Xiao Ning nodded, responding, "Let Xiao Shan descend with us. His agility and lightness would be advantageous." After some deliberation, they decided that 5 individuals would go down. Given Xiao Shan's light frame, he was the first to descend. He landed gracefully at the pool's edge, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, it gave way beneath him. With a startled cry, he vanished into the earth, leaving Xia alarmed yet unable to intervene in time. Watching helplessly as Xiao Shan seemed to be swallowed by a fissure, the ground quickly restoring itself. "Oh no!" Tang San exclaimed, striking the rock wall in frustration. "How could there be such a trap? Is Xiao Shan all right?" Xiao Ning inquired anxiously. "He should be fine," Tang San reassured her. "This is not a magical phenomenon. It appears to be a mechanism set below, and its range seems broader than anticipated. I will test the waters. Let me go instead," Xia interjected. And without waiting for a reply, he descended. Learning from Xiao Shan's earlier misfortune, he ensured to land further away. The moment he touched down, he felt a sinking beneath his feet, as if the ground were a monstrous entity eager to consume him. In a swift motion, he flipped his body, bracing himself with one hand against the ground, and as he landed again, he felt a solid surface beneath him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began searching for Xiao Shan, soon discovering 2 pieces of floating iron shaped like a bagua. With effort, he pried them apart, causing a large opening to form in the area where Xiao Shan had fallen. In the darkness below, Xiao Shan, bewildered, suddenly caught sight of light and eagerly leapt up, rushing towards Xia like an excited child. "Are you all right?" Xia inquired, steadying Xiao Shan. "I'm fine. When I fell, the ground below was soft. I didn't sustain any injuries at all." Xiao Shan spread his arms for Xia to inspect. Seeing that he was unscathed, Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him and looked up to see the others still waiting above. "It's safe now. We are here to assist you." Tang San was the first to descend, followed by Bai Yi and Fu Yu, with himself landing last. Although Xiao Ning and Lei Zi wore expressions of concern, they chose to remain there as a form of support. Lei Zi inquired of Xiao Ning, "Do you not wish to enter and take a look? After all, he is to be your future father-in-law." "I do wish to," Xiao Ning replied, "but I fear he may refuse to meet Tang San if he leaves this place. We must be ready to alert San with a signal." It was clear that her worries were still for Tang San's sake. Lei Zi remarked with a sigh, "It is understandable. They would not feel at ease leaving you here alone. Having me as company should provide some comfort." "You possess a modicum of conscience," Xiao Ning said, casting her gaze towards the 5 figures disappearing into the bamboo grove, softly adding, "I hope this time Tang San's wishes may be fulfilled." Once Tang San and the other 4 entered the bamboo grove, he felt invigorated, a gentle breeze brushing against their faces. "This is delightful," Xiao Shan exclaimed. "Naturally. A place chosen with such care is comfortable," Tang San responded, grasping Xiao Shan's arm. "We are merely standing at the edge of the auspicious site. Once we reach its center, we shall feel even more rejuvenated." The sounds of birds chirping filled the air, and Fu Yu took great pleasure in this serene environment, appearing quite at ease. However, this tranquility was short-lived as her countenance suddenly stiffened. Bai Yi released Fu Yu's hand, for at that moment, she was no longer herself but seemed to embody another persona entirely. Fu Yu glanced at Bai Yi and, without uttering a word, continued forward towards the bamboo cottage with hurried steps. Tang San followed closely behind, but Fu Yu abruptly halted, turning to face him with a piercing gaze that sent chills down Tang San's spine. He approached, closing the distance between them to less than a meter. Yet she ultimately said nothing and turned away again. Tang San let out a sigh of relief. Her earlier look had made him feel as though he were a sworn enemy. Xie stepped forward and remarked, "Let us move on. She is no longer Fu Yu. I believe she harbors resentment towards your mother, and you are merely caught in the crossfire of her disdain." "It matters not," Tang San replied. "Whether it is my mother or her, they are all pitiable souls." With that, he hastened after her, his heart mirroring Fu Yu's urgency. The bamboo cottage loomed ahead, and Fu Yu suddenly froze in place. Tang San spotted a tall figure standing before the cottage, and his heart sank. Xie noticed too and nudged Tang San. "What are you waiting for? He is not running away, hurry." Yet, Fu Yu moved ahead of Tang San, positioning herself before the tall figure. As Tang San approached and discerned the man's features, he was astonished to find they bore a striking resemblance to his own. It seemed he had inherited his mother-esque looks, yet the bond of blood was undeniable. The moment their eyes met, an inexplicable connection enveloped them. "You have arrived." The rugged man spoke, his masculine visage characterized by thick brows and deep-set eyes. Under his prominent nose, he uttered those 3 words before pressing his lips tightly together. He was remarkably handsome, and until that day, no one had truly seen his face. Now, at such close quarters, it became evident that if the world were to behold such a striking man, the likes of Pan and would be rendered insignificant. He did nothing but stand quietly here. Yet he inadvertently drew the gaze of passers-by. It is no wonder that each of his appearances left a profound impression. As for those who could not recall his face, it was likely a deliberate act on his part. When he spoke of you, it was unclear whether he referred to Fu Yu or Tang San. The mountain man glanced at Fu Yu and said, "Qing Wan, your ethereal soul has departed. I am aware that you guarded the cliff coffin with your own essence before your demise, watching over those malevolent corpses. Do you not realize the danger of emerging now? Your remaining essence could dissipate into nothingness." "Thank you, Qing Wan, but I still have a question." Fu Yu's voice was filled with sorrow. "You once said you would not linger for any woman. Why then, did you father a child? Was everything you said back then merely falsehood?" The mountain man remained silent, gazing at the direction of the sun's movement. "Your time is limited." Chapter 566. Qing Wan. Qing Wan was acutely aware that her days were numbered, yet she still harbored some doubts about this world. It turned out that Fu Yu's ancestor was named Qing Wan. She was once the foremost priestess beside the Qin emperor, who concocted the elixir of immortality. "You sought out the golden armor for me, yet the elixir failed, nearly costing me my life at the hands of the Qin emperor. You intervened once more to save me. Were it not for you, I would likely have perished long ago. I had intended to escape everything and flee with you. Yet you declared you would not linger for any woman. Thus, I severed my own emotional ties, daring not to think too much. But how could you deceive me?" The mountain man looked up at the sky, which was splendid today, the clouds remarkably white. He lowered his gaze to Qing Wan. "In those days, I truly believed no one could make me stay. Yet, life is unpredictable, just as we could not foresee our fateful encounter. I sought the golden armor for you merely out of gratitude for your earlier assistance. I owed you a debt of kindness. However, I did not anticipate the elixir would still fail, and the Qin emperor sought your life. I felt you were innocent, and thus pleaded for you. Everything has its cause and effect. Qing Wan, if I have caused you to lose your peace, do not let your essence be obliterated. There is still a chance for redemption." Qing Wan closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. It appears all this was merely to repay a debt of gratitude. In truth, it is I who was overly sentimental. The 7 items have been retrieved, and the threat of the malevolent corpses has been eliminated. If you are heartless, what more is there for me to ponder? I shall simply let my essence perish." The mountain man continued to offer gentle counsel. "Why must you be so harsh on yourself? Do you truly love that woman?" Qing Wan's tone was filled with melancholy. "This is my final question." This inquiry caused Tang San's heart to race. He yearned to know the answer. "Yes." The mountain man's reply filled Tang San with joy. "Very well." Qing Wan suddenly stepped into the sunlight, her entire being bathed in its warmth. Fu Yu, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more enchanting under the sun's radiant glow. Her eyes were tightly shut as 2 tears welled up and fell. One droplet hit the ground and blended with the earth. Fu Yu's body swayed slightly before she gradually collapsed. White Yi, witnessing this, rushed forward. "Fu Yu." As Fu Yu opened his eyes, he said, "Bai Yi, The ancestor has departed. Tang San approached the mountain wild man, initially intending to adopt a gentler tone. But the words that escaped his lips were harsh. Shall I refer to you as the mountain wild man? The remark was rather hurtful. Bai Yi assisted Fu Yu to his feet, standing quietly by, pondering that nothing could be more awkward than this meeting between father and son. One would expect tears to flow freely, followed by a heartfelt embrace. Instead, Tang San's words had transformed the encounter into one reminiscent of adversaries. The mountain wild man regarded Tang San with an unyielding gaze, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though the man before him were not his own flesh and blood, nor the son he had yearned for through the years. The name Mountain Wild Man was undoubtedly his pseudonym. Tang San, with a tone of disdain, remarked, I never expected you to be so sentimental. There were too many past events to recount, and he chose not to elaborate. The Mountain Wild Man, maintaining his composure, observed that any ordinary father would typically seek their son's forgiveness, yet he showed no sign of remorse for allowing his biological son to wander alone for years, living a transient existence. Tang San remained obstinately silent, pursing his lips. The Mountain Wild Man smiled and said, If you wish to stay, I can clarify matters for you. If not, leave now and do not disturb me. All eyes turned to Tang San, while his anger was justified. After enduring countless trials to finally reunite with his father, he plopped down onto a nearby stone, exclaiming, I am hungry. The others felt a wave of dizziness. How could he think of hunger at such a moment? Tang San swept his gaze across the group, insisting, I am hungry. I want to stay and eat something. Understanding dawned upon Bai Yi as he looked at Fu Yu. The mountain wild man had mentioned that the time of the Qing Yuan had arrived, and soon the primordial spirit would be extinguished. Had the Qing Yuan departed forever at the very instant Fu Yu had fainted? Tears welled in Fu Yu's eyes, further affirming Bai Yi's thoughts. Fu Yu murmured, Let us depart. At least the ancestor did not leave with regrets. Leaving Tang San behind, they intended to retreat. However, after taking only a few steps, they suddenly found themselves unable to move forward as the voice of the mountain wild man resonated behind them. Allow me to accompany you for a while. Bai Yi and the others felt a sudden darkness envelop them. A rush of wind whirled about, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a narrow mountain path halfway up the slope. Lei Zi and Xiao Ning stared at them in disbelief. Bai Yi touched the back of his head, which still felt cold. What happened? He inquired. Where did you come from? Lei Zi's jaw nearly dropped. What about Tang San? He chose to remain here for a while. Let us return first. Bai Yi glanced at Fu Yu, whose expression was somewhat dim. The shaman ancestor had chosen to extinguish her primordial spirit for the sake of love, which profoundly affected Fu Yu. Tears finally streamed down Fu Yu's cheeks as he said, The ancestor's primordial spirit has not truly perished. The time had not yet come. She still has a chance, provided she is willing. I believe the mountain wild man would save her. Bai Yi then asked, What transpired just now? You must know. Fu Yu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Indeed, I just conversed with the primordial spirit of my ancestor. She lamented that her last glimmer of hope had vanished, and that her only choice was to let her spirit dissipate into nothingness. Rather than this, she chose to fulfill me. Fulfill you? Bai Yi was taken aback. What does that mean? You did not witness it, Fu Yu continued. But my ancestor condensed her spirit into a pearl and allowed it to slip into my throat. My fainting spell was caused by this very pearl. She revealed to me that my enduring beauty is not due to any exceptional circumstance, but rather because her spirit is attached to me. Now, I am under her eternal protection, allowing me to preserve my youthful appearance and to remain by your side forever. Is that true? Bai Yi was overjoyed. But upon seeing the sorrow etched on Fu Yu's face, he quickly tempered his enthusiasm. Fu Yu spoke again. My ancestor spent her life longing for this man. Had he remained unmarried, her regrets would have been fewer. How pitiful she was when she learned that Tang San was this man's son. How deeply must her heart have ached. Had she known this from the beginning, would she have acted differently? Although Xiao Ning was unaware of the specifics, she interjected. There is one thing in this world that cannot be concealed: emotions. When feelings arise, all previously stated intentions can shift. Fu Yu paused, seeming to find some solace in this thought. Indeed, while it may be a regret for my ancestor, it is also a stroke of fortune for Tang San's mother. Is it? Qi Xie furrowed his brow. It doesn't seem so simple. If it had been happiness from the outset, why was Tang San abandoned? Moreover, What about the infant coffin and the bloodstained box left by Xiao Ning's father? How do we explain all this? Indeed, there seem to be many twists and turns in this tale. We can only gain clarity upon Tang San's return, Lei Zi suggested, urging everyone to head back. They carefully navigated the mountain path they had come from, and as they boarded the vehicle, Xian noticed that the path leading to the bamboo forest had vanished. Chapter 567. Disciple Look. As soon as we stepped out, that mountain path disappeared. Initially, there was no route to the bamboo grove. It was merely created to welcome our arrival, likely conjured by the mountain's wild denizens using some form of mystical arts. Xia pointed at the intact mountain, its surface strewn with sharp stones, leaving no place to tread. It seems he does not casually welcome visitors. Ordinary people might remain entirely unaware of the hidden beauty within. This is undoubtedly his domain. Then, he must have anticipated our arrival, Lei Zi remarked, gazing at Fuyu. Could it be due to that seeker's charm? That is a possibility, Fuyu replied. A man who could touch my ancestor's heart must possess extraordinary qualities. When the seeker's charm located him, it certainly stirred him as well, wouldn't you say? There is no one in the world who can wield such a charm, save for my ancestor. Consequently, he must have recognized that she was searching for him, perhaps out of guilt or for other reasons. He allowed us to find him and even opened a path for us. That makes complete sense. Lei Zi snapped his fingers. Indeed, it seems they are a match made in heaven. Lei Yi's thoughts are astute enough, and it is remarkable that Fuyu's mind is equally sharp. They truly are a perfect pair. Upon hearing Lei Zi's words, Fuyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Lei Zi turned back and remarked, "Let us depart." As everyone left, only Tang San remained, fuming as he sat on a stone. The mountain wild man, of course, that was certainly not his true name, disregarded Tang San entirely and strolled into his bamboo dwelling. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the house, the scent of fish being grilled. Tang San's nose twitched, and he promptly stood up, striding unceremoniously into the bamboo hut. What he encountered inside took him aback. The room was brimming with azaleas. The azaleas had also appeared in Ren Ziyuan's descriptions. The mountain wild man sat beside a fire. The floor of the hut was crafted from bamboo, upon which he had directly kindled a flame, seemingly unperturbed by the risk of fire, undoubtedly a testament to his cultivated abilities. Tang San plopped himself down by the fire, the flames playfully licking at him, yet causing no discomfort. On the rack lay a perfectly roasted fish, and without hesitation, Tang San seized it and took a bite. The two remained silent, yet their movements were in perfect harmony, akin to a pair of martial artists engaged in a sparring match, every move complementing the other. Tang San felt a thrill from this unspoken understanding, and as he consumed the fish, he did so with fervor, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against it. Having finished his meal, Tang San clapped his hands to return the fish fork, but inadvertently pricked himself, causing his skin to split and crimson blood to flow. The mountain wild man glanced at him and suddenly seized Tang San's hand, exclaiming, "This blood will reveal your identity. At your age, should you not know how to conceal it?" His tone was somewhat stern. Tang San, despite his years, if indeed he were truly the child of Xie, would have been born in 1912, and now, having crossed into 1982, he would be 70 years old. Yet before the mountain wild man, he felt like but a child. Tang San withdrew his hand, asserting, "Over the years, I have countless times protected myself." "Have you?" The mountain wild man turned away coldly. "To my knowledge, you have only been aware of your crimson blood for a year. You rarely sustained injuries before, only beginning after your descent into the underworld." Tang San longed to inquire how he knew, but realized it was futile, for the mountain wild man had always lingered nearby, elusive and intangible. "Do you know how many disciples Guzi had?" he suddenly interjected. Tang San was familiar with this, as Bai had mentioned it, and he replied in a nonchalant manner. Guzi resided in seclusion on Yunming Mountain, teaching his disciples the arts. Zhang Yi, Su Qin, Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Mao Sui, Su Fu, and others were among them. Among Guzi's esteemed disciples, Su Fu ranked after Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Su Qin, Zhang Yi, and Mao Sui. Upon hearing Tang San's response, the mountain wild man nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. "Are there others?" he probed. Sun Bin and Pang Wan specialized in military strategy, also versed in martial arts and the 8 trigrams of Qimeng. Their era likely coincided with that of Qin Shaogong, the great-grandfather of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Zhang Yi and Su Qin focused on the art of diplomacy, known as the strategy of vertical and horizontal. They emerged from the mountains during the reign of King Hui of Qin and the era of King Zhao of Qin, the grandfather of Qin Shi Huang, who passed away just a year after ascending the throne. Mao Sui and Su Fu were late disciples of Master Giguzi. Mao Sui's time coincided with the reign of King Zhuangxiang of Qin, when El Bui wielded power. It was during a meeting between the kings of Chu and Wei that Mao Sui boldly recommended himself and once abducted the king of Chu. Su Fu was a close disciple of Master Giguzi, proficient in the arts of fasting, qigong, and cultivation, as well as versed in martial arts. His emergence from the mountains occurred around the time Qin Shi Huang ascended the throne, with Giguzi's disciples stepping into the world roughly between 280 BC and 230 BC, spanning 4 to 5 decades. Upon witnessing the mocking expression on the face of the mountain hermit, Tang San remarked, "Am I mistaken in my assertions?" The mountain hermit replied with scorn, "How pitiable it is that among the multitude of Giguzi's disciples, only a scant few remain, and even fewer have met a favorable end." The hermit then lifted a wine jug beside him. As he opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. After taking a sip, he tossed the jug into Tang San's arms. Unceremoniously, Tang San raised it to his lips, and the liquid flowed smoothly into his mouth, proving to be remarkably pleasant. "Is this not wine? Has anyone claimed that this is wine?" The mountain hermit laughed heartily. "Such is the folly of mankind. Does a vessel labeled as a wine jug necessarily contain wine? This is flower nectar." "Flower nectar?" Tang San found it hard to fathom. What sort of flower produces this nectar? Upon posing the question, he realized he was merely asking for the sake of inquiry. "Look at the rhododendrons here. What else could it be?" He had never tasted the nectar of rhododendrons before, and thus set aside the question, deeming it inconsequential. "Was what I said incorrect?" "Not at all," the mountain hermit interjected, "for you have omitted my identity." Tang San was taken aback. Was this a revelation of his own identity? It turned out he too was a disciple of Giguzi. However, the hermit continued, "I have long been expelled from my master's teachings. Thus it cannot be counted as such. My master believed I was indecipherable between right and wrong, unfit to cultivate under his guidance. Despite my senior brother advocating for me, I was still cast out." Senior brother, could that refer to Su Fu? A realization struck Tang San, connecting the dots of the celestial realm of Penglai and the mysterious figure. "Indeed, I am the last disciple accepted by Giguzi and the only one to be expelled." The mountain hermit laughed heartily. "Once cast out, the only one who has maintained a bond with me is senior brother Su Fu. Yet why were you expelled?" Tang San inquired, puzzled by the hermit's formidable abilities. "My master deemed my path misguided, associating with all manner of people, some of whom he disdained," the mountain hermit replied, taking another sip of the flower nectar. "So be it. However, I did not anticipate that my expulsion would nearly lead to my demise. Were you saved by the shaman Qing Luan?" Tang San's response was swift. "Indeed, upon my early departure from the teachings, I was young and reckless, offending a shaman and falling victim to a curse, nearly losing my life. It was Qing Luan who rescued me. She was the chief shaman beside the Qin emperor, with a status of great renown and power. I owe her a debt of gratitude, and my feelings towards her are purely one of thankfulness." The mountain hermit sought to clarify his relationship with Qing Luan through these words. Tang San suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" The wild man fixated on Tang San's eyes and articulated slowly, "Remember well, my name is Xianjing." Chapter 568, The Sect. Tang San raised his head. "I understand now. I shall remember. You are Xianjing." Xianjing laughed heartily. "You rascal, you have the same temperament as your mother, though you may appear timid on the surface. Once you become stubborn, no one can rival you." "Is my mother named Xie?" Tang San's blunt question elicited laughter from Xianjing. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Wasn't it your intent for us to know?" Tang San shot a glare at Xianjing. "Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences? Your assistance to me, especially with the Night Pearl, is greatly appreciated." "No need for thanks." Observing Tang San gradually lowering his guard, Xuanjing's mood brightened considerably. "But how can you achieve immortality while retaining your original appearance?" Tang San asked. Initially, Su Fu sought the elixir of life for Emperor Qin at Penglai, yet failed to find it. He led young boys and girls across the sea to the east, but were there not other matters involved? "You must tell me everything today. It would be impossible for me to withhold that information from you." Xuanjing's words hinted at deeper meanings. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Xuanjing's right hand was consistently wrapped in black cloth, occasionally emitting faint wisps of dark energy. With a slight exertion, Xianjing dissipated the ominous aura. The tale begins after Xianjing was expelled from his sect. Upon exiting the mountain gate, his senior brother Su Fu pursued him. If there was any reluctance in Xianjing, it was solely for his elder brother. Su Fu approached. Junior brother, our master. No need to say more. Master blames me for practicing dark arts. Xianjing interjected. Dark arts are still arts. Why should one not study them? For me, delving into them is a means to unravel their mysteries. If the master cannot comprehend this, why must I force myself to remain under his tutelage? I shall seek freedom instead. Brother, there is no need for further discussion. I understand everything. I bear no resentment towards our master. This is my fate. Until we meet again. Junior brother Xianjing, I too shall descend the mountains soon. Emperor Qin now seeks immortality in vain, urgently calling upon the priestess Qinghuan to concoct a longevity poison. We are at a critical juncture, Su Fu remarked. He has instructed me to descend immediately and stay by his side. The priestess Qinghuan? Xianjing scoffed coldly. This matter has no bearing on me. I shall take my leave. Su Fu sighed. In this vast world, is there nothing that piques your interest? Xianjing remained silent, simply departing. In this expansive world, every place had become his sanctuary. With exceptional skills, he could find his utility anywhere. If he could not thrive, even Emperor Qin's domain would serve as a viable refuge. As he unified the 6 kingdoms and was now in a position of power, Xianjing began to wander the lands. When he arrived in Miaojiang, it was the height of autumn. Alone in the mountains, he stumbled upon a peculiar stone structure, oddly shaped and unrecognizable. Indifferent, he was about to turn away when the stone pile suddenly collapsed. As he reached out to stabilize it, a wave of inexplicable terror surged within him, leaving him bewildered and unable to discern the source of his fear. Could one merely touch and prevent the inevitable collapse of the stone pile? It was merely a matter of its sudden arrival that prompted Su New Jersey Ing to instinctively lend a hand. Now, the entire heap of stones lay scattered upon the ground, the disarray displeasing to him. He turned to depart, but as he took a step, he found himself tumbling headlong, his body as heavy as a boulder. Despite his mental clarity, he could not rise, pondering if merely brushing against a stone could render him as immobile as one. What sorcery was this? Realizing he was in a land steeped in witchcraft, Su New Jersey Ing quickly deduced that this pile of stones was no ordinary natural formation. With his body as solid as rock, he wondered if there existed a remedy. Although immobile, he understood that the power of incantations was unaffected by his physical state, merely clouded by his mind. Yet, after several rounds of spells, he remained heavily anchored, unable to rise. As night deepened, he resolved to let it be, firmly believing that every form of sorcery had a solution. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he heard footsteps behind him. Opening his eyes, he discovered daylight had arrived, and a figure now stood behind him. She was clad in voluminous witch robes, the hem trailing on the ground, murmuring incantations under her breath, emanating an unusual fragrance on the breeze. Su New Jersey Ing was unsure of her intentions and waited patiently until she approached him. Her hair was not styled like that of most women. Instead, her long, dark tresses hung loosely down her back, a style befitting only one kind of person. You are a witch from the palace, Su New Jersey Ing remarked. I am the chief witch, Qun Glu, and emphasized. You should not have touched that stone pile. It is a sacred stone of my clan. It was not my intention, but further discussion is futile. I have already made contact, Su New Jersey Ing replied. As he spoke, he noticed the witch drawing closer, her brows thick and nearly rivaling his own, her skin slightly dark, yet this did not detract from her beauty. She exuded a commanding presence, not of the typical noblewoman. Su New Jersey Ing's heart stirred. You are Qun Gluan, the witch beside the Qin emperor. You seem to have heard quite a bit, she replied, scrutinizing him. The man before her was strikingly handsome. Even among the multitude of ministers she had encountered in the palace, none could match his magnificence. Qun Gluan's hand slipped into her sleeve. And though she did not know his identity, she remarked, lying here is disruptive to our sacred stone. I shall assist you in breaking this enchantment. From her sleeve, she produced a delicate box, which she opened to reveal a peculiar four-legged insect. Su New Jersey Ing had never seen such a creature before. It crawled from the box and made its way towards his face. He observed it intently, showing no signs of retreat or fear, but rather curiosity. I have never encountered such an unusual insect. It must be a type of poison used by your witches. As the four-legged insect reached his nose, Su New Jersey Ing smiled. feeling a refreshing sensation upon his face, and soon, his body felt lighter. He found he could move his hands again and expressed his gratitude to the insect, saying, "Thank you." Rising to his feet, he noted that the witch was not tall, only reaching his chest. He bowed slightly to her, saying, "Thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I am one who repays kindness. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." Qingwan let out a soft sigh. Lamenting, "Before me lies a formidable obstacle, yet alas, it seems no one in this world can unravel it. What confidence do you possess to utter such words?" Nevertheless, she continued, "Speak on." Xiao Ning responded, "What exists in this world can surely be found." Qingwan hesitated for a moment, tasked by the emperor to develop the longevity goo. She had repeatedly encountered failures, primarily due to the absence of a vital piece, the golden armor. This armor belonged to the king of zombies and was his protective gear, something she could never procure by her own means. The man before her exuded a sense of calm assurance, and his words, "Speak on," seemed merely casual. Qingwan declared, "I urgently require an item known as the golden armor." Xiao Ning was taken aback. "The armor of the king?" Surprised by his knowledge of the king, Qingwan inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence. Since I owe you a favor, I shall repay it. 3 days hence, at the hour of the rat, wait for me before the main palace gate, and I shall deliver the golden armor." With that, Xiao Ning dusted off his clothes and strode away. Watching him disappear into the distance, Qingwan was filled with confusion. Who was this man who dared make such a promise? Could he truly fulfill it within 3 days? 3 days later, at the hour of the rat, Qingwan had already been waiting at the palace gate for half an hour. As the moment approached, disappointment crept in when she saw no one approaching. It appeared the man had merely deceived her. Just as she turned to leave, a voice called out from behind her. "What is this? Are you unable to wait even for a moment? You've arrived," Qingwan exclaimed, unable to conceal her excitement. Xiao Ning extended his hand, revealing 2 thin, golden armor plates, each no larger than a fingernail. Upon seeing them, Qingwan swiftly took them. "Indeed, it is the golden armor. How did you acquire it?" "Naturally, I obtained it from elsewhere," Xiao Ning replied. "Our debt is settled. I owe you nothing now." The effort to procure those 2 pieces from the king had been considerable, and he had promised to play chess with him for a month, an obligation he could not break. As Xiao Ning turned to leave, he heard footsteps approaching and instinctively paused, turning to greet the newcomer. Unexpectedly, Qingwan, in her haste, stumbled into his embrace. He steadied her, gazing intently into her eyes. "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Qingwan's heart skipped a beat, yet she maintained her dignity as a priestess serving the emperor, pushing away his hand. "Even if our debt is settled, what harm is there in sharing a name?" "Xiao Ning," he replied. With that name given, he strode away, a debt settled. Yet he was only beginning to reckon with the obligation he owed to the king. Reflecting on how he had come to know the king, he realized this connection was also a reason for his expulsion from his master's teachings. The king of zombies was a fearsome entity to the common folk. Yet how could his master not recognize the king's unique qualities? The general is but a true-hearted zombie, possessing the same 7 emotions and 6 desires as ordinary people, valuing loyalty and integrity, and unencumbered by trivialities. Engaging with such a general is indeed a most delightful experience. This general shares a kinship with the ancient Emperor Jun of Kunlun, and although their temperaments differ, they find a common bond. Alas, how can the prejudices of the world comprehend the nature of such friendships? Xianjing arrived at the secluded abode of the general, bearing a fine jug of wine. The 2 indulged in exquisite wine, played chess, and listened as the general recounted amusing tales from ancient times, a truly delightful affair. A month swiftly passed. Upon returning, Xianjing heard of the failure of the Qingwan longevity goo, a matter of confidentiality known to few. However, he had his elder brother, Su Fu, who had now become a favored figure beside the Qin emperor, sitting face to face with Su Fu, who remained silent with eyes closed. Xianjing understood that when his brother was preoccupied, he would shut his eyes as if oblivious to the world around him, deep in contemplation. Did he have the courage to remain so unperturbed in the presence of the Qin emperor? "Elder brother, why do you seem so despondent over the failure of the Qingwan longevity goo?" Xianjing inquired, puzzled by his brother's sorrow, which prompted Su Fu to open his eyes. "Do you know how many disciples Master has?" Su Fu replied, "If one day, all of these individuals were to be sentenced to death, what would your thoughts be?" Xuanjing's hands trembled slightly. The number of disciples and their families, gathered under their master throughout his life, was significant. Elder brother, if you speak thus, there must be a reason behind it. What has transpired? Do you recall Master mentioning the Isle of Penglai? Su Fu continued. Within it lies a celestial elixir, capable of granting immortality. For some unknown reason, this news has reached the ears of the Qin Emperor. I intended to avoid him, but that day has come nonetheless. The failure of the Qingyuan longevity Gu means that while one may not die, they will become a malevolent corpse. The emperor, in a fit of rage, demanded the execution of Qingyuan before my very eyes. Naturally, I intervened. The emperor declared that the fate of Qingyuan lay in my hands. If I could retrieve the elixir from the Isle of Penglai, Qingyuan would be spared. However, should I fail to do so, not only would Qingyuan perish, but all associated with Giguzi would also face execution. What cruelty! Xianjing thought of the elixir, realizing that their master had yet to disclose this matter to Su Fu. The situation had grown intricate, and he pondered whether to speak or remain silent. After careful consideration, Xianjing declared, Elder brother, in order to ensure safety, you must journey to the realm of Penglai. Once there, you will know how to proceed, and I shall lend you my assistance. Feeling somewhat guilty, Xianjing observed the expression on Su Fu's face. At last, his elder brother made a resolute decision. In that case, I cannot refuse. Younger brother, your willingness to help is most welcome. I shall take you to meet the Qin Emperor, seeking his permission for us to travel to Penglai together. Very well, Xianjing replied. Su Fu could no longer contain his impatience, for the matter was of great significance. He promptly entered the palace to meet the Qin Emperor, introducing his disciple, Xianjing. It was Xuanjing's first visit to the palace, and having long been aware of the emperor's fear of death, he was taken aback to witness the man, once exalted, now ensnared by his own obsessions. The emperor's pallor had changed dramatically within just an hour, having consumed numerous pills already. Qingyuan remained in a precarious position, her life and death solely in Su Fu's hands. As she knelt before the emperor, upon sensing another's presence, she glanced up to find Xianjing, her surprise evident. She quickly lowered her gaze, not daring to look again. The emperor exuded an aura befitting his rank, yet it was evident that this imperial presence was on the verge of fading. Xianjing recognized this truth, but found it inappropriate to voice it. He allowed Su Fu to extol his talents while concealing the fact that he had been expelled from his master's tutelage. Was this not a form of deception against the emperor? Are you planning to journey to the Penglai fairyland with your disciple in search of the elixir? The emperor inquired, reclining on his dragon chair, his gaze sternly fixed upon Xianjing. Xianjing maintained a dignified composure, earning the emperor's favor. Truly, you are a worthy disciple of Giguzi. Very well, you have saved Qingyi's life. Qingyuan, do express your gratitude to these two. Qingyuan rose and, before Su Fu and Xianjing, gracefully knelt. I am profoundly grateful to both for your life-saving grace. No need for excessive formality, Miss Qingyuan, Su Fu responded with haste. Though you may escape death, should you mishandle those malevolent corpses, you will still face punishment. Upon hearing this from the emperor, Qingyuan, who had just stood, immediately knelt again. Your Majesty, I wish to take these malevolent corpses back to my homeland, to be placed upon the cliff coffin, safeguarded by my descendants for generations. I shall ensure they do not bring chaos, should I pass away. I will use my primordial spirit to remain as a guardian of the cliff coffin for eternity. Xianjing felt a pang of sympathy. This priestess, in her prime, was destined to be accompanied by the malevolent corpses from henceforth. Yet, at least she had preserved her life. The quest for the Penglai elixir was now set, with the emperor making the necessary arrangements. As Xianjing and his senior brother exited the palace, Qingyuan hastily followed. Casting a shy glance at Su Fu before speaking, I wish to discuss something with Xianjing. Then I shall take my leave first. Su Fu, ever astute, promptly excused himself. What is it you wish to convey, Miss Qingyuan? Xianjing inquired. The emperor has decreed that in 7 days, I shall return home with the malevolent corpses, to guard them for generations. I understand that these corpses possess immortality, yet they are no longer of ordinary form and exhibit strong offensive capabilities. Those who come into contact with them may suffer grievous afflictions. They must not remain here, Xianjing stated gravely. It is a pity that you and your descendants will be burdened by these malevolent corpses for all eternity. There are alternative methods, yet I cannot predict how long it will take to realize them. The current endeavor to develop the longevity Gu requires the gathering of 7 rare materials, which are essential for combating the malevolent corpses. Regrettably, these 7 materials are exceedingly rare in the mortal realm, and collecting them again will prove to be a formidable challenge. The thoughts of Qingluan evidently do not dwell upon the malevolent corpse or the 7 artifacts. She raised her gaze to Xianjing, her eyes soft and tender, evoking a tenderness that could easily melt the heart of any ordinary man. Is there anything else, Miss Qingluan? If not, I must join my master to discuss matters concerning the Isle of Penglai, Xianjing inquired, eager to extricate himself from the conversation. Do you not wish to linger a moment longer with me? For me, this is merely a final solace, Qingluan replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Do you not understand the essence of love? Must you compel me to lay bare my heart? There is no need for further words, Miss Qingluan, Xianjing responded. I comprehend your sentiments fully, yet I shall not linger for any woman in this life. It is not my intention to disregard your affections. I implore you to take care of yourself, Miss Qingluan. Is what you say truly sincere? Qingluan questioned. If you shall not linger for any woman, then my feelings shall not be in vain. However, should you find yourself with another, you are overthinking, Miss Qingluan. I harbor no inclinations towards love, Xianjing stated. Moreover, what merit do I possess to deserve your affection? We are but transient souls who have crossed paths, lacking true understanding of one another. Matters of the heart need not be so confined. Since I have expressed my feelings, I am without regret in this lifetime. Young Master Xianjing, I bid you farewell. But I hope we may meet again in the future, Qingluan declared. You would not deny this humble request, would you? Very well. Once I have concluded the affairs entrusted to me by the Emperor Qin, I shall seek you out for a meeting. Please take care of yourself, Xianjing replied before turning away, mindful not to wound the heart of a woman. Furthermore, the Emperor Qin placed great importance on the journey to Penglai, the magnitude of which was evident. Xianjing and his companions, accompanied by a throng of young boys and girls, set forth with great fanfare. Along the way, Su Fu noticed the weight of concern that hung over Xianjing until they neared the realm of immortals. It was only when the red moon was set to rise that Su Fu engaged Xianjing in earnest conversation, inquiring about the source of his distress. Xianjing merely smiled in silence, claiming that all would become clear upon their arrival in Penglai. Together, they would surely overcome any challenges, yet upon entry, they discovered that this realm possessed a strange and formidable power. Some of the young boys and girls under Su Fu's command became entranced and inexplicably vanished. Only through their combined efforts were they able to locate them, only to find them in a state akin to death. Fortunately, they had been forewarned and employed magic to prevent the others from falling into such a fate. Regrettably, those young boys and girls could not be revived, and they decided to lay them to rest, allowing them to eternally slumber in the land of Penglai. Seizing a moment of solitude, Xianjing pulled his brother aside and suddenly knelt before him. Brother, what are you doing? Rise at once, Su Fu exclaimed, alarmed and hastily attempting to lift Xianjing. Yet, Xianjing was resolute in his refusal to stand. Brother, it is true that the Isle of Penglai holds elixirs of immortality, yet they have long since entered my body. It was precisely for this reason that my master expelled me from the sect. He instructed me to keep this matter secret, especially from you, to the outside world. You must say that I am merely studying dark arts, for it contravenes the decrees of our order. Unexpectedly, this matter reached the ears of Emperor Qin, culminating in today's events. Brother, I am deeply remorseful. Su Fu closed his eyes, unable to utter a word in the presence of his most beloved junior disciple. He merely urged Xianjing to rise. Junior brother, please stand. After saying this, he sighed heavily. Whether we go to Penglai or not, death awaits. Even if we arrive, failing to retrieve the elixir of immortality leads to the same fate. It would be bearable if I were alone. But these innocent youths are so unjustly caught in this predicament. When the emperor seeks retribution, our fellow disciples and loved ones will also suffer unjustly. Xianjing, how could you be so foolish? In our youth, we were unaware of the gravity of our actions, always enchanted by our master's tales of the Penglai paradise. In a moment of curiosity, I ventured here and, unable to resist, consumed the elixir. Xianjing explained. Recently, Master returned here and, upon discovering the elixir was missing, traced it back to me. He warned that my actions would invite dire consequences and that I must be expelled from the sect. I never imagined this would implicate you. Brother, you cannot return after this. Leave the matter with the emperor to me, and take these innocent youths to safety. I have divined that the east is the way to go. We must not delay. You must depart swiftly. The situation unfolded too abruptly, and Su Fu sighed deeply. How could it come to this? Accompanying the emperor were not only men, but also ships and abundant supplies. Xianjing declared, "The calamity arose from my actions. I shall handle the rest. You must flee." Yet Su Fu questioned, "What plan can you devise?" "The emperor seeks the elixir of immortality." Su Fu replied, "Your inability to produce it means certain death." The elixir's existence was a closely guarded secret. Apart from my master and me, who else has seen it? Xianjing blinked and said, "Master once remarked that immortality is not necessarily a blessing, as it carries unknown suffering. Therefore, even knowing of the elixir's existence, he never desired it. Regrettably, in my youthful ignorance, I acted rashly. Now, there is no turning back. If the emperor desires the elixir, I shall provide him one. Moreover, I will remain by his side until his last breath. Only then can our fellow disciples and loved ones find peace. You have grown accustomed to freedom. Yet this is the only course of action available to us. It is a great burden for you." Su Fu finally resolved, "Returning with these youths is also a death sentence. For their sake, I will comply with your plan and set sail eastward." Xianjing prepared to kneel once more, but Su Fu steadied him. "I understand that your life henceforth will be unlike that of ordinary mortals. You must navigate this eternal existence wisely. The Xianjing of today is no longer the naive youth of yesteryear. His acquaintance with Emperor Jun and the minister has further illuminated the true essence of immortality." His brow furrowed slightly. "Brother, your words I shall hold dear. This parting may be indefinite, so please take care. Then I shall make arrangements immediately. Junior brother, accompanying you is akin to walking alongside a tiger. You must be exceedingly cautious in the emperor's presence," Su Fu advised, "particularly with that sorcerer named Feng Shi by his side, who sways the masses with his deceitful words and possesses considerable skill. Be wary of him. The others pose little threat." "Thank you for the warning, brother," Xianjing cautioned. "As you venture forth, exercise utmost caution. It is prudent to elude prying eyes and to employ any means of concealment necessary, lest word of our plans reach the ears of the Qin emperor, thereby unraveling my scheme." Understanding his counsel, Su Fu bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Observing Su Fu as he set out to gather the young boys and girls, Xianjing refrained from following. All that needed to be said had been articulated, and to accompany him would only serve to deepen the sorrow. As the sounds of the gathering crowd faded, Xianjing closed his eyes, contemplating the difficult task of reporting back to the emperor, a ruler who had become utterly consumed by the quest for immortality. How could he possibly persuade such a man? He retrieved a pill, one that could invigorate the spirit, and contemplated altering its hue to silver, making it suitable for presentation to the emperor. Regarding the sorcerer surnamed Feng, as advised by his senior brother, it was wise to address him swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. After meticulously considering the details, Xianjing departed from the enchanting realm of Penglai. Indeed, the beauty of Penglai was unparalleled, possessing an allure that ensnared the hearts of those burdened by their thoughts, rendering it increasingly difficult for them to leave. Emerging from the ethereal confines of Penglai, Xianjing hastened back to the palace. As one favored by the emperor, the guards at the palace recognized him immediately and promptly announced his arrival. Upon hearing that Xianjing had returned, the emperor was filled with joy, yet his heart also harbored suspicion upon learning that only Xianjing had returned. He ordered Xianjing to be summoned to the court without delay. Chapter 571. Presentation. Before Xianjing could enter the hall, he fell to his knees and bowed deeply, a gesture that stirred curiosity within the emperor, who wondered about the intentions behind this display. Xianjing executed each movement with utmost sincerity. The emperor, biding his time, awaited Xianjing's entrance into the grand hall, ready to inquire, when Xianjing proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations, my emperor! May you reign for 10,000 years." Delighted, the emperor inquired, "What news? Have you found the elixir?" "As you wish, my sovereign," Xianjing replied, though a shadow of sorrow crossed his face. "Yet, I lament the absence of my senior brother and the 5,000 young boys and girls who have not returned." The sorcerer Feng Shi, standing beside the emperor, immediately interjected. 5,000 young boys and girls. How could not a single one return? Even if they lacked cultivation, Su Fu is a student of Giguzi. I am well aware of his capabilities, yet he too has not returned. This is indeed perplexing. "And who might you be?" Feng Shi inquired. Feng Shi responded, "I have long heard of the renowned student of Giguzi, which is why I ask, why has Su Fu not returned?" Xianjing let out a subdued grunt. Realizing why his senior brother had warned him to be wary of this individual, he clearly harbored ill intentions. Clearing his throat, Xianjing replied. Has Master Feng ever entered the realm of Penglai? Not at all. Feng Shi stammered momentarily, taken aback. Then it is no wonder you have questions, Xianjing replied. The realm of Penglai is breathtakingly beautiful, yet it harbors dangers that can fulfill one's deepest desires. Fulfill one's desires? What does that mean? The emperor inquired, perplexed. It signifies that what one envisions may indeed come to fruition, Xianjing elucidated. However, therein lies the peril, for all that manifests is but an illusion, leading individuals to mistakenly believe they have arrived in their most cherished realm, rendering them reluctant to depart. Ultimately, such a fate results in the physical body vanishing, while the spirit remains trapped within, forever unable to escape. Is such a thing truly possible? The emperor gasped, taken aback. The most exquisite of treasures often conceals the most perilous of poisons, and the enchanting realm of Penglai is no exception. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the elixir remains safely ensconced within this celestial paradise. Naturally, those of profound cultivation are not easily ensnared. And my elder brother and I have nothing to fear. Alas, the 5,000 young boys and girls, however, find themselves deeply ensnared. My elder brother, ever compassionate, could not bear to stand idly by. He entrusted the elixir to me and ventured forth to rescue the lost souls. I lingered at the gates of the Penglai realm for an extended period, yet my brother did not emerge. At this juncture, Xianjing closed his eyes, his visage awash with sorrow. I surmised that the outcome could only be one, sigh. Perhaps Xuanjing's lament was too poignant and heartfelt, for even the ironclad heart of Emperor Qin was softened by the depth of his emotion. Witnessing his demeanor, the alchemist Feng could only fall silent, and the emperor's countenance brightened. What more could he say? No, there was still something to utter. Then hastened to present the elixir. Feng commanded sharply, striding purposefully towards Xianjing. Xianjing lifted his gaze and regarded Feng with an icy stare, retorting, "This elixir is not to be trifled with. Do you presume that your status grants you access to it? If you doubt, then reach out and attempt to grasp it." Feng hesitated, daunted by the challenge. Yet Emperor Qin gestured for him to proceed. With the imperial mandate, Feng swaggered forward, and as his finger grazed the silver elixir within Xuanjing's palm, he let out a piercing scream. Recoiling swiftly, his finger still pointed accusingly at the spot where he had touched the elixir. His reaction astonished the emperor. What is the meaning of this? Xianjing suppressed a smile, bemused by Feng's ignorance. This elixir is not meant for the likes of ordinary mortals. To merely touch it is a luxury beyond their reach. Were it not for the secret arts imparted by my master, I too would struggle to approach it. Only the essence of the true dragon may dare to engage with this potion. This declaration delighted Emperor Qin, prompting him to descend personally to stand before Xianjing. Xianjing bowed even lower, raising his hands higher. After a moment's hesitation, the emperor reached into the box, cautiously making contact. Finding no adverse reaction, he soon relaxed, lifting the elixir into his grasp. Noticing its stark difference from the usual red pills, he marveled. Is this truly the elixir that grants eternal life? Indeed, Xianjing affirmed with resolute clarity. Yet Feng was not yet appeased. Your Majesty, exercise caution. This elixir has never been consumed before. Should anything go awry, the consequences could be dire. Then why not allow alchemist Feng to sample it first? Xianjing suggested, observing the emperor's brow furrow with concern. He chuckled inwardly. Did Feng dare to partake before the emperor? Surely, such audacity would lead to dire repercussions. The emperor, surrounded by capable individuals, held the power of life and death. After a moment of contemplation, Feng wisely refrained from falling into the trap. With respectful deference, he declared, "This elixir is fit solely for your Majesty's true dragon body. How could we presume to partake?" Emperor Qin was immensely satisfied with Feng Shi's response. Grasping the elixir, he promptly consumed it. Feng Shi stood by, exhibiting a vigilant demeanor, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to the emperor. Upon witnessing the complete ingestion of the pill, he respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" The emperor, adjusting his head and swaying slightly, startled Feng Shi, who hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" The emperor, feeling remarkably light, recalled his previous affliction of excruciating headaches. Now, his entire being was filled with a sense of ease. Indeed, it is the elixir. It is truly the elixir. Xianjing, reveling in his success, concealed his satisfaction. He bowed his head and humbly stated, "I, Xianjing, am unworthy. When my senior brother sent me out of the celestial realm, he expressed his greatest concern regarding your lack of care. He entrusted me with the duty of serving you diligently. Xianjing's loyalty was commendable, and the emperor, in his newfound joy from the elixir, readily accepted him to remain by his side. Feng Shi swallowed hard, feeling helpless about the outcome, watching Xianjing gain favor. In the days that followed, Xianjing employed various methods to please the emperor, swiftly becoming the newly favored individual at court, overshadowing Feng Shi. Only Xianjing understood that the emperor was not far from death. Given the emperor's countenance, his demise was imminent, and Xianjing's deceit would soon be revealed. He had long prepared for this day. As the emperor fell gravely ill, the imperial physicians summoned to the palace proved futile. Feng Shi had already been dispatched from the palace by Xianjing, leaving only himself by the emperor's side. The prominent ministers had also been sent away. Standing beside the ailing emperor, Xianjing observed his feeble state. "Your Majesty, it appears there is no elixir for immortality in this world. What a pity." Summoning all his strength, the emperor raised himself, accusingly asking, "You deceived me, did you not?" With no one around, Xianjing replied, "Your Majesty, what deception is there? No one has ever seen the elixir of eternal life. I too was misled, believing it to be genuine. I had no notion that the paradise of Penglai was also a ruse. Given the circumstances, why not contemplate your affairs beyond this life?" Chapter 572. An encounter. The emperor, drained of strength, collapsed, the end drawing near. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and declared, "You deceived me once. I demand a favor in return." "Your Majesty, please speak," Xianjing responded. "I wish for you to accompany me in death, though you are unworthy to be buried beside me. Instead, I desire you to be my gravekeeper." The emperor gazed at Xianjing. "I shall construct your mausoleum. What say you?" Indeed, the emperor had harbored murderous intent towards him, but Xianjing felt no fear. "Your Majesty's will is absolute. I shall comply." The emperor contemplated Xianjing's swift acceptance. Did he truly misjudge his intentions? Little did he know that Xianjing had a plan specifically for this day. The emperor issued a decree, solidifying Xianjing's role in his burial. Xianjing had but one request of the emperor, to ensure his body remained intact and to allow him to end his own life. Seeing Xianjing acquiesce to the burial arrangement, the emperor naturally granted this modest request. Upon hearing this, Tang San came to understand at least two significant truths about himself. Firstly, he discerned the origin of his crimson blood, a trait inherited from his father who had consumed an elixir of immortality. Secondly, he realized that his remarkable hearing was a genuine familial inheritance. However, he inquired, "How did you emerge?" "You are referring to the burial chamber that was our last destination. The pseudo-tomb, correct?" "Indeed," Xianjing replied. "There are myriad methods to feign death. The human body possesses numerous death points. One merely needs to strike the right spot and subsequently rely on one's own cultivation to break free. Moreover, this world is replete with extraordinary phenomena. Certain wondrous plants possess this capability. Even within our spells, there exist techniques that can be applied to oneself. I once ingested a plant known as bittergrass, which instantly plunged me into a state of apparent death." Tang San remarked, "I have encountered such death points before." "You are quite well informed," Xianjing noted. "I employed the simplest method, consuming a plant for a duration of 3 months. Because the Qin emperor decreed that I should remain intact, I bribed the individuals tasked with preparing my coffin to leave a small air hole. When the time was right, I awakened and broke free from the coffin." Tang San hesitated, uncertain whether to pose his next question. "What do you know about the Qin tomb?" "Everything," Xianjing asserted. "During my time beside the Qin emperor, I secretly studied the maps of the Qin tomb. Although they were ultimately destroyed, I have retained every detail in my memory. I dare say that I alone possess the means to enter the Qin tomb today." Tang San further inquired, "After you awakened, did you begin to wander outside?" "Having consumed the elixir, I was bound to accept this reality and roam the world in this form. With my magical abilities, I thrived effortlessly. I still recall the agreement with the priestess Qingwan, and I had ventured to the cliff coffin where she remained solitary, surrounded by protective formations that barred outsiders. I felt pity for her, trapped in her quest for immortality, ultimately ensnared for life. She cherished my remembrance of our pact, finding fleeting joy in it, which also fulfilled the bond we shared. Yet, perhaps it is precisely your remembrance of this bond that has ensnared her further," Tang San remarked. "The priestess Qingwan is indeed a stubborn individual. Alas, I had not anticipated that had she remained in the cliff coffin, her spirit could have been preserved indefinitely. She would not have faced oblivion. However, who could foresee your connection with her? Perhaps this is the most favorable outcome for her. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. Tang San found it curious that such a thought had crossed his mind. If these words had emanated from Bai Yi, they would have held no surprise, for he had read extensively, perhaps too deeply immersed in the narrative. Moreover, Qingwan had vanished forever before his eyes. Setting aside this matter, Tang San asked, what transpired afterward? Time swiftly carried us to the Western Han Dynasty. Xuanjing's tone grew uncertain. Tang San sighed, please, speak freely. If I am not mistaken, it pertains to that moving burial chamber, which contained blind snakes, corpse-scenting devil-esque taro, and the body of a foreign beauty. Not solely that. Xuanjing's words astonished Tang San profoundly. What else could there be? Suddenly, Tang San recalled that the Bagua tomb was connected to the moving tomb. Could this also be his doing? Was it a deliberate connection? What could possibly explain the headless female corpse in the upper Bagua tomb? I remember that the corpse of the corpse fragrance devil yam had a ring of intertwined hearts, and on her white garment, there was a blue character. Furthermore, her attire distinctly suggested she was not of the Central Plains. Additionally, the gold adornments she wore resembled wine goblets. At the time, we speculated she was not of the Central Plains, but might have originated from Deyuan, as their marriage customs included the use of intertwined heart rings as betrothal gifts, and they held a particular fondness for wine. It is plausible to suggest a connection with the color blue, as they once had a monarch with the surname Lan. Noticing Xuanjing's silence, Tang San deduced that the moving tomb must indeed be related to him, and continued, though my knowledge of Deyuan is limited. Bai Yi once mentioned that according to relevant literature, Deyuan is a nation with only a few 100,000 inhabitants, where agriculture and pastoralism flourish, particularly in grape production, giving rise to a thriving wine industry. Moreover, this nation is known for a remarkable breed of horse, the heavenly blood horse, since such a nation exists. It stands to reason that the young lady is indeed from Deyuan, specifically, the daughter of the Dian monarch, a true princess. She was originally sent to the Western Han as part of a marriage alliance, but unwilling to comply, she ran away and encountered me. One might say it was love at first sight. However, Tang San's expression shifted slightly. What about my mother? What is her place in all this? At that moment, Tang San's heart became tumultuous, and casting a glance at Xianjing, he felt a pang of melancholy. If it was love at first sight, why then did we not remain together? I was quite a renowned diviner in the Western Han, sought after by numerous royal families, Xianjing remarked. There was a noblewoman named Lei Zi, who, though of noble lineage, was already wed. Logically, I could not harbor feelings for her. Yet she was a woman of intense passion and relentlessly pursued me. Inwardly, Tang San mused that his father seemed to have a penchant for entanglements, even with married women. He refrained from uttering these thoughts aloud, yet his father's expression clearly conveyed a deep disdain for Lei Zi, as she disregarded marital propriety and was persistently troublesome. Even her beauty could not evoke any admiration. To evade Lei Zi, Xianjing traveled far, only to encounter the runaway princess of Deyuan. At that moment, she was being pursued by the guards sent from Deyuan to escort her for the marriage alliance. Upon spotting a carriage, she leapt aboard without a second thought, lifting the curtain to find a striking Han man seated inside. Without hesitation, she dove in, successfully evading her pursuing guards. Xianjing found the sudden appearance of the young woman exceedingly intriguing. In this era, where could one find a lady so audacious? Moreover, judging by her resplendent attire, she was undoubtedly of noble birth. As she entered, she seemed at a loss for words, contemplating for a long while before attempting to communicate. Xianjing observed her high nose, porcelain-like skin, and strikingly grape-like eyes, which drew his attention. He inquired, "Where is this young lady headed? Would you require my assistance?" Chapter 573. Revenge. The Princess of Deyuan, upon seeing the gentleness in the man's smile and the absence of any offensive demeanor, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She realized her abruptness and hastily expressed her gratitude. "Forgive me, I was being pursued, hence my hasty intrusion." Xianjing responded, "Nevertheless, where are you intending to go?" The princess was momentarily taken aback. Where could she possibly go? This was not her homeland, and she was surrounded by unfamiliarity. As the day of her impending marriage loomed, despair enveloped her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, each droplet seemingly piercing Xuanjing's heart. How could such a delicate woman evoke such sympathy? Xianjing remarked. You are not of Han descent. I am from Deyuan, and my name is Lan Ling, the princess replied, her anxiety palpable. To her, this man appeared as a celestial savior sent to rescue her. I was originally brought here for a political marriage, but, before she could finish, Xianjing interrupted her, instructing the coachman, who then cracked his whip and directed the horses toward the location Xianjing had indicated. Having overheard this, Tang San found the situation deeply ironic. There were certain things one should not say prematurely. For instance, he had once declared to the shaman Qingwan that he would never pause for any woman. Yet, who could have foreseen the arrival of Princess Lanling? Xianjing brought Princess Lanling to his secluded abode, where they shared a blissful interlude, completely indifferent to the turmoil outside. Unbeknownst to them, Lanling's flight had already strained relations between Deyuan and the Western Han. Deyuan was compelled to send another royal daughter to replace her. Yet the Western Han deemed this affront to their dignity and refused to relinquish their pursuit of Lanling. Oblivious to these developments, Xianjing and Lanling perhaps chose to disregard such troubling matters, yet reality would ultimately not allow them to escape. Xianjing was solitary, but Lanling was bound to her family's safety and her homeland's welfare. Unable to contain her curiosity, she yearned to venture outside, unaware that this very exploration would lead to her peril. Upon stepping outside, they were instantly met with a tumultuous atmosphere. Xianjing, prioritizing the princess's safety, wished to escort her away, but he had not anticipated the ferocity of the Han soldiers' pursuit. Before they could find refuge, they were discovered, and in a moment of desperation, a speeding carriage whisked them away. Their savior was none other than Lei Zi. At this revelation, Tang San sensed impending doom. A woman's jealousy could be fearsome. Lei Zi's intervention was undoubtedly fueled by her affection for Xianjing. However, with the presence of Princess Lanling, how would she bear witness to their burgeoning intimacy? The subsequent events are all too predictable. Indeed, Lei Zi harbored an intense hatred for Princess Lanling, ultimately resorting to treachery and concluding the princess's life with a poisoned cup of wine. Tang San inhaled sharply, both shocked by Lei Zijuan's jealousy and realizing that Xianjing, while recounting this tale, seemed to treat it with a certain levity, perhaps reflecting on his own feelings. Listening to the tender exchanges between his father and a woman outside of his mother, he could not suppress the discomfort in his heart. Tang San could foresee the unfolding events, and upon hearing Xianjing's sigh, he reflected, she perished because of me. I saved her for a fleeting moment, yet condemned her for eternity. In her final moments, she gazed at me with a smile, unaware that it would only deepen my anguish. To preserve her remains, I painstakingly crafted a mobile tomb, training a blind serpent to guard it, preventing any intruders. Most notably, within lay the corpse-scented devil's flower. Tang San continued, moreover, there is the smooth, mirror-like path of the tomb, with a lifelike effigy. The one with the veiled face, who might that be? Naturally, it is I. In her lifetime, I could not remain by her side. Thus, I had to carve my likeness to accompany her in spirit. She died because of me. I could not bear to face her, hence the veil. As for the corpse-scented devil's flower, I had expended considerable effort to acquire it. This peculiar bloom thrives upon the corpses housed in coffins made of Kunlun divine wood, capable of unsettling minds and conjuring illusions. This devilish flower, with its enchanting hue and mysterious fragrance, lures individuals into a series of illusory traps that lead them toward death. Most importantly, it preserves the body from decay and cloaks it in a subtle fragrance. Tang San had already witnessed the extraordinary nature of the corpse-scented devil's flower, indeed remarkable, especially that delicate aroma, which is utterly irresistible. Xianjing added, those matching rings were originally tokens of affection she bestowed upon me, meant to be part of her dowry. She eloped and gifted them to me. Upon her death, my heart too has perished, and I buried her possessions alongside her. Tang San brushed his nose, pondering to whom those burial items had now passed. After arranging the mobile tomb, the ensuing events, I am sure you are aware, followed. Lei Zijuan, driven by love, turned to hatred, recklessly took a life, and I vowed she would pay the price. Her husband, a civil official in the court, was the uncle of a favored concubine, a member of the royal family. However, this man was exceedingly fearful of death, aspiring instead to transcend and become immortal. I seized this opportunity to draw closer to him and gain his trust. Yet, Lei Zijuan's plot against the princess of Deyuan was a grave offense. Could the Emperor of Han and the King of Dian truly let her go unpunished? Tang San shook his head with a sigh, pondering, is a life truly so worthless? Unbeknownst to you, the situation at that time was extraordinary. The matter of the marriage alliance had already been resolved. Although the King of Dian mourned deeply for the loss of his daughter, he was, on one hand, unaware of the underlying circumstances, and on the other, reluctant to foster enmity with the Han dynasty. As for the Emperor of Han, he was primarily concerned with his own people. As the saying goes, one should not look at the monk's face, but rather at the Buddha's. Moreover, Princess Lanling had already offended the emperor, which led Xianjing to bitterly exclaim that this matter had ended without resolution. Yet, it also presented me with a splendid opportunity to avenge Lanling personally. In a fleeting moment, Xuanjing's expression of fury astonished Tang San, prompting him to recall Guguzi's assessment of Xianjing. His father was indeed an enigmatic figure. Though he valued loyalty, he was merciless towards outsiders, striking with precision and ferocity, leaving no room for compassion. Take Lei Zi, for instance. Her demise was exceedingly brutal, and she remained oblivious until the end. The Han officials were infatuated with ascension, and Lei Zi had also come to believe in it. Seizing the opportunity, I informed her of my willingness to ascend together, leading her to secretly construct the tomb chamber you refer to as the Bagua tomb. However, I took the liberty of making some alterations, covertly building a passage that led directly to the mobile tomb where Lanling resided. I then deceived Lei Zi into that location, instructing her to enter a prepared hidden compartment and consume a pill. Once the ritual was completed, she would ascend. As she lay down, I placed the pill in her hand, and while her eyes were still open, I swiftly severed her head. Tang San couldn't help but shiver at the thought. He struck at Lei Zi while she was still conscious. Even if Lei Zi had committed detestable acts, such a death was horrifically cruel. The most brutal aspect was that he had turned her head into a cocoon. No wonder she died with her eyes wide open. Suddenly, Tang San recalled the 3 pills in the Ming Dynasty tomb. Did you not stir up a bit of commotion back then? Xianjing replied, You refer to that subterranean tomb. Chapter 574. A chance encounter. It was merely a leisurely stroll through the imperial palace. That emperor reminded me of Qin Shi Huang, albeit far more inept, yet not lacking in charm. Even in his pursuit of immortality, he insisted on bringing along his 2 favored concubines, which could be seen as a genuine expression of his character. Xianjing remarked, There is but one elixir of immortality in this world. How could I possibly concoct 3? I merely gathered some ingredients believed to extend life and mixed them together to placate him. Designing that tomb chamber, however, gave me a sense of accomplishment. I had visited that tomb chamber as well. Tang San lamented, We suffered greatly back then, and some even perished within. The man-eating trees? You specifically placed them there, did you not? They nearly cost me my life. Tang San spoke with bitterness. Every step within was fraught with treachery. A single misstep would lead to death. Heaven knows you would venture there. Xianjing responded, Who instructed you to leave behind a detailed journal? Tang San replied, That journal fortuitously fell into our hands, igniting our curiosity. Such a remarkable work would be too regrettable to remain unknown. Xuanjing's reasoning left Tang San both amused and exasperated. Besides, did you not emerge unscathed? The words were spoken with an unsettling nonchalance, yet there were numerous instances where life hung in the balance. Nevertheless, he remained quite capable. Tang San's mind began to race, recalling the events surrounding the ancient Kunlun. But how did you know we were headed to ancient Kunlun in search of the 7 treasures? He inquired. Moreover, you gifted me the luminous pearl afterward. I have visited the cliff coffin. Xuanjing's words left Tang San astounded. Though Qingwan has perished, she exerted her primordial spirit for one final endeavor. Regrettably, as she was left with but her spirit, she had to descend upon the bodies of her descendants to enhance their knowledge and prowess, thereby preventing the malevolent corpse from emerging from the cliff coffin. In her descent, she became aware of events transpiring within the individual she inhabited, which is why she was fully cognizant of Bai Yi and Fu Yu's circumstances. Given her inherently sentimental nature, she would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of melancholy. I went to see her, although Fu Yu was unaware. Given Fu Yu's cultivation, it would not have been easy for him to perceive my presence unless I had inadvertently revealed myself. In truth, that visit marked my second encounter with Qingwan. The first was a prearranged meeting while she personally guarded the cliff coffin. This time, I was merely reminded of her and desired to ascertain her well-being. To my surprise, I learned from her that someone was searching for the 7 treasures, and I had not anticipated your involvement. Xianjing remarked, my contributions have been modest. I merely offered a gentle nudge in the right direction, providing you with a few clues. You have long been acquainted with Dijuan. Hence you are aware he possesses what we require. Tang San responded, it so happens that someone has the antidote to the corpse poison, necessitating the same items as us. Thus, you used them to convey this information to us. However, we had already resolved to venture to ancient Kunlun in search of fortune. And it was you who solidified our belief that Kunlun was indeed the correct destination. Therefore, Dijuan must have known of our intent. He urged us to depart in haste. Perhaps merely to return a favor? Only in part, Xianjing replied. He is the chief of a tribe, known for his open-heartedness and kindness. He could not bear to see you ensnared in peril, especially given the dangers that lurked within. Should you find yourselves unable to escape, he would likely extend his aid. However, your own capabilities are quite impressive. Tang San rubbed his forehead, recalling the perilous moment when he and Xiao Ning were ensnared in the ice coffin, where their lives hung by a thread. Now, as he recounted it, it seemed to roll off his tongue with a disconcerting ease. Perhaps it was trivial for him, being someone who could traverse to ancient Kunlun at will. Suddenly, Tang San pondered 2 questions and, almost instinctively, posed them. When you conversed with Qing Wan for the 2nd time, was it with her after she had descended? At that moment, she was unaware of your familial ties, believing you still harbored feelings for her. Had you not visited, perhaps the subsequent events would never have transpired. Xianjing cast a sharp glance at Tang San, whose heart quailed under the intensity of the gaze. Tang San's words implied that he had brought despair and sorrow upon Qing Wan, leading her to obliterate her spirit. Unbeknownst to him, before Qing Wan's final demise, she had facilitated the union of Bai Yi and Fu Yu. Feeling the weight of Xuanjing's scrutiny, Tang San felt a twinge of anxiety and rubbed his nose. At a loss for what to say, she was left with only her primordial spirit. It is impossible to exist in this world relying solely on such a spirit without a corporeal form to inhabit. Xianjing remarked, when she lacks a body, she is no different from a wandering soul, and indeed, a non-aggressive one at that. In many respects, she and I are indistinguishable, and perhaps she is even more pitiable. Though it is a lamentable situation, I believe her current choice is, in fact, the most favorable outcome. Tang San silently mused that Xianjing was either overly rational or a cold-hearted creature. Just as his thoughts concluded, Xianjing turned to gaze at him, startling Tang San to the core, as he feared his innermost thoughts were laid bare. His expression shifted abruptly. Xianjing continued, you may perceive me as heartless, lacking any warmth towards a woman who harbors affection for me. However, I have witnessed the sorrow and helplessness of Dijuan, seen the fade of indifference worn by Jiangchen, and have personally experienced the solitude of these millennia. There may have been fleeting moments of joy, yet following such joy, there remains only the emptiness of solitude. Had it not been for Dijuan and Jiangchen, I might have succumbed long ago. If they lacked one another, they too would likely have faltered. Tang San interjected, but does immortality equate to invincibility? Bai Yi and I have never tested this. If we were gravely injured, would we perish, or would we heal? We dare not risk it, for we fear. Have you not noticed how your wounds heal more swiftly than those of an ordinary person? Xianjing replied, I am not well acquainted with Bai Yi's condition. He attained longevity through the Changxing. Now that the threat of becoming an evil corpse has dissipated, he has gained eternal life. However, whether he would still perish under a severe blow remains uncertain. As for you, what about me? Tang San inquired. You are the offspring of my union with a woman of ordinary lineage. Whether your fate mirrors mine remains uncertain. Xianjing appeared reluctant to address this matter. As he hesitated, Tang San pressed on, when did you discover that I am your child? And why did you abandon me? This question had been the one that Tang San yearned to ask the most. He had endured much, listening to countless preambles, and could no longer suppress his curiosity. He wished to understand the reason behind his abandonment. Had it not been for the nurturing care of his adoptive father, what would have become of him? Had he not encountered Bai Yi, what trajectory would his life have taken? All these queries were bestowed upon him by the person before him, creating a myriad of uncertainties. Tang San was eager for answers. You have finally voiced your question. Xuanjing's hand began to emanate dark energy. Upon witnessing this, Xianjing grew more resolute. I met your mother here, when she was still a student, hailing from a privileged background, a true heiress. There is a temple nearby. She accompanied her mother to pay respects. On their descent, they encountered bandits, and in the chaos of their escape, they became separated. She fell during the commotion, nearly losing her life in that moment. Tang San felt a pang in his heart. His mother had endured such perilous experiences. The gravity of her situation echoed in his mind, and he couldn't shake the sense of familiarity. Was it not the case that Princess Lanling had also encountered him while fleeing from pursuers? Was mother following in the footsteps of Princess Lanling? Tang Sanqing's heart sank. His mother was gentle and graceful, a fact he learned from Ren Ziyuan. She was so enchanting, with an elegant demeanor. How could such a mother possibly capture his attention? Was it merely because she bore a resemblance to Princess Lanling? Chapter 575. The birth. Do I resemble Princess Lanling? Tang Sanqing inquired. Not in appearance, Xianjing replied, seemingly attuned to Tang Sanqing's thoughts. It is not her looks that drew me in, but rather the feeling she evoked. She appeared before me, battered and broken. Yet upon opening her eyes and seeing me, she smiled. Her attire suggested she was a lady of wealth. Yet how could she possess such strength? Perhaps it was the juxtaposition of her pain and her smile that compelled me to offer my assistance. Naturally, I would not stand idly by for anyone else in such a situation. Evidently, there lingered a sense of justice within him. Tang Sanqing sighed. Mother, how much pain were you in at that moment? Why did you still smile? Or was it that, at the very instant you opened your eyes, you had fallen for the man before you, yearning to unveil your most perfect self? If so, how deeply did you love? And when you departed, did you not also suffer profoundly? Reflecting on this, Tang Sanqing could not help but exhale deeply. Hearing his sigh, Xianjing continued undeterred. You are aware of what transpired thereafter. This mountain was untouched, and I cherished its tranquility, so I often visited. At that time, there was no bamboo hut. I led her to a cave on the mountain to rest, tending to her wounds and caring for her needs. I confess, the manner of our meeting reminded me of Princess Lanling, the first woman to stir my heart, leaving me with an abundance of regrets I wished to amend. Initially, I unconsciously viewed your mother as a substitute for the princess. How cruel! Tang Sanqing erupted in anger. Do you think every girl should fall for you? Manipulated at your whim? Is your heart truly so dark? In the face of Tang Sanqing's accusations, Xianjing remained unfazed. If Tang Sanqing had shown no reaction, it would suggest he lacked genuine emotion. If not for that initial encounter, there would have been no subsequent events, and you would not exist. Indeed, I initially saw her as a stand-in for Princess Lanling due to their slight similarities. However, as time passed, she captivated me more and more. She understood my thoughts in ways even Lanling could not. It is no exaggeration to say that with a mere glance, she could discern my desires. Even a slight movement from me would convey my intentions. She loved to laugh, even in moments of falling or pain, smiling through her tears. Tang Sanqing fell silent. At this moment, Xianjing spoke of his mother with a tenderness that bespoke deep affection. Such gentleness could only arise from cherishing the woman in question. Gradually, Tang Sanqing's initial resentment dissipated, ultimately vanishing in the wake of Xianjing's words. Such a woman could undoubtedly melt the heart of any man. Xianjing remarked, She understands me, comprehends my essence. I have never experienced such a feeling before. When she departed after her recovery, the profound sense of reluctance overwhelmed me. A sentiment I could scarcely contain. I yearned to be with her. Of this I am unequivocally certain, not due to loneliness, but because I genuinely wished to remain with this woman. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Such a premise was one he could accept. He spoke. I can envision what follows. Ultimately, you united with my mother and then gave birth to me. Yet, why did you part ways? Why was I abandoned in the graveyard? Moreover, I once beheld your silhouette in Penglai, cradling an infant in your arms, and there I discovered an infant coffin. The fabric within identical to that which I previously found in a box adorned with a 7 treasures lock. What is the meaning of all this? I invested considerable effort to be with your mother, intending to propose formally when the time was ripe, and then find a reason to live together abroad or in another locale. At that moment, I had resolved to confess everything to her, including my origins. Xianjing continued. However, 2 unforeseen events disrupted our plans. What were these 2 events? Tang San was deeply shaken. He was to reveal his secrets to the one he cherished. A monumental decision akin to his own confession to Xiao Ning, which had nearly driven him to despair. One event was her decision to teach in Hunan, and the other was the unexpected emergence of a betrothed suitor, rumored to be an arranged marriage, prompting her relocation to Hunan. This was orchestrated by her betrothed. a wealthy local merchant who sought an opportunity for their meeting, with plans for their marriage as soon as the moment was opportune. Xianjing stated, I understood that waiting was not an option, so I hastily proposed to her family, driven by impatience and failing to prepare adequately, which ultimately proved counterproductive. Your urgency was palpable. Had I been in your position, I too would have been consumed by such thoughts. Tang San finally grasped Xuanjing's feelings. The beloved was on the verge of marrying another, a preoccupation that would undoubtedly dominate one's mind. Indeed, her father was meticulous in thought. While he feigned cordiality towards me, he secretly dispatched individuals to investigate my background. Naturally, someone like me had no past to uncover, and he, perceiving my origins as dubious, resolutely refused to betroth your mother to me. Not only that, but he hastened to send your mother to teach in Hunan. I followed her there, but she was unwilling to meet her fiancé. With pressure mounting from both sides, I had no choice but to negotiate with her, ultimately deciding to elope. Xianjing remarked, I never imagined that such events would unfold in my life. In that era, elopement held significant meaning, and I believe you have some understanding of that. Yet your mother resolutely decided to leave with me. Once she made this choice, I vowed to reveal the truth to her. I would no longer conceal anything, for she deserved nothing less. I took her to the Ling, our first destination following our elopement, where I disclosed everything to her. Naturally, she was taken aback, yet her capacity for acceptance surpassed my expectations. Moreover, she shared with me the remarkable news that she was expecting you. Tang San was overwhelmed with excitement. This revelation had been made in Ling, and its significance appeared to deepen. Observing the furrow in Xuanjing's brow, he felt a jolt of concern. Was this news not a cause for joy? We were both elated. For years, I had grown accustomed to solitude, devoid of family, with only a handful of friends. But now, I had my own lineage. As Xianjing spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, I was merely filled with joy, unaware of what it meant for the child born of an immortal like me. What could that mean? Tang San was about to smile wryly when he suddenly recalled his crimson blood and came to understand Xuanjing's fervor. He had inherited Xuanjing's keen hearing and the essence of immortality, which implied that he would lead a life akin to his. When you were born, you were indistinguishable from any ordinary infant, and remarkably adorable. However, you did not cry. Instead, you gazed at us with your bright, dark eyes. Your mother gave birth to you in Ling, Xianjing continued. Only she and I bore witness to your arrival, and we spent the most blissful month as a family of 3 in the Ling. Chapter 576. The Pretense of Death during that month. I experienced what felt like the greatest happiness in millennia, until that fateful day. Perhaps the heavens did not wish to see us lost in our joy, fearing that our eventual separation would bring even greater anguish. On the day you reached full term, I took you to the tomb of the first emperor. My relationship with him was complex. I had deceived him and seized his immortality. He had punished me by compelling me to guard his tomb, yet before his death, he bore me no deep resentment, and I felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Cradling you before his coffin, I opened the lid, hoping to show you to him. However, as you kicked your legs, your foot struck the edge of the specially crafted coffin lid, which was razor sharp. I always employed protective spells when opening it, but you were but an infant, unaware of the world. That kick drew forth blood, mirroring my own, and an ominous premonition gripped me. Tang San, however, was fixated on the first emperor's coffin lid, marveling at its uniqueness. It took him a moment to regain his composure, only to find Xianjing looking at him with a mix of helplessness and concern. He touched his head. What's wrong? You seem lost in thought, Xianjing replied. Indeed, I was pondering the nature of the first emperor's coffin lid, Tang San confessed. This is easily said. In the future, I shall allow you to witness it firsthand. Xianjing responded candidly. I have only just begun to address the crux of the matter, yet you seem unable to absorb it. Your abandonment is intrinsically linked to this affair. What? Do you no longer wish to hear? Of course, I yearn to listen. Tang San exclaimed excitedly. However, I have long been aware that my blood runs parallel to yours. Thus, your earlier revelations lose their allure. Your mother, too, must have grasped this truth. Upon realizing it, she was plunged into profound sorrow. As she had initially believed, she bore a child of ordinary nature, destined to live a life akin to that of any normal person, aging and eventually passing away. Instead, she found herself with a child like me, and in an instant, she seemed to transform into an entirely different individual, neglecting me completely. It was at this juncture that you unexpectedly fell into a state of apparent death. Apparent death? Tang San pondered, perplexed. I was merely a month old at the time. What could have caused such a state? I do not know. Perhaps you were too young. Ill-suited to the environment of the Xiao Ning. The mercury lakes there exuded toxic vapors daily, and a moment's carelessness could lead to inhalation. It might also have been due to your mother and me. I exhausted every possible means to awaken you, yet your pulse still flickered faintly. Your mother believed you had perished and felt a sense of release. Although she was born into an old society, her mindset was considerably more progressive than that of most women. Nonetheless, I was unwilling to surrender. You are my only child, and I could not abandon you. I contemplated the realm of Penglai. Xianjing declared, I intend to take you to the land of Penglai, where the essence of life permeates the air. And perhaps you still possess a glimmer of hope. But my mother forbade it? Tang San began to comprehend. During Rin Ziyuan's second encounter with his mother, she stood in the rain, yearning for him. Her love was unlike that of his father. It belonged to a different realm, deeper, more profound. She merely wished for him to fare better. Indeed, she forbade it. Yet, you were undeniably alive. We had a fierce argument in the Xiao Ning. She stormed off in anger. At that moment, with your life hanging in the balance, I was faced with a choice. I resolved to prioritize your rescue before seeking her out to reconcile. I took you into the realm of Penglai, placing your seemingly lifeless form into an infant's coffin, interred in the spot thick with vital essence. After entombing you for a span of 49 days, I unearthed you, and your vitality was restored. So it was. The silhouette I glimpsed in Penglai was indeed a reality, not merely a figment of my imagination. He recalled the 2 three-lipped rabbits within that realm. I visited Penglai, and there were 2 rabbits with 3-part mouths that seemed to recognize me. They even led me along the way. Indeed, during your time there, these 2 rabbits remained by your side, retaining the scent of your presence. Xianjing remarked, upon your awakening, I noted a transformation. The stronger the vital energy in a location, the more your gaze gravitated towards it. You display an extraordinary sensitivity to the principles of feng shui, a true gift. Thus, it is no wonder that from a young age, I could perceive things unseen by other children. It must be due to the blessings of Penglai, though heredity likely plays a role as well. Since I have regained my vitality, why did you not immediately seek out my mother? Tang San inquired anxiously. How could I possibly refrain from doing so? Xianjing remarked, I sought her out, yet her resolve is unwavering. She refuses to meet with me. Although I could forcibly take her away, it would betray our original intent. My pleas fell on deaf ears, and I was filled with indignation. She is aware of your revival and wishes to reclaim you to raise alone. How could I ever acquiesce to that? Yet, Tang San failed to comprehend. Both parties desired to nurture their own. Yet how is it that I find myself abandoned in a graveyard? My sole wish was for you to grow like an ordinary child. When I left you in that cemetery, I had been studying the nearby village for a week. That elderly couple was the most suitable choice, and it has proven that my judgment was sound. The old man treated you as if you were his own son, and your childhood was filled with joy. Had it not been for the unforeseen emergence of Bai Yi, everything would have proceeded according to my plan. Tang San inquired, what was your original plan? To grant you a blissful, carefree existence, only to reveal the truth later, culminating in our reunion, Xianjing answered. You had your share of such days, making your life devoid of regrets. Alas, Bai Yi's arrival thrust you into the world of tomb raiding, a craft demanding skill. But I enjoy it, Tang San blurted out. I find joy in their company. You claim Bai Yi disrupted your grand design, yet I cherish the present. Indeed, that is splendid. Xianjing suddenly laughed heartily, placing his hand behind him, where it began to emanate dark mist, indicating the situation was deteriorating. What is wrong? Tang San noticed Xuanjing's gesture. Is your hand unwell? It's nothing. I merely burned it while grilling fish earlier. Xianjing swiftly shifted the topic. The 7-color lock was an unexpected event, something I had not anticipated. Someone inadvertently intruded into my temporary dwelling, likely mistaking it for an ancient tomb, and took the box containing a few items from your birth. Yes, the one who took the 7-color lock was Xiao Ning's father. He is a tomb raider. Tang San stated. I have already uncovered all these details. Xianjing continued. I spent 20 years imploring your mother, but alas, I could not sway her. I had not anticipated her stubbornness would reach such an extent. She insisted I should have revealed the truth sooner, to spare you the suffering I endured. She is the one who harmed you, just as I have. My mother perished on the battlefield, Tang San replied. Her name was Xie. It was I who instructed Ren Ziyuan to contact Xiao Ning. Xianjing said, Sancheng, there is something I must disclose. What is it? I am nearing death, Xianjing revealed, extending his right hand, which was increasingly shrouded in dark smoke. Tang San was taken aback. The dark mist emanated from Xuanjing's right hand, originating from within his bones. What is happening? This is the price of bringing you into the world, Xianjing explained. Did you not ask me whether we, being ageless, could escape death? We will die. For upon giving birth to our children, we seal our fates. When did you discover this? Tang San was astonished, never having contemplated that the path to ending one's life could be through the arrival of another. The day you departed marked the initial signs of what was to come. Su New Jerseying remarked, the healing of wounds is taking increasingly longer, and I have felt an unsettling change within my body. Recently, dark energy has begun to emanate from my hands. When this darkness envelopes my entire being, it will signal the moment I must part from you forever. Why has this come to pass? Tang San had just received the news of his mother's demise, and now he was confronted with Su New Jerseying's impending fate, sending his spirits plummeting into despair. This must be the price of consuming the elixir of immortality. One cannot bear children without facing death. Indeed, perfection is a rare commodity in this world. Su New Jerseying sighed, observing Tang San bow his head in sorrow. He strode forward, stating, the reason I brought you here is for Qingwan, and because I fear our time together is fleeting. We cannot allow this to continue. We must create at least one cherished memory together. Your mother was a hero, and in my final days, I cannot allow her legacy to be diminished. I have a gift for you. What is it? Tang San inquired, his eyes brimming with unshed tears as he raised his gaze. After learning of your explorations, I too have ventured into numerous ancient tombs. I have sketched the most intriguing among them. Su New Jerseying moved to a bamboo cabinet and retrieved a stack of manuscripts. Treasure these. They will occupy your time for a while. Thank you. As Tang San grasped the manuscripts, Su New Jerseying firmly patted his shoulder. There is one more gift. You must accompany me back to Qinling, and you alone. Very well. At this juncture, what is there that I cannot agree to? When shall we depart? Now, Su New Jerseying replied. At this moment, I require only your presence. Tang San hesitated briefly. But by and the others? They will be worried about me. Su New Jerseying extended his left hand, from which dark smoke began to rise, swirling ominously before Tang San's eyes, filling him with confusion. How much time do we have left? When the darkness envelopes my entire being, we shall leave. Time is indeed of the essence. Su New Jerseying led Tang San outside, emerging from the bamboo cottage into a refreshing breeze. Tang San, still perplexed, asked, where are we headed? Follow me, Su New Jerseying instructed. They arrived at the lakeside, where a small boat awaited them, poised to sail across to the opposite shore. This path was not the same as the one they had taken upon entry. Despite his misgivings, Tang San believed that Su New Jerseying had no arbitrary reason to lead them here. As the boat reached the shore, the sight of a smooth road astonished Tang San. An illusion? Precisely. The entrance you used is not the exit, Su New Jerseying explained. I shall not elaborate on the illusion. You are already aware. This newly constructed road leads to the city, and I was concerned it might encroach upon my exclusive domain. Thus I employed a minor ruse. Fortunately, it was merely a narrow escape. Ordinary individuals passing through see only the towering cliffs, while in truth, they are adjacent to the lake. Impressive. To maintain such illusions requires extraordinary skill. You truly are formidable. Let us proceed. Our time is limited. Alas, if only Zhang Chun were here, with his wings, our journey would be considerably easier, Su New Jerseying remarked. Tang San suddenly had a brilliant idea. Though we lack the wings of the zombie king, we can certainly travel by airplane. However, flying requires documentation. Did you think I was without it? Xuanjing's words astonished Tang San. This lad underestimated himself far too much. Let us proceed. We may not have the wings of the zombie king, yet we can borrow others, for time is of the essence. As their plane touched down, Tang San was still reflecting on the name Xianjing bore on his identification, Xie Xuanjin, his mother's surname and a character from her name. Indeed, it was his mother that lingered most vividly in his memory, which brought him a sense of solace. He was quite familiar with the pseudo-tomb of the Tang family, and was curious how Xianjing intended to gain entry. Could it be through the same illicit tunnel that Lord Guan had once carved? It turned out that Tang San's thoughts were rather superficial. Did he recall the creek with the massive stone overhead? Xianjing pulled Tang San directly into the water, making their way towards that colossal boulder. The water appeared tranquil. Yet once they stood in it, the swift current became apparent. As they approached the stone, Tang San recalled the clues left by Lord Guan. Drawing near, Xianjing placed one hand against the boulder, his eyes tightly shut. A gust of wind surged forth, coupled with the turbulent waters beneath, nearly unbalancing him. The world before him blurred as if he were riding an elevator, swiftly descending. In a moment of urgency, he grasped the fabric of Xuanjing's clothes. Immediately, a hand reached out, clasping his wrist with a grip so firm that it brought Tang San to a state of relaxation. The blurriness before him finally ceased. "It's done," Xuanjing's voice resonated. As Tang San opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Wait, what lay before him was a wall of qi. This barrier, constructed from vital energy, was accompanied by the rapid sound of objects shooting forth. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, illuminating as if it were midday. The unexpected light caused Tang San to squint, and he closed his eyes momentarily before slowly reopening them, only to be met with a visage as pale as a blank sheet. At that moment, he and Xianjing stood upon a slender boat, barely wide enough to accommodate 3 individuals, and they could not stand side by side. However, that was not all. Beneath the boat flowed a river of mercury. He had long heard tales of the mercury that constituted the rivers and seas within the Qin tomb, but witnessing it firsthand was utterly astonishing. The boat floated upon this sea of mercury, which seemed to stretch infinitely. Tang San inhaled sharply. Ordinarily, mercury is highly toxic, and inhaling it in large quantities could be fatal. Yet, this very mercury preserved the buried corpses and accompanying treasures from decay, while simultaneously thwarting thieves. This sea of mercury aligned with the geographical locations of the Bohai and Yellow Seas. Before Emperor Qin's demise, he had personally visited the Gulf of Bohai and had envisioned this mercury sea within his mausoleum. What stood before them was merely the tip of the iceberg. They were about to enter the alley of the Yin soldiers. "So you have conjured this qi wall to separate us from the mercury?" Tang San inquired. "Naturally," Xianjing said with confidence. "In all the world, there are perhaps only 3 who can accomplish this feat after us. It seems unlikely that anyone else will manage it, which implies that no one will enter here again. 3. Aside from you, it appears only Emperor Jun and Jiang Chun remain. Emperor Jun is trapped in the ancient Kunlun, leaving only Jiang Chun," Tang San said. Xianjing remained silent for a long while before responding. "We shall be the last to enter the Qinling from now on. No one else will set foot within." "What do you mean?" Tang San was taken aback. "The Qinling is a dream for many, akin to the tomb of Genghis Khan." At that moment, the flat-leaved boat continued to glide across the Mercury Sea at a sluggish pace. Upon hearing Tang San mention Genghis Khan's tomb, Xianjing inquired, "Are you also contemplating that?" "It is not my intention. I merely became inadvertently entangled in this matter, which arose from the Golden Eagle Order and the unloading mountain warriors." It appeared that Xianjing was unaware of the origins of these events, and Tang San seized the opportunity to recount the details before they reached the Ghost Soldier Alley. Previously, Tang San and his companions had organized their thoughts, so he spoke fluidly. The more Xianjing listened, the more his brow furrowed. Observing the dark mist emanating from his hands, he grew increasingly concerned for Tang San. It seemed they had encountered a formidable adversary. For now, this opponent posed no immediate threat, but who could predict the future? If entangled, Tang San and his companions might struggle to cope. "The one manipulating the Golden Eagle Order is likely no ordinary individual," Xianjing remarked. "This brings to mind someone who perplexes me. There are similarities to Qingwan. Before her demise, she utilized her lifetime of cultivation to preserve her primordial spirit, which, in essence, equates to immortality, albeit under certain conditions. However, she lacked a physical form and could only descend upon the bodies of shamans like Fu Yu to achieve her objectives. I encountered someone under similar circumstances. Only the primordial spirit remains, yet without a physical body?" Tang San immediately understood. "Precisely," Xianjing affirmed. "I sensed something amiss about him amidst the crowd, but by the time I sought to clarify, he had vanished. The individual we encountered who practiced corpse refining has been seen by others. They claimed he bore tattoos on his face, likely the markings of ancient criminals. Indeed, akin to Lin Chong," Tang San concluded. Upon observing a subtle expression on Xuanjing's face, He felt perplexed. What is it? Is he not the one? The person I encountered bears no resemblance to what you have described. There were no tattoos on his face, and he appeared exceedingly pale and refined. Yet, at that moment, I sensed a strange energy swirling around him, Xianjing said, furrowing his brow. Unless what? Tang San inquired. Unless he possesses the ability to freely choose his desired form, Xianjing replied. Even Qingluan could not achieve such a feat. She could only attach herself to her descendants. For anyone else, it is utterly impossible. San, this individual is truly frightening. Tang San felt a cold sweat break out on his back. This individual exhibited a keen interest in the tomb of Genghis Khan. Could it be that he was aware of the treasures hidden within that he so desperately sought? Such a possibility certainly existed, yet the truth could only be ascertained by inquiring directly with him. Xianjing remarked, as for your companion, advise him not to be complacent. He should not assume that with the demise of the Golden Eagle Order's members, he is entirely safe. Tang San hesitated for a moment. Recalling the third member beside Xia Fangfei, it was incorrect to say they were all gone. In fact, one remained. After listening to Tang San's words, Xianjing pondered for a considerable time. As for this one called the third, keep him in your thoughts. I am unaware of the details, so I cannot comment. But it is wise to remain vigilant. Understood, Tang San replied, uncertain of Xianjing's reservations regarding the third. Yet he concurred that it was prudent to maintain a cautious disposition. As the two conversed, the flat-bottomed boat abruptly accelerated. Xianjing cast a glance at Tang San. Hold your breath completely. How long can you endure? 15 minutes, Tang San replied. That will suffice, Xianjing stated. When I instruct you to hold your breath, do so immediately. Regardless of what transpires, do not resume breathing. Tang San nodded. The once gently flowing mercury sea beneath them began to churn violently, as if the flat-bottomed boat were braving a tempest. Tang San's body swayed, and the thunderous sound ahead resembled a waterfall. No wonder it sounded so familiar. During his confinement in the ice chamber of the ancient Kunlun, he had heard the roar of a waterfall. Hearing it again now stirred apprehension within him. The mercury sea transformed into a mercury waterfall. Who could gain entry here? It seemed unlikely that anyone would ever access this underground palace again. While Tang San was lost in these thoughts, Xianjing's voice thundered in his ears. Hold your breath. Immediately, Tang San complied. Just as he completed his breath-holding, the flat-bottomed boat surged forward, separating the two from it completely. Although Tang San held his breath, he kept his eyes wide open, realizing that he and Xianjing had not actually parted. They remained within the protective barrier of the air wall. They soared forth at great speed, while the flat-bottomed boat had long since been cast adrift. Tang San surveyed his surroundings, awed by the enormous square stones. A testament to the grandeur of the Qin tomb, where the materials employed were indeed extraordinary. He noticed intricate carvings on the stones, but had no time to examine them closely as he plummeted downward. Suddenly, his descent halted. He turned his head to see Xuanjing's hands directed downward, utilizing his vital energy to manipulate the airflow and control their rate of descent. Tang San couldn't help but admire this skill. Even waiting a few hundred years might not bring him to such a level of mastery. Truly, he was a distinguished disciple of Giguzi. The sound of the mercury waterfall faded, which had just moments ago echoed in his ears, but was now entirely silent. At that moment, Tang San felt his feet touch the ground. He instinctively opened his mouth and released his nose, ready to take a deep breath. But Xianjing swiftly covered his mouth and nose. Tang San saw Xianjing shake his head, and understanding dawned on him. He promptly resumed holding his breath. As Tang San raised his head, he was taken aback. The space was vast and brilliantly illuminated, yet there was no sign of any braziers. Could it be the luminous night pearl? He could now discern the intricate patterns on the square stones, delicate carvings of dragons, each slightly different. When viewed collectively, they appeared as if a myriad of dragons were soaring freely. Many years later, Tang San would come to understand that the principle behind this was somewhat akin to animation. Every subtle movement was meticulously etched, and when viewed in succession, it created the illusion of dragons in motion. Each delicate action was inscribed upon the stones, and when they animated, it was as though dragons were gliding through the air, living eternally alongside the Qin tomb. Xianjing observed Tang San's fascination with his surroundings and mused that if the treasures here could captivate his gaze so, what wonders awaited deeper within. He tugged at Tang San, urging him onward. The expanse was vast, and the stones beneath their feet were smooth, resembling jade. Tang San glanced down, lamenting that Bai was not present, for he would have instantly identified the material. After traversing over 1,000 meters, they arrived at a sealed high wall, adorned with bizarre carvings that obscured their meaning. Both held their breath, unable to speak. Tang San noticed Xuanjing's hands exploring the surface, pressing down with force and shifting directions. After a considerable effort, a door opened in the middle of the wall. Xuanjing pulled Tang San inside, and as they entered, the door closed silently behind them. Xuanjing patted Tang San's shoulder, exclaiming, "It's done." What felt like mere moments had been a prolonged ordeal of breathlessness. Tang San felt as though he had endured a living death. Upon hearing that they were through, he exhaled in relief, inhaling deeply through his mouth and nose. A delightful fragrance filled his senses, so fragrant. "This place is paved with fragrant jade. Naturally it is aromatic," Xuanjing replied dismissively. "Fragrant stone, I've heard Bai mention it. Even a small piece can emit its scent for 100 steps," Tang San remarked. "Indeed, those square stones outside were also fragrant stones, but you were holding your breath, so you couldn't detect it. This door is also made of fragrant stone, but beyond lies something extraordinary." Xuanjing had traversed this place countless times over the millennia. He had long since grown indifferent to even the most valuable treasures, viewing them as mere dirt underfoot. Chapter 579. The Alley of Shadow Soldiers. However, he could not shake the confusion. There had clearly been a mercury waterfall moments ago. Why had it vanished when they fell? This was Tang San's greatest mystery. Logically, it should have descended alongside them. The Mercury Sea is, in truth, a cyclical system, Xuanjing explained, having lived for millennia and possessing knowledge of modern physics. Its flow is due to this very system. When we descended, did you notice a square trough? Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. The descent was too rapid. I truly did not see it. The Mercury waterfall, midway through its plunge, was redirected along a meticulously preordained path before returning to the Sea of Mercury. This intricate system was designed to be formidable, primarily to thwart theft. Firstly, mercury is lethally toxic. Even if one were to breach the defenses, death would be inevitable. I am aware of the existence of gas masks, yet none can guarantee complete filtration. Furthermore, even if one manages to enter the Sea of Mercury, the waterfall awaits, plummeting from several hundred meters, a fall that could only spell disaster. Do you suggest preparing ropes? Ropes are utterly unreliable. They offer no hope for salvation, only a grim fate. Xuanjing's words sent a chill down Tang San's spine. Compared to the myriad peculiarities of the previous pseudo-tomb, this place represented an entirely superior echelon. The grandeur of the Sea of Mercury and the majesty of the fragrant stone floating dragon were enough to leave one speechless. "What is this place?" asked Tang San. "The Soldier Alley," Xuanjing replied. "This is the path we must traverse to reach the true underground palace." "This is not the Qinling underground palace? This is merely the entrance. We are still far from the palace." Xuanjing suddenly added, "I once brought your mother here in the same manner." For an ordinary person, arriving here would likely evoke overwhelming joy, yet she was merely astonished and maintained her composure. She never once considered taking anything from this place. It is exceedingly rare for a woman to possess such fortitude. "Isn't this precisely why you've become utterly devoted to my mother?" Tang San had heard of Soldier Alley from Bai, rumored to possess certain oddities. Xuanjing cast a glance at Tang San and abruptly pulled him back a step. "We must wait a moment longer." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of wailing filled the air, piercing cries akin to those of individuals enduring torment. The sounds came from both men and women, young and old. Tang San felt the hairs on his neck stand on end and plugged his ears. Yet he could not prevent the haunting sounds from infiltrating his mind. His heart raced with dread, compelling him to escape this place. As his heart raced and his mind spiraled into chaos, Xuanjing bellowed, "Stabilize your spirit." Realizing what he needed to do, Tang San immediately began to chant a calming incantation in his mind, which swiftly quelled his turbulent emotions. The horrific sounds, upon his renewed focus, disturbed him far less. The cacophony persisted for over 10 minutes, gradually diminishing until it was utterly silenced. Tang San felt as though he had been drained of energy. Sweat poured down his back like a faucet, droplets trickling into his eyes. He wiped his brow and, upon attempting to speak, discovered his throat was painfully parched. "What is happening?" Soldier Alley is just as it sounds. We haven't lingered here long. We must move swiftly, or a new cycle will commence, Xuanjing urged, prompting Tang San to hasten after him. "Have you heard of the soldiers borrowing a path?" Xianjing inquired. I have heard of it, after the Tang San earthquake. There were reports of Yin soldiers borrowing a path, which caused quite a stir back then, Tang San responded. What does this have to do with Yin soldier alley? In truth, it is not only in Tang San that occurrences of shadowy soldiers borrowing passage have transpired. Numerous locales have witnessed similar phenomena, although the places differ. The general circumstances remain akin, shadows visible, sounds audible. Folklore has proliferated with various interpretations. For instance, these spectral soldiers are believed to be the emissaries of the underworld tasked with retrieving souls. Following significant calamities that claim countless lives, it is common for many restless spirits to congregate in one place, reluctant to depart. In such instances, the underworld dispatches its formidable agents, the ghostly soldiers, to collect these souls. Historically, after epidemics that resulted in widespread mortality, sightings of these legendary shadowy soldiers have been reported, an underlying truth that remains consistent. Xianjing remarked, had you been more observant just now, you might have noticed some dark shadows flitting about. These are what are referred to as the shadowy soldiers. Observe the walls on either side. Do they not differ from those outside? The hue is distinct. These walls are a deep vermilion, far darker than those beyond. Tang San sheepishly replied, as for the material composition, I am not entirely certain. This wall contains a substance that can capture sounds from the past. Xianjing elucidated, I once believed it to be the result of sorcery, only to discover that such feats are beyond magical capabilities. This wall encompasses a magnetic material, somewhat akin to modern recording devices. I see, Tang San responded, but how could Emperor Qin possibly employ such advanced technology? It is utterly astonishing. The number of talented individuals surrounding Emperor Qin is incalculable. My senior brother, Su Fu, ranks among the elite. Yet there are still formidable figures who leave even him in awe. During his lifetime, Emperor Qin began preparations for his afterlife, anticipating the possibility of failing to find the elixir of immortality and thus needing to return to the earth. This man exuded dominance throughout his life, and even in death. His mausoleum was the subject of extensive, clandestine planning by strategists, all while keeping the details shrouded in secrecy. I had not intended to uncover any of this. I merely sought some diversion from the tedium of palace life, and to my surprise, those in Emperor Qin's service truly possessed remarkable abilities, having indeed created something extraordinary. This passage of shadowy soldiers stretches on interminably. After walking for quite some time, Tang San suddenly pondered a pressing question. What about the sounds? Naturally, they must have a source. Although these sounds are recorded, they can only exist if they were once real. Thus, everything you heard, including what you have yet to see, has truly existed. They are real. Xianjing's expression remained unchanged, yet Tang San felt a wave of nausea, his entire being engulfed in discomfort. How many lives must have been sacrificed to produce those sounds? They are so pitiable. To create this passage of shadowy soldiers, they paid with their very lives. Throughout history, countless lessons can be gleaned. Xianjing coldly stated, beneath our very feet, the blood of these individuals still lingers. Even if washed away, the reality of their deaths cannot be erased. Tang San comprehended the gravity of this truth, recognizing that their demise was not merely a simple passing. They must have suffered greatly, for only through such agony could there arise those haunting cries capable of driving one to madness. Why is it that humanity can regard the lives of others as mere trifles? This question is beyond the comprehension of Tang San, whose mind is ensnared in an inexplicable sorrow and terror, unable to detach himself from the grip of despair, unaware of how his feet move forward. As he traverses this alley of death, each step feels burdened with an oppressive weight. Upon nearing the end, he is hastened by Xianjing, who urges him to move swiftly. Hurry, the next wave is about to commence. How long have we been walking? Tang San mused, feeling as though the duration was brief. In reality, over half an hour had elapsed. Xianjing's words startled him. After more than 30 minutes, they remained ensconced in this alley of spectral soldiers. Only 5 minutes remained until the next round began, and the sounds present could inflict harm upon human eardrums, potentially driving an ordinary person to madness. Had it not been for his cultivated abilities, his ears would have suffered damage long ago. Chapter 580. The Celestial Constellations. A wave of apprehension washed over Tang San. Indeed, the Qinling was no place for mortals. It was terrifying. As Xianjing pulled him away from the alley of spectral soldiers, the sight before Tang San left him bewildered once more. What is this? The Celestial Constellation Map. Xianjing replied. Upon exiting the alley, they entered a vast space, comparable in size to 2 football fields, with a vaulted ceiling adorned with representations of the sun, moon, and stars, each monumental in scale, seemingly poised to descend upon them at any moment. As Tang San reached out, the configuration gave an illusion of accessibility, yet, upon extending his hand, he realized that these celestial bodies were far above, beyond reach. Surveying the walls, the left side depicted mountains and rivers symbolizing the earth, majestic and imposing, while the right side showcased the celestial constellation map. The legendary 28 constellations, delineated by ancient astronomers to observe the movements of the sun, moon, and 5 planets, illustrate the positions of these celestial bodies. Each constellation comprises a multitude of stars, with 7 per cardinal direction. The Eastern Azure Dragon encompasses the 7 constellations, Jiao, Kong, Ji, Fong, Exine, Wei, and Ji. The Northern Black Tortoise comprises Do, Niu, Nu, Su, Wei, Shi, and Bai. The Western White Tiger consists of Kuei, Lu, Wei, Shang, Bai, Zi, and Shun, and the Southern Vermilion Bird includes Jing, Gui, Lu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, and Zhun. Each of these 7 constellations holds distinct meanings. Focusing on the Northern Black Tortoise, it boasts 65 constellations and over 800 stars, forming the imagery of a snake and a turtle, hence its name. The Do constellation, the foremost of the Northern Black Tortoise, consists of 6 stars, resembling a dipper, commonly referred to as the Southern Dipper, alongside the Northern Dipper, governing the fate of life and death, also known as the Celestial Temple. The Niu constellation, composed of 6 stars, takes the shape of a bull's horn. The Nu constellation, with 4 stars, resembles a ladle. The Su constellation, the main star among the 4 of the Yao dynasty, bears the ominous name of the heavenly festival associated with autumn, symbolizing desolation and lament. The Wei constellation encompasses grave-like stars, reflecting unease during the late autumn and early winter seasons. The Shi constellation, also known as the Black Palace or the Clear Temple, signifies the need to fortify one's abode against the harshness of winter. The Bai constellation, akin to Shi, may imply the reinforcement of walls. The Northern Black Tortoise holds a position of great significance among the constellations. Tang San was captivated, repeatedly exclaiming in awe, as if he were adrift in a sea of stars. Having gazed into the Xianjing for an extended period, he had long since become indifferent to its wonders. Grasping Tang San's hand, he began to lead him away, stating, "This is but a trifle. I shall take you to find your mother." Tang San was immediately taken aback. "My mother is not." "Yes, she is. After her sacrifice on the battlefield, I carried her remains here, among the treasures buried with the Qin Emperor. The luminous pearls are countless. I once believed I would never have the chance to see her again. How could I have not considered that? My father loved her so dearly. He must have taken action. If she so desired, I could grant her eternal life. Yet, she and I have differing views. She wished to pass away like an ordinary person. Even if I were to stubbornly insist on her immortality, we could never return to the past. Moreover, she would only harbor resentment towards me, rather than gratitude. All I could do was bring her here, preserving her appearance." Xianjing paused for a moment, then added, "It is also beneficial for her to see you. Although she is not by your side, she has always been concerned for you. Then why does she not come to find me? From what I understand of her, she wishes to alleviate her own suffering." Xianjing smiled, a hint of indulgence in his expression. "She is such a woman, always thinking differently from ordinary folk." Tang San's eyes glistened with moisture. The sights around him no longer held any allure. His heart raced with anticipation. He was finally going to see his mother. The celestial world was left behind, and Xianjing was exceedingly familiar with the mechanisms here. Without a moment's hesitation, he unlocked the world behind the starry protrusion. "Within lay powerful crossbows, but do not worry. I know their locations, and not a single arrow shall strike us." "What about the other mechanisms?" Tang San felt his inquiry was redundant. Indeed, Xianjing did not even wish to respond. He was well versed in this place and knew the configurations and locations of all the traps, easily evading them. Tang San's concerns were unwarranted, yet it was a pity he could not discern the marvels of the mechanisms within this Qin tomb. Nevertheless, the earlier sights had already broadened his horizons. Before the starry abode, there were 2 burial passages to the east and west. Tang San inquired, "Which path shall we take?" "We shall first explore this way. It leads to the Qin Emperor's burial treasures," Xianjing replied. "You may only enter here once in your lifetime. so take whatever you desire. Very well. Tang San accepted without hesitation. Xianjing was correct. How many opportunities would one have to enter such a place in a lifetime? The two ventured into the western passage. Xianjing remarked, the pomegranate tree above this passage has never borne fruit. Why is that? This place is several hundred, perhaps even 1,000 meters above the ground. Tang San questioned. The influence of mercury is profound. While this structure is sealed, the mercury still seeps into the soil. Ironically, the plants within this tomb thrive as the mercury vapor rises, protecting the flora below. Furthermore, the temperature is suitable for growth, making the area adjacent to the Qin Emperor's main tomb akin to a vast botanical garden. Xianjing continued, you shall have the chance to see it soon. Some species here are entirely absent from the outside world and rival the exquisite flora found in the realm of the divine. The grandeur of the Qin mausoleum caused the voices of the two to reverberate continuously within the tomb passage. Tang San felt his legs growing numb, yearning only to reach the burial chamber swiftly. As they finally approached, Tang San discovered that the chamber was even brighter than the passageway. He immediately inquired, how many luminous pearls are inside? We will find out once we enter. Xuanqing had already opened the grand door of the burial chamber. While it seemed straightforward, Tang San realized the door was exceedingly intricate. Xuanqing explained, this door is actually divided into 3 sections, the inner, outer, and middle doors. In any official burial chamber, 3 such doors are employed, all sharing the same structure. The middle door is a movable portal, horizontally embedded in grooves along the walls. The outer door is positioned from top to bottom, while the inner door resembles the middle door and appears independent. However, all 3 doors may align perfectly. Too complicated, Tang San remarked, astonished. But how do we open it? It is rather difficult to open, which is why I modified it long ago. Now it functions just like an ordinary door, Xuanqing replied, gritting his teeth. It took me 3 months to alter this door. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that even he faced challenges. Once the door swung open, the sight within elicited an exclamation from Tang San. Xuanqing gestured towards the burial items, saying, choose as you wish, take as much as you can carry. Chapter 581, The 8 Swords of You. The chamber was brimming with gold, silver, and precious jewels. Remarkably, it spanned the size of 4 football fields. At its center stood 8 golden and silver chariots, adorned with accessories crafted from gold, silver, and bronze. Surrounding these chariots were heaps of burial goods, with countless figurines positioned all around. How many? Tang San could no longer count them. The glittering treasures dazzled his eyes. He sighed, realizing he faced a monumental dilemma. What to take? Amidst the plethora of treasures, he recalled Lei Zi's advice. If you're to take something, choose the lightest and most valuable. Then he thought of Xiao Ning. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted 7 luminous pearls above, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, illuminating the chamber brilliantly. Tang San swallowed hard, realizing Xiao Ning's wish could finally be fulfilled. The luminous pearls. These were the very pearls Xiao Ning had longed for. He pointed upward and asked, can we take those? I will take it upon myself to present them on behalf of the Qin Emperor, Xuanqing responded. However, retrieving those would be rather troublesome. Neither of us can fly. There are plenty of luminous pearls below, so feel free to look around and take as many as you wish. Tang San felt akin to a thief intruding into a home while its owner indulged in a bath. After all, the Emperor Qin lay just beyond the partition, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Yet, as he stepped into the midst of the burial treasures, he found himself captivated, momentarily forgetting the Emperor. His sole focus became the search for the luminous night pearls. The brilliance of the 7 night pearls above obscured the radiance of those scattered across the ground, and it took considerable effort for him to extract 2. He had resolved to gift one to Xiao Ning and the other to Fuyu. Observing Tang San's meticulous selection, Xianjing recognized that the boy's character mirrored that of his mother, ungrasping. While an ordinary person might have been driven mad with delight at such treasures, likely filling a sack without a second thought, Xianjing sighed. He raised his hand, noting that the dark energy that had long enveloped him began to rise, nearly obscuring his arms. Time, once perceived as languorous, now seemed to race forward with alarming speed. Watching Tang San, who was still contemplating what to take, Xianjing mused. After all these years, you have endured enough trials. With a dependable circle of companions around you, even in my absence, you will navigate the future with ease. Alas, I shall no longer be by your side to lend a hand in times of trouble. Ultimately, Tang San did not gather much. primarily because he had arrived without any luggage. Even if he wished to take more, he lacked suitable containers. Observing this, Xianjing shook his head. You are too gentle in your approach. Wait here. He stepped toward the central carriage and retrieved a conspicuous bag, woven from threads of gold and silver. Under the radiant glow of the night pearls, the bag shimmered alluringly. Tang San hesitated, finding the bag overly ostentatious. Yet it was the only option available. He placed his selected items inside, realizing the bag was still quite empty. Strange, this bag seems so small, yet it is so spacious? He wondered. Fill it to capacity, Xianjing encouraged with a smile. Noticing the bag was only a third full, Tang San felt no reluctance and continued to select more items. After several rounds of filling, he managed to pack it adequately. Xianjing helped him secure it. This bag, despite its appearance, is made of a material that can expand, making it more useful than it seems. Every object here is of great significance. Even a single component from that carriage could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Of course, you are different. Your life is still long ahead of you, and you should gather more. Tang San paused, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Was this Xianjing's way of ensuring his future? He wiped his face, reassuring himself. Even without these, I can manage. The items I acquired previously from the tomb raiding. I have saved and not spent. More is never a burden, Xianjing replied. Tang San merely nodded in quiet acknowledgement. I understand. After busying himself for quite some time, he was about to depart when his gaze fell upon a sword. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to approach it. What sort of sword is this? It is indeed curious. The moment Tang San made contact with the sword, it emitted a resounding roar. Xianjing, somewhat astonished, urged, take a look at it. Tang San chuckled, this sword feels so light. With little effort, he effortlessly lifted it and drew it forth. He felt as though this sword had been crafted solely for him. The sensation of holding it was exquisite. He then glanced at Xuanjing's expression, inquiring, what's wrong? Is this sword not allowed to be taken? Do you know what kind of sword this is? Xianjing responded evasively, of course, I do not know. I have encountered many swords before, even in the Bai shop, yet most are counterfeit, lacking the current sensation. Tang San, utterly enamored, asked, Father, can I take this sword? This was the first time Tang San addressed Xianjing as father. Both were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance that was tinged with awkwardness. After a lengthy pause, Xianjing replied, it is said that this sword possesses spirit and will select its master. Since it has chosen you, you may certainly take it. What kind of sword is this? Tang San inquired. It is the U8 swords, Xianjing explained. This sword was forged during the Warring States period and was wielded by the king of Yu. It is an ancient renowned sword, crafted from materials that include red gold sourced from Mount Kunwu, which is abundant in red gold with a fiery hue. Legend has it that during ancient times, when the Yellow Emperor fought against Qi Yu at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, he excavated a depth of 100 feet without reaching water, but sparks of fire were seen instead. This red gold was thus obtained. When it reached the hands of the king of Yu, he commanded the artisans to forge the sword, resulting in the U8 swords. There are a total of 8 swords: Yinyue, Duanshui, Zhuanpa, Xianjian, Jingni, Maihun, Chuexia, and Zhengong. The whereabouts of the other 7 swords remain unknown. The one you hold was presented to the Qin Emperor after he unified the 6 states. However, regrettably, he was unable to draw it himself in a moment of anger and cast it aside in the armory, neglecting it. After his death, it was casually discarded among his burial items. At least it had once been touched by an emperor. What is the name of the sword I possess? Tang San asked. Maihun, Xianjing replied. This Maihun sword is now yours. Do you desire anything else? No, Tang San replied earnestly, patting the pouch of gold and silver. This is more than sufficient. I wish to meet. Xianjing waved his hand. I understand. Let us proceed now. As they exited the burial chamber, Tang San inquired. I have heard that the scale of the Qin Emperor's burial is immense. Is this truly the only chamber? We are currently in the main burial chamber. There are many more chambers yet. I shall first show you the most significant areas. After that, if time permits, I can take you to see other places. Those who could be buried here are either exceedingly rare or possessions deeply cherished by the Qin Emperor. As for the other side tombs, the treasures within are countless. Xianjing elucidated. No wonder you have been free from worries about food all these years, Tang San murmured. Xianjing remarked, I am alone, dining solitary. My family need not worry. Here, a mere trinket suffices to sustain me for years. Moreover, in my leisure, I may seek out Jiang Chun for companionship, Regardless, I shall endure. Yet your sustenance is hard one, fraught with trials. I find joy in it. It is of no concern, replied Tang San. By the way, does this soul-extinguishing sword truly possess the power to obliterate souls, as its name suggests? I have never heard of such a thing. Xianjing responded, nevertheless. Being forged from ancient red gold, it must possess some extraordinary properties. I shall keep it close. It is a formidable weapon, despite being what you call an antique. Yet, its blade can cleave through the most resilient of materials. I understand, Tang San expressed, deeply enamored with the sword, unwilling to part with it, intending to retain it by his side. Upon exiting the burial chamber, Xianjing closed the tomb door, leading Tang San towards the eastern passage. Tang San queried, "This subterranean realm is not damp, unlike the conditions within the false tomb. Naturally, this place remains perpetually illuminated, devoid of the things you might envision," Xianjing noted, seemingly aware of Tang San's thoughts. As for the pool in the false tomb, that was a deliberate arrangement of mine. How dreadfully tedious, Tang San mused inwardly. While Xianjing continued, the false tomb was designed for the eyes of tomb raiders. Its theft was inevitable. To create a semblance of authenticity, many elements within were crafted to appear convincingly genuine, leading robbers to believe they had encountered the true Qin tomb. And the poisons within? Tang San inquired. They have no relation to Miss Qingwan. There were many priestesses serving the Emperor Qin, and employing poison for protection is indeed the most effective method, Xianjing explained. Greedy souls inevitably meet their demise. Tang San fell silent, reflecting on the fact that their own endeavors as tomb raiders were driven by survival and personal goals. Should misfortune befall him, would he not deserve such a fate? The passages housed various traps. In a moment of inspiration, Xianjing decided to demonstrate the hidden power of the crossbows concealed within. He instructed Tang San to stand in a safe spot while he activated the mechanism. Suddenly, dozens of arrows were released simultaneously. Xianjing deftly tossed a stone, which was instantly shattered by the force of the arrows. Had it been a person, Tang San shuddered to think, transformed into a bloody sieve, if not severed into pieces. Yet, there was a certain advantage. Death would be swift. How many powerful crossbows are concealed here? Tang San asked, only to observe Xianjing scanning the surroundings. He was taken aback. They are positioned in every direction? Indeed, a misstep, and arrows will rain from various angles, rendering escape nearly impossible, Xianjing affirmed. The mechanisms here are more densely packed than in the Western Passage. For this route leads to the Emperor Qin's burial chamber. You must follow my lead precisely, one false step, and there will be no refuge. No matter where you attempt to evade, the traps will be triggered. Tang San swallowed hard. I understand. Tang San cautiously followed Xianjing, treading carefully, daring not to falter. The path traversed by Xianjing was not a straight line. Gradually, Tang San discerned a pattern. It was a zigzag route. If one were to connect the path taken, countless corresponding triangles would emerge. It appeared that the original design of the mechanisms adhered to a certain logic. With this newfound understanding, Tang San found his steps to be considerably lighter, his heart finally settling back into his chest. After a laborious journey, they arrived before the tomb chamber of the Qin Emperor, and Tang San was overwhelmed with excitement. He had little interest in the first emperor himself. What thrilled him was the prospect of finding his mother within. As Xianjing opened the grand door of the tomb, which had not yet fully swung open, Tang San eagerly peered inside, searching for his mother. Yet, the first sight that met his eyes was an enormous dragon-shaped coffin, with 4 lamps flickering at its corners. These 4 lamps held their own significance. Xianjing explained, their principle is somewhat akin to that of the eternal lamps. But it is said that the oil within is derived from the mermaids of the Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea mermaids? Tang San was taken aback. Do such creatures truly exist? Why not? Xianjing countered. If Yaxas exist in this world, then why should Eastern Sea mermaids not also be real? Yaxas? Tang San recalled the tales he had heard during his previous visit to the Penglai fairyland on the night of the red moon, when it was said that Yaxas roamed the area, prompting people to secure their doors and windows to avoid being captured. That night, he indeed heard the sound of an extra pair of footsteps, but never laid eyes on a Yaxa. Have you ever encountered a Yaxa? Tang San inquired. Indeed, I have. And I have even battled with them, Xianjing replied. Yaxas are merely a type of human dwelling in the sea, light-footed and often capricious, capable of transforming into ordinary people. However, like the Emperor Jun, their range of survival is quite limited, and they can only operate near Penglai. They cannot enter Penglai itself. Should you encounter one, There is no need for alarm. Even if they can assume the guise of ordinary humans, with your cultivation, you will easily discern their flaws if you remain vigilant. Noticing that Tang San was not fully focused on his words, Xianjing, understanding his thoughts, ceased to elaborate further. Come, let us meet your mother. Tang San followed Xianjing to the front of the Qin Emperor's coffin, puzzled. Is she lying inside? Indeed, it is your mother, Xianjing affirmed. But isn't this the coffin of the Qin Emperor? Tang San suddenly froze, realizing the implications. Father, he wouldn't truly do this, would he? Observing Tang San's astonished expression, Xianjing remarked, what is it that I would shy away from? Lying within is indeed your mother. And the Qin Emperor? Tang San pressed. I shall take you to see him another day, Xianjing replied. I have arranged for him a suitable place. Rest assured, he retains his original form. Merely relocated to another domain. Tang San had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation when Xianjing prepared to lift the coffin lid. Indeed, as Xianjing had initially described, the edges of the lid were remarkably sharp, and the coffin itself comprised 6 layers. The number 6, deeply significant during the Qin dynasty, was the foundation for various rituals and practices. Both the incantations and the ceremonial crowns measured 6 inches, and those who departed utilized 6 horses. The lid was delicately removed by Xianjing, his movements gentle, as though he feared to disturb the beauty within. The coffin's interior was encased in dark marble, adorned with 6 exquisite reliefs. Xianjing explained to Tang San that the first emperor favored black, thus the entire coffin was designed with this hue. He had initially wished to incorporate the color of azaleas, which Xiechizhen cherished, yet the coffin's construction was so tightly sealed that it was an impossible endeavor, and he had to abandon the thought. As the lid was entirely lifted, a radiant light emanated from within. Leaning closer, Tang San beheld a woman clad in a white dress, lying peacefully inside. Her short hair was neatly arranged at the back of her head, her bangs untouched, and an azalea flower nestled atop her crown. Her eyes were closed, yet her long eyelashes and rosy lips, along with a faint blush on her cheeks, suggested a serene vitality. Overwhelmed by emotion, Tang San felt a rush of air fill his throat, rendering him speechless. Noticing the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, he reached out to gently touch Xiechizhen's brows and eyes. Mother, I have come to see you. It is I, Sansheng, your son. Tears streamed down his face, landing softly on Xiechizhen's visage, as if she, too, were weeping. Xianjing turned away, silently closing his eyes. Chapter 583. Seclusion. Tang San remained fixated on Xiechizhen's face, realizing how strikingly similar their features were. Her skin, no longer smooth, bore the marks of time, and the fine lines on her forehead told tales of hardship endured on the battlefield. As he caressed her face, he suddenly noticed a subtle swelling in her cheek, and he paused in astonishment. Could it be a luminous pearl? It is a Suiho pearl, Xianjing interjected. This was the night pearl most favored by the first emperor. Although I feel guilty about it, I did replace it. The emperor now possesses a more ordinary one. At a loss for words, Tang San took solace in the fact that his mother had been adorned with the finest night pearl in the world. Yet, it was bittersweet, for she could no longer open her eyes to behold him. Still, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Just as he prepared to depart, he unexpectedly saw Xiechizhen's hand move, grasping his finger. Filled with astonishment and joy, Tang San exclaimed, Father, look. Xianjing offered a bittersweet smile and gently pried Xiechizhen's fingers open. This is a common occurrence, but one cannot revive the dead. Do not harbor excessive hope. Understanding dawned on him, and Tang San watched with disappointment as Xianjing replaced the coffin lid, obscuring his mother's face bit by bit. Did you remember your mother's face? Xianjing inquired. I did. Every detail is etched in my mind, Tang San replied with unwavering certainty. Good, Xianjing said, patting Tang San on the shoulder. For this is your final glimpse of her. What do you mean? Tang San asked, taken aback. Xianjing pointed at his own body. And it was then that Tang San discovered that Xuanjing's arms were already enveloped in a dark aura. Yet, why had he not noticed this earlier? I was controlling it with my true energy to prevent you from being distracted while retrieving the Mingqi, lessening your joy at seeing your mother, Xianjing explained. In 7 more hours, my body will be completely shrouded in this dark mist. What will happen then? I cannot say, thus I have made a decision. Tang San felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. What decision? He asked. I intend to seal off Qinling completely. Your mother and I can rest here eternally. Xianjing replied. In 4 hours, I will escort you away from this place. I need a little more time to see your mother. I hope you understand. Tang San's heart ached. Is there no other way? What about Zhangchun or Emperor Jun? Can they not assist? Father, why did you come to see me so late? Why? Time is too short. This little time is not enough for me. Not at all. The more you gain, the more painful it will be to lose, San. This principle you will come to understand in time, Xianjing remarked. So, never hope for too much satisfaction or happiness, for when everything is lost, that feeling will be unbearable. Tang San seemed to grasp this concept somewhat, as Xianjing patted his shoulder. There is still time. I will take you to see the Qin Emperor. It turned out that behind the main tomb chamber was a garden. Upon entering the passage, Tang San beheld countless butterflies fluttering about. At first, he thought they were real. But upon reaching out to touch them, he was taken aback. These butterflies were made of paper. Yet, why did they appear so lifelike? The line between reality and illusion is often blurred, Xianjing chuckled, pointing to the floral thicket. The Qin Emperor, as a child, was taken as a hostage. Upon his arduous return to his homeland, he was immediately swept into political turmoil and ascended the throne. His life was devoid of much joy. I pondered. Lying in a coffin after death seems rather mundane. It is far better to be at ease here, don't you agree? Tang San gradually made his way to the center of the floral thicket, where he encountered something he had seen before, the corpse flower. It seemed Xianjing held some fondness for the Qin Emperor, who lay there adorned in a black royal robe. If one were to describe the Qin Emperor's uniqueness, Tang San found it hard to articulate. He appeared to be an utterly ordinary person, possessing a nose and eyes, neither handsome nor ugly. Yet, this very individual unified the six states, leaving his mark in history, and even after death, he continued to evoke curiosity about his resting place, inviting exploration. With the corpse flower and a luminous pearl, Xianjing remarked, I have treated him quite well, haven't I? Indeed, you have, Tang San observed. He has returned to nature. Hasn't he? Xianjing once again led Tang Sanqing to another place. For 4 hours, Xianjing guided Tang Sanqing through the Qinling, striving to showcase the entirety of this magnificent realm. Every corner left a profound impression on Tang Sanqing, who diligently committed every detail to memory. Knowing he would recount his experiences to Bai Yi and the others upon his return, it would require considerable effort on his part. Meanwhile, he occasionally stole glances at Xuanjing's profile, seemingly at peace with the impending death that awaited him. Perhaps it was a form of liberation. As time drew near, Xianjing suddenly grasped Tang Sanqing's hand and said, Sanqing, there is something I must remind you. Do not bear children until you are prepared to provide happiness for another. It is imperative that you refrain, for it will not only bring you death, but also misfortune to others. This decision must be pondered carefully. I understand, he replied, having fully grasped Xuanjing's meaning through his own experiences. Let us proceed, Xianjing instructed. Clutching the pouch of gold and silver and wielding the soul-extinguishing sword, Tang Sanqing obediently followed Xianjing back to the starry map. Xianjing instructed him to close his eyes. The moment Tang Sanqing obeyed, he felt as if he were amidst a sea of clouds, his body weightless, almost as if he were about to ascend. Xuanjing's voice echoed, My son, when you feel your body sink, open your eyes immediately. Tang Sanqing wished to affirm his understanding, but his lips refused to part. A gust of wind howled outside, roaring in his ears, while his body remained as light as a feather. He began to doubt whether he was on the verge of transcending to another realm. Just as he hesitated, his body suddenly grew heavy, prompting him to open his eyes. He found himself standing on a copper platform, which was rapidly ascending. The world before him blurred, and he felt his balance falter. Suddenly, the copper platform jolted to a halt, causing Tang Sanqing to tremble. He heard the sound of water. Was it the stream? He attempted to push against the soil above him, which surprisingly yielded easily. Tang Sanqing relentlessly struck at the earth, and though dirt cascaded onto him, a hole quickly formed above. As he squeezed through, he beheld the massive stone. He had returned to this place once more. Collapsing onto the ground, he pressed his hand against his forehead. Had the events that transpired truly occurred? Why did everything feel so surreal? As he rolled over, he found himself atop the pouch of gold and silver, the hard objects within causing a twinge in his abdomen. That sensation grounded him in reality. He had indeed seen his mother and witnessed the once mighty Qin Emperor, who now lay with closed eyes, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man. Sitting up, Tang Sanqing heard a faint rumbling from beneath, as if something were collapsing. His expression shifted. Had he been the cause? The massive boulder behind him suddenly trembled violently, and Tang San experienced an ominous premonition. He swiftly grasped the bag of gold and silver, clutching his sword, and distanced himself from the colossal stone. After running several dozen meters forward, the boulder erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. Tang San was grateful for his quick escape. Otherwise, he might have been struck by the shrapnel as if it were bullets. Once the boulder shattered, the scene became a chaotic mess. It appeared that his father had completely sealed off the Qin tomb. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Suddenly, Tang San realized a pressing dilemma. With these items in his possession, how could he return? He feared that halfway through, he would be discovered and apprehended. Even with special approval documents, who among men is devoid of greed? Were these treasures truly his? Chapter 584. The aftermath. Tang San touched his nose, resolving to leave the area. However, he first knelt before the shattered stones, offering a moment of reverence to his father and mother, who were finally united. He bowed his head heavily to the ground, saying, "Father, Mother, I'm coming." Rising, Tang San made his way toward the nearby forest, the very place where Xiao Ning had once gifted him a luminous pearl. Sitting among the trees, he gazed at his disheveled state, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Since arriving here, he had not once closed his eyes. Unable to endure any longer, he leaned against a stone, clutching his sword and the bag of gold and silver, and fell into a deep slumber. As the cold enveloped him, Tang San sensed someone draping something over him. The gentle sound roused him, and he opened his eyes to find Xiao Ning's concerned gaze. Tang San smiled faintly, thinking, "Surely, this is but a dream." Smack! Xiao Ning playfully tapped his forehead. "Dream on with your grand illusions." The pain confirmed reality, and Tang San fully awakened. Upon looking around, he saw Bai Yi and Qi Xie standing nearby. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "There was a note slipped into our home, instructing us to come find you at this time," Bai Yi explained. "I suspected who was behind it, and it doesn't take much to guess, does it? It's Xiao Ning. He orchestrated everything from the beginning, guiding events according to his meticulous plan. He brought me here and had already arranged my return," Tang San reflected, hearing Bai Yi add, "We arrived a bit late because the train was delayed." "It's of little consequence now," Tang San sighed, rising to his feet and gesturing to his attire. "I am in dire need of clean clothes. I've prepared some for you." Xiao Ning hesitated before suggesting, "You should find a place to wash up and change." "What nearby locations can accommodate that?" "Only the small creek remains." Observing the expressions of his companions, Tang San understood they had noticed the changes. He accepted the clothes from Xiao Ning's hands, saying, "We can discuss the details later." Bai Yi gazed at the sword and the bags of gold and silver on the ground, exchanging a glance with Qi Xie. The day they parted ways with Tang San. Upon returning home, they discovered a letter placed on the coffee table in the living room, causing a tense stir among them. Bai Yi immediately checked the surveillance footage, only to see a shadow, indistinct and fleeting, traversing the yard within mere seconds. The door to the living room had been securely locked upon their departure. Approaching the lock, Bai Yi observed no signs of tampering, compelling him to abandon the pursuit of the intruder and instead examine the letter. Having read the contents, Bai Yi felt indifferent. The message instructed them to meet Tang San at a specified time, indicating a connection to him. Given the timing, it could not possibly be Xianjing. Of course, at that moment, they were unaware of his name. The most plausible explanation was that a friend had assisted him. As Tang San changed clothes and returned, a thought struck him: Zhang Chun, the only friend of his father who possessed the requisite skills and capabilities. None of this seemed particularly significant now. Tang San opened the bag and retrieved a luminous pearl, which immediately transformed Xiao Ning's expression. She pressed her lips together, resembling a child who had lost a candy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as though she were on the verge of crying. Tang San inquired, "What is the matter?" Presumably, she was overwhelmed with joy. Bai Yi remarked, "Your gains this time are quite substantial." Tang San managed a wry smile, suggesting, "Let us return first. I will recount everything to you later to avoid repeating myself." Bai Yi understood that Lei Zi and the others would undoubtedly have questions. He glanced at the items. Most were manageable, save for the sword, which posed a significant inconvenience. However, it could be disguised as an artistic piece to pass through the train station's security checks. The four of them decided to leave immediately to prevent any unforeseen complications. With Bai Yi and Qi Xie by his side, Tang San felt considerably more at ease. With their support, he need not fear the challenges of bringing home the luminous pearl. Indeed, the journey proved to be remarkably smooth. Upon returning, Tang San presented the luminous pearl to Fu Yu as a token of gratitude for her previous assistance with Xiao Ning. Naturally, Fu Yu did not react as dramatically as Xiao Ning. In her eyes, Bai Yi held far greater value than the pearl. Only then did Tang San recount the entire sequence of events, detailing the various occurrences within the Qinling. Although he had not witnessed many of the traps, the mere description of the entrance left everyone in astonishment. Lei Zi spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Your father is right. No one could possibly survive in that place. He is truly a remarkable individual." Xiao Ning shot Lei Zi a glare, prompting him to amend his statement. "I meant to say, he is an extraordinary person." "That is more fitting," Xiao Ning replied. "You haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and already you are defending your future father-in-law." Lei Zi scratched his nose, commenting, "Women are truly not to be trifled with. Tang San, you must tread carefully from now on." Xiao Ning fell silent, contemplatively stating, "I understand, Tang San. You cannot have children, otherwise you would perish, am I correct?" Tang San did not explicitly articulate this point, yet Xiao Ning, being a perceptive young lady, quickly deduced it. Tang San seemed at a loss for how to summarize the situation. Xiao Ning thoughtfully touched her chin and reflected, "In truth, I do not hold a particular fondness for children." Fu Yu sighed despondently, and upon glancing at her, Xiao Ning felt a twinge of guilt. "I speak the truth. No one claims your words to be false, Xiao Shan. Your sister's remarks, however, may not hold the same veracity," Lei Zi interjected, nudging Xiao Shan with his elbow. Xiao Shan, in his naive simplicity, replied, "Of course what she said is true." The trio's playful banter lightened Tang San's spirits considerably. Bai, being the astute observer he was, focused on a different concern. The individual lurking behind the Golden Eagle Order posed a concealed threat, necessitating vigilance, particularly from Lei Zi. As for the third brother, he had been preoccupied with Xie Fangfei lately and appeared to exhibit no unusual behavior. "Your father's concerns are not without merit," Bai remarked. "By the way, my father gifted me a detailed map," Tang San said as he produced the thick tome. "He mentioned these are tombs that left a deep impression on him, and he has thoroughly understood the mechanisms within, facilitating our future endeavors. Look here, it even contains the tomb of the infamous tomb raider Lu Chu. Imagine, we could turn the tables on him. Wouldn't that be amusing? This does pique my interest. Lately, when things have quieted down, I've found myself lacking in spirit," Bai noted. "I've also been focused on the trading company matters. How about you all? How is your state of affairs?" It seemed Bai had developed an interest in Lu Chu's tomb. "Our current worry is not finances," Lei Zi chuckled, "but rather the pursuit of enjoyment. Such pleasures cannot be procured with money. However, I perceive Tang San is in a rather disheveled state. Perhaps we should let him rest before engaging further." Suddenly, Lei Zi's expression turned grave. "There is one matter weighing on my mind. I have heard that my senior brother's body remains unclaimed in the hospital morgue, unattended. If no one comes to identify him soon, it is feared he may be subjected to medical dissection. I cannot bear the thought of my brother enduring such indignity and death." Chapter 585. Lu Chu. Ultimately, Lei Zi could not relinquish his bond of brotherhood. It wasn't he just him. Even Tang San and the others felt that such a fate was too cruel for his brother. Tang San looked at Bai, who was deep in thought. After a long pause, Bai proposed, "It would be unwise for us to intervene directly. Instead, I will enlist the help of a client to find a distant relative in the countryside to claim him and arrange for his final rites. Until the person behind the Golden Eagle Order is apprehended, I cannot allow you to be exposed." This solution pleased Lei Zi immensely. "That would be acceptable, but it must be expedited. I fear my brother may not have the patience to await such arrangements." "Understood. I will handle it promptly," Bai replied, resigned to the urgency of the matter, and set off to find the individual capable of facilitating this task. The arrangements for the elder brother's funeral were promptly completed, signifying that wealth can indeed influence even the most spectral of matters. Bai, having expended a modest sum, managed to conduct a rather respectable funeral in the countryside, subsequently interring the remains under the guise of a local resident. Upon learning of this outcome, Lei Zi felt a considerable sense of relief. Tang San retained only the sword, having gifted away the 2 luminous pearls, leaving the remainder for Bai to oversee. Once Uncle Hong had completed the management of the ceremonial objects, Bai and the others deliberated, concluding that the funds left by Xianjing were rightfully Tang San's alone. Initially, Tang San vehemently opposed this notion, insisting that they were a collective and thus should share the fortune equally. Yet, faced with their steadfastness, he resolved to temporarily safeguard the money, vowing to unreservedly provide for the group whenever needed. Indeed, Tang San required some time to soothe his emotions. In his moments of leisure, he would recline on his bed, cradling the sword, as if its presence could evoke memories of his parents. His father, he believed, now lay eternally beside his mother, a conclusion not without its merit. After more than half a month of rest, with the weather having fully improved, the group finally resolved to take action regarding Lu Chu's tomb. Lu Chu, a figure of disdain among grave robbers, particularly among the tomb raiders known as the Magong, was held in contempt by many. Lu Chu was the king of Guangchuan during the spring and autumn period, belonging to one of the more disreputable royal lines of the Han dynasty, notorious for its ill repute, rivaling even that of the Jiangdu royal family. In a simpler sense, he was utterly detestable. In his reign, he was swayed by the slanderous whispers of the queen, leading to the brutal execution and dismemberment of 16 concubines and maidservants. He was dubbed the king of tomb raiding, as his domain was rife with ancient burial sites from the spring and autumn period. Lu Chu was known for gathering a group of idle youths for recreation and hunting, leading a life of indulgence and excess. Without exception, every ancient tomb within his territory had been excavated by him. It is said that the number of tombs he plundered was incalculable, many of which contained extraordinary treasures. For instance, the tomb of King Wei Xiang was among the largest he had despoiled, constructed with patterned stone materials. The outer coffin stood 8 feet high and was spacious enough to accommodate 30 individuals, its surface smooth and pristine to the touch. Inside the outer coffin lay a stone bed and a stone screen, which Lu Chu found still meticulously arranged. However, the coffin and accompanying treasures had vanished without a trace, leaving only a jade spittoon, 2 bronze swords, and several pristine gold artifacts. The king of Guangchuan took one of the bronze swords for himself. Excavating the tomb of King Xiang proved to be quite a challenge for Lu Chu, whether motivated by a desire to thwart thieves or to assert his own grandeur. The tomb was fortified with molten iron, requiring Lu Chu and his men 3 full days of labor to breach. Upon breaking through, a bitter and acrid yellow gas billowed forth from the tomb, thick as fog, fiercely irritating the eyes and nostrils, rendering entry impossible. With no alternative, Lu Chu had to temporarily station guards and wait for 7 days until the air cleared before resuming his nefarious activities. However, this individual was not always successful in his grave-robbing endeavors. At this moment, Bai was enlightening everyone about Lu Chu, a man notorious for being a deranged tomb raider. He cared little for the outcome, reveling instead in the process of destruction, which was his greatest delight. He even inflicted cruelty upon the corpses he encountered. A truly reprehensible character. Xiao Ning lamented, "To plunder graves is one thing, but this beast is something else entirely." However, Lu Chu met with an equally grim fate. His brutal nature led him to orchestrate the assassination of his own teacher's family, and he personally murdered 2 of his concubines, later exhuming their remains to scatter their ashes. Such abhorrent acts had become commonplace within the Wang family of Guangchuan, with no fewer than 14 concubines having fallen victim to Lu Chu's savage whims. When his vile transgressions were finally exposed, there was an uproar throughout the realm, prompting Emperor Xian of Han to decree the revocation of Lu Chu's title, demoting him to commoner status and exiling him to Shangyou. Lu Chu ultimately took his own life during his journey into exile. How satisfying! Lei Zi exclaimed. To raid the tomb of such a man would indeed be quite exhilarating. By the way, when do we set off? Bai glanced at Fu Yu. After all, tomb raiding was a perilous endeavor. Even with the intricate schematics left by the Xianjing, he was still a mere mortal, bound to make mistakes. Fu Yu met Bai Yi's gaze. Have you forgotten? I am still a Gu woman, and with the blessing of our ancestors, my presence will be advantageous to you all. Therefore, I must insist on joining this venture. Besides, would you truly leave me behind? Indeed. Let us bring Sister Fu Yu along, Xiao Ning chimed in, having grown weary of merely associating with the group of men. With Fu Yu's arrival, she would have a sister to converse with on their journey. Very well, we shall go together. The location of Lu Chu's tomb had long been shrouded in mystery. Folklore suggested that after his suicide, many who despised him destroyed his body, leaving no trace of a tomb. Yet, Tang San's father had meticulously recorded in his notes that within the burial chamber he had entered, there were inscriptions and a personal letter from Lu Chu, unmistakably indicating that it was indeed Lu Chu's tomb. Bai Yi had faith in San Sheng's father's capabilities. He would not have erred. The resolution of these enigmas could only be unveiled through first-hand exploration. Their destination was a small county in Hubei, historically known as Shangyou, a place Lu Chu had to traverse during his exile. Historical records indicated that he took his own life in this very location, and the address left by Xianjing corresponded with it as well. It seemed that the tomb had been hastily prepared immediately following his death. Nevertheless, It appeared to hold many secrets worth investigating. Otherwise, why would Xianjing place such importance on a hastily arranged grave? The small county boasted picturesque scenery, and upon their arrival, the 7 travelers were captivated by the local bamboo groves, renowned for their abundance. The locals remarked that they had arrived at just the right time, as the bamboo shoots were tender this season and wild chickens roamed freely in the mountains, causing Tang San to salivate and momentarily forget their original purpose for being there. 7 individuals sought a place to settle, not in haste to search for the Lei Zi tomb. Instead, they indulged in local delights, reveling in the pleasures of food and entertainment. They swiftly accomplished 2 significant tasks. Appearing at ease, just as the locals had suggested, the current culinary offerings were indeed at their seasonal peak, exquisite in taste. As they explored, they were perceived as mere tourists by the local populace. Bai, while enjoying himself, discreetly gathered much information. He learned, for instance, that the mountain paths could be treacherous with loose stones, particularly after rainfall, thus cautioning them to enter the mountains only when the skies were clear. Additionally, there were warnings about a toxic type of mushroom resembling colorful flowers that should not be touched, as well as wild monkeys that inhabited the area and had a penchant for capturing people, necessitating vigilance. Chapter 586. Sent after more than a week of exploration, they had gathered sufficient information about the region and were ready to commence their official search. Tang San's father had discovered the Lei Zi tomb in 1945, which meant it had been 37 years since. Fortunately, the general environment had remained unchanged over the years, making it feasible to locate the tomb at its original site. They quickly pinpointed a location known as Lei Zi. Lei Zi, though unremarkable, was situated snugly between 2 mountains, necessitating a crossing over a terraced field to reach it. The field had just been sown and was now brimming with crops, prompting the group to tread carefully, concerned about alerting the local farmers to their presence. Upon arriving at Lei Zi, a weight lifted from their hearts. It was a visual blind spot, completely concealed from view from the terraces above. After resting for a while, Lei Zi could no longer contain his excitement and took out a luoyang shovel to begin probing the ground. However, the rocky terrain thwarted his attempts, as he repeatedly retrieved the shovel without success, encountering stone layers that obstructed his efforts. Damn, today is off to an unfortunate start. After several futile attempts, Lei Zi felt a sense of frustration building within him. The soil here was unlike that of other places. Bai remarked, "It seems we must remain vigilant under all circumstances." Suddenly, Lei Zi tossed the luoyang shovel aside and crouched down, sniffing the ground intently. His rear in the air and hands braced on the earth, resembling a dog. This elicited laughter from Xiao Ning, who quipped, "Lei Zi, why are you acting like a dog? Get lost, you're the dog." Lei Zi retorted, playfully kicking Xiao Ning. "What do you know? Our sense of smell is quite valuable. A single whiff can reveal much. My master once told me that our earlier peers didn't even need luoyang shovels. Those are tools for the less skilled." As he finished speaking, he noticed everyone staring at him. Realizing his words could be perceived as dismissive, he quickly amended, "Of course. I don't mean you. You don't belong to any sect and are self-taught. Quite impressive, I must say. Please don't take offense at my words. No one minds. We're merely curious when you'll actually discern something." Tang San remarked, "It has been half a day since we emerged, and the sky is nearing dusk. In these mountain ravines, one can never tell what lurks within. Do not rush. Have you not heard the saying, haste makes waste?" Suddenly, Lei Zi's nose twitched rapidly, a phenomenon they had never witnessed before. The speed of his nostrils flaring resembled that of an electric fan. Xiao pointed at Lei Zi's nose and inquired, "What is wrong with that nose?" "It's twitching." Xiao Ning chuckled. "Your brother Lei must have been a dog in his past life, inheriting the traits of a canine nose. Now his true nature is revealing itself." Under ordinary circumstances, Lei Zi would have retorted, yet now he was entirely absorbed in the earth beneath him. He sniffed, dug further down, and collected another handful of soil. Inhaling deeply once more, observing his rare, earnest demeanor, the others fell silent, hesitant to interrupt him. Xiao Ning even stepped forward to assist in excavating, eager to help him discern the characteristics of the soil. Unbeknownst to them, they advanced nearly 300 meters. By now, Lei Zi was drenched in sweat, prompting Tang San to fetch him some water. "Have a drink. It's not sustainable to continue like this." Lei Zi halted, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he revealed his white teeth. "Who says it's not sustainable? I have already made progress. The soil composition has changed. If the soil can vary within 300 meters, there must be something else beneath. I am indeed fatigued. Let me drink this water first. I have long heard that your craft is akin to traditional Chinese medicine, and today I have witnessed it firsthand, remarked Xia. In the past, I hesitated. But now that I know the golden eagle token is gone, even if a mysterious figure lurks in the shadows, I doubt they would be near us. Is there any chance they could be here? I do not believe so. After finishing his water, Lei Zi tightly sealed the flask. Let us proceed. It has been many years since I employed this method. It seems today is the day for a thorough application. Lei Zi attempted 3 more times, confidently snapping his fingers at Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning, you lead the way now. Xiao Ning, somewhat skeptical, replied, Is your nose truly that remarkable? Do not lead me to waste my efforts. Lei Zi, brimming with excitement, retorted, If I lead you to waste your time, I shall give you 500 yuan. 500 yuan. Xiao Shan gasped, contemplating how many candied hawthorns that could purchase. He glanced at Tang San, who, like him, widened his eyes. 500 yuan was an amount an average worker's family would not earn in a year. Tang San nudged Xiao Ning. Just heed his words. After all, we have nothing to lose. 500 yuan. Do you still lack money? Xiao Ning shot him a glare, but promptly began to take action. After all their exertion, Lei Zi, fatigued and panting, found a stone to sit upon, watching them as they dug down 6 or 7 meters. They unearthed a jumble of stones trapped within the soil layers and quickly cleared them away. After several strenuous attempts, they finally reached around 12 meters. Xiao Ning took a deep breath and declared, Lei Zi, you need not give me the 500. It truly is here. Your nose is remarkably acute. Tang San exclaimed. The Xiao sect primarily relies on the sense of smell, and to maintain their olfactory sensitivity, they abstain from tobacco, alcohol, and spicy foods. Inserting an iron rod into the ground and then extracting it to inhale the myriad of scents brought up from the earth, along with the tactile sensations experienced while digging, reveal whether the subterranean realm is hollow or filled with wood, bricks, and stones. These sensations are indeed distinct. True connoisseurs regard tools such as the Luoyang shovel with disdain. For should the soil beneath be insufficiently dry, the efficacy of such instruments diminishes significantly. This is particularly true in the affluent regions of Jiangnan, where abundant rainfall leads to the inundation of many ancient tombs, causing the soil layers to become severely disturbed. Even if one were to utilize the Luoyang shovel to probe, there would be little of value to unearth. After Bai concluded his remarks, he clapped his hands and glanced at the sky, which had now darkened considerably. In the mountains, twilight descends particularly early. There was no need for concern about intruders, and thus everyone descended into the excavation site. Upon entry, they were met with wet, muddy conditions, which was expected, as the locals had informed them of the frequent rainfall in the area, resulting in high humidity. Xiao Ning, somewhat displeased, observed Fu Yu's lack of complaint and promptly swallowed her grievances. The 2 young women toiled diligently, and no special accommodations were made for them. In this line of work, one must first be self-reliant before engaging in collaboration and mutual support. Although it was Fu Yu's first experience, she displayed no signs of clumsiness. The 7 individuals entered the tomb, and upon reaching the end, they discovered it was constructed of brick. Bai tapped on the bricks. These are not hollow, and it appears that Lei Zi's assessment was entirely accurate. Hollow bricks were commonly used in tombs during the Western Han period, but gradually fell out of use by the mid to late Eastern Han period. These bricks are solid, indicative of a small brick chamber tomb characteristic of the Eastern Han era. Tang San remarked, The appearance of these bricks perfectly matches the sketches in my father's notes. We have indeed found the right location. The tomb did not seem particularly remarkable. Lei Zi muttered, Look at the gaps between the bricks. They are rather large, not indicative of meticulous design. Indeed, the tomb exhibited a certain roughness. Chapter 587. Dual corpses. Tang San felt a sense of embarrassment. Yet he retained faith in the Xianjing. Surely his judgment was not so flawed. He chuckled and said, We must enter to uncover the mysteries within. It is far too early to draw conclusions. Indeed, Fu Yu replied softly, Many matters cannot be judged solely by their surface. Lei Zi shrugged, What are you all doing? I was merely speaking my mind. The atmosphere was relaxed. It had been a long time since such a light-hearted mood prevailed. Tang San exhaled, feeling as though this venture was akin to a leisurely excursion, as the mechanisms had been foreseen and the suspense had dissipated. It felt less like a theft and more like a retrieval, merely entering, having a look, and taking a few ceremonial items, nothing more. Circumstances are perpetually unpredictable. Just as one imagines prior to entry, upon crossing the threshold, One must rely on their fortitude to accept whatever awaits. This truth dawned upon everyone almost simultaneously as Lei Zi began to dismantle the crudely crafted wall bricks. The foul odor caused Lei Zi to shut his eyes. Damn it. I feel like I could perish. Xiao Ning, expressing her distaste, suggested, then move to the back. Don't impede us here. It's just a bit of stench. You cannot possibly understand my suffering. Lei Zi lamented helplessly. Lei Zi was not one to be overly polite. His keen sense of smell had both advantages and drawbacks. At present, it was the pungent odor that assaulted his senses, an acrid stench that threatened to churn his stomach, making him feel as though the remnants of his daytime meal would soon resurface. You all should venture inside and discern the source of this foul smell. It does not resemble that of a corpse, he remarked, pinching his nose and speaking in a muffled tone. Bai Yi had already leaped into the tomb chamber, which was indeed quite austere, consisting of only this single room. The source of the noxious scent was ajar, and as Bai Yi peered inside, he discovered a semi-congealed paste. What is this substance? He inquired. Tang San approached, casting a fleeting glance before his expression shifted dramatically. What is it? Bai Yi pressed. I have encountered fish oil lamps in the Qin mausoleum, and the paste within resembles this quite closely, Tang San replied, glancing at Xiao Ning. It appears to be oil extracted from human bodies. Indeed, Xiao Ning immediately turned away, looking as if he might retch. Xiao Shan, having never heard of such oil extraction, curiously craned his neck to observe, but retreated with a complex expression upon drawing nearer. Fu Yu remained relatively unfazed. In ancient times, extracting oil from human bodies was not unheard of. I am merely intrigued as to why such oil exists in this tomb. Tang San covered his nose and peered into the jar, even procuring a longer stone to poke at the contents. He soon uncovered a thread of fire. I suspect he intended to emulate the practices of the Qin dynasty, extracting oil to create perpetual lamps. Unfortunately, the oil in the Qin emperor's tomb was sourced from mermaids of the Eastern Sea. This, I fear, might merely be from his maidservants, or perhaps even concubines, he mused. Bai Yi remarked, Lu Chu was ruthless enough to involve even his wife in such matters. Lu Chu once had a concubine named Tao Wangqing, whose beauty was renowned and who was taken by Lu Chu. Initially favored, she soon incited the ire of the queen, Xiao Xian. In a bid for attention, Tao Wangqing commissioned a semi-nude portrait of herself, which ultimately reached the queen's ears, prompting her to confront Lu Chu and leading to Tao Wangqing's fall from grace. The palace was rife with such tales. Fu Yu sighed. Our ancestors once witnessed countless such events within the Qin court. Not only had Fu Yu inherited the abilities of her ancestors, but also fragments of their memories surfaced within her mind. Her composure and adaptability were remarkable. She quickly acclimated to her newfound changes. She felt that her current opportunities were gifts from her ancestors, and she vowed to honor the sacrifices of Qing Yuan by living well and without regret. If one believed this was the conclusion, they would be mistaken. The twisted nature of Queen Xiao Xian could rival, if not surpass, that of Lu Chu. Shielded by Lu Chu, Xiao Xian began to unleash her cruelty upon Tao Wangqing without restraint. She led the other concubines in publicly stripping Tao Wangqing of her garments, not only hurling vicious insults but also whipping her and branding her delicate skin with searing iron rods. Unable to endure the dual torment of body and spirit, Tao Wangqing sought to escape her anguish by throwing herself into a well, hoping to preserve her purity in death. However, upon being discovered, a report was made to Queen Xiao Xian, who hastily commanded her servants to rescue Tao Wangqing from the well. Bai Yi began to tantalize them, perhaps having found the day too leisurely. And then, Xiao Ning furrowed her brow, expressing skepticism towards the queen's seemingly benevolent actions, suspecting ulterior motives. Women understand the machinations of other women. Indeed, Queen Xiao Xian, deserving of her partnership with Lu Chu, appeared intent on making Tao Wangqing's life a living hell. After rescuing Tao Wangqing from the depths of the well, the queen ordered her limbs to be bound, a wooden stake inserted into her lower regions, and her nose, lips, and tongue severed. In a ghastly turn, she commanded her servants to chop Tao Wangqing's corpse into pieces and place them into a large pot, sprinkled with a poisonous peach ash, to be simmered over a slow fire. Perhaps as a spectacle, the queen forced other beautiful women to gather and witness the horror. Thus, after a day and a night of gruesome cooking, the once enchanting Tao Wangqing was reduced to a pot of meat sauce. Xiao Ning and Fu Yu's expressions darkened, while Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating that they employed similar methods against others. He began to survey the surroundings. Recalling his father's warning that the most treacherous element within the tomb was the mouth arrow, a small, sharp dart concealed within the mouth of a corpse, tethered to the teeth by a silk thread. A mere disturbance would sever the thread, releasing the dart, which was laced with a deadly poison. Even a slight scratch would be fatal. The issue lay in the fact that Xianjing had not indicated whether this trap had been disabled. The probability stood at 50-50. Bai Yi sighed, realizing that only someone of Xianjing's peculiar nature would orchestrate such an enigmatic scenario. He chose to disregard the thick, dark, viscous liquid, recognizing it as merely the last frenzy of Lu Chu. The coffin was crafted from black pottery by Tao himself. Should he have succumbed to suicide midway? Managing to arrange for such a coffin was no small feat, indicating that even in death, some semblance of respect remained for his violent legacy. Bai Yi examined the vicinity of the coffin, noting a few dilapidated boxes, all emptied of their contents. The deceased had been stripped of valuables, leaving nothing behind. The walls bore what appeared to be image bricks. These were not particularly refined, yet they were emblematic of the Eastern Han period, often found within grand tombs, depicting the likeness of the deceased or scenes from their life, akin to murals. What manner of tomb is this? It's emptier than my room, Lei Zi remarked, scratching his head. Let us not waste any more time. We must open the coffin. The act of opening coffins was traditionally the domain of Bai Yi and Xia. Yet today Fu Yu took the lead to first ascertain the presence of any poisonous charms. Confirming their absence, it was then the turn of the two men. As they lifted the coffin, Xia exclaimed in surprise, for inside lay two skeletal remains, intertwined. Chapter 588, Golden Silkworm Threads. What a pitiful sight, surely. They wouldn't be unable to find even two coffins? Lei Zi shook his head and said, Look, it's evident that there's a man and a woman here. This coffin is meant for one person. It's already full with just one, and now there's another one pressed beneath. What a torment. Just as he was about to reach in, he remembered the arrow in his mouth and quickly withdrew his hand, patting his chest. Goodness, I almost forgot. Fu Yu's gaze was sharp as she crouched down, examining the two corpses closely before pointing in a particular direction. Is this what you mean by the silk thread? Where? Xiao Ning was startled, seeing nothing at all. Right here. Fu Yu suddenly angled her flashlight, and at that moment, everyone discerned a very fine silk thread, faintly shimmering in the light. Do you see it? Now everyone caught sight of it, and Xiao Ning gasped, Heavens, that's incredibly thin. Bai Yi recognized it clearly and urged everyone to step back, producing a pair of scissors. Fu Yu shook her head. This is no ordinary silk thread. Scissors will be of no use. Do you know the origin of this silk thread? Bai Yi inquired. Fu Yu nodded. As you know, among the worms I use for sorcery, there exists a premium type called the golden silkworm, born from 100 poisonous insects that devour one another until only one survives. Acquiring such a golden silkworm is no easy feat, and those capable of spinning silk are even rarer. It's said that only those cultivated in the western regions have the potential to produce silk. Although it is fine, it is exceedingly strong, and ordinary tools cannot unravel it. But wouldn't that render the arrow ineffective? Tang San sensed a hint of something deeper. If such a setup is for theft prevention, then wouldn't the effectiveness vanish? Is this arrangement not meant for? Seeing the confusion in everyone's hearts, Fu Yu chose not to elaborate further, simply encouraging Bai Yi to give it a try. The small scissors in Bai Yi's hands, seemingly unremarkable, came from a renowned craftsman. He positioned himself carefully and began to cut. Upon the first attempt, no poison arrow was released, and everyone leaned in closer to observe, noticing that the silk thread remained intact. Their eyes were fixed on Bai Yi, who, understanding their intentions, confidently declared, I assure you, I did cut it. There was no empty snip. Why don't you try it yourselves? Just as Lei Zi was about to step forward, Xia rushed ahead, gripping the scissors firmly. He prepared to act, and this time, everyone watched closely as he exerted significant force. A clear spark erupted, yet upon closer inspection, the silk thread remained unharmed. Xia looked at Fu Yu. Indeed, this is no ordinary silk thread. Damn it, what should we do now? Lei Zi scratched his head, cautiously peering into the coffin, which was packed tightly with two bodies, leaving little room for any accompanying items. He slapped Tang San on the shoulder. You say your father emphasized this place for what reason? For this very silk from the golden silkworm of the western regions, Fu Yu replied. This silk is worth more than countless of the so-called spiritual artifacts you speak of. Keep in mind, the golden silkworm from the western regions has appeared very rarely. No more than 3 times throughout thousands of years. Its rarity is evident. Bai let out a bitter smile, realizing that he had been utterly mistaken this time. He had thought it was merely a conventional verbal jab, but it turned out to be something far more intricate. It seemed that the crux of San Cheng's father's focus lay in this matter. However, Fuyu, given its uniqueness, how might we procure it? At that moment, the silk from the western region had threaded through the mouths of 2 corpses, linking them together. Fuyu remarked, "I have a method we can try." "What method?" Lei Zi inquired. "I will utilize my insect," Fuyu replied. "I possess a particular insect with a remarkably sharp mouth. It may succeed." "How many insects do you have, Fuyu?" Lei Zi asked curiously. "Many, each with distinct capabilities," Fuyu answered. "However, the one I employ most frequently is the golden silkworm." After a brief moment of contemplation, Fuyu promptly produced a box that Bai had never seen before. "This one is quite lethargic and often remains in a state of slumber. We must awaken it first." Everyone chuckled at the notion of such an insect existing. Observing Fuyu, she had already opened the box, revealing a plump worm nestled within. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. "Good heavens, I can hear it snoring." It actually snores. Indeed, a gentle snoring sound emanated from the worm, and Fuyu grinned, saying, "Among all the insects, this one is the most endearing. However, it has yet to serve a purpose. Let us allow it to contribute this time." "How can we rouse it?" Xiao Ning asked. Fuyu smiled but did not respond. Instead, she produced a slender silver needle, initially stored within the box. With great care, she pricked the worm about 3 inches from its head, initially inserting only the tip of the needle. Gradually, the entire needle disappeared into the worm's body. After 5 minutes of the needle being inserted, the insect finally trembled slightly. Xiao Shan was astounded. This worm is exceptionally resilient. How can it sleep so soundly, even with a needle in it? Indeed, the insect shivered but did not awaken immediately. It took another 2 minutes before it rolled over, exposing its pale belly. Fuyu sighed in relief. It has finally awakened. Once roused, the worm appeared sluggish, languidly crawling into the coffin, slowly making its way towards the silk thread. Its pace was exasperatingly slow, driving everyone to the brink of frustration. Xiao Shan's eyes fixated on the worm, his mouth subconsciously agape. Hurry up, hurry up. Lei Zi sighed, harboring doubts about the plump insect. Will it manage? Bai shot a glare at Lei Zi, who immediately fell silent. Clearly, when it came to Fuyu, skepticism was unwarranted. Unconditional trust was the path to take. At last, the worm approached the silk thread, nonchalantly crawling onto it. Tang San heard the sound of gnawing. It has begun. Everyone's nerves tightened once again. Initially, Fuyu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if the insect would prove effective, but gradually, her expression relaxed. It should be fine. As her words faded, the silken thread snapped. Tang San, alerted by the peculiar sound, swiftly tugged at the small hill ahead. The moment the thread broke, a jet of blood erupted from the mouth of the corpse above, gushing forth with alarming speed, akin to a concealed weapon. Tang San pushed Xiao Shan aside just in time to avoid the spray. Upon hitting the ground, the blood released a plume of black smoke, accompanied by a pungent odor. "This blood is poisoned," Bai asserted. "Wasn't it said that Lu Chu committed suicide? This corpse is female." Xie remarked. "Who is this woman?" "She appears to have been poisoned." "It could be Lu Chu's queen," Ruo Yin, Bai suggested. "Let us set this matter aside for now and extract the silken thread from the western region." Fuyu cautiously approached to examine for toxins, confirming it was safe before allowing Bai to carefully draw it out. The golden silken thread was lodged within the jaws of 2 skulls. After confirming there was nothing else in the coffin, Xie and Bai moved the upper corpse slightly and discovered that the thread had traversed through the throat of the upper corpse and directly into the mouth of the lower one, effectively binding the 2 corpses together. Chapter 589. The Queen. The silken thread was remarkably strong. Just as Xie and Bai were about to pull it, they were halted by Fuyu. "You cannot retrieve it barehanded. It may cut your skin." Realizing their oversight, Bai and Xie donned gloves for protection. Only then did Fuyu permit them to proceed. Lei Zi and Xiao Shan lifted the upper corpse, allowing Bai and Xie to observe the path of the silken thread. As they gingerly tugged at the golden thread, it became evident that it was ensnared within the bones, making it exceedingly difficult to maneuver. Each pull caused the 2 corpses to sway, reminiscent of marionettes. The foul odor emanating from the corpses made Lei Zi grimace. "It stinks terribly. Living a glamorous life amounts to nothing. In death, one is merely a heap of stinking bones. If it were me, I wouldn't opt for burial." I'd incinerate them outright. Enough of your nonsense. Tang San, sensitive to the lurking blood parasites within Lei Zi, retorted. Watch your words. Good fortune may turn ill. What is there to fear? I've escaped death numerous times. Lei Zi scoffed. It's curious, Tang San. Why do you always look so fierce when I mention death? Damn it, are you unwell? You're the one who's unwell, Tang San shot back, rolling his eyes. It's your folly that has you scared. Enough already, stop the bickering, Xiao Ning shouted, immediately silencing the two. You finally managed to come out and relax. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Lei Zi cast a suspicious glance at Tang San, then at Xiao Ning, feeling something was amiss, a sensation that had been nagging at him for quite some time. All right. Bai interrupted Lei Zi's musings as the golden silken thread, entangled with a viscous black-red substance, was finally extracted. Fuyu remarked, this silken thread is akin to the silver needles at the tail of the tiger insect. You might transform it into a concealed weapon of great utility. Indeed, Tang San realized. Is my father suggesting I take this thread with me? However, your father is truly wicked, not clarifying things clearly. Have you all noticed that although the notes indicate the location of the mechanism, they remain vague and ultimately fail to elucidate anything? Lei Zi complained. I know your father enjoys playing tricks, but does he not care about your well-being? He has faith in me. You understand nothing, Tang San retorted. Besides, if everything were laid bare, what fun would we have in coming here? Lei Zi was immediately taken aback, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I concede to that. Without the thrill, why should I bother to fight? I might as well just conduct business. Kishi was rinsing a strand of golden silkworm silk, discovering that although it was hard, it possessed remarkable flexibility, capable of bending and stretching. The viscous liquid was difficult to wash off. After a cursory cleaning, he rolled it up and stored it carefully. Lei Zi and Xiao Shan released the corpse above, which promptly fell onto the one below. Lei Zi glanced at the upper corpse. Clicking his tongue, this person must have died a tragic death. Just look at her mouth, contorted in agony, as if she were trying to scream but couldn't. As for the one below, there are marks on the cervical vertebrae. This must be Lu himself. He either took his own life or hanged himself. Have you ever pondered why such rare Western region golden silkworm silk would appear here? Fuyu's words jolted them from their reverie. Exactly, Tang San remarked, slapping his forehead. This tomb is so rudimentary, lacking even a single burial item, yet someone went to great lengths to thread golden silkworm silk through both their throats. That is exceedingly peculiar. Fuyu smiled. I believe this was precisely your father's intention. It is this aspect that intrigued him, while the golden silk is secondary. You possess insight, Bai remarked, his gaze at Fuyu causing discomfort to those around. Xiao Ning hugged her arms tightly. Tang San, learn from this. He is he, and I am I. Why should I learn from him? Tang San retorted, rarely resisting. There is something beneath. Xiao Shan's tender voice broke in. Look. Isn't there something protruding from the gaps in the bones below? She pointed to a space beneath the bones of the corpse, where remnants resembling shredded goat hide could be seen. Lei Zi exchanged glances with Xiao Shan, who prepared to pull, but Bai stopped her, saying, if you pull it like that, you might ruin the intact pieces. Instead, let us move the corpses out. Xiao Shan shot Lei Zi an accusatory look, somewhat resentful, while Lei Zi, unfazed, chuckled and hurried over to assist in lifting the two corpses out. Due to the damp environment, the corpses had significantly decayed, and as they were lifted, some putrid flesh fell away. Xiao Ning grimaced, and Tang San, quick-witted, promptly covered the decaying matter with ash. The two corpses were laid flat on the ground, appearing rather tragic, especially the female corpse. Wait, why are there no fragments of fabric? Xiao Ning turned back, realizing a critical issue. Not a single scrap of cloth could be found, neither in the coffin nor on the bones. Could it be that these two individuals were buried without any clothing? Ah, Xiao Ning, you are indeed becoming increasingly perceptive. It appears that these two individuals were interred in their coffins without even garments adorning their bodies. Bai cautiously examined the object unearthed by Xiao Shan earlier. It resembled a small booklet, remarkably intact despite being submerged in the fluids of decay for an extended period. Fuyu remarked, this has undergone some form of preservation, otherwise it would disintegrate upon contact. The others concurred. Upon opening the booklet, the strikingly bold characters revealed a list of names. These are all female appellations. Tang San observed. From the names listed, they are all girls. Ah, look. The name of the concubine, who is said to have been killed by Queen Zhao Xian, is also inscribed here. Tao Wanqing, that name is present as well. Fu Yu speculated. Could these be the concubines and palace maids who perished at the hands of Lu Chu and the queen? This suggestion invigorated the group. Indeed, it was a plausible scenario. Surely, such monstrous individuals would not maintain a record of their heinous acts, for that would be the height of depravity. It is unlikely that Lu Chu and the queen would be responsible. Xie remarked, they are exceedingly brutal. How could they think to document their murders? Moreover, this golden silkworm thread is not found in the Central Plains. It certainly appears to have been orchestrated by someone. The two bodies, devoid of any clothing, the woman having succumbed to poison and the man exhibiting signs of strangulation, suggest a deliberate act of murder. To put it simply, these two were indeed victims of foul play. Bai Yi asserted, the use of golden silkworm thread to seal their mouths posthumously resembles a ritualistic practice, ensuring they cannot speak. Not even before the king of hell, thus preventing any appeal for justice. Such practices were common in the past, silencing the deceased. Fu Yu nodded in agreement. In fact, even today, in Xiangxi, such customs persist. This couple, notorious for their malevolence during their lifetimes, surely garnered the ire of many. Lu Chu's exile indeed presents an opportune moment for retribution. The placement of this urn here bears significance. These are the palace maids and concubines they betrayed, compelled to witness their enemy's demise, yet silenced in death. Upon Xie's conclusion, the group nodded in solemn agreement, feeling a weight of oppression in their hearts. One cannot dismiss the possibility of skilled individuals from the populace intervening, such as the legendary Xin Yang, rumored to be associated with the death of Yongzheng. The number of such folk heroes is incalculable. To be frank, it is far too lenient to attribute this to the two of them. Xiao Ning expressed her disdain vehemently. Chapter 590. Organization. The golden silkworm thread from the western regions was now in their possession. They chose to disregard the two corpses and departed. Upon ascending, they realized it was merely midnight. In the mountains, nightfall conjures an atmosphere rife with spectral shadows. The wind carries myriad sounds, transforming even the most beautiful daylight scenes into something eerie and inscrutable. The night air is indeed frigid, prompting the group to hasten their pace. Suddenly, Tang San halted, whispering, the footsteps sound amiss. There is an additional presence. The last time Tang San encountered a situation of misunderstanding, he faced a yaksha. This time, he gestured towards the right side behind him, and Xiao Shan soared over. Soon, a cry of surprise echoed, indicating that Xiao Shan had subdued the person. Upon hearing the exclamation, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback and rushed over, only to find Xiao Shan triumphantly perched on the individual's abdomen, exclaiming with uncontainable joy, I've got him! I've got him! Let go, Xiao Shan, he is one of us. Recognizing the voice, Bai Yi immediately identified his master, He Baosheng. Xiao Shan paused in confusion, and He Baosheng sat up, sighing, this young lad is remarkably astute, swifter than a monkey. My old bones nearly buckled under the pressure. Master, you always appear and vanish like a wraith. How did you know we were here? Bai Yi inquired, assisting He Baosheng to his feet while reproaching him. You could at least have made a sound from behind. This has led to a significant misunderstanding. I had just approached and was about to call out. He Baosheng replied, his frustration evident. The moment I opened my mouth, you all noticed me. What was I to do? Tang San, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked. You tread so lightly, almost inaudibly, yet your ears still caught my presence. He Baosheng responded, you are the only one in this world capable of hearing my footsteps. Master, let us step outside to converse, Bai Yi suggested, aware that his master would not appear without a purpose. Very well, He Baosheng acquiesced, it is indeed quite chilly here. As they exited the mountain and returned to the inn, dawn was breaking. After changing into fresh attire, they gathered for breakfast. Upon seeing Fu Yu for the first time, He Baosheng regarded her with curiosity. Who is this young lady? Fu Yu, usually composed, flushed slightly at the attention. Observing her reaction, He Baosheng seemed to grasp the situation as he patted his disciple's shoulder. Indeed, very promising. In this sparsely populated locale, where few were about at such an early hour, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to inquire. Master, you must have come for a reason. How did you know we were there just now? Have you forgotten? We share a mutual understanding, He Baosheng replied. Locating you is no challenge for me. Do you recall what I mentioned regarding the inn organization? The last time He Baosheng spoke of this matter, it was in private. Now, he addressed everyone, and Bai Yi found it peculiar. Normally, his master preferred to keep his identity concealed, but this instance seemed different. Master, please speak plainly. Your master's current status is rather exceptional. having ascended to the organization's core. However, compared to others, my position remains somewhat modest, He Baosheng explained, gauging whether the others were aware of the existence of the Yin organization. Upon seeing Bai Yi nod, he continued, this organization comprises various extraordinary individuals, talents unheard of by ordinary folk. It operates on a hierarchy, collaborating to accomplish tasks and achieve objectives, and it includes individuals akin to yourselves. I merely wish to convey that there are few matters beyond the capacity of this organization to resolve. And what does that have to do with us? Lei Zi interjected. Furrowing his brow, it sounds impressively formidable. They have taken notice of you. He Baosheng spoke candidly. It appears they possess knowledge that surpasses my own understanding. Even about this Miss Fu Yu, whom I am seeing for the first time. To put it plainly, they hope you will join their organization. But their welcome is not entirely unconditional. This organization is rather imposing. While Bai Yi harbors immense curiosity about it, their initial display of superiority is quite off-putting. Bai Yi muttered, why should we? We have no interest in joining any organization, Master. It seems you have come to act as a mediator. He Baosheng did not anticipate encountering resistance from Bai Yi, yet he felt no embarrassment. Does he not know Bai Yi's nature? There exists an innate pride within him. Upon hearing the organization's demand, he found it overly presumptuous and was unlikely to acquiesce, which merely served to validate his initial suspicions. He Baosheng laughed heartily. I knew it would be so. Despite his swift rejection, Bai Yi remained somewhat inquisitive. Master, you previously mentioned having never even met them. Only hearing their voices and following their commands to complete designated tasks. Now, the more tasks one accomplishes, the more one gains, and naturally, one's rank ascends. He Baosheng sighed. At my age, to still hold this position within the organization, I fear I am the sole exception. Clearly, it is a gathering of exceptional individuals. Bai Yi smiled and glanced at the others. We do not require joining any organization, for we already have one of our own. Very well. I shall respond thus for the time being. He Baosheng remarked. It seems you remain quite busy. Not particularly. We have been relatively well off lately, finding some respite. Bai Yi's concern still lay with how long He Baosheng could stay. Master, how long can you be with us this time? My tasks seem to be complete. You are now my objective, He Baosheng replied. I can take this opportunity to spend some quality time with you. Bai Yi was delighted by this, as their next target was imminent, conveniently nearby. Upon hearing Bai Yi's plan, He Baosheng was eager to accompany him, for the organization had granted ample time, allowing room for a collaborative endeavor between master and disciple. Their next destination could hardly be termed a tomb raid, as the target was a certain Shi Yuzan. The map indicated this was an old residence, beneath which lay a secret passage leading directly to a concealed storage facility established by Shi Yuzan during his lifetime, containing numerous treasures. Regarding this Shi Yuzan, He Baosheng had much to say. I know this person well. In fact, I have met him. To be honest, I have even done some work on his behalf. Master, you and Shi Yuzan indeed belong to the same era, yet I have never heard you mention this before. Bai Yi inquired, puzzled. Alas, it was not a matter of great distinction. He Baosheng waved his hand dismissively. Furthermore, at that time, the world was unstable. I dare not speak of it. However, times have changed. The past is a bygone affair. At this moment, everyone remained in the inn, sipping tea and contemplating their next course of action, while listening to He Baosheng recount tales from the past. He began, you all know of Sun Dianying, the infamous tomb raider, whose infamous deeds at the tomb of Empress Dowager Cixi stirred quite a tempest in their time. Bai Yi, of course, remembered well his keen interest in the imperial tombs of the Qing dynasty, which comprised 5 sites, 3 in Liaoning province and 2 in Hebei province, specifically in Zhuanhua County and Yixian, known collectively as the Eastern and Western tombs. These tombs represented the zenith of Qing imperial grandeur, particularly during the reign of Emperor Qianlong, and Empress Dowager Cixi was among the most extravagant of the Qing rulers. Thus, these tombs, especially those of Emperor Qianlong and Empress Dowager Cixi, were adorned with countless rare treasures. Chapter 591, The Turncoat General. During the abdication of the Qing dynasty, the Eastern Tomb was not only guarded by personnel, but also maintained its administrative structure in accordance with Qing traditions, with flag soldiers and green standard troops stationed for its protection, while various institutions, such as the Ancestral Hall and the Ministry of Rites, managed all matters concerning the tombs. However, as time progressed, the Eastern Tomb gradually fell from Qing control into the hands of the Beiyang warlords. The protective ministers became mere figureheads, often absent from their posts. and rather than safeguarding the tombs, they conspired with others to sell off valuables. Consequently, the destruction of the Eastern Tomb escalated, culminating in attempts at wholesale excavation and theft for profit. He Baoxing remarked, "You are likely aware of the subsequent events, under the guise of military duty." Sun Dianying engaged in tomb raiding, and Shi Yuzan, seeing the immense fortune at stake, was tempted as well. Bai Yi began to understand. "So he sought you out, master?" "Indeed," He Baoxing replied. "I was merely an ordinary tomb raider at that time, driven by the allure of wealth." He continued, "I excavated 4 tombs for him and received a mere tenth of the spoils as my share. This man later committed an outrageous act, setting fire to the Shaolin Temple." "That man is truly deranged," Xiao Ning interjected. "Could he be compared to Sun Dianying?" "Certainly," He Baoxing affirmed. Shi Yuzan spent his life as a schemer, ever fickle. Straddling 2 boats, he repeatedly aligned himself with Feng Yuxiang, Yin Shishan, Chiang Kai-shek, Wang Jingwei, Zhang Xueliang, the Japanese, and the Chinese Communist Party, only to betray them in turn. He earned the title of Turncoat General. He added, "After collaborating with him several times, I deemed him unreliable and promptly severed our ties, each going our separate ways. Had I delayed, I might have faced dire consequences." "What became of him?" Lei Zi inquired. "He was buried alive by General Gao Shuxuan of the new 8th Army. It is said that upon learning of Gao's reluctance to attack the 8th Rout Army, he incited the Japanese to assault Gao's forces. Eventually, both men sought mediation, and Gao feigned reconciliation with Shi, sharing a room for a cordial discussion, reminiscing about the past. Shortly thereafter, a servant entered to inform Gao that his wife required his attention. Gao promptly exited the room, and suddenly, 4 guards entered the meeting chamber and seized Shi. That night, Gao commanded his soldiers to bury Shi alive by the banks of the Yellow River. He Baoxing concluded, "A life spent in betrayal and provocation ultimately led to his misfortune. How fortunate it is to have a master like you." Bai Yi remarked, "I truly have an intimate understanding of this Shi Yuzan. Working under his command, I am certain I must grasp his character thoroughly to secure my own retreat." He Baoxing added, "However, his demise was rather abrupt. Given his disposition, even his multiple wives may remain oblivious to the extent of his wealth." Tang San, "Your father indeed possesses remarkable insight, even aware of others' hidden treasures," Lei Zi praised. "Over the years, he has scoured far and wide, uncovering various treasures." Tang San inquired, "By the way, when shall we set forth?" "No need to rush, master, what do you think?" Bai Yi asked. "Tomorrow," He Baoxing replied, feeling a twinge of guilt akin to pilfering from an old acquaintance, considering his prior acquaintance with Shi Yulan. "I still have 3 days, this round trip will suffice." With unanimous agreement, they resolved to depart the following day. The so-called residence of Shi Yuzan was, in truth, his humble abode before fame graced him. The journey was tinged with trepidation, as decades had passed. Would this old dwelling still stand? Upon arrival, their worries dissipated. The place, being the former residence of a notable figure, had endured despite being partially dismantled. Following local reconstruction efforts, it now stood resplendent. The concern remained whether the artifacts Shi Yuzan had buried were still intact, given the foundation had been redone. To address this dilemma, Bai Yi and his companions surveyed the town. If any treasures had been unearthed during reconstruction, it would have certainly caused a stir. To substantiate this, Bai Yi sought out several elderly workers involved in the reconstruction, alleviating their doubts. They had found nothing amiss when the foundation was redone. This was fortuitous. Upon comparing the map left by Xianjing, they confirmed that the passage indeed lay beneath the old residence. Yet, Bai Yi found himself perplexed as to why nothing had been uncovered during the foundation work. Bai Yi approached the town officials, requesting to reside in Shi Yuzan's former home, offering a substantial sum to fund the construction of a school in the town. The adage that money can accomplish the impossible proved true once again. Thus, the 8 of them settled into Shi Yuzan's abode. The town official who liaised with Bai Yi arranged for basic necessities to be delivered and established temporary electricity. With everything in place, they took their time to explore the surroundings. As night fell, they resolved to rest and later examine the map. While they gathered to discuss, Tang San nudged Qi Xie and gestured toward the outside. Qi Xie immediately understood, stifling his breath and stealthily darting outside. He burst through the door, only to catch a fleeting shadow, not one to let an opportunity escape. Qi Xie, recognizing the nimbleness of the figure as that of a skilled practitioner, approached with caution. As the figure attempted to flee, Qi Xie prepared to deliver a swift kick to their back. only to be taken aback when the stranger abruptly pivoted, meeting him face to face. The night had grown late, and the absence of light rendered the surroundings shrouded in darkness. Xie could only rely on the breath and movements of his opponent to mount a defense or launch an attack. The opponent's agility was peculiar, their body remarkably supple, akin to that of a serpent. Each time Xie's fist neared the opponent's face, within the blink of an eye, the figure vanished before him, only to reappear from another direction. Alarm bells rang in Xie's mind, although the adversary's strikes lacked ferocity. Their evasive capabilities were extraordinary. It seemed the opponent could predict where Xie would strike next, evading with uncanny precision mere moments before the attack. The manner of evasion was bizarre, and Xie sensed a mocking smile lurking in the darkness, igniting a profound irritation within him. Was this individual toying with him? Determined, Xie resolved to take the matter seriously. Initially uncertain of his opponent's identity, he had refrained from acting rashly. However, now he felt a sense of indignity. In a contest of skill, one ought to engage openly and without reservation. As Xie focused, the opponent's smirk vanished, and they began to counterattack amid the dodging, exchanging blows with equal fervor, a perfect match of fists and feet. Despite several exchanges, neither party gained the upper hand. At that moment, Baosheng burst onto the scene, suddenly calling out, "Xie, it's a misunderstanding. This person means no harm. Cease hostilities at once." Xie and the stranger simultaneously recoiled, the latter chuckling. "How rare it is to find someone who can match me evenly. Brother you seem to be living quite leisurely." Baosheng's expression turned awkward, though the darkness concealed it well. He cleared his throat. "What brings you here? The deadline is approaching, and your absence raised concerns within the organization, prompting me to come check on you," came the nonchalant reply. "It appears there are indeed formidable individuals present. Were I in your position, I too would hesitate to depart." Xie, with a subdued tone, remarked, "Since he is a friend of Master let us converse inside." The stranger followed Xie into the room, and under the illumination of the lights, their features became clearer, eliciting quiet astonishment from all present. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Husandu. Like Husandu, he was slender, almost ethereal in appearance, and his sharply defined chin only deepened the likeness, evoking memories of Husandu. Chapter 592. Spiritual connection. This tall, gaunt figure seemed almost spectral, yet when he smiled, warmth radiated from him. "I apologize for intruding upon your gathering. Please forgive me." "Who is this?" Bai Yi inquired, perplexed, casting a questioning glance at Baosheng. Baosheng, still feeling awkward, hadn't anticipated the organization would send someone here. Despite his discomfort, he introduced the newcomer. "This individual is also a member of our organization, ranking above me. His name is Gao Yiren." Gao Yiren? The name exchanged knowing glances between Xiao Ning and Lei Zi, their eyes twinkling with mirth. Indeed, the name was fitting. Although not particularly tall, his slenderness gave the impression of greater height. Gao Yiren regarded Baosheng. "Your silence for several days caused some concern among us. What is the purpose of your visit?" Then, Baosheng turned to look at Bai Yi. The first-year student spoke bluntly. "I believe everyone has understood our intentions. To be frank, we are fully aware of your capabilities and backgrounds. Is that true?" Lei Zi grunted in response. "There are very few who know our origins in this world." "Well, allow me to enumerate," the first-year student continued. "This individual is afflicted by the everlasting goo, immortal and ageless, initially destined to transform into a malevolent corpse, yet recently managed to avert disaster and resolve his crisis. This one possesses immortal bloodlines and profound abilities, with a father of unexpected stature. And this one, a descendant of Yu Chao, boasts formidable martial prowess and astonishing longevity. This individual hails from the lineage of the Unloading Ridge Strength Master, while this one, though not an official tomb raider, possesses exceptional talent, particularly in excavation. This individual is a master of poison and now enjoys an immortal existence. Lastly, this rare talent is a product of the Earth's womb, a being shaped by the cosmos, with a body that can stretch and contract at will. Am I right or am I wrong?" As the first-year student finished speaking, Baosheng's expression shifted dramatically. He was unaware of these details. Observing Baosheng's astonished countenance, Bai Yi realized that these insights could not have been imparted by his master. Although he had shared aspects of his own situation with his master, he had not divulged anything regarding Fuyu. Yet, the first-year student had revealed this information. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, It was evident these individuals had uncovered their secrets. The pressing question was, how had they acquired such knowledge? I know you must be wondering how I came to know this, the first-year student articulated, piercing through Bai Yi's unspoken concerns. Since that is the case, let us speak candidly. Bai Yi crossed his arms. How did you come to know these matters? Because that is my ability, the first-year student replied with a smile. Every member of our organization possesses a unique talent, and mine is the ability to discern people, not through sight, but through the heart. Oh, Bai Yi began to comprehend. But you did not arrive at this conclusion just now, did you? Indeed not, the first-year student affirmed. I observed you all 2 months ago, though this young lady was only encountered today, prompting a hasty assessment. He referred to Fu Yu, who had not yet emerged from the cliff coffin 2 months prior. Thus he had not seen her, and naturally could not know her. The first-year student continued. You all fit the criteria for joining our organization and are aware of his relationship with you, which is why we decided to have he serve as a forerunner. It seems I am not even qualified to be a forerunner, he Baosheng retorted, somewhat irritated. Since you had already decided to send him, why involve me? The first-year student interjected. It is not that we lack trust in you. Rather, we recognize that you are not one to coerce others. You have never imposed on anyone, yet these individuals are rather unconventional and unfamiliar with our organization. They may not readily join merely through your persuasion. We understand you well, which is why we chose to send me on this second visit. If you misconstrue our intentions, it could lead to misunderstandings. Baosheng was left speechless, his hands raised in resignation as he shook his head. You are correct in one regard. I indeed do not coerce others, and they see no necessity to join our organization. Indeed, I have come today to elucidate the composition and significance of our organization. The rest shall be left to their discretion. Gao Yiren chuckled. I trust this does not impose upon anyone. Listening poses no harm, Bai Yi replied. Our organization is named the Inren Organization. I am certain you have heard of Inren. The popular discourse surrounding them is well known. However, to us, Inren merely signifies individuals of exceptional caliber who must conceal their identities. The term In refers solely to this concealment. Within the Inren organization, we are a collective of extraordinary talents, endowed with abilities that surpass those of ordinary individuals. For instance, I possess the ability of perception. I can sense your past through impressions, allowing me to deduce your identities and capabilities. Admittedly, this ability only scratches the surface, and I am unable to delve deeper. Compared to my companions, my skill is rather peculiar, while its practical utility is moderate. You are far too humble. Such a talent is unprecedented in my experience. Bai Yi remarked. If there are individuals in folklore capable of communicating with spirits, your ability resembles a form of communication between people. Your analogy is quite vivid. Gao Yiren responded, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it is akin to a form of communion among individuals. Each member of our organization possesses a unique ability. Our convergence serves the dual purpose of concealing our talents within the populace and pursuing a common goal, facilitating the fulfillment of personal aspirations, thereby fostering mutual benefit. In return, we must diligently contribute to the organization, completing assigned tasks. The more tasks one accomplishes, the closer one becomes to the core of the organization, potentially even ascending to a leadership role. Here, we are both competitors and allies, relying on our abilities in a spirit of fair competition. I comprehend now, Bai Yi stated. It appears that to discern the abilities of others, one must join the organization. Gao Yiren smiled. Indeed, you are astute. The intricacies within our organization are known solely to its members. By sharing this with you, I merely wish to convey our sincerity. What assistance can we offer you? How might we be of use? Lei Zi interjected. It seems peculiar. If this is a mutually beneficial organization, what advantage do we hold for you? Since you are reluctant to join, there is little more to discuss, Gao Yiren replied. I have come primarily to reconnect with you and to escort Xiong away. We have pressing matters to attend to and must depart immediately. Baosheng was taken aback. What urgent matter requires such haste? Let us discuss it en route. Gao Yiren responded. Others await us. We must leave now. A sentiment of regret lingered between Baosheng and Bai Yi, though they had enjoyed a lengthier reunion this time. Baosheng, naturally wishing for Bai Yi to join, understood that Bai Yi was resolute in his decisions. Should he choose to accept, it would be of his own volition. He stood up, saying, Since there are matters to attend to, I will take my leave now. Master, take good care, Bai Yi said. We shall have opportunities to meet again. As I watched Baosheng and the person named Gao Yiren depart, Lei Zi suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, "Oh dear! We have forgotten something important." "What is it?" Xiao Ning patted his chest, urging, "Must you be so startled? We ought to inquire why he insists on positioning the tips of his shoes inward every time he sleeps. There must be a reason behind it." Lei Zi sighed despondently. "This question has perplexed me for quite some time." Ignored by the others, Qi Xie turned to Bai Yi. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" In chapter 593, Buried Poison, Bai Yi reflected, "When my master first mentioned the existence of the Yin people, I never imagined it would be an organized group. Now, it appears that the individuals within this organization are indeed formidable. A mere encounter in the bamboo forest was enough to draw my master into their ranks. It seems my master only recently discovered the true nature of this organization, having unwittingly suffered a silent loss. However, I can assert with certainty that the longevity my master gained from joining this organization is nothing compared to what Qi Xie possesses. Truly, this organization is adept at settling accounts," Lei Zi remarked. "So cunning. I think it best we steer clear of them." "Indeed," Tang San concurred. "Xiao Shan, you must be tired. Go to sleep promptly. Tomorrow we have serious matters to attend to." Xiao Shan was already rubbing his eyes, and the discussion surrounding the Yin organization ceased as everyone retired for the night. Tang San, deeply asleep, rolled over to be stirred by strange sounds. Yet, fatigue overcame him, and he soon drifted back into slumber. When he next opened his eyes, he found Xiao Shan staring at him intently. "What is the matter?" "They ve found the passage down," Xiao Shan replied. "We're just waiting for you." Tang San quickly sprang up. "Why didn't you wake me? They said you've been sleeping poorly lately, and since you slept soundly last night, they let you rest," Xiao Shan explained earnestly. "However, they warned that if you don't get up now, you may miss your chance to continue sleeping." Xiao Shan's voice sounded somewhat peculiar that morning, and Tang San speculated that perhaps his throat was a bit hoarse. He reached out, expecting Xiao Shan to pull him up as he usually did, but found only emptiness. Xiao Shan had already turned to leave. Puzzled by Xiao Shan's unusual demeanor, Tang San hastily threw off the covers, neglecting to wash his face, and followed Xiao Shan into the courtyard. In the yard stood a withered tree, and everyone was gathered around it in excitement. What was the matter with this tree? It seemed to be the only one of its kind in the vicinity, and notably, even ants avoided it. "Look," Tang San. Bai Yi pointed to a spot about a meter away from the dead tree, where a swarm of ants hurriedly scurried past. Yet, as they approached the tree trunk, it was as though they encountered an invisible barrier, hastily veering away before continuing on their path. "So what?" Tang San, still groggy from sleep, felt somewhat bewildered. "There must be something underground that frightens them." Xiao Ning grew impatient. "Your mind is rather slow, isn't it? Fuyu has already examined this place, and it has been tampered with, containing poison. Who would be so frivolous as to bury toxins underground? Clearly, there is something amiss here. So what are you all waiting for?" Tang San inquired. Fuyu was in the process of detoxification, which required some time. Bai Yi concluded, and soon after, Fuyu nodded slightly. 5 more minutes will suffice. Everyone, prepare yourselves and return in 5 minutes. Truly, Bai Yi was adept at time management. In 5 minutes, they stood fully armed around the withered tree once again. Fuyu descended first, dipping his hand into the soil, inhaling the scent, and nodded. "It's ready." Indeed, Fuyu, who was skilled in crafting poison, was naturally knowledgeable about various toxins. Bai Yi and Xiao Ning had already begun to excavate, while Xiao Shan appeared somewhat disinterested. Tang San asked him, "What's wrong, Xiao Shan?" "Nothing," Xiao Shan replied curtly. Normally, he would have reassured them with a casual "I'm fine." But today he seemed more mature. Tang San, puzzled for a moment, was soon called over by Lei Zi. "Aren't you coming to help? Do you think you're a lady?" Tang San complied and joined in the digging. Indeed, there was something suspicious near the withered tree. They uncovered bundles wrapped in oil paper containing powder. Most of it had turned into liquid. Although the oil paper was waterproof, it had been gnawed by insects, leaving it riddled with holes, allowing the liquid to seep out and permeate the soil. Numerous insect carcasses littered the ground. No wonder the ants avoided this area. "This is arsenic," Fuyu stated, "and the dosage is quite substantial. However, this person clearly lacks knowledge of poison usage. This arsenic poses little threat to humans, as it requires ingestion to be effective. Mere contact has no significant impact." Shiryu San, being merely a soldier, was not well versed in such matters. He was primarily concerned with concealing his plundered treasures. Bai Yi urged, "Let us continue." Now that the soil layers had been excavated, they discovered a stone mound resembling a cellar entrance. built from rocks, about 2 meters deep. Bai Yi glanced back at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan. The entrance is a bit small, you go ahead. Xiao Shan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed. All right. He approached the small opening, extended his body inside, and gradually vanished from sight. After a while, the stones were cleared, and the entrance widened slightly. You can come in now. Tang San exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, noticing a hint of skepticism in Bai Yi's eyes. As Tang San looked at him, they silently communicated their understanding. Today, Xiao Shan was acting strangely. Typically, upon encountering the earlier situation, he would have withdrawn his hands and resolved matters from the outside. Yet today he chose to enter first and then address the issue, which was uncharacteristic of him. Moreover, given Xiao Shan's capabilities, there was no need for such unnecessary steps. The two reached a silent consensus to refrain from addressing it for the time being. Tang San, however, recalled the peculiar sounds he had heard the previous night, reminiscent of the wind, yet heavier. How vexing it was that he hadn't thought to investigate at that moment. Now, we have no choice but to proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time as we enter. One by one, we squeezed through, and indeed, inside was a cellar, stocked with a considerable amount of food and water, much of it canned goods. It appears our friend Yu San possessed a keen sense of foresight, especially in these times of war, preparing for his own future. Unfortunately, he did not live to see that day and was buried alive. Many of the provisions, such as rice and potatoes, had long since decayed, a peculiar odor permeating the entire cellar. Such cellars are more prevalent in the northern regions, utilizing the properties of the earth to create a waterproof, moisture-resistant, and well-ventilated space. There are even dedicated ventilation shafts, typically involving the excavation of a round or square pit underground, with depth varying according to the water table. Yu San had constructed a basic circular cellar, which, compared to ordinary ones, featured additional air holes, allowing airflow into the soil, thereby enhancing safety. However, there were no valuables as Yu San's father had mentioned. Aside from the food, nothing else of significance was visible. Bai Yi remarked, from the map, the structure here bears no resemblance to what San's father described. This should merely be an entrance. We must continue our search for the passage. Where could the passage be? Everyone began to examine the walls of the cellar, particularly Tang San, who pressed his ear against the surface, tapping with his fingers while listening intently. He soon discerned a hidden secret. This area is hollow. Bai Yi, come over here. Bai Yi confirmed his findings. It was indeed empty. Lei Zi, eager to employ a more forceful approach, was halted by Bai Yi. Surely, Yu San was not so reckless. This wall must have its own method of access. Chapter 594. The ingots. Bai Yi first explored the vicinity of the wall, but found nothing particularly revealing. As he scanned the area, he noticed an object, a stone mill. Typically, a stone mill consists of two equally sized short cylindrical stone pieces and a grinding plate, usually resting on a platform made of stone or earth. However, in this case, the grinding plate was affixed to the wall. Approaching the mill, Bai Yi peered into the crevice and discovered an iron chain embedded within the wall. A smile crept across his face as he turned to Xiao Shan. The gap is quite narrow. It seems we will need your assistance. Understood, Xiao Shan replied as he stepped forward. He examined the space between the mill and the wall, appearing somewhat troubled. Bai Yi inquired, what is the matter, Xiao Shan? You can employ your flexibility now, and with so many of us here, you're the only one capable of doing so. Tang San understood, admiring Bai Yi's insight. Now, it was up to Xiao Shan. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xiao Shan's body suddenly trembled, and Tang San felt a gust of wind brush past his ear. Glancing at Xiao Shan, he found him looking at everyone with a puzzled expression. What is wrong with you all? Exactly. This is the tone and expression we expect from you, Xiao Shan. Bai Yi sighed. First, help me pull on this iron chain. We will discuss the rest afterward. With deftness, Xiao Shan retracted his fingers and reached beneath the grinding plate, pulling forcefully, which opened a door. Bai Yi, with a bemused smile, clapped Xiao Shan on the back. Indeed, you are Xiao Shan. What do you mean? I am Xiao Shan, he replied, utterly confused. No one had informed him of the circumstances. The attention of the crowd had already been captivated by the discovered door. Behind that door lay a passageway, its floor neatly paved with green bricks. Tang San crouched low to squeeze through, only to feel a gust of wind rush past him. The sound was reminiscent of what he had heard the previous night. He shivered, a thought flitting through his mind, yet it lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. For the moment, he chose to focus on the task at hand. The passage, constructed of green bricks, stretched approximately 30 meters. Crouching caused Tang San considerable discomfort, and upon reaching the imposing door secured with a heavy lock, he immediately relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, his head resting against the cool bricks as he gasped for breath. The lock was made of steel, and behind him, Bai drew his gun, aiming directly at the keyhole and firing a shot. The sound rang out sharply, and Tang San watched as the lock clattered to the ground, now half detached. However, he felt a twinge of annoyance at Bai for firing without a warning. Even though he was crouched down, being so close warranted some forewarning. As he grumbled under his breath, he yanked the lock free and pushed the door open with a creak. Just as he was about to rise and venture inside, he heard the ominous sound of something heavy falling. He instinctively recoiled, his backside colliding with Bai, who, infuriated, slapped him several times on the rear, exclaiming, "What on earth, Tang San?" With a loud thud, a large stone plummeted down, perfectly blocking the entrance and sealing off any chance of entry. Tang San turned his head to the side, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is. Oh, my back." Just when they were on the verge of success, this unexpected turn of events had occurred. "Lei Zi, it's up to you now. Let's make this easier for ourselves." Bai shifted aside, allowing Lei Zi to crawl to the front. As Lei Zi elbowed his way forward, he cursed, "Damn it, why is Xiao Ning so stingy? Since he has gone to the trouble of building this, couldn't he have made it a bit wider? Can't he spare a few bricks?" After much effort, Lei Zi finally reached the front, calculated the amount of gunpowder needed, and kicked back a little. "You guys aren't going to let me get blown up, are you?" Tang San chuckled and quickly retreated, ensuring Lei Zi had some space to work with. Unfortunately, the cramped space made it impossible to use brute force. Otherwise, they could have simply pushed the stone aside. Seeing that the area behind him had cleared, Lei Zi took a deep breath, stepped back slightly, struck a match, and tossed it forward. With a resounding explosion, the stone shattered into several pieces, shards flying in all directions, some landing on Lei Zi's head. He cursed loudly, scrambled forward, and began to clear the debris, creating enough space for himself to crawl through. Once inside, the others eagerly followed, quickly stretching out in the newfound space. What lay within brought a sense of satisfaction to the group. Damn, Xiao Ning really did hide quite a lot here. It's a pity that neither his wife nor his concubine seems to be aware of this place. This is undoubtedly a house, constructed underground. In the past, Tang San often pondered whether the Hall of Yama was similarly built beneath the ground. In truth, it is merely another realm of existence. Upon entering, Tang San felt an uncanny resemblance. This place resembled a cozy home, far more refined than the earlier cellar and the blue brick passage. Even the walls were adorned with paintings. When Tang San voiced his thoughts, he was immediately met with by Yi's disdain. "These paintings are not ordinary artworks." What did he mean? Tang San nearly bit his tongue. "Oh, I see. These are ancient calligraphic paintings, valuable ones, am I right?" "You are quite perceptive," Bai responded. "It seems that this Xiao Ning indeed exerted considerable effort. Not to mention, the calligraphic works on the wall were all by renowned masters, and they were authentic." Bai took them down. "These two pieces. One is a work by Zhang Daqian and the other by Su Beihong. Both are esteemed modern artists whose works are exceedingly rare in the market. How Xiao Ning obtained these is uncertain. Perhaps he scavenged or received them as a gift. Regardless of their origin, they are now fortuitously ours." Lei Zi, brimming with excitement, carefully removed the paintings from the wall, rolled them up with care, and opened his backpack just enough to slide the rolled artworks inside. He then eagerly examined other items, and a few large jars caught his attention. What could be inside these? Just as Lei Zi was about to reach in, Bai startled him. "Be cautious. There might be snakes." Terrified, Lei Zi quickly withdrew his hand, noticing Bai chuckling, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. "Could you refrain from scaring me? I thought you disliked jokes." "I am not joking. I am serious. It's best to be cautious," Bai emphasized. After a careful probe, confirming the contents were neither poisonous nor alive, Lei Zi triumphantly raised an eyebrow and plunged his hand in, pulling out a substantial handful of silver dollars. "Goodness, these are silver dollars. These jars are filled with them." Lei Zi held the silver dollars in his hands, captivated, yet he noticed they were not the typical thin and pointed kind. "Why do these look a bit odd?" Bai, shaking his head in exasperation, remarked, "What you are referring to are ingots." Xiao also retrieved a handful. "Here are ingots, too. These don't have ears." There are various types of ingots. One type is officially minted and called an ingot, while those produced by private silver shops are known as round bars. And affluent families often cast their own. Additionally, there exists a type that is a solid circle with fine ring patterns on top, termed a square ingot, which is a piece of square silver with a prominent center and delicate designs, both ears being thin. What you have, Xiao Ning, is a round bar weighing 10 taels, with fine patterns, hence it's called patterned silver, Lei Zi explained. Chapter 595, Relics. You certainly possess extensive knowledge. Lei Zi chuckled and remarked. All I need to know is that these items are valuable. Xiao Ning, start packing. Take as much as you can, for these are ill-gotten gains. Curious, Fu Yu inquired. Why are there so many silver dollars hidden here? Having only spent a short time studying in that chaotic era before remaining in the Miao village and subsequently entering the cliff coffin, it was no wonder she was unaware of certain customs from that time. During that tumultuous period, with constant warfare, those in charge changed frequently, and the currency issued at the time held little value. Everyone understood that in times of chaos, gold was paramount. The wealthy hoarded gold, while ordinary families buried silver dollars. This practice of concealing silver dollars in cellars was common across households, albeit in varying quantities and methods. This was even more prevalent among country folk. The value of silver dollars remained steadfast over time, and being buried underground protected them from theft, fire, or flood. In the past, firefighting equipment was exceedingly rudimentary, often resulting in the loss of hundreds of homes, making the storage of banknotes perilous, whereas stashing silver dollars posed no such concerns. As soon as Lei Zi finished speaking, they heard Lei Zi's hearty laughter. He had discovered gold in the last vat. Lei Zi, you were right. In times of chaos, gold prevails. How could this Xiao Ning not have gold bars? Lei Zi shrugged. He appreciated Lei Zi's enthusiasm, for it was such enjoyable endeavors that compelled him to persist. He felt somewhat numb to the sight of these treasures, unless they were exceptionally rare artifacts. He continued speaking to Fu Yu. Later, before the onset of the War of Resistance, there was a period when silver dollars were nationalized and only banknotes were in circulation. However, families were still reluctant to part with their concealed silver dollars until after the victory in the war, when the paper currency collapsed, and the populace lost faith in any form of currency. Only then did they bring forth their hidden silver dollars, leading to a world dominated entirely by silver coins. It is somewhat tragic, Fu Yu observed, always with a unique perspective on matters. Indeed, I witnessed many individuals who, due to poverty, fell to the depths of selling their children just to survive. Thankfully, that era has long passed. Lei Zi replied with a smile. Isn't this a splendid new beginning? Lei Zi and his companions filled their prepared bags, prioritizing gold, followed by silver dollars and ingots. Xiao Ning cheerfully assisted him, while Xiao Ning, unable to lend a hand, accompanied Tang San to examine other items. Look at the calligraphy and paintings on the wall, and the gold and silver in the vats. How peculiar, Tang San. Why is there a Buddhist altar here? Soldiers may seek refuge in faith when facing the battlefield, Tang San remarked dismissively. However, Xiao Ning, with her keen eye, noticed something unusual. Look at the Buddha statue. Its belly is so enormous. Even if it's Mithra, that belly is excessively alarming. The entire statue is completely disproportionate. Wouldn't you agree? Tang San examined it closely and promptly concurred with Xiao Ning's assessment. Indeed, as Xiao Ning's eyes sparkled with mischief, she stepped forward to embrace the disproportionate Mithra statue, only to be swiftly halted by Tang San. My dear lady, you truly lack respect for the divine. What are you doing? I sensed an otherworldly presence within, and I decided to investigate. Fear not, for your great aunt has never held belief in deities and fears no retribution. If you are apprehensive, step aside and allow me to proceed. Xiao Ning, in her obstinacy, became a force beyond Tang San's control, compelling him to extend his arms protectively by her side, anxious lest she fall. With utmost caution, Xiao Ning cradled the statue of the Mithra Buddha, towering at the height of a 3-year-old child, and together they swayed it gently. Upon hearing a thumping sound emanating from within, Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There is indeed something inside. Xiao Ning, you are remarkable. Anything that appears unconventional leads me to believe it holds secrets. Xiao Ning, with a triumphant smile, replied, See, I was right, wasn't I? Others gathered around, and Lei Zi, a man of simplicity, grew increasingly impatient. What are you two dawdling for? If it were me, I would have smashed it open already. Upon hearing Lei Zi's remark, Xiao Ning immediately let go, and Tang San, unable to hold it alone, watched as the statue of Maitreya Buddha crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering into pieces. From within fell a string of prayer beads and a small box. Lei Zi, with a smirk, exclaimed, "Did you see that? How straightforward. These beads, by E. Take a look and see if there is anything extraordinary about them. I shall see what lies within this box." As Lei Zi opened the box, his expression shifted, and he glanced at Bai Yi, who, holding the string of beads, furrowed his brow. This is a string of hanging beads. The prayer beads we speak of are categorized into three types: the holding beads, which are used for counting in prayer, the wearing beads, which adorn the wrist or arm, and the hanging beads, which are worn around the neck. Typically, only those in monastic life, such as abbots, elders, and event hosts, are permitted to wear such beads. Lay practitioners are strictly forbidden from doing so. This particular string of beads is rare indeed. Xiao San is no monk, nor is he someone of high standing among the ordained. Yet that is of little consequence. What matters is that this hanging bead is composed of 29 emerald beads. These emeralds belong to the finest quality from Myanmar, a true gem among jadeite jewelry. This string of jadeite beads boasts a delicate texture, vibrant color, and a crystalline luster that is exceptionally clear, marking it as a superior piece. Bai Yi remarked, "I dare say this string of hanging beads could fetch enough money for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Is it truly that extravagant?" Lei Zi swallowed hard. Is it not said that monks are supposed to be detached from worldly desires? How then could there exist such a valuable string of beads? Do not forget the many devotees in the world. Among them are wealthy merchants and dignitaries. So it is not surprising for such a hanging bead to be offered to a master. I never would have expected to make such a discovery here. Sansheng, this is a magnificent gift from your father. Lei Zi, what is it that you hold in your hand? Bai Yi inquired upon noticing Lei Zi's silence as he clutched the box. Take a look for yourself. Lei Zi, surprisingly, exhibited restraint, presenting the box before Bai Yi. As Bai Yi accepted it and glanced inside, his expression changed. Is this not a relic? Indeed. It appears that during the fiery assault on the Shaolin Temple by Xiao San, numerous artifacts were taken. Other items may be touched, but the relics are precious. Lei Zi scratched his head and remarked, I have heard they possess remarkable spiritual qualities. Bai Yi gazed upon the three relics within, which are traditionally understood as the remains and gem-like manifestations left behind by Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, after his cremation. Relics are entirely distinct from ordinary human remains. Their forms are ever-changing, manifesting as circles, ovals, or even in the shape of lotus flowers, Buddhas, or bodhisattvas. Their hues vary: white, black, green, red, and all shades in between. Some resemble pearls, while others take on the appearance of agate or crystal. Some are transparent, others radiate light akin to diamonds. 2,500 years ago, upon the Buddha's parinirvana, his disciples collected from the ashes a piece of cranial bone, 2 scapulae, for teeth, a phalanx of the middle finger, and 84,000 bead-like relics. These remnants are venerated by devotees as sacred objects, sought after for worship. Scriptures state that relics are attained through the cultivation of precepts, meditation, and wisdom, supplemented by one's great aspirations, rendering them exceedingly rare and precious. Following the Buddha's parinirvana, the relics amounted to an astonishing 6 stone and 8 do at that time. 8 kings vied for portions of the Buddha's relics, each acquiring a share to return to their lands and construct pagodas for public veneration. Chapter 596. The aura of the Buddha. These 3 relics, emerald green and approximately the size of eggs, resembled precious gems. Undoubtedly the remnants of a highly enlightened monk's cremation, truly invaluable. Bai Yi inhaled deeply. Holding the relics evoked an inexplicable reverence within him, despite his skepticism towards the supernatural. In this moment, he felt a flicker of doubt. He closed the lid and shut his eyes, contemplating. Let us take them with us and discuss further outside. Indeed, Lei Zi concurred, having felt a similar sensation, which had left him momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he realized, could Sancheng's father be aware of the presence of these relics? But how did he manage to enter? The large stone at the entrance held its secrets. Bai Yi smiled wryly. Although Sancheng's father is not a treasure hunter, his genius in understanding structures and hidden mechanisms is remarkable. You must recall the tomb of Emperor Ming. He designed that as well, showcasing his extraordinary talent in architecture. Now, let us secure what we have and discuss matters outside. Sansheng and I have words to share with everyone. What words? Lei Zi exchanged glances with Bai Yi. Swallowing his question, both Bai Yi and Tang San were decidedly serious today. Once outside, as everyone gathered their belongings and sat together, the enigma was unveiled by the two. Tang San recounted the strange noises he had heard the previous night and the peculiar happenings of the day. With Bai Yi corroborating his account, listening intently, Xiao Shan found himself growing increasingly bewildered. I have no recollection of what you are describing. Did you not sense anything amiss? Xiao Ning, startled, quickly inquired of Xiao Shan. Last night, I fell asleep, and when I awoke today, I found myself down here. Xiao Shan's words elicited a disdainful glance from Lei Zi. Xiao Shan, given the peculiarity of this situation, why do you remain silent? Xiao Shan, with a troubled expression, replied, I didn't perceive anything amiss. I merely thought I was unable to recall what transpired. Is it that you cannot remember anything in between? Tang San inquired. Last night, did you experience anything unusual? Last night, I felt cold, Xiao Shan responded. I am typically not one to fear the chill, yet at midnight, I felt an overwhelming coldness enveloping me. However, I could not open my eyes at that moment and eventually drifted into sleep. When I awoke, I found myself downstairs. Bai Yi remarked, this situation bears resemblance to a peculiar individual my father once mentioned. He suspected that this person could possess others. Unfortunately, we only encountered him once and never saw him again. Xiao Shan's condition seems akin to possession. Furthermore, as Xiao Shan returned to himself, I felt a gust of wind, reminiscent of last night's sensations. Could it be that we are being targeted by that strange individual? That is a possibility, Bai Yi concurred. What I propose is to abandon our current plans and return home for the time being. For now, we should refrain from acting independently. If Xiao Shan truly has been possessed, such a scenario is profoundly alarming. Agreed, the others replied in unison. This journey proved to be immensely worthwhile. However, Bai Yi had different intentions regarding the relic. In this profession, certain items are best left untouched. The gem-like relic was a rare treasure, and upon returning to Beijing, Bai Yi conferred with his companions and arranged for it to be donated to the Buddhist Association, of course, anonymously. Although Lei Zi was avaricious, he inexplicably felt a sense of reverence towards the relic, entirely devoid of any thoughts of exploiting it for profit. Moreover, there was that string of valuable jade beads, which was peculiar, as both items were associated with Buddhism, yet the beads lacked the same profound impact. Upon returning home and donating the relic to the Buddhist Association, Bai Yi busied himself with the private collection of Yu San. When he arrived at Uncle Hong's residence, he encountered Yu Xiaoru. Indeed, Uncle Hong mentioned that someone had taken over his work, and Bai Yi immediately thought of Yu Xiaoru, as she was the most suitable candidate. Having followed Uncle Hong closely, her situation reminded Bai Yi of Xie Fangfei and Jiu Yi, who had shared a similar dynamic in the past. Brother Bai, Yu Xiaoru seemed considerably more relaxed today. She often exuded an air of nonchalance, a rather unsuitable description for a young woman. However, Yu Xiaoru had grown up amidst the underbelly of society, and thus carried a certain rebellious charm. After some time apart, her demeanor had softened considerably, reflecting more of a young lady's essence. Indeed, this is much better. It is far preferable to lingering in my antique shop, Bai Yi chuckled. I must thank Uncle Hong, Yu Xiaoru remarked, her tone noticeably sweeter. During this time with him, I have gained considerable insight. You all have certainly amassed quite a bounty this time, Uncle Hong sighed. In the past year, it seems you have been exceptionally fortunate, each endeavor yielding remarkable results. Merely good luck, Bai Yi chuckled. We owe much to your years of guidance. The conversation bore a tone reminiscent of farewell. As Uncle Hong remarked, what troubles you today? You seem deeply preoccupied. Perhaps you are simply fatigued? Bai Yi stretched his arm and inquired, Uncle Hong, are you truly considering retirement? Recently, Xiaoru has accompanied me and familiarized herself with these channels. She has also grown accustomed to the faces involved. If I keep an eye on her for a while longer, I shall withdraw completely. My age does not allow me the luxury of continuing to strive as you do. Uncle Hong placed the gold ingots back down, stating, as per our customary practice, I shall first melt these down before handling them to avoid complications. That would be most appreciated, Bai Yi responded, assisting Uncle Hong in securing the silver dollars. He casually asked, how has Master Zhou been of late? Uncle Hong's brow furrowed. It is indeed peculiar. I have not heard from Miss Fang Fei in quite some time. Many who sought her have reported a sudden silence, which is rather unusual. I even sent Xiao Ru to check on her, but there was no one home, and the situation remains unclear. A weight settled in Bai Yi's heart. Could there be trouble on this front as well? He turned to Xiao Ru and asked, Miss Xiao Ru, are you well acquainted with Xie Fang Fei? We were merely acquaintances before, but since I planned to take over Uncle Hong's responsibilities, we have grown closer. She is quite pleasant and easier to deal with than I had anticipated, Xiao Ru replied. Last time, when Uncle Hong asked me to find her, I went to her house, but indeed, there was no one there. I even peered inside. The windows were shut tight, and the door was locked from the outside as if she had stepped out. There was not a sound within, so she must not have been home. Though the door being locked from the outside seemed innocuous, Bai felt uneasy. After finishing his conversation with Uncle Hong, he drove directly to Xie Fong Fei's residence. As expected, the door was locked. Bai parked the car and scaled the wall, entering the yard. The windows were sealed securely. A sense of hesitation washed over him. Could she truly be out? And what of Lao San? Bai gently tapped on the window, initially intending to call out Xie Fong Fei's name, but swiftly altered his approach, asking, "Is anyone there?" Silence greeted him. As he prepared to leave, a gust of wind stirred, and he heard a rustling sound. Turning, he peered through the window, but the darkness inside obscured any view. This was odd. The last time he visited, the windows had not been like this. His instincts grew stronger, and he searched the surroundings for corroborating evidence. As he circled to the back of the house, he noticed a pile of black ash amid the flower beds. Crouching down, he picked up a small pinch and inhaled. It bore the scent of talisman paper. Even in Lei Zi's absence, Bai could draw a conclusion from this aroma. Chapter 597. Not Human Xie Fong Fei. Having studied abroad, why would she be burning talisman paper here? The thought of talisman paper led him to recall someone. You Bai? Returning to the window, he attempted to elicit a response several times, yet met with no reply. Finally, yielding to despair, he drove back to seek out Tang San, bringing with him a sample of the talisman paper ash. Upon entering, Bai said nothing, merely placing the ash beneath Tang San's nose. Do you recognize this scent? Is it not talisman paper? Indeed, came the reply. Tang San was somewhat perplexed. Where did you get this? The ashes from the talisman paper cannot just be brought back home. An unexpected situation arose. Bai let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Xie Fong Fei and Lao San have encountered a problem. I'm not entirely sure. I was contemplating that neither of them understands talismans, and among their acquaintances, you are absent. Therefore, the only person capable of such a thing must be you Bai. Tang San replied. Last time in the underground palace, both Lao San and Xie Fong Fei recognized him. Indeed, Bai affirmed. We need to seek out you Bai. Leaving the others behind, Bai pulled Tang San along to find you Bai. At that moment, the university had commenced its academic year, and Lu Zhishi was now studying at this prestigious institution renowned across the nation. Tang San initially pondered whether he might coincidentally encounter him, and to his surprise, his wish came true. On their way to Yu Bai's dormitory, they fortuitously ran into Lu Zhishi, who was carrying a lunchbox. Having cut his hair, he appeared even more spirited. Upon spotting Tang San and Bai, Lu Zhishi nearly jumped with excitement, rushing toward Bai. Brother Bai, Tang San, what brings you here? You call him brother and refer to me by my name. It feels rather disrespectful, Tang San remarked, somewhat irked. I apologize, Lu Zhishi quickly conceded, his demeanor unchanged. Are you here to see me? Bai and Tang San instantly felt a twinge of guilt. Tang San stammered. Actually, we are looking for a teacher. I'm not sure if you know him, but his name is Bai. Ah. Lu Zhishi's expression was one of surprise. You know him too? He is quite famous at our school. No, he is extremely famous. As soon as I entered, I heard all the female students discussing him. Goodness, I just saw him earlier. He was in the cafeteria just as I was leaving. Very well, let us find him first, and then we shall return to you, Bai stated. Which dormitory do you reside in? Lu Zhishi provided them with his dormitory number, and the two promptly dashed towards the cafeteria. Sure enough, Yu Bai was there dining, surrounded by numerous female students who were pointing and whispering about him. Yu Bai seemed to revel in this attention, utterly unperturbed, taking delicate bites of his food with remarkable grace. Tang San plopped down directly across from Yu Bai, startling him and causing a few grains of rice to spill from his spoon, which irked Yu Bai immensely. He slammed his spoon on the table. What the hell? Why scare me like that? Even when displeased, Yu Bai's tone remained gentle, eliciting heart flutters from the nearby female students. Tang San sighed in resignation, realizing that Yu Bai was someone who preferred a softer approach. Have you eaten enough? Not before, but I am now, Yu Bai replied, lifting his lunchbox. Let us go? Seeing this, Tang San felt a sense of understanding and ceased his inquiries as he and Bai followed him to his dormitory. The three of them exchanged not a single word. Once inside Yubai's dorm, he promptly shut the door, his tone tinged with reproach. Where have you been? Why are you only returning now? Bai discerned from his words that matters had indeed escalated. What had transpired? Had Yubai, Xiefengfei, and the third brother encountered trouble? Tang San inquired with urgency. Yubai let out a cold snort. Had they not sought me out in time, they would undoubtedly be in peril now. However, fortune favored them. You were absent, and they fortuitously thought of me, thus securing their temporary safety. Did you confine them inside? Bai asked, noting that the windows were entirely sealed and remnants of burnt talisman papers were scattered outside. Indeed, Yubai replied. I have temporarily sealed them within to prevent malevolent energies from infiltrating. Although they are inside, they cannot hear or see anything from the outside. Even if you were to break down the door, they would remain oblivious. Soon, we shall go together. Your return has bolstered my confidence. Bolstered your confidence? Tang San thought, surprised by Yubai's admission of uncertainty, suggesting that events had unfolded beyond his expectations. He glanced at Yubai, whose expression was grave. Yubai, I must concede that this world harbors too many extraordinary individuals. I have previously been too narrow-minded. This time, we are genuinely facing formidable adversaries. Speak plainly. Tang San urged, increasingly anxious. Are you intent on driving us to desperation? What transpired with Xiefengfei and the third brother in our absence? Let us go? Yubai responded. I shall take you to see them. What a waste of time. What are we waiting for? Let us move. Bai exclaimed, pushing the door open. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have permitted Yubai to return to the dormitory. He would have dragged him straight out of the school. As they exited, he remembered his promise to find Lu Zixi and did not wish to disappoint him. He diverted to Lu Zixi's dormitory, introducing him to Yubai and requesting that he look out for him in the future. Lu Zixi was elated, feeling as though he now had a protector at school. Yet, as he watched their departing figures, a sense of loneliness washed over him. He clenched his fists, determined to forge a name for himself in the field of archaeology, hoping to collaborate with them in the future. Meanwhile, Bai and the others drove once more to Xiefengfei's residence. Yubai produced the key and unlocked the door, prompting surprise from Tang San. Xiefengfei actually entrusted you with her key? They have placed their lives in my hands. A mere key is inconsequential. Yubai replied as he opened the door. Approaching the entrance, he returned the key to his pocket, muttering incantations under his breath while tracing a peculiar shape in the air with his fingers. Tang San recognized this as a form of Maoshan technique, akin to creating a barrier. Entering the barrier necessitated its opening. Upon completing his ritual, Yubai merely pushed the door, which swung open to reveal Xiefengfei and the third brother seated closely together, surprisingly asleep. Yubai urged them, hurry inside. Do not give that entity an opportunity. The two hastily entered and shut the door. Observing the weary appearance of Xiefengfei and the third brother, they felt a pang of sympathy. Yubai tapped the third brother, awaken. The third brother jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open to see the three of them. And he felt a wave of relief. So it is you who have come. Xiefengfei also awakened, and upon seeing Bai, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Tang San inquired, what on earth is happening? It's him, Lao San replied. I can sense his presence. He has come for me. He knows I am alive and has returned. It is he who has been manipulating us all along. He is not merely a man. Chapter 598. Spiritual power. Lao San was at a loss for words, and Bai, with a firm pat on his back, brought him back to clarity. Now, start from the beginning and recount everything that has transpired, he commanded. The events commenced one fateful night, a detail that piqued Tang San's interest, as the transformation of Xiao Shan had also begun during the night, albeit under different circumstances. Indeed, Lao San had experienced a change, beginning with the emblem of the golden eagle token upon his hand. One night, to his astonishment, the mark began to move. Initially, he thought it was a trick of the light, or perhaps due to the dimness of the surroundings. He had been residing in the cellar beneath Jiu Ye's room, which, despite its nature, was well furnished and equipped with electricity, thanks to Jiu Ye's kindness. Lao San rose to turn on the light, extending his arm beneath its glow, focused intently on the mark, which was indeed in motion. A chill ran down his spine as he gasped in disbelief, covering the mark with his hand, his heart racing uncontrollably with inexplicable terror. He felt an urgent need to escape the solitude of the cellar, yearning to find Xiefengfei. Just as his head emerged from the cellar, a cold breeze swept through. Fengfei, are you there? He called out, his voice echoing with urgency. Though a Mongolian by heritage, ruggedness coursing through his veins. The fear he felt now rendered him vulnerable. He sensed danger lurking. Xie Fangfei rushed through the door. Lao San. Her voice, too, was laced with panic. In that moment, Lao San forgot his own fears and climbed out of the cellar, where Xie Fangfei leapt into his embrace. His heart raced at her touch, but her next words banished any lingering warmth. Someone was just touching me. Lao San's anger flared. Who dared to lay a hand on Xie Fangfei, the woman he vowed to protect with his life? He completely forgot the peculiarity of the mark on his body and held her tightly. Stay here. I will go investigate. As he released her, Xie Fangfei grasped his arm. No, I must accompany you. I am afraid to be alone. Before they ventured out, Xie Fangfei retrieved a gun from the drawer, positioning herself behind Lao San. They illuminated all the lights, using their radiance to dispel the encroaching dread. Entering her room, Lao San lifted the covers. Confusion etched on his face as he glanced at her. I did that myself, she clarified. Lao San turned his gaze to the window by the bed, where Xie Fangfei approached. I locked it securely before going to sleep, she affirmed, a shiver coursing through her. There is no sign of a break-in. At present, there exists a circular hole atop the window frame, resembling a mark left by a bullet's swift passage. Xie Fangfei gazed at the gun in her hand with unwavering certainty. It was not a bullet wound. Had it been a bullet, the rapid friction would have scorched the wooden frame, leaving it charred. Yet, Xie Fangfei found herself at a loss for words. An unsettling feeling enveloped her. Her thoughts immediately drifted to Bai Yi and Tang San. Yes, Tang San. That person possessed a remarkable knack for addressing such inexplicable matters. She promptly dialed Bai Yi, only to be met with the sound of an unanswered ring, its hope gradually waning. With a sense of resignation, she hung up. They were evidently not present. Seemingly out on another errand. Xie Fangfei had not heard Lao San's response. Upon turning around, she discovered that Lao San, who had been by her side moments earlier, had vanished. Lowering her gaze, she spotted him crouched on the ground, his head bowed, hands pressed against the earth, his nails clawing at the ground. What is the matter? Xie Fangfei inquired anxiously as she moved to assist him. Lao San's hoarse voice pierced the air. Do not touch me. His tone was stern, a sharp departure from the way he typically spoke to her. Suddenly, Lao San raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes, crimson and wild. He cast a glance at Xie Fangfei, then abruptly reached for the mark on his wrist, his nails digging into the flesh, blood erupting forth. Startled and frightened, Xie Fangfei gripped her gun and stepped forward. Lao San immediately looked up, his blood-red gaze unsettling her. What must I do to assist you? Stand there and do not move, Lao San managed to utter. His grip tightening. Blood soaked the skull motif, staining the moon a deep red. Soon, both the moon and the skull became indistinct, flesh rising to the surface. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xie Fangfei turned her head away and took a deep breath. Finally, Lao San's eyes returned to normal. Though blood continued to flow from his wrist, his face paling considerably. Witnessing this, Xie Fangfei hastily tended to his wound. Have you lost your mind? Her stern admonishment, however, brought Lao San a sense of comfort. I am fine now, just what? Xie Fangfei pressed. We must seek assistance. We evaded it today. But if I have a feeling, that strange entity will return. Lao San was uncertain of the nature of today's anomaly, yet he worried not for himself, but for Xie Fangfei's safety. Tang San is absent, and while we sense something amiss, we cannot pinpoint the source. Having regained her composure, Xie Fangfei waved her hands. Wait. There is one more person. I recall the individual who accompanied Tang San to the underground palace last time. His name is Yu Bai? Lao San exclaimed. But we have no idea where he is. Xie Fangfei chuckled. Have you forgotten what I do? When they finally located Yu Bai, he was initially reluctant to come. Tang San lightly touched Yu Bai and quietly inquired, why have you returned? Yu Bai cast a subtle glare at Tang San, deftly sidestepping the question. Tang San understood that Yu Bai had an affinity for beauty, and this extended to people as well. Although they were not particularly acquainted, he felt that Xie Fangfei's charm might compel her to extend an invitation, which Yu Bai reluctantly accepted. However, once he arrived, his interest was thoroughly piqued as he discovered that someone had indeed intruded. It wasn't in a physical sense, but rather as an ethereal presence. The circular hole in the window frame was a manifestation of this energy. Inside the room, Yu Bai burned mugwort, and as the smoke billowed, the traces left by that energy were fully unveiled, visible even to Xie Fangfei and Lao San. Lao San, rendered speechless, inquired, what is this? An intruder? Yu Bai replied, his expression grave. I cannot yet discern the nature of this energy, but it possesses formidable power and is highly aggressive. How did you come to encounter such a force? Lao San contemplatively raised his wrist, where the mark had vanished, now wrapped in thick bandages. It might have been directed at me. That is uncertain. Observe the traces of energy. They are more pronounced in Xie Fangfei's room, Yubai noted. Yet the impact on Lao San appears to be more significant, which truly perplexes me. Recalling the sensation of a hand caressing her that night, Xie Fangfei shuddered. Lao San pondered aloud. Could it be connected to him? Who? Yubai asked, only to immediately slap his forehead, exclaiming, I've just realized. In the underground palace, there was indeed someone controlling the members of your organization from behind the scenes. Could it be him? Chapter 599, Yuan Meng. Yes. Lao San urged Yubai to examine his wrist. My mark seemed to come alive, establishing a connection. It is entirely plausible that it relates to him. Yubai stroked his chin, his profile taking on an even more exquisite form. What concerns me is the possibility of his return. Therefore, for the time being, you must remain indoors. I will seal this place for you. When I say seal, I do not merely mean locking the doors. You must comprehend the gravity of my words. Both Lao San and Xie Fangfei understood completely. Thus, they prepared provisions of food and water within the confines of the room, remaining within for several days without stepping outside. The strange energy did not return, though one night. The windows rattled violently as if the wind were battering against them, fierce yet ultimately succumbing to silence. Tang San surveyed the room and remarked, My father once encountered a peculiar individual, one who was in a state of possession, imbued with potent energy. He remarked that this phenomenon bore some resemblance to Qing Wan, albeit with greater freedom than her primordial spirit. He suspected that an entity might have lost its physical form while retaining its spirit, capable of attaching itself to suitable hosts. He has long been apprehensive that should he ever cross paths with such a being, he would be ill-equipped to confront it. Congratulations, Yubai replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm. It seems you have indeed encountered it. Now that is troublesome. Bai had already grown accustomed to Yubai's peculiar style and was not particularly vexed by it. If this individual truly possessed a more liberated primordial spirit than Qing Wan and was indeed the clandestine puppeteer behind the Jin Ling organization, there must be a reason for his presence here, particularly in relation to the third. However, what of Fang Fei? Why did he linger in her chamber? Xie Fangfei had previously felt violated within the subterranean palace, a matter she had confided solely to Xiao Ning. Hearing Bai Yi's words now brought her solace, for she understood that Xiao Ning had not disseminated this incident, not even to Tang San. Her affection for Xiao Ning deepened as a result. At that moment, upon hearing Bai Yi's inquiry, Xie Fangfei found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, her teeth biting into her lip. Bai Yi had already sensed her discomfort. His intuition piqued, yet he refrained from pressing further. The voice of the third interjected, If this is the case, it would elucidate the unusual fluctuations of the mark upon my hand. This person is manipulating us into conflict with the Xiaoling warriors. The matter traces back to the Yuan Meng period. Only then can we grasp his existence and the reason for his relentless pursuit of us. The third was correct. Yubai remarked, Tang San, I must involve myself in this matter. Your curiosity has piqued my own, and I seek clarity as well. Fortunately, you have returned. Otherwise, I would be uncertain how long the protection I set could endure. The situation relates to the Jin Ling, which inevitably involves Lei Zi. The clues left by Qi Feng regarding Genghis Khan reside with the descendants of the Xiaoling warriors, among whom Lei Zi is included. This matter cannot be overlooked. With this individual, the existence of the Jin Ling is warranted. Bai Yi inquired, Do you know when the Jin Ling was established? Let us begin here and later consult with Lei Zi to amalgamate our findings. My father once mentioned that the earliest iteration of the Jin Ling emerged during the reign of Genghis Khan, then passed down through generations. The third explained, initially, it existed merely to protect Genghis Khan, akin to the personal guards of the emperor in the Central Plains. Occasionally, at Genghis Khan's behest, they ventured into covert assassination missions, reminiscent of the Dong and Xiong agencies during the Ming dynasty. So, was there a shift in nature that rendered it so extreme after Genghis Khan's death? Bai Yi inquired. The precise timeline eludes me, the third admitted. Our family has been part of the Jin Ling for generations, and some information has been handed down. After the Khan's demise, his burial site was shrouded in secrecy. Ironically, The very organization meant to be his closest protectors was commanded not to interfere with the burial proceedings. According to my ancestors, all who participated met with suicide. Those who wished to survive were also slain. The third pondered briefly. I suspect two possibilities. One is that the Khan deliberately preserved this organization. After all, those involved in the aftermath could only meet one fate, death. The second is that the Xiao Ning understood the consequences of involvement and thus sought to evade the matter altogether. Indeed, that reasoning holds merit. Bai Yi regarded the third with newfound respect. However, there is one aspect I do not comprehend. The third continued. In my youth, I once posed this question to my father, but regrettably, he could not provide a satisfactory answer. If the Xiao Ning truly remained loyal to the Khan, why would they avoid his posthumous affairs? In the era of our ancestors, the expressions of loyalty were rather limited, leading me to ponder the possibility that their non-participation was indeed a decree from the Khan. It appears that the legacy of the Golden Eagle Order has been passed down through generations, rooted in the fact that those closest to Genghis Khan did not partake in the burial affairs, thus preserving it and giving rise to the subsequent animosities with the unloading mountain warriors. Bai Yi remarked, "It seems that the secrets of the Golden Eagle Order we seek are inextricably linked to Genghis Khan. What shall we do now?" Tang San expressed his concerns. "That individual will surely not spare the third." Yu Bai interjected, "If you trust me, I would like to take on this responsibility and uncover the truth of the matter. I shall remain here." Tang San felt a twinge of apprehension. He was well aware of Yu Bai's competitive nature. Yet, this round of adversaries was no trivial matter. Noticing Tang San's expression, Yu Bai grew displeased. "What do you mean by that expression, Tang San? Do you doubt my capabilities?" There was indeed a flicker of doubt in Tang San's silence, as he observed Yu Bai's lips slightly pouting, a clear indication of his displeasure. Yu Bai's anger was not to be taken lightly. He typically only allowed himself to be angry once a year, and it seemed this year, the burden fell upon himself. "Very well, do exercise caution," Tang San acknowledged, realizing that further discussion was futile as he had made up his mind. Upon hearing that Yu Bai was willing to protect them, the third and Xie Fei exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief, particularly Xie Fei. Despite her competence, she remained a woman, and the thought of being touched by an unknown entity at night sent shivers down her spine. "That is wonderful, Bai Yi. You should not linger here. Depart swiftly." Agreed. Bai Yi had no intention of staying long and quickly took his leave with Tang San, leaving Yu Bai behind. Once in the vehicle, Bai Yi started the engine. "Now you may speak, Tang San." Tang San was taken aback. "How did you know?" "You are unable to conceal your thoughts. Your emotions are always evident upon your face. In the room earlier, you were deeply furrowed and reluctant to speak. Was it because of Yu Bai?" "You've guessed correctly. I have several suspicions," Tang San replied. "To pierce through the tangible with spiritual power is beyond the capabilities of ordinary abilities. The protective measures set by Yu Bai would be insufficient against such forces. While I cannot dispute Yu Bai's high character, when he becomes angered, he is utterly formidable. If I reveal this, he might withdraw his assistance. Having another ally is always beneficial. Thus, it implies that if he truly wished to breach this, he could do so at will. He merely chooses not to." Bai Yi felt a chill of fear. "But why does he not wish to?" Tang San sighed. "That remains a question." Moreover, Bai Yi continued, "You must have noticed that this spiritual force seems to be more concerned with Xie Fei. It lingered longer in her room. Why is that?" "Indeed. Yu Bai had also observed this previously," came the acknowledgement. Tang San nodded, expressing his profound confusion regarding the matter at hand. Why, he wondered. Was Xie Fei completely an outsider in this situation? Though she might possess information about the treasure hunters, she certainly lacked any knowledge regarding the unloading mountain warriors. "Indeed," Bai Yi remarked, "I have a persistent feeling that she is concealing something from us. Given her character, her choice to remain silent must be significantly related to her own circumstances. Furthermore, Old 3, Tang San added, my father had previously warned me that the emergence of Old 3 was rather suspicious and advised me to remain vigilant. At the time, I dismissed his words. But now I find myself harboring a modicum of doubt. What are your suspicions?" Bai Yi had not considered this aspect. "Old 3's resurrection," Tang San continued, "has gone unverified by anyone, has it not? The only parties involved were those from the Golden Eagle Order, himself, and Jiu Yi. However, apart from Old 3, the rest have perished, leaving his account as the sole narrative of the events." Bai Yi furrowed his brow. realizing with surprise that Tang San was indeed maturing, a testament to the undeniable strength of his lineage. Moreover, regarding the matter of the mark being moved, given that person's spiritual energy, it would have been a trivial task to attach it to him. Tang San pondered aloud. Why did that individual hastily depart, granting them the chance to seek external assistance? Why would they choose to obliterate the mark? Old 3 had not mentioned this earlier. It would be prudent to inquire about his motivations for destroying the mark at a later opportunity. Bai Yi's heart began to sink, as he sensed an invisible net slowly encroaching upon them, intangible and silent, yet drawing nearer. Upon returning home, the two wore troubled expressions, prompting Fu Yu to immediately inquire, "What transpired today? You left in haste, yet now your faces look so grim." "It's a long story. Where's Lei Zi?" Bai Yi asked. Lei Zi and Xiao Shan went to school to meet a friend. Fu Yu had never met Lu Zixi, only hearing of this individual through their conversations, and found the name difficult to remember. Did we not agree to avoid unnecessary outings during this period? Bai Yi's frustration flared suddenly. Fu Yu merely smiled gently, maintaining her gaze on him, her smile akin to a gentle breeze that effortlessly calmed Bai Yi. "I apologize. I may have been a tad too anxious." Xie suggested, "I shall fetch them back." "That would be prudent," Tang San concurred, urging a swift return as the situation may prove troublesome. Upon hearing this, Xie strode purposefully toward the door. Just as he reached it, he heard the laughter of Lei Zi and Xiao Shan, causing him to frown slightly before summoning them back. Upon their return, the trio noticed an unusual silence in the home. Their footsteps echoed ominously. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lei Zi attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh. "What's wrong? Why do you all look like this?" "Lei Zi, how much do you know about Qi Feng and the incident involving the unloading mountain warrior's destruction of Genghis Khan's side tomb?" Bai Yi spoke in a serious tone. "You must reveal everything you know." "Goodness, why are you all acting like this? Did something happen that I should be aware of?" Lei Zi's heart raced with trepidation, having just enjoyed a few peaceful days, only to find himself entangled once again with the Golden Eagle Order. Tang San sighed and recounted in detail the events that had transpired between Lao San and Xie Fangfei. As Lei Zi listened, he felt an increasing chill at the back of his head, his heart weighed down as if burdened by countless refuse. This was truly dreadful. When Lei Zi finally spoke, his words were disjointed. "So, what is the current situation?" "Nothing can be done, for we do not know who our adversary is," Bai Yi responded. Xiao Ning sat quietly beside Fu Yu. Upon hearing that a hand was caressing Xie Fangfei's body, she felt an overwhelming urge to reveal the secret she held about Fangfei. However, reason prevailed over impulse. She was not directly involved and had no right to disclose her matters. Since Fangfei had not yet spoken, it seemed she had yet to confront her own issues, so it was best to wait until she chose to share. Furrowing his brow, Lei Zi remarked, "I have always been curious about how Senior Qi Feng transmitted his secrets, yet I have never heard anyone mention it. The Golden Eagle Order has pursued us for years. Could it be that those who learned the secret have already perished at their hands? That would be even worse. We would be bearing a false accusation." Tang San interjected. "What else is there?" Bai Yi asked, withholding his opinion and continuing to probe Lei Zi. Ruffling his hair, Lei Zi replied, "What I know you are already aware of. We seldom gather together, but in my youth, I spent a great deal of time with my master." "Why is that?" Fu Yu asked gently. "Though you are not permitted to live in pairs, you have a senior brother and a master. Is this the case for others as well?" Lei Zi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his master had always emphasized that disciples should not cohabit. Yet why did he have both a master and a senior brother? Lei Zi opened his mouth to argue. "But we have no master. How did we learn these techniques?" Fu Yu was at a loss for words, looking helplessly at Bai Yi for assistance. After Lei Zi finished speaking, he too fell into a contemplative silence, sensing that something was amiss. For 14 years, he had addressed his master as such, yet he had no recollection of ever being taken into the field or taught directly. Where, then, had his abilities originated? The latent strength and keen instincts, where had they come from? Observing Lei Zi's sudden expression of confusion as he cradled his head, Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Tang San. No one inquired about Lei Zi's distress, allowing him to remain in his thoughts. After an indeterminate period, Lei Zi slowly rose and approached Xie. "Do you remember when my senior brother once sealed my acupoints and unleashed my power?" "I remember," Xie replied tersely. "You understand acupoints. Help me release them," Lei Zi urged. Xie hesitated. "I know where the acupoints are, but I do not dare to proceed. I lack confidence." "Once," Lei Zi had unsealed his latent powers, but only under exceptional circumstances within the tomb of the Yellow Turbans. He had no choice but to harness his abilities to unlock the door, only to have his master promptly seal them again. It was during that singular moment that Lei Zi felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. His master had warned him that such power should not be awakened lightly, for it could lead to dire consequences. Upon reflection, he realized that his senior brother had never exhibited such capabilities. Could it be that this extraordinary gift belonged solely to him? I know someone who can accomplish this. Bai remarked. Xie is well versed in acupoints, and there is a skilled practitioner who knows precisely how to proceed. Fortunately, we need not search far for her. She is readily available. Chapter 601. The palm print that individual was Yu Xiaoru, and Xiao Ning immediately thought, it's her. Yu Xiaoru had been eagerly anticipating a meeting with Xie. Upon seeing Xie accompany Lei Zi, her usual carefree demeanor was replaced with a touch of feminine grace. Uncle Hong cheerfully welcomed everyone. These two young brothers seldom visit. What brings you here today? We have come to seek Miss Yu. Xie replied politely. My brother wishes to request her assistance with acupuncture. Is he unwell? Yu Xiaoru inquired. What ailment does he have that he doesn't consult a physician? Her words momentarily perplexed Lei Zi, who extended his hand, saying, just a few needles will suffice. Xie knows the precise locations of all the acupoints. He will apply the needles where necessary and refrain from those that are not. Indeed, Miss Yu, I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Xie added. After Xie spoke, Yu Xiaoru smiled slightly, then turned to retrieve her needle case. Lei Zi asked Uncle Hong, Isn't this girl a disciple of Yu Kuaishou? How does she also understand the intricacies of the meridians? That is naturally due to her masteress knowledge. Without an understanding of the meridians, how could her hands be so swift? Uncle Hong explained. As the two pondered this, Yu Xiaoru emerged, deftly placing her needle case on the stone table and inviting Lei Zi to sit. Xie stood beside her as she extracted a needle. Which acupoint shall I target? Inform me, and I shall proceed directly. However, let me clarify, I will follow your instructions precisely. If there is an error and something goes awry, I will not be held accountable. Let us proceed, Lei Zi replied dismissively. I noticed your skill when you treated Xiao Ning. Your technique was quite profound. Speak up, Yu Xiaoru urged. When Zhu Xin had previously applied needles to Lei Zi, Xie had observed closely and memorized the technique. He never anticipated that this day would come in handy. Begin with Xiao Fu, followed by Yu Ji, then Shun Min, and He Gu. The sequence must be adhered to. Miss Yu, I apologize for the trouble. Yu Xiaoru attentively remembered the sequence and efficiently applied the needles in turn. Lei Zi felt a tingling in his palms, but nothing more. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Xiaoru admonished, do not speak, it will disrupt your energy. Her tone was stern, and Lei Zi dared not move, promptly closing his mouth. Xie chuckled. They had never thought to use this tactic to keep Lei Zi quiet, who was typically quite talkative. Yu Xiaoru deftly completed the task, yet she remained oblivious to the purpose of the several needles she had inserted. You are quite peculiar. I have never heard that such acupuncture techniques could cure ailments. While you may not fear the needles, I am genuinely concerned that I might inadvertently harm someone. Now, while you are still lively, do hasten to leave our courtyard. I would not want any misfortune to befall you under my or Uncle Hong's watch. The young girl, Lei Zi, felt invigorated, significantly more at ease than usual, and his tongue loosened. I must say, you possess a rather pleasing appearance. Yet why does your speech strike us like daggers? Yu Xiaoru shot him a glare and turned away, while Xie expressed his gratitude from behind her, to which she offered no reply. Xie bid farewell to Uncle Hong and took Lei Zi out, as they had arrived by car. As soon as Lei Zi settled into the driver's seat, he shook his hands. Xie, mistaking it for discomfort, inquired, what is it? Oh, nothing. Just feels like my hands have become significantly lighter, quite unlike their usual state. Lei Zi chuckled. Let us head back and discuss this further. Suddenly, Lei Zi insisted on releasing the acupoints on his hands, leaving Bai perplexed by his intentions. Lei Zi appeared jovial and carefree, yet at critical moments, he exhibited an unexpected composure. Upon entering, he spread his palms for all to see. What do you think resides in my palms? Palm lines, of course, Xiao Ning laughed. Who lacks palm lines? Tang San scrutinized Lei Zi's palm closely. I see nothing particularly remarkable. Fuyu approached. Allow me to take a look. The others released their hold, and Fuyu grasped Lei Zi's hand. Her touch was gentle, and he found it surprisingly pleasant. Clearing his throat, Lei Zi feigned discomfort. Please don't hold on for too long. I feel rather embarrassed, and Bai Yi appears uncomfortable. Fu Yu, surprisingly amused, replied, It's quite all right. Once you release the acupoint, there are quite a few red veins in your palm. Where? Lei Zi leaned in to inspect, astonished to find the crimson threads that had not been there moments before. How could such a significant change occur merely from her touch? Fu Yu waved her hand, revealing a small insect nestled in her palm. Thank it. Gazing at his palm, the red veins converged, resembling a map. Good heavens, Lei Zi exclaimed, rendered speechless. I was merely reminiscing about childhood memories. I just wanted to test something. My word. What is this? How could such a phenomenon occur within my hand? Wait, let me sketch it first. Bai Yi worked swiftly, anxious that this map woven from blood vessels would vanish. As he drew, his breath quickened, and the map sprang to life on the paper. Just as he was about to complete the final stroke, Lei Zi called out as the crimson threads in his palm began to fade. It can't just disappear, can it? Lei Zi frantically rubbed his hands, but alas, no matter how vigorously he tried, the map would not re-emerge. He looked at Fu Yu in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? To his astonishment, it seemed that your ancestors utilized sorcery to leave behind clues. Fu Yu expressed his relief, stating that had it not been for the vast knowledge of his ancestors, which enhanced his capabilities, this clue might have remained buried forever. Is it also related to goo? Bai Yi inquired with confusion. But how can a clue be passed down through generations and manifested in such a manner? Through bloodlines, Fu Yu replied. To achieve this, one must rely on blood relations, much like the 7 of the Golden Eagle command, each individual belonging to the same family. Although they employ dark arts, the principle is quite similar to goo. Blood serves as the medium. Is this knowledge inherited from my ancestors? Lei Zi pondered in astonishment. The realization that he might be the very person sought after sent a chill down his spine. Does that mean I'm in great danger? Indeed, it is perilous. Bai Yi stated coldly. Thus, we must seal your acupoints to prevent you from uncovering the secret. Yet, someone must know how to unlock it. Merely unsealing the acupoints is not sufficient. Without Fu Yu's presence, we would never have discovered the truth, Xiao Ning remarked. However, your master has never mentioned this, only instructing you to seal your acupoints for your protection. Could it be that he intends to keep this secret forever? Lei Zi's thoughts drifted back to his childhood. He could not recall his parents, only that he awakened to find himself with his master and senior brother. His master never spoke of their backgrounds, instead emphasizing the importance of survival as disciples of the unloading ridge. Preserving one's life was paramount. Perhaps it was for this reason that there was a time when Lei Zi, in a desperate bid to safeguard his own existence, would unhesitatingly take the lives of others without remorse. The happiest moments of his life were those spent with the two of them, but on the day he turned 14, his master made an announcement. Chapter 602. Birthday. Lei Zi knew that separation would come one day, yet he despised the day his master had chosen. It was laden with irony. Just a minute prior, he had been immersed in an atmosphere of excitement, only to be thrust into a frozen reality. The meticulously prepared birthday feast by his master, consisting of 8 dishes, both meat and vegetarian, was now fully consumed, leaving only cold remnants. Gazing at the leftover scraps and hearing his master's words, Lei Zi's expression instantly darkened as he fixated on his master's unusually grave countenance. Why? Why must I leave so suddenly? Why choose this day? Have all the lessons learned since childhood been forgotten? His master admonished him sternly. I have told you. Life is of utmost importance. If you wish to survive, you must fend for yourself from the day after tomorrow. From now on, consider me and your senior brother as strangers. Do you understand? Zhu Sin stood silently to the side, merely staring at the chopsticks in his hands. Moments ago, the 3 of them had been sharing a meal, and now his junior brother was to be sent away. Zhu Sin glanced up at Lei Zi, inadvertently reminding him. Am I to leave alone? Is my senior brother not coming? We are discussing you this time. You shall depart first. Your senior brother's matters will be addressed later. His master's words struck Lei Zi's heart like a heavy hammer. Lei Zi was at a loss for how to react, being only 14 years old. His master handed him an envelope, stating, the money inside should suffice for your living expenses for a while. However, you must learn to fend for yourself and navigate this society independently. The lessons I imparted to you in your youth must not be forgotten. The more the master instructed, the less Lei Zi comprehended, yet his stubborn nature compelled him to remain silent, refraining from uttering a single word of inquiry. He felt a cold smile escape his lips as he accepted the envelope. Very well, I understand. The day after tomorrow, correct? Indeed, his master confirmed. Prepare your belongings tomorrow. Lei Zi glanced at his senior brother. I trust you will take good care of him in my absence. Suddenly, Tang San knelt before their master. Master, must you send the junior disciple away? He is still so young. If he must depart, allow me to leave first. Let him stay with you for a few more years until he is older, if you please. Lei Zi felt a twinge of gratitude, but his master remained silent, resolutely shaking his head. Observing this response, Lei Zi chuckled softly. Brother, there's no need to plead. I shall abide by the master's wishes. After all, surviving is of utmost importance. With the envelope in hand, Lei Zi pushed open the door and stepped out. Tang San regarded their master. Please, do not say any more. It is our respective fates. The master looked at Tang San. I have but one request of you. Should you ever fall into their hands, never betray your junior brother. This is far more significant than kneeling here on his behalf. I understand, Tang San replied. To never betray a fellow disciple is our code, and I shall adhere to it. Standing outside the door, Lei Zi listened to their exchange before slowly retreating to his room. He tossed and turned on his bed several times before finally rising to pack his belongings, realizing there was little he could take with him. As night fell, Lei Zi quietly vanished into the darkness. Are you truly leaving just like that? Xiao Shan suddenly felt a wave of pity for the 14-year-old Lei Zi. Lei Zi shot him a glare. In that situation, could I possibly stay? Your master had everything planned from the beginning, intending to send you away, and he had sealed your acupoints since childhood. Bai remarked. Did your senior brother ever help you unseal them before you turned 14? No, he wouldn't, Lei Zi replied, momentarily stunned. But when I saw him again, I asked for his assistance, and he immediately unsealed them for me. Given the circumstances, we thought you two had practiced together numerous times in your youth. Bai expressed his thoughts. If not, it seems your master must have taught him after your departure. Upon mentioning the tragic fate of his senior brother, Lei Zi sighed. He was still concerned about me before he passed. Aside from his periodic disappearances, did your master mention any other specific locations? Bai inquired. He must have maintained clandestine connections with fellow disciples. Where did they convene, and how did they compile that list? Lei Zi pondered deeply, and amidst his sleepless night, he recalled a fragment from the previous day. His master often praised a beautiful landscape upon returning, yet the precise description eluded him. Bai closed his eyes. Having also experienced a restless night, the lack of progress left Lei Zi feeling utterly despondent. Fu Yu gently interjected, I believe there is someone who can assist us. Who? Xiao Ning inquired with excitement. Do you remember a person named Lei Zi? Fu Yu replied. His abilities could be immensely beneficial to us. Although Lei Zi struggles to recall his childhood, Lei Zi might possess some fragments of memory. Bai fell silent at the mention of Lei Zi, a member of the Inran organization. Seeking his assistance would imply an agreement to engage with this organization. Bai closed his eyes once more, saying, Let us contemplate other solutions. Fu Yu, unfazed, smiled and nodded, very well. As they grappled with their dilemma, Xie Fangfei arrived alone. Hesitating at the door, she was met by Xiao Ning, who, upon opening it to dispose of the garbage, instantly understood her purpose for coming. What brings you here? Are you going to inform them? Xiao Ning whispered. Can we not discuss it? Xie Fangfei, now more composed than before, offered a wry smile. Xiao Ning, thank you. Thank me for what? Xiao Ning questioned, bewildered. The fact that they did not seek me out signifies that I have not disclosed anything to them. This is your utmost kindness towards me, and I am grateful. Since the door is open, I shall go in first. Xiao Ning watched as Xie Fangfei entered, then returned to dispose of the garbage, a sigh escaping her lips. She found it difficult to witness Xie Fangfei candidly revealing the truth to the others. So she opted to sit alone in the courtyard until Xie Fangfei emerged, her face slightly flushed, yet radiating relief. Noticing Xiao Ning sitting still, she approached with a smile. You, my dear girl, I have long known of your kind heart. There is no need for you to feel embarrassed. However, Fu Yu, it is no wonder you are so protective of her. Gentle as water, yet exuding competence. Her beauty is undeniable, and her demeanor is extraordinary. She is truly deserving of Bai. Xie Fangfei appeared to have completely let go. I have lost, not to myself, but to the true love shared by those two. The mutual gaze exchange between them was filled with affection, and Xie Fangfei's words resonated like poetry from a foreign anthology discovered by Xiao Ning in the library. Now spoken from her lips, they held a profound significance. Xiao Ning felt a lump in her throat. Take care of yourself. Uncertain of why she uttered such words, Xiao Ning watched as Xie Fangfei nodded silently and departed. Chapter 603. Doubt after bidding farewell to Xie Fangfei, Xiao Ning finally stepped inside. The expressions of the others in the room were grim. As she entered, all eyes turned to her, causing her to feel a pang of guilt. I did not intend to conceal this. It is her matter. Oh, so you were already aware. Upon hearing a statement from Fu Yu, Xiao Ning suddenly comprehended that Xie Fangfei had not mentioned what she had previously confided in her. It was merely her own guilt that had led to her inadvertent revelation. Instantly, Xiao Ning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You were right not to mention it, she admitted. Bai Yi remarked, well done. Even Xiao Shan excitedly exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Ning, as if she had accomplished something truly remarkable. With a sigh, Xiao Ning recounted, that day, when I overheard you discussing the spiritual energy infiltrating their home, particularly lingering in her room, I sensed something amiss. Now I can articulate it. The owner of that spiritual energy must be the very individual who once violated Xie Fangfei. Bai Yi concurred, stating, your hypothesis was also suggested by her. Thus, the motive behind the Golden Eagle order abducting Xie Fangfei could be somewhat simplified. Qi Xie interjected. It was merely because the orchestrator had taken an interest in Xie Fangfei, rather than for the information she possessed. Otherwise, there would have been no need to abduct her. Xiao Ning yearned to encapsulate her thoughts in a single term, yet despite her efforts, she found herself at a loss. But according to your assertions, that person cannot truly be considered human, she stated, her face reddening once more. How then could he violate Xie Fangfei? Bai Yi responded. During the time in the underground palace, he must have been in a possessed state. Otherwise, Xie Fangfei would not have experienced any tangible sensations. Moreover, when the spiritual energy invaded, he lacked a physical form. His words were deliberately vague, respecting both Xie Fangfei and the feelings of the two young women present. This thoughtfulness led Fu Yu to ponder, why does he care so much for Xie Fangfei? If it were merely a fleeting impulse, why would he linger in her room a second time? This suggests that there are indeed some genuine feelings involved. He desires her. I have a name in mind. Bai Yi continued. Miyashita Masaru, a young gentleman from the Miyashita family in Japan. I recall Xie Fangfei mentioning that he had remained in China to pursue her. Being Japanese, locating him should not pose a significant challenge. Let us go, Qi Xie declared, prompting Xiao Shan to follow him out. However, Fu Yu was perplexed by Bai Yi's intentions. Why the sudden interest in this Japanese individual? She inquired. He is infatuated with Xie Fangfei. If there is anyone else who harbors feelings for her, he would undoubtedly sense it. My sole aim is to find him to confirm a certain matter, Bai Yi clarified. Tang San interjected. Are you referring to Lao San? Indeed, Bai Yi replied. Upon reflection, your words regarding Lao San's resurrection lack substantiation, and there are indeed discrepancies concerning him. For instance, in the underground palace, Su He's reaction seemed unnaturally calm. In Lao San's description, Su He was the most ruthless and unforgiving. It is quite unreasonable that he would caution someone who betrayed the organization. Tang San nodded in agreement. I would prefer that he harbors no issues. Lao San is a man of true integrity. The authenticity of one's emotions remains uncertain. Miyashita Makoto has vanished, an incident that has even stirred the consulate. Given that the Miyashita family holds considerable status in Japan, the sudden disappearance of their son, who has maintained no contact with his family for an extended period, prompted the Miyashita clan to liaise with the consulate in search of him, yet their efforts yielded naught. The only remnants of Makoto are but traces. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan, while passing by the Japanese consulate, stumbled upon a missing person notice affixed to the outer wall. Unbeknownst to them of Makoto's appearance, Xiao Shan, driven by curiosity, cast a glance and was taken aback to find the very name of Miyashita Makoto prominently displayed. The young man in the photograph appeared to be in his early 20s, strikingly handsome, with a small image of him printed on the paper filled with descriptions, evoking a sense of pity. Upon seeing the name, Qi Xie was startled. Unable to enter the consulate, he approached the guard stationed at the entrance to inquire. He soon learned that Makoto's disappearance had caused quite a stir in Japan, and it was said that they intended to treat the matter as a criminal case. The news Qi Xie brought back only added to the enigma. The timing of Makoto's disappearance was exceedingly delicate. Bai Yi, agitated, grasped his head in frustration. Never before having seen him so restless. Tang San remarked, what should we do now? If Lao San truly has a problem, both Yu Bai and Xie Fangfei are still there. I am not overly concerned about Xie Fangfei, but Yu Bai poses a greater risk, Bai Yi replied. We cannot delay, we must bring Yu Bai out. Given his temperament, that may prove difficult, Tang San countered. His obstinacy and competitiveness suggest he is likely holding his breath, eager to confront an unseen adversary. He refuses to leave, and even if he must be dragged away. Will he not attend classes? Bai Yi's voice turned stern. We cannot let him sink with us. He is an outsider. Closing his eyes momentarily, Bai Yi proposed. I have an idea. Since we find ourselves in a stalemate, let us take the initiative and draw the serpent from its den. Indeed, Yu Bai had entirely forsaken his classes, spending his days at Xie Fang Fei's residence, living in close quarters with the others. By nightfall, he donned an appearance akin to one preparing for battle, yet the source of his lingering unease, the spiritual energy that had once manifested, had ceased to appear. Thus, when Tang San arrived, it was precisely during Yu Bai's time of distress. Upon seeing him, Yu Bai, much like Lin Daiyu, began to lament. Tang San, do you think that fellow looks down on me? He certainly does not fear me. I feel as though I have been disregarded. Ahem. Tang San struggled to find words of comfort. In truth, I believe it may be time for you to leave this place. What do you mean? Yu Bai retorted. Do you hold me in disdain, believing I cannot handle the situation here? His reaction confirmed Tang San's suspicions. Having been forewarned, Tang San replied, No. We have made new discoveries. The focus is not solely here. In connection with our previous investigations into the underground palace, we have been searching for clues regarding Genghis Khan's tomb, and now we have found something. Where's the clue? Yu Bai inquired eagerly. I might indeed begin to look down on you. You have just acknowledged that our adversary is elusive, Tang San replied. He may be eavesdropping even now. True. Yu Bai conceded, rarely yielding. Then where shall we go now? We are afraid we must go out of town. We have come today to inform you that we shall depart tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bai Yi looked at Lao San and Xie Fangfei, saying, You two should not go this time. It is too perilous. That's fine, Xie Fangfei nodded, her heart trembling at the mere thought of that night. But what if he comes again? He won't, Tang San reassured her. With Lao San protecting you, and with Yu Bai and me setting up a protective barrier, we will return with clues. Tang San continued, Yu Bai, let us begin. We must strengthen the current barrier, or else you may not find peace in your departure. Calmly, Tang San proceeded, while Yu Bai, unaware of the circumstances, believed him. Together, they renewed the barrier, and then burned paper money outside. Once these rituals were completed, Yu Bai followed Tang San out of the house. At last, Tang San felt a sense of relief as he led Yu Bai to the car. Not returning him to school. Where are you taking me? Yu Bai inquired. To the countryside for a few days, Tang San replied. I must keep you out of this. It's imperative. No. Yu Bai pressed his hand against the car window. What sort of nonsense is this? To save your life. Bai Yi turned back, his voice stern. Chapter 604. Luring the tiger away from its mountain. Yu Bai had never been reprimanded before, and Bai Yi's shout silenced him. He murmured, You are being unreasonable. This is too much. Things are not as you perceive, Tang San interjected. Yu Bai, the situation is intricate and chaotic. And there is something off about Lao San. Suddenly, Yu Bai's face brightened as he exclaimed, If you do not take me away, I will reveal to you why he is suspicious. Bai Yi immediately slammed on the brakes. Yu Bai continued, Moreover, you are exceedingly naive. Do you truly believe I would comply? Even if you send me away, I will find a way back as swiftly as possible. I am deeply entrenched in this turmoil. So, do you wish to know what is amiss with him? The car came to a halt. Bai Yi said gravely, You know something is wrong? It appears you harbor doubts as well. Yu Bai's earlier anger dissipated, and he crossed his arms, assuming a composed demeanor. I have spent every day with him these past few days, so I have certainly noticed something. What do you think? Tang San exchanged a glance with Bai Yi. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak. Very well, consider this your agreement, Yu Bai replied. Do you remember the mark on his hand? The one he scratched off himself? What about it? Tang San inquired. That mark was originally the symbol of the Golden Eagle Order. Long ago, we encountered it in an underground chamber from the late Yuan dynasty, Yu Bai explained. The mark, once removed, can regrow. Do you not find that peculiar? He continued. He obviously does not wish for it to be seen. However, when he unwrapped the bandages to tend to his wound, I inadvertently caught a glimpse. Even if one were to scrape it off, would the mark not remain? The answer is no. Yet, within the new flesh, the mark began to reappear. It is not surprising that the Golden Eagle Order has been controlled by dark sorcery for generations, with the mark likely serving as a medium. Thus, the emergence of such circumstances is hardly remarkable. Bai Yi remained composed. This discovery alone is insufficient to sway us. Yu Bai chuckled. I anticipated that you would be difficult to handle. Fortunately, I have further revelations. This is merely the beginning of my observations regarding the third brother. He typically resides in the cellar beneath Lord Zhou's quarters. After my arrival, I requested to sleep in Lord Zhou's room for convenience. When night fell, the three of us returned to our respective rooms. However, on one occasion, I sensed the cellar door opening and attempted to open my eyes to see, strangely. I found myself unable to do so. It is not that you couldn't open them, but rather that someone did not wish for you to witness something. Yet, it seems they underestimated you, employing a shallow level of power. Tang San appreciated Yu Bai's words. It appears you failed to react at that moment. Of course, the opponent's strength was clearly greater than mine. Why would I have reacted? Although I am earnest, I still value my life, Yu Bai remarked. Thus, I feigned being completely subdued, lying on the bed in a state of near death. I wonder how Yu Bai's performance appeared? Tang San found some amusement, only to hear Yu Bai continue. I am aware of your keen hearing, but I was in the same space as him, the footsteps emanating from the cellar. However, as they drew closer, the sound ceased. Yet, Yu Bai initially intended to keep them in suspense, but upon encountering their furious gazes, he hastily continued. The spiritual energy emerged and directed outward, directly passing through the window. The defensive barrier I set up proved utterly feeble. The crux lies here. The third brother is indeed suspicious. Yu Bai asserted. I suspect that on the night he was carving the mark, he had already been possessed. The traces of spiritual energy thereafter were merely of his own making. No, perhaps even earlier. Bai confirmed this with a heavy slap on the steering wheel. He is indeed nefarious. Tang San, your father's intuition was correct. No wonder he warned you to be cautious of the third brother. The very appearance of the third brother has always been peculiar, regrettably. We were deceived by him for a time, so you had already made a discovery. Yu Bai sighed. I initially intended to remain close to him, to discern the tricks he was playing, but alas, you arrived. You cannot linger by his side any longer, Tang San asserted firmly. It offers you no advantages. Yu Bai inquired. Then what can we do now? Draw the snake out of its hole, Bai suggested. If he is truly anxious about the tomb of Genghis Khan, he will undoubtedly follow us. The moment he makes a move, we shall have our opportunity. Understood, but should you not change direction now? Yu Bai asked with a smile. The following day, at the appointed time, everyone assembled as they would for a typical excavation. All tools were prepared, and everyone boarded the vehicles. Once again, there were 2 cars, with Yu Bai and Tang San parting ways, for dealing with such enigmatic matters requires solely their expertise. Xie sat beside Tang San. Inform me of the right moment to return. Understood. Tang San internally felt uncertain. The vehicle continued its northward journey along a broad thoroughfare, a primary route for those traveling to Beijing from the north, bustling with passing cars. Could he maintain his composure? Tang San closed his eyes, on the verge of succumbing to exhaustion several times, only to be startled awake by a sudden disturbance. He endeavored to keep his body still, feigning a shift, inadvertently brushing against Xie. Understanding the unspoken cue, Xie discreetly retrieved a talisman from his pocket, placing it in his palm to shield it from the eyes of others, before swiftly swallowing it. Bai, catching sight of the actions in the rearview mirror, gradually maneuvered the car to the side, prompting the vehicles behind to halt as well. After Xie ingested the talisman, his expression grew tense. The talisman would render him undetectable to spiritual energy, albeit for a mere 10 minutes. The others feigned rest as they sipped water, and after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, everyone resumed their seats, leaving only Xie behind. Bai pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle forward, leaving Xie far behind. No one mentioned Xie, as if he were a phantom. Quickly, Xie sprang into action, flagging down a car heading back to Beijing, offering a stack of cash. And the door swung open immediately. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Time was of the essence as he urged the driver to hurry. Having received Xie's money, the driver complied, accelerating with vigor, delivering Xie right to the doorstep of Xie Fangfei's residence. Upon leaping from the car, Xie nimbly vaulted into the courtyard. The lock on the door remained secured, just as before. Drawing the gun that Bai had provided him, he aimed at the lock and fired. With a click, the lock yielded, and Xie dashed into the house. The living room was empty, so he turned into Xie Fangfei's bedroom, where she lay on the bed, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Xie checked her breath and found it steady, allowing himself a sigh of relief before hastily making his way to Jiu Ye's room. As expected, The cellar door was ajar. Clenching his fists, Xie realized the ruse had indeed worked. He leaped into the cellar, discovering Lao San's body lying there, motionless. Xie approached quickly, placing his hand beneath Lao San's nose, his expression darkening. He was indeed dead. Chapter 605. The swindler Lao San's corpse confirmed everything. Xie unfastened Lao San's clothing and drew a deep breath. The flesh had begun to decay. However, Lei Zi had never encountered such a scent. Xie turned Lao San's body over, noting the bodily fluids seeping onto the sheets. He hastily released his grip, and the lifeless body thudded onto the wooden bed with a creak, devoid of vitality, akin to a stone. Xie exhaled, contemplating the passage of time. Uncertain of the situation with Tang San, Xie emerged from the cellar to seek out Xie Fangfei, as he intended to take her away. This was the second matter at hand since their return. Xie Fangfei was in a deep slumber, and Xie could not rouse her. So he resorted to carrying her on his back to leave the premises. Returning home was not an option. The third had been there, indicating that the other party had also visited. Xie hailed a vehicle and directed it towards Bai Yi's clandestine residence, instructing the driver to halt before entering. As they approached, Xie dismissed the vehicle and proceeded on foot with Xie Fangfei on his back. The necessary arrangements had long been prepared within. He gently laid Xie Fangfei on the bed and checked her pulse, which was entirely normal. Xie settled beside her, awaiting the execution of their plan to lure the tiger from its den. Should the third venture outside, it would undoubtedly raise Xie Fangfei's suspicions. Bai Yi boldly surmised that the opponent was currently disinclined to reveal themselves. Thus, if the third were indeed a falsehood, once the spiritual energy departed, the third would merely become a lifeless shell. Xie needed only to return and ascertain the truth. As for Tang San and his companions, they had no genuine intention of seeking clues. The lead had already been handed to them, an inscrutable map that would lead their adversaries in circles. Once the other party recognized the deception, they would hasten back, possess themselves again, and locate Xie Fangfei, but it was imperative that they met with futility. Throughout this process, Tang San and his companions would arrive at the location with utmost speed, having equipped themselves with all necessary provisions, disguising themselves as if they were embarking on an excavation. Everything was intricately interconnected, reliant on swiftness. Xie was quick, and Tang San and his group soon followed suit. The car roared to a halt before the house, abruptly silencing its engine. Xie sprang to open the door and, upon seeing everyone disembark unscathed, he felt an immediate sense of relief. You have finally arrived. Tang San patted his chest, exclaiming, that was close. Today was a race against time. Yubai disembarked with a look of weariness. I feel nauseous from the ride. He felt that the speed had utterly tarnished his image. Struggling to suppress his urge to vomit, his face turned crimson. Tang San, filled with sympathy, remarked, if you feel like vomiting, just let it out. If you hold it in, you will regret it later. Heeding Tang San's advice, Yubai abandoned his resistance and quickly stepped aside to relieve himself. Tang San turned to Xie, saying, that entity has been trailing us the whole way. We were nearly heading northeast. It must have realized your absence, which prompted its swift departure. We too hastened our exit, fearing you might not have sufficient time to bring Xie Fangfei away. Xie offered a wry smile. The third's corpse has already begun to decay. How could that be? Fu Yu asked, taken aback. Is it possible that this spiritual essence cannot remain attached to the same person for an extended period, especially a deceased one? That is entirely plausible, Yubai interjected as he returned from his bout of sickness. A corpse is a corpse. The process of decay cannot be altered. Possession merely delays the deterioration, yet ultimately, that lifeless body will be of no use. Let us converse inside. You should see Xie Fangfei. She is yet to awaken, Xie said, voicing his concerns about potential complications. As the crowd entered, Xiao Ning observed Xie Fangfei with her eyes tightly shut, a wave of concern washing over her. It's uncommon for an ordinary person to sleep for such an extended period, especially after a change of surroundings. How could she be completely oblivious? Yubai leaned down to check Xie Fangfei's eyes, declaring, let me handle this. He clasped his hands together and pressed down on her third eye, chanting incantations. Finally, Xie Fangfei stirred awake, her eyes widening as she took in the scene before her. How did you all end up here? She inquired. Her physical condition seemed stable, and she rose swiftly, instinctively asking, where's the third? Why isn't he here? What place is this? Xiao Ning's temper flared immediately. Don't even mention that third. He's nothing but a fraud. No, he is not even the real third. The one you've known as the third has actually been a deceased person all along. What are you talking about? The previously sharp edge in Xie Fangfei's demeanor had faded, clearly impacted by the recent events. Bai Yi recounted the saga of the third. And as Xie Fangfei listened, her brow furrowed in concentration. By the end, her keen intellect discerned the entirety of the situation. She closed her eyes, a tear falling from the corner of her left eye. So, the one who has been by my side, making me believe he was unwaveringly loyal, was merely an illusion? And the one who harmed me was him as well? Most likely, Xiao Ning murmured softly. Bai Yi added, one thing I can assert is that while his initial encounter with Jiu Yi may have been accidental, his subsequent choice to remain by your side was likely driven by genuine affection, one that he concealed adeptly, demonstrating a considerable regard for your feelings. This sentiment does not appear to be false. What does it matter? Xie Fangfei covered her face with her hands. How could this happen? Now that he has vanished and is aware that we have been deceived, he may be consumed by rage. Moreover, with the third's corpse beginning to decay, he might seek another target. He could attach himself to anyone, familiar or not, leaving us defenseless. Bai Yi continued, You Bai, Tang San. Do you believe your combined strength can confront him? Yu Bai scratched his nose, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Tang San slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Fortunately, I brought the sword with me. What sword? Lei Zi interjected, dissatisfied. At a time like this, you're still thinking about a sword? The soul-destroying sword. Tang San replied. He glanced at Xie Fangfei and quickly corrected himself. It's the legendary sword forged from red gold, the soul-destroying sword. It seems to possess a certain spirit. I wonder if it might aid us. Tang San produced the soul-destroying sword. Behold, this is it. Typically, you treat it like a treasure, unwilling to let us see it. Today, you finally decided to be generous, Lei Zi remarked as he seized it. Let me see what makes it so remarkable. Why can't I draw it out? Let me try, Yu Bai, intrigued. Took hold of the sword and exerted all his strength, but still could not unsheath it. This is truly perplexing, Tang San. What is the story behind this sword? Tang San grasped the sword firmly, and with a gentle exertion, it emerged effortlessly. It is said that this sword recognizes its master, and it appears that it has chosen me as its rightful owner. Such a phenomenon indeed. Lei Zi shook his head in disbelief. Is everything imbued with spiritual energy nowadays? Even this sword possesses a spirit. Sighing, Tang San resolved to keep the sword by his side, believing that its name, which includes soul extinguishing, would confer upon him the power of annihilation, instilling him with a sense of confidence. Chapter 606. Riding the wind. Tang San truly kept the sword close at all times, never parting from it, even placing it beside him during meals, treating it almost as a companion. Lei Zi jestingly suggested serving a bowl of rice to the sword as well. Meanwhile, Xie Fangfei's spirits continued to plummet. No one seemed to grasp her thoughts. She felt a deep reliance on Lao San, who had steadfastly stood by her side during her most helpless days. His meticulous care and patience, though he spoke little, had nearly penetrated her heart. Now, Xie Fangfei found herself utterly perplexed. What was true and what was false? After finishing her meal, Xie Fangfei wandered to the edge of the house, gazing at the distant fields. Fu Yu approached slowly, and upon exchanging a glance, both women smiled faintly. Fu Yu encouraged her, trust your feelings. In that brief moment, Xie Fangfei experienced an epiphany. You are right. I must trust my instincts. I believe he genuinely cares for me. He merely borrowed a vessel, and though he violated me in that manner, I was once touched by his kindness. That is sufficient. Fu Yu replied, what we devote our lives to may not last forever. Even if we possess only fleeting moments, they are worth cherishing. Why do your words resonate so deeply? You must have experienced profound emotions with Bai Yi. Xie Fangfei remarked sincerely, I envy you both. Fu Yu reflected on the despair of once believing they would never meet again, as well as the disappointment of thinking they could never hold hands in their twilight years. She had traversed the tumultuous waves of life and love, and even if everything were to vanish suddenly, what she had thought would be everlasting could dissolve into nothingness. Yet, every moment shared was worthwhile. That fleeting glance that seemed to span a millennium remained the most beautiful. Feeling somewhat relieved, Fu Yu asked, if he were to seek you out, what would you do? Xie Fangfei trembled slightly, managing a bitter smile. I do not know. I have heard that Gong Xiaoqing has gone missing, and I suspect it is connected to him. He once told me that as long as I did not harbor feelings for Gong Xiaoqing, he would assist me in resolving the matter. However, I am uncertain how he handled it. Since Gong Xiaoqing ceased to pursue me, I assumed the ordeal was over. Why did I not delve deeper into the implications at that time? If Gong Xiaoqing were to perish because of me, I should also face the consequences. Events often unfold with cause and effect. Perhaps it is all predestined, Fu Yu remarked. But one thing you must recognize is that circumstances are shaped by our actions. One must maintain a proactive spirit, she added. Thank you. Just then, Xie Fangfei sensed someone approaching from behind. It was Xiao Ning, who pouted and said, "You two are hiding here chatting without inviting me." As the saying goes, 3 women create a spectacle. These 3 uniquely distinct young ladies gathered together, filling the air with lively chatter, alleviating Xie Fangfei's gloomy spirit. They relished the refreshing atmosphere outside, remaining there until a sudden chill enveloped them. Xiao Ning wrapped her arms around herself, remarking, "How peculiar. Why has it turned so cold all of a sudden? Let us return." Indeed, it was strange. The wind felt unsettling. Fu Yu's expression shifted drastically. "This is bad. We must leave at once." She hastily made her way back toward the house, with Xiao Ning and Xie Fangfei following closely behind. A sense of dread washed over Xiao Ning. "Sister Fu Yu, could it be him?" Upon hearing this, Xie Fangfei slowed her pace. "Where is he? Do not linger. We must hurry." Fu Yu thought ominously. As expected, Xie Fangfei felt a gust of wind swirling around her neck, causing her body to stiffen and her throat to dry. She reached out to grasp the wind, only to find it eluding her. "Old 3, is that you?" she called out. "Fangfei, you mustn't be reckless. He is not Old 3. He is a monster." Xiao Ning attempted to pull Xie Fangfei back, but felt too weak to do so, merely stamping her foot in frustration. It appeared he would not harm Fangfei. "We must quickly alert Tang San and the others." Fu Yu, remaining calm, urged Xiao Ning to move. However, Tang San and the others did not require their warning, for the sword suddenly trembled violently. This was a reaction Tang San had never witnessed before, yet he seemed to grasp its meaning. Could it be he has arrived? Yu Bai, startled, quickly feigned indifference. "If he comes, so be it." "No, Fu Yu and the others are still outside." Bai had just seen the 3 young ladies chatting together. "Hurry, go to them." As a few men stepped outside, they saw Fu Yu pulling Xiao Ning along. Upon noticing their emergence, Fu Yu turned back. "Fangfei has not yet joined us." Tang San and Yu Bai exchanged knowing glances, their instincts heightened. Indeed, he had come. The sword in their hands roared in response. The wind continued to swirl around Xie Fangfei, lifting her hair gently. "Old 3, step forth and explain yourself. Why did you deceive me? Was your kindness merely a facade?" "Fangfei," Xiao Ning interjected. "Surely she does not truly harbor feelings for Old 3? Fu Yu sighed softly. While Yu Bai remarked, "He is now in a fluid state." "Is he a ghost?" Xiao Shan inquired cautiously, glancing up at the sun. "But wait. Ghosts cannot appear in daylight. It is the primordial spirit," Fu Yu explained. "More adept than our ancestors, a primordial spirit can roam freely and even possess others. Do not question how he achieves this. Now is not the time for such contemplation," Yu Bai insisted. "We must take action while we can. Do not act rashly." Tang San cautioned, but it was too late. Yu Bai had already taken a step forward. Wind manipulation spell. This spell harnesses one's own power to control the air. Yet the winds conjured from spiritual energy could not inflict harm upon the spirit in the slightest. Yu Bai was overly anxious. His actions merely served to provoke his adversary. However, the incantation had already been uttered and could not be retracted, lest it inflict harm upon Yu Bai himself. As the final syllable echoed, the wind intensified, whipping fiercely against their faces, nearly lifting their garments. Xiao Ning's long hair lashed against her face, causing her pain as she staggered backward. The wind stirred up sand, rendering the air murky, compelling everyone to shield their faces with their hands. Suddenly, Lei Zi exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad." Upon hearing his voice, Tang San instinctively extended the soul-destroying sword, only to hear a shrill cry. A silver shadow erupted from Lei Zi's body. Startled, he swiftly sought refuge behind Tang San. The sword in Tang San's hand emitted a resonant melody amidst the tempest. Chapter 607. He saw her at last. The wind subsided, not due to external forces, but because Yu Bai realized that his manipulation of the wind had been a grievous error. Upon ceasing his actions, he beheld Xie Fangfei standing there, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Are you all right?" Yu Bai inquired as he approached her, but Tang San lunged forward, warning, "Do not come closer." Yet it was too late. A silvery light pierced Yu Bai's chest. His body jolted. His eyes momentarily turned crimson before returning to their normal hue. Tang San shut his eyes in despair, muttering, "Damn it, he has entered Yu Bai's body." Lei Zi, still trembling from the near encounter, realized that had it not been for Tang San's swift intervention, he might have been the one possessed. Yes, Tang San lamented with frustration, I should have been quicker. You could not have prevented me from entering anyone's body. Yu Bai articulated, though now he was no longer Yu Bai. Except for that individual, he continued, referring to Xiao Shan, whose unique constitution made him the perfect vessel for Yu Bai. Regrettably, he is beyond my reach. However, I have found an alternative. Is that you, Yu Bai? Tang San's heart quivered. This was the outcome he dreaded most. Yu Bai was ostensibly an outsider, yet it was he who had unwittingly drawn him into this predicament. What do you intend to do? Tang San demanded. Who are you really? You sought to lure me out, did you not? Yu Bai laughed heartily, merely a decaying vessel. I was compelled into this, but now I have a better option. I owe you my gratitude. You, or you, he gestured towards Tang San and Bai Yi. If you grant me your bodies, I shall spare this individual, for he is not my target. The two he referred to were Tang San and Bai Yi. The implications evident without further elaboration. Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Tang San, realizing that he was now privy to their secrets. Who was this enigmatic figure, orchestrating so many events simply to acquire a corporeal form? Xie Fangfei remained rooted in place, her heart heavy with despair. She had just contemplated this very notion. Everything before her was disintegrating. From the outset, there had been no third, merely a corpse controlled by another. She felt her fate was utterly pitiful, and her tears finally fell to the ground. Yu Bai turned to look at her, his gaze imbued with a new intensity. Yet he uttered not a single word. Strange, Suyu remarked, if it pertains to the primordial spirit, then what of Yu Bai? Where has he gone? He is also a person of cultivation. Why does his primordial spirit show no signs of activity? If this is the case, this individual's abilities are truly terrifying. What if I were to force him out? Tang San inquired softly. A loss for one is a loss for all, Suyu replied. Thus, he has chosen to inhabit our bodies, using this as leverage against us. Suddenly, Xie Fangfei, who had remained still until now, approached Yu Bai. Tell me your name. I cannot allow someone whose name I do not even know to seize my body, let alone a man I am entirely unfamiliar with occupying my heart so abruptly. You are going too far. She advanced towards Yu Bai, her gaze piercing, as if she intended to penetrate his very essence. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word distinctly, name. He saw her. He saw her. Bai Yi was taken aback. This name instantly conjured a connection in his mind. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. What was Xie Fangfei truly attempting to achieve? Tang San's thoughts were not consumed by the name. He continuously pondered how to extract the elusive spiritual energy from Yu Bai. After much contemplation, he resolved to exert all his strength and attempt the golden light incantation. Seizing the moment when he saw her was ensnared by Xie Fangfei's charm, Tang San decisively acted. Upon completing the incantation, a beam of golden light surged towards Yu Bai's form. Xie Fangfei felt a gust of wind brush against her face, lifting the hem of her garments. She briefly closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she observed beads of sweat cascading down Yu Bai's forehead, his expression one of profound anguish. She gazed at Tang San in astonishment. They were in the throes of a struggle. Yu Bai has begun to resist him. There is still hope, Tang San declared. He saw her was just struck by the golden light incantation. This body does not belong to him. Although we have yet to force him out, he has still been affected. Yu Bai, despite your vanity and narcissism, you must not come to harm. How shall I explain this to your parents and your students? Tang San shouted. Yu Bai, you must hold on. I am coming. As Tang San approached with the soul-extinguishing sword, the sword emitted a resonant sound as it neared Yu Bai's body. Yu Bai's voice rang out. Tang San, do you wish to condemn me to death? My primordial spirit is wavering. This sword cannot expel him. It may force me out of my own body. Tang San was taken aback, not anticipating such a turn of events. He quickly retreated, wary of allowing the soul-extinguishing sword near Yu Bai. At that moment, a silver light burst forth from Yu Bai's body, hurtling directly towards Bai Yi. Suyu, witnessing this, swiftly positioned himself in front of Bai Yi. Opening the box in his hand, a butterfly emerged, vibrant and resplendent. As it soared outward, it initially maintained a typical size, only to suddenly expand and shield Bai Yi. Its wings began to flutter, releasing a cascade of white powder. Xie observed closely. Realizing that the powder was not merely dispersing aimlessly through the air, each particle occupied a specific position, forming a net akin to a spider's web, preventing the silver light from approaching Bai Yi at all. Xiao Ning's admiration for Fu Yu intensified as they concealed themselves behind the net woven from butterflies. Only Lei Zi remained captivated, his curiosity fixated on the delicate web, allowing a moment of hesitation that proved costly. The silver light darted forth with remarkable swiftness, burrowing into Lei Zi's very being. Tang San, intent on intervening, found himself too late. This time, the silver light struck with unparalleled precision. Glancing at Bai, who supported his waist, Tang San could only cast an apologetic glare, acknowledging the close call. Realizing his fault, Tang San bowed slightly, expressing regret. My apologies. But Lei Zi was not the intended target. It was you and Bai. Unfortunately, I could not reach you and had to resort to a side attack. Bai spoke candidly. Tang San, you are no match for him. Had it not been for that sword, you would have already been possessed. Lei Zi, devoid of any defense, remained merely an ordinary person. He found himself possessed by Xiao, who disdainfully remarked, a person on the brink of death holds no value whatsoever. The expressions of Bai and the others shifted dramatically, while Xiao Ning erupted in outrage. What nonsense are you spouting, you monster? He harbors blood worms within him. His death is merely a matter of time. Rather than allowing him to suffer, let me assist you in this endeavor. Xiao sneered coldly, you are delusional. What concern is it of yours that he harbors bloodworms? This body belongs to Lei Zi. By what right do you presume to make decisions for him? I am now his master. Xiao retorted with a chilling smile. The bloodworms are already stirring within. In just 3 months, he will exhibit symptoms and be consumed by them, enduring excruciating pain. Your so-called brotherly bond is utterly hollow. If you truly cared for him, a single shot to his heart would render a swift release from suffering. This need not trouble you. Bai, deeply troubled, realized the grim truth. Lei Zi indeed bore bloodworms within him. The pressing question remained. How could they expel Xiao from Lei Zi's body? He glanced at Tang San and Bai, both of whom shook their heads slightly in unison. Their current strategy could only be defensive. Their offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, indicating a slow descent into passivity. Chapter 608. The weight of Mount Tai Xiefangfei approached, her voice tinged with agitation. I know not your origins, nor the reasons for your quest for Genghis Khan's tomb, or your desire for a corporeal form. I merely wish to ascertain one truth. Were you the one in the underground palace? Her emotions surged as she sought clarity amidst the web of deception that had become evident. Were you merely exploiting me and Jiuyuetesikta? If it was mere manipulation, then why treat me with such kindness, leading me to believe it was genuine? Is Gong Xiaocheng truly dead? Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The trajectory of events had spiraled far beyond his expectations. He had once believed no woman could conquer him, for he was like a wisp of wind, shifting with his whims, never lingering for anyone. Yet, she had appeared, disrupting his plans and ensnaring him in the current predicament. You must tell me, for I have fallen in love with you. The very person who borrowed Lao San's body to draw near to me. Xia Fangfei screamed in anguish. Since there is no resolution, why must you act in this manner? You have caused me profound suffering. Fangfei and Xiao Ning were momentarily taken aback, for it was indeed terrifying to witness a woman's resolve manifest in such a formidable manner. Xiao closed her eyes, and the sorrowful expression on Lei Zi's face was disconcerting for everyone. Had the situation permitted, it would have surely incited a fit of laughter. My attachment to the third was initially a tactical delay. I sought a body most suited to me, yet it would never be the third. My possession of him was merely due to the fact that he was a creation of my own design, allowing me greater ease in maneuvering this vessel. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the others. I trust you won't mind if I occupy this body a little longer? What a futile question. Would it even matter if they objected? Should Lei Zi have been conscious, he would have undoubtedly expressed his frustration, a sentiment echoed by Tang San, who exclaimed, damn it. Encountering the ninth master was fortuitous, as the third's body bore damage that required mending, leading to my serendipitous rescue by the ninth master. Xiao remarked, the identity of the ninth master is certainly a compelling reason for my desire to remain, as is yours. Xia Fangfei felt a sudden pang in her heart. It seemed that during such moments of reassurance, one's heart could indeed vocalize its sentiments. This realization was a relief. She remained obstinate. For Xia Fangfei held her pride dearly and would never allow tears to fall again. She stifled her emotions, managing even a smile. At least this marks a promising beginning. However, your heart does not harbor me. The absence of my presence is inconsequential. Yet the emergence of other men is intolerable. When Gong Xiaoqing appeared, your heart was untouched by him, allowing me to disregard this Japanese man. Yet, with the appearance of Bai Yi, your resolve began to waver. Hisara stated, your uncertainty has mirrored mine. Fu Yu cast a light smile towards Bai Yi, who appeared flustered. I am innocent. I am aware, Fu Yu replied. But her gaze reveals a lack of substance. Bai Yi exhaled in relief, while Xiao Ning came to understand the principle of natural dominance. Each individual possesses their own nemesis. I cannot abide the notion of you harboring feelings for another man. In a moment of impulsiveness, I commanded Su He to abduct you, an act born of rashness. Hisara continued, if I love a woman, I wish to possess her. I see no fault in such desire. Yet once I act upon it, regret ensues. Witnessing your decline pains me more than anyone else. The sole mistake I have made in my life is with you. But I swear by the moon that my feelings for you are genuine. A vow sworn by pointing at the moon? The moon is a sacred symbol among the Mongols, leaving no doubt of Hisara's heritage. Is he not the person he believes himself to be? Bai Yi nudged Tang San with his elbow. Quick. Think of a way. We must rescue Lei Zi. The soul annihilation sword cannot approach Lei Zi without causing him harm. Tang San lamented. The golden light divine incantation is equally unwise. Is there truly no alternative? Bai Yi deciphered, glancing at Yu Bai, who appeared equally helpless, regrettably. Without understanding the root of Hisara's condition, we cannot breach this impasse. The two exchanged glances, while the others stood at a loss. Fu Yu remained silent, quietly listening. Our ancestors preserved their primordial spirits through ancient sorcery, allowing their physical forms to transcend and vanish entirely. Could this individual be employing a similar method? Meanwhile, he continued to explain to Xie Fangfei, we still have time. Bai Yi was reluctant to take action, yet he felt compelled to exert pressure on Tang San and Yu Bai. We must either flee or confront him head-on. The burden rests solely on your shoulders. Yu Bai rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Tang San, I refuse to run. I would rather perish here than be branded a coward. Can we truly escape? Can we outpace him? Tang San urged, quickly devise a plan. Does the Maoshan sect not possess a wealth of strategies? Let us amalgamate our strengths. With that, Yu Bai discreetly tugged at Tang San, retreating quietly. Meanwhile, Xie Fangfei was nervously sweating, acutely aware that she was stalling for time. However, if he were willing to refrain from attacking, she would accompany him, even if he were but a mere ethereal form. She desired to help him find a suitable body. But not in this manner. He saw air. This marked the first time Xie Fangfei formally addressed him by name. He saw air paused momentarily before flashing her a smile, yet her words stirred an emotional tempest within him. He saw air, I care not for your current state. I disregard that you emerged from Lei Zi. He is innocent, and you have deeply disappointed me. He saw air responded, Fangfei, do you wish to stand against me? His voice trembled, and Xie Fangfei sensed the gravity of the situation. She may have provoked him. He saw air, my heart is with you. As she spoke, she moved closer to him. Isn't it more significant that we can be together? Or am I merely a transient figure of slight consequence in your heart? Fangfei observed the flicker of Lei Zi's expression, noting the emotional upheaval. Within he saw air. Fangfei, I cannot be with you unless I possess a body that is most suitable for me. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve? His tone grew resolute, prompting Xie Fangfei to lunge towards Lei Zi. No? She was a moment too late, as a silvery light erupted from Lei Zi's form. He sought a body, and having discerned the secrets of both Tang San and Bai Yi, bodies that promised immortality, he pondered what could be better than acquiring a vessel capable of eternal life. Tang San positioned his sword before him, but this time, the silvery light collided directly with the blade, causing it to tremble violently, inflicting pain upon Tang San's hands. Unable to maintain his footing, he slid back several paces, and the sword slipped from his grasp. This is dire. Fortunately, Qi Xie acted swiftly, lunging to retrieve the soul-extinguishing sword. But the silvery light charged towards Qi Xie's back, and he felt a sudden warmth in his chest as blood erupted from his mouth. Qi Xie, Xiaoshan cried out, panic reddening her eyes as she dashed forward to catch Qi Xie's flying form. Are you all right? I am fine. His target is not me. It's you. Sansheng and Bai Ge. Quickly assist them. Qi Xie forcefully pushed Xiaoshan away. As she turned, the silvery light surged toward Tang Sansheng. He swiftly slid to the right, revealing Yu Bai behind him, who formed an unusual shape with his hands. Mount Tai presses down. Chapter 609. Injustice on the road, a formidable current of energy surged downward, poised to strike the silver light below. Tang San, his eyes wide with determination, recognized this moment as an opportunity to act as bait. Success was imperative. He relinquished the protective barriers set by Fu Yu, ready to gamble everything. The immense pressure of Tai Shan was first concentrated by Yu Bai, who then unleashed all his vitality, a potent strike. The silver light indeed quivered, initially inclined to retreat, but suddenly surged forward, defiantly breaking through the Tai Shan pressure. Tang San heard a thunderous crash, the sound of two opposing forces colliding. This was dire for Yu Bai. Hastily, Tang San rose and pulled Yu Bai towards Bai Yi and the others, where at least a layer of protection set by Fu Yu remained. Just as they took refuge behind the butterfly, Yu Bai's grip tightened on Tang San's shoulder. Upon glancing back, Tang San noticed that although Yu Bai struggled to endure, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Ning retrieved his handkerchief and offered it to Yu Bai. Upon receiving it, Yu Bai first wiped away the blood from his lips, then abruptly pressed the cloth against his mouth. Tang San heard a retching sound, turning away to avoid the sight. Yu Bai would rather perish than allow others to witness his humiliation. The silver light, thwarted in its attempt, turned its attention toward the butterfly upon seeing Tang San escape. Sensing the imminent danger, Xie Fangfei positioned herself before the silver light. Meanwhile, Lei Zi, still incapacitated, lay motionless on the ground, oblivious to the chaos around him. Witnessing this, the others felt a pang of anxiety. They could no longer afford to worry about Lei Zi, as the defensive line created by the butterfly began to crumble. Fu Yu sighed, "It may not hold much longer. We should evacuate swiftly." Yu Bai's temper flared instantly. "I will not retreat." "Are you asking everyone to accompany you to your demise?" Tang San, infuriated, retorted, "In your current state, even if we carry you, you would only be a burden. Be grateful. Throwing a tantrum at this juncture benefits no one." Eventually, Yu Bai relented, casting a glance at the unconscious Lei Zi outside. Suddenly, he darted out. Tang San panicked, but Bai Yi reassured, "It's fine. Lei Zi is not their target. Xiao Shan cannot be possessed, so they will be unharmed. We must go." Tang San found this reasoning sound, and promptly assisted Yu Bai in retreating towards the vehicle. Observing this, the silver light intensified its assault on the butterfly. "Xie Fangfei, hurry!" Xiao Ning called out. Xie Fangfei, however, showed no intention of fleeing, her demeanor despondent. "You all go ahead. I trust him. He will not harm me." The silver light's onslaught slowed slightly. Left with no choice, Xiao Ning followed by Yi and the others as they departed. Xiao Shan, carrying the unconscious Lei Zi, also pursued them. The silver light circled around Xie Fangfei before fiercely chasing after Tang San and the others. The butterfly confronted it, entangling with the silver light. Fu Yu glanced back, his expression somber, biting his lip, then turned and sprinted towards the vehicle. The butterfly was cleaved in two, and that defense was utterly shattered. Yu Bai, already gravely injured, felt his insides tremble as he ran, a surge of pain constricting his liver. He pressed one hand against his side. Yet sensed the movement behind him. "Tang San Chung, it seems we are truly doomed this time. He has come. It's my fault. I should not have involved you in this." Tang San Chung replied, "I apologize to your parents." "Well then, let us die together," Yu Bai retorted defiantly. "Even in this dire moment, consider it a favor repaid, and my efforts will not have been in vain." The ominous wind drew ever closer as Qi Xia approached the rear of the crowd, wielding the soul-extinguishing sword, preparing to stake everything on this final gamble. Qi Xia faced the oncoming silver light, while Tang Sancheng entrusted Yu Bai to Bai Yi and rushed to assist Qi Xia. "You all go ahead." Qi Xia thrust the soul-extinguishing sword toward the encroaching silver light, which ultimately enveloped the blade, pulling it from Qi Xia's grasp. Already injured, the force knocked Qi Xia to the ground. Tang Sancheng leaped forward, chanting the golden light incantation, concentrating all his strength into the sword, attempting to strike a devastating blow against the silver light. However, he saw was indeed formidable, even with all of Tang Sancheng's power summoned. He found it exceedingly arduous. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a surge of energy unexpectedly flooded into him. As he turned to look, a somber voice commanded, "Focus." With this newfound strength, the tide of battle shifted. The soul-extinguishing sword, infused with the energies of both men, cleaved through the silver light. Xie Fangfei, sensing the unfavorable turn for he saw cried out in alarm. He saw The sword severed the silver light, splitting it in twain. dissipating into the east and west, growing fainter. Those behind suddenly exhaled in relief. That was close. Xia Fangfei watched as he saw Oi's spirit vanish before her eyes. Unable to bear the weight of the moment, she collapsed onto the ground in a daze. Xiao Ning hurried over to support her. Fangfei, are you all right? Xia Fangfei bit her lip, remaining silent. From the look in her eyes, Xiao Ning could see she was deeply wounded, emotionally shattered. He embraced her. Reassuringly, it's all right, you will be fine. Tang San turned to the sudden newcomer, a figure with deeply tanned skin. Reminiscent of someone from Southeast Asia. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask who you are? I am like you. I am with the organization. Came the voice of Lei Zi, standing beside Bai Yi, looking quite pleased with himself. What brings you here? Tang San found the coincidence rather uncanny. Are you also one of us? Not exactly, but I practice voodoo, replied the stout figure, his features quite striking. Particularly his bright, piercing eyes. I am Haisheng. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold laugh. Your timing is quite impeccable. How did you come to be here? I have previously stated that the organization holds an interest in you. Thus, I must remain vigilant regarding your movements. Lei Yiren's expression displayed no sign of fluctuation. Since you are in distress, I cannot stand idly by. However, as you are aware, my abilities are limited, and I can only seek assistance. To intervene when one witnesses injustice? Bai Yi's tone was tinged with sarcasm. Bai Yi's reaction perplexed Tang San. Faced with the appearance of these two individuals, he exhibited no gratitude, but rather engaged in a confrontational manner. What? We extend a helping hand. And you offer no words of thanks? Lei Yiren remarked. Then pray tell, how should we express our gratitude? Bai Yi retorted, while his gaze remained fixed on the injured Lei Zi and Qi Xia. Yu Bai, along with Xiao Shan, had already assisted the three onto a vehicle. Among them, Qi Xia appeared somewhat better, while Yu Bai bore the most severe injuries, having sustained internal damage during a critical moment. It was feared that he would require no less than 6 months for recovery. As for Lei Zi, he remained unconscious. This incident had confirmed the presence of bloodworms within him. The ominous proclamation made by Hisar that he would not survive beyond 3 months weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Xiao Ning helped Xia Fangfei to his side, where she pressed her hand against her chest, overwhelmed by pain. She truly felt agony. Everything that had transpired was inconsequential for her, now that she had entered the realm of Penglai. Yet, she wished fervently that it had all been but a dream. Upon returning home, she longed to find the familiar figure of her older brother waiting silently, merely gazing at her, welcoming her home. Chapter 610. The Cycle of the Gu Fangfei. Xiao Ning hurried back to fetch water. Please drink. Your condition is quite concerning. Do you think he truly no longer exists? Xia Fangfei replied with a bitter smile. I genuinely do not want to believe my own eyes. That light, was it him? He vanished into thin air so swiftly that I did not even have a chance to utter a final word. In your eyes, he is a villain. One who occupies another's body for his own gain. Yet in my heart, he will forever be my dear brother. Tears brimmed in Xiao Ning's eyes as she sniffled and handed the water to Xia Fangfei before stepping aside. Coincidentally, she overheard Lei Yiren say, a favor must be repaid. The organization has long considered your inclusion. What say you to joining us? Haisheng, what do you think? This brother possesses remarkable skills. While I lent a hand just now, it was mainly through his strength. Haisheng gestured towards Tang San. If we all become members of the organization, it would be splendid. Bai Yi closed his eyes momentarily. I am not in the mood to discuss such matters at present. You must already know our address. Let us reconvene at this time tomorrow. Lei Yiren exchanged a glance with Haisheng, both agreeing to the plan. Lei Yiren added, today's events are regrettable. Let us meet again tomorrow. As Lei Yiren and Haisheng prepared to depart, Haisheng's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Tang San felt a sudden jolt. His gaze drawn upwards to the dimness above, where a silver light surged toward him, aimed directly at his chest. How could it still be here? The thought flickered in his mind. Sansheng. Xiao Ning lunged forward, the silver light piercing her heart. Taken aback, Tang San wondered if Xiao Ning had been possessed. Move aside. Haisheng's voice rang out, and an object flew from his hand, enveloping the silver light, which gradually dissipated and vanished entirely. Xiao Ning was very close to Tang San. As he watched the silver light fade, his mind went blank. Was she not possessed? Yet, Xiao Ning? Tentatively, Tang San called out, Xiao Ning, speak to me. Suddenly, Xiao Ning's face leaned against his, an intimacy they had never shared before. Their lips nearly touched. Her breath brushing against him, causing his heart to race. not with excitement, but with fear. His hand found her back. Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning. Fu Yu took a deep breath and rushed over. Xiao Ning's body had already gone limp, the abrupt change leaving everyone in shock. Xiao Shan gasped, tears streaming down his face. Sister Xiao Ning. Fu Yu checked for her breath. She could no longer utter a single word, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Tang San. Her mouth slightly parted, her hand attempted to rise, and Tang San hastily grasped it, placing it against his face. I am here, I am here. Behind them, Lei Zi and Haisheng approached. Haisheng shook his head. I fear it might be too late. Nonsense, how could that be? Xiao Shan's tears fell to the ground as he knelt beside Xiao Ning. She merely gazed at Tang San. He turned his attention to Qi Xie, who came over to check Xiao Ning's pulse and also shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it might be too late. With Qi Xie's words, despair began to envelop Tang San. Xiao Ning was left with but a final breath, her hand resting against his face, her eyes conveying countless emotions. Suddenly, Fu Yu had a realization. I have something else, taught to me by our ancestors. I must try it now. In the past, it may have been impossible. But I am different now. Sansheng, step back. A glimmer of hope ignited in Tang San's heart. Did this mean Xiao Ning could still be saved? Fu Yu knelt beside her, tightly grasping her hand. Xiao Ning, I will use this method. May we meet again in the future. Xiao Ning blinked once, then slowly closed her eyes, understanding Fu Yu's meaning. The future, did that imply she was beyond saving now? Yet, if they could meet again in the future, she was willing. Fu Yu took hold of her hand, lowered his head, and bit into her fingertip, blood beginning to flow into the prepared box containing a worm that opened its mouth wide, eagerly receiving the blood. A sudden flash of red light erupted, and Fu Yu was filled with elation. The ancestral spirit had merged with him, enhancing his abilities significantly. It was a success. He closed the box and leaned toward Xiao Ning's ear. Xiao Ning, I have succeeded. This worm will guide us to you in the future. It is the reincarnation worm. Xiao Ning's hand suddenly tightened around Fu Yu's sleeve, her eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at her. A gentle smile graced her lips, and she tilted her head to glance at Tang San. Gradually, her eyes closed, and the hand that clutched Fu Yu's sleeve fell heavily. Tang San's mouth fell open. He wished to call out to Xiao Ning, but instead, he cradled his head in his hands, a choked sound escaping his throat, akin to the anguished roar of a trapped beast in despair. Xiao Shan wept like a child, while Xie Fangfei was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Why had Xiao Ning become the sacrifice? She felt she should not be there. Believing her presence only deepened everyone's suffering. She reached out, grasping at the air, and then silently turned toward the path home, returning alone. No one noticed Xie Fangfei's departure. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ning. Fu Yu appeared relatively composed, and as the group's emotions began to settle, she spoke. It's all right. We will see Xiao Ning again. It just requires a little time. Tang San raised his eyes in disbelief. Are you trying to comfort me? No, I am serious, Fu Yu replied with utmost seriousness. You must take good care of yourself. Only then will there be a chance to reunite with Xiao Ning. I have set the cycle curse, with the blessings of our ancestors. My power is sufficient to accomplish this, but it is limited to 3 times, and I have already used one on Xiao Ning. Is there truly reincarnation? Tang San asked in a daze, tightening his embrace around Xiao Ning. Indeed, Fu Yu affirmed with confidence. Trust me. Bai Yi placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder. Believe her. Tang San gazed at Xiao Ning's tightly shut eyes, resolutely stating, You must not forget us. In the future, when you are amidst the crowd and glance back at me, remember me, without fail. Finally, Xiao Shan broke into loud sobs, and Xie Jie grasped his hand. Xiao Shan. Sister Xiao Ning will return. What are you doing? Lei Zi's voice rang out, approaching with an unsteady gait. Upon seeing Xiao Ning lying in Tang San's embrace, he instinctively remarked, Xiao Ning, is this the time to act spoiled? Xiao Ning's closed eyes unsettled Lei Zi. What is wrong with her? No one answered him, and Lei Zi stumbled forward, kneeling beside Xiao Ning and placing his hand beneath her nose, sensing the chill of death. His expression shifted, and his voice grew somber. Xiao Ning, Lei Yirun and Haisheng stood to the side, and Haisheng whispered to Lei Yirun, This has taken an unexpected turn. I think we should take our leave. Lei Yirun nodded, taken aback by the outcome, and the two turned to depart, leaving behind Bai Yi and the others. Tang San lifted Xiao Ning. Let us go home. Xiao Ning was laid upon her own bed, and Tang San searched frantically. Where's the night pearl? Where's the night pearl? Chapter 611. Meng Pasup Fu Yu silently approached the wardrobe, rummaging through the bottom drawer. Her most cherished possessions were usually tucked away here, as she had confided to me in secret. As the drawer slid open, Fu Yu's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Within lay a box containing the luminous pearl, alongside a slip of paper inscribed with the name Tang San. All her favorite things were stored here, including Tang San himself. Upon seeing the note, Tang San's lips trembled. He picked up the pearl and murmured, "Xiao Ning fears the dark and the insects. With this, she shall no longer be afraid." Bai Yi, turning to Qi Xie, inquired, "How shall we handle Xiao Ning's final affairs?" Xiao Ning adored places with splendid scenery. "There exists a location that I believe is fitting," Bai Yi replied. Then addressed Tang San, "What do you think of that bamboo grove? It is where your parents first met." Tang San nodded earnestly. "Yes, that is perfect." He tenderly arranged Xiao Ning's hair, gently caressing her lips, before closing his eyes and softly parting her mouth to place the luminous pearl inside. Ultimately, Xiao Ning was laid to rest in that bamboo grove, a sight of beauty and the moment of her parents' fateful encounter. Standing before Xiao Ning's grave, Tang San posed the question once more, "Fu Yu, does reincarnation truly exist?" "Indeed," Fu Yu affirmed with conviction, "my ancestors have informed me, and I trust their words. Furthermore, the reincarnation gu has indeed been successful. Xiao Ning's blood will be the key to locating her in the future. The challenge lies in the fact that she may not remember us. She will be a different person. Finding her is merely the first step. The paramount task is to awaken her memories and help her accept us anew. In my youth, my father had once told me that after death, one must cross the Naiha Bridge, where a Mengpo awaits. Those crossing the bridge must drink a bowl of Mengpa soup to forget their past lives before they can be reborn." Tang San murmured, "I hope Xiao Ning does not drink it. If she does, she will forget me." "Let us go," Bai Yi said, giving Tang San a reassuring pat. "Let us look forward to our future encounters." As they exited the bamboo grove, Tang San led the group through the exit concealed by his father's illusions. Once settled in the vehicle, Lei Zi sighed. "Fu Yu, the reincarnation gu can be used 3 times, correct?" "Yes," Fu Yu replied, "with my current abilities. I can manage only 3 uses at most. Without the assistance of the ancestor, I would not have been able to accomplish this." "Oh," Lei Zi chuckled. "Then may I utilize the last one?" Tang San shot a glare at Lei Zi. "What are you saying? You needn't deceive me any longer." These past few days, while preoccupied with Xiao Ning's affairs, I remained silent. That day when I was possessed by Hisar, though I could not speak, I could hear. I overheard her words. She claimed I would not survive beyond 3 months, that I have a blood parasite, and that my demise would be most tragic. If I recall correctly, it was during our time in the Tang Dynasty tomb. Lei Zi smiled wryly. "I had an injury on my palm, and you all were so anxious that I should seek medical attention. How could I not have realized?" Tang San wished to say more, but with Xiao Ning just having departed, he found it unbearable to discuss matters related to death any further. Suddenly, I recalled several instances when I ventured to discuss topics related to death, only to be abruptly interrupted by Tang San, who disapproved of my words. "Isn't that so?" Lei Zi remarked. "Why am I only now realizing that you all were aware of it beforehand?" "No," we clarified. "We merely understood that there was a 50% likelihood that Tang San wished to discontinue the conversation." He rested his face upon his hands, stating, "It is merely a 50% chance. As long as the effects of the reincarnation insect are effective, I shall be content." Lei Zi added, "I have but one request. You must find me, regardless of whether I am a man or a woman. Even if I have consumed the fabled Mengpa soup that induces forgetfulness. Do not hold back. Tell me all the truths, for I do not wish to forget you." "Why are you being so sentimental today?" Bai Yi retorted in irritation, striking the steering wheel forcefully, causing the vehicle to lose control. Remarkably, Lei Zi refrained from retorting, simply smiling in response. "It's nothing," he said. Upon returning home, Lei Zi busied himself in his room for a considerable time before emerging with a bag, which he tossed onto the living room table. "These are my hidden treasures from the past, now of no use to me. They are for you." Xiao Shan opened the bag to reveal an assortment of valuable trinkets, predominantly gold and silver. Pouting, Xiao Shan stepped back, and Tang San chuckled. "These are yours, for you are the youngest." Lei Zi affectionately ruffled Xiao Shan's hair, only to be pushed away in displeasure. "I don't want it. If you don't want it, I shall dispose of it." Lei Zi then produced his firearm, saying, "This, you should keep for self-defense." His demeanor resembled that of someone preparing for their own demise. casting a somber mood over everyone present. Lei Zi coughed lightly. I still have some money in the bank. I altered the password the day before yesterday to Xiao Ning's birthday. Is that all you have to say? Bai Yi inquired. Almost, Lei Zi replied with a grin. There are still certain matters that cannot be conveyed. We shall discuss those when we meet again. Now that you have finished, it is my turn to speak. These items will remain untouched until we find you, at which point they will be returned to your possession, Bai Yi asserted. You are not dead. You are destined for reincarnation and rebirth. These are our gifts for our reunion, understand? This notion brought Lei Zi great relief, and he accepted it with enthusiasm. No problem. By the way, where has Fuyu gone? She has gone to meet Xiefang Fei, Bai Yi replied. Given the time, she should be returning soon. Indeed. Fuyu returned shortly, her expression lacking ease. Xiefang Fei had informed her of her decision to remain unmarried for life, adopting the name Jiu Yi, to reside perpetually in that room until her demise. A woman, once resolute, can be a formidable force. Yet Fuyu appeared steadfast, even infused with a hint of happiness, which rendered the situation altogether different. Who is he, sire? Tang San, now calmer, inquired. Why is he so fervently seeking the tomb of Genghis Khan? When did he become aware of our immortality? Bai Yi explained, this individual shares a close bond with Genghis Khan. He saw heir as Genghis Khan's younger brother. I am certain of it, as he swore an oath to Xiefang Fei while vowing to the moon, which further confirms his Mongolian descent. What is the origin of this individual? Lei Zi inquired. He saw in Mongolian, denotes a formidable canine. He is 2 years junior to Genghis Khan and, akin to Tang San, possesses an extraordinary appetite. He is of robust stature, endowed with immense strength and unparalleled archery skills, earning him the moniker of the god of archery. He is a blood brother of Genghis Khan, sharing the same mother. I have encountered accounts stating that their fraternal bond was profoundly strong during their youth. Their mother, originally abducted by their father, had been another man's wife before. She raised the brothers single-handedly, and they were remarkably considerate of her hardships, understanding the need to alleviate her burdens from a young age. These two brothers, having grown up in humble circumstances, shared an exceptional camaraderie, which was indeed a blessing, remarked Fuyu. However, after Genghis Khan established the Mongolian Empire, circumstances began to shift. Bai Yi commented, Hisar is a hero in the eyes of his kin, having rendered distinguished service to his brother's Mongolian dynasty. He is the god of archery, and his esteem rivals that of Genghis Khan. Chapter 612, The Shaman. Within Genghis Khan's tribe, there exists a venerable elder named Meng Lik, who has 7 sons, all of whom contributed to the establishment of the Mongolian Empire. Among them is a son named Chu, a shaman of significant power. He is the sole individual in the Mongolian Empire capable of conversing with the heavens, delivering divine decrees. His authority ranks just below that of Genghis Khan, and his 6 brothers are also valiant warriors. After Bai Yi concluded, he gazed at Fuyu and mused, I believe this is the source of Hisar's prowess, the shaman. Every ethnicity possesses a unique kind of power, Fuyu remarked. For the Miao people, it is witchcraft. For the Mongolians, it is the shaman. Alas, I am unaware of the nature of this sorcery. How did Hisar acquire such power? Bai Yi pondered. Indeed, he continued, for it seems Chu is not particularly amicable towards Hisar. Chu intends to exploit his privileges to usurp Genghis Khan's throne, conspiring with his 6 brothers to observe and seize opportunities to claim power. However, they harbor a profound fear of Genghis Khan's brother, Habutu Hisar, and thus must first eliminate him. Hisar has also sensed their nefarious ambitions. Given his relationship with Genghis Khan, he would promptly inform his brother. Tang San interjected. Precisely, that is what transpired, Bai Yi affirmed. Hisar did convey this information. However, Genghis Khan was skeptical of his claims and instead reprimanded him. Hisar, being a man of integrity, repeatedly sought to clarify the matter with Genghis Khan, only to be rebuffed. Hisar was deeply saddened, and this scenario was precisely what Chu's clan relished. They believed the moment to eliminate Hisar had arrived. It is indeed tragic. Such a profound bond in childhood has dwindled to mere suspicion. Tang San lamented. What became of Hisar subsequently? Chu and his cohorts perceived the opportune moment to either eliminate or expel Hisar, dispatching another shaman to inform Genghis Khan that it was the will of the eternal blue sky, necessitating a choice between Genghis Khan and Hisar to govern the state, thereby sowing discord between the two. Bai Yi remarked, indeed, Genghis Khan was moved. That very night, he sought to capture Hazer. Coke rushed to find their mother, Holun. Holun stepped forward to intervene, a gesture that displeased Genghis Khan greatly. Despite relenting and allowing Hazer to go, he seized a considerable amount of his possessions, leaving him with merely 1,300 households. Hazer, sensing that the situation was dire and his life was in jeopardy, seized an opportunity to flee from Genghis Khan. Fu Yu sighed, observing that at this juncture, the rift between the brothers would only deepen, leading to an unfavorable outcome. Numerous accounts surround Hazer's demise, alluding to his imprisonment by Genghis Khan. Bai noted, from this perspective, Hazer appears to be a tragic figure. He possesses a spirit but lacks a body, having spent years in search of a suitable vessel. Tang San pondered, yet, why was he so insistent on finding Genghis Khan's tomb? He even created the Golden Eagle Order. How do we explain the abilities he possessed? A shaman, Fu Yu replied, though regrettably, we remain unaware of this shaman's specific powers. No, Bate once mentioned that Genghis Khan's invincibility is closely tied to the tiger insect armor. Yet, the origins of the tiger insect armor are unclear. Even the golden genealogy does not elucidate this. Could the armor be related to this shaman? That silver needle at the end. Bai Yi's thoughts became muddled. Alas, Hazer has perished, and we shall never uncover these secrets. Fu Yu appeared troubled. At that moment, the silver light had indeed dissipated, conjured by someone named Hai Sheng. Yet she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, as if the matter remained unresolved. Perhaps she was overthinking it. While they were deep in discussion, the doorbell rang. Bai Yi, seemingly aware of the visitor's identity, said, "No need to rush to answer the door. Let them wait a moment. Lei Zi, please tidy up your things first." "All right," Lei Zi replied, gathering the items from the table into another room. As he exited, the knocking persisted. "I'll go answer the door," he offered. "That's fine. They've already arrived. And we can't leave them standing outside," Bai Yi responded nonchalantly. When Lei Zi opened the door, he found Lei Yirun and Hai Sheng waiting outside. Lei Zi wasn't particularly enthusiastic about their presence, but politely invited them in, noticing Bai Yi leisurely sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the guests. "Boss Bai truly enjoys a leisurely life," Lei Yirun commented, feeling a bit awkward. Bai Yi sighed, placing his teacup on the table. "Please, have a seat. We've recently experienced a loss in the family, and I'm afraid I lack the spirit to entertain guests." "We understand." Lei Yirun and Hai Sheng seated themselves, sensing the unwelcoming atmosphere. "If you two have matters to discuss, please be direct," Bai Yi sighed again, "as we currently lack the energy to decipher intentions." There was a subtext to Bai Yi's words, which even Tang San grasped. After all, Lei Yirun, with his thick skin, was unfazed. "Indeed. We came today for specific matters regarding joining the organization." Bai Yi responded, "As I have stated before, we are not interested." Bai Yisin let out a cold laugh inwardly, truly believing they could conceal their intentions without leaving a trace. Hai Sheng's expression darkened, as it was evident that Bai Yisin was displeased with them. His tone held a note of irritation. "People say one should be grateful and reciprocate kindness. We came sincerely to extend our invitation to you. How could you treat us in such a manner? Had we not arrived in time that day, it is likely that there would have been more than one casualty." With a resounding thud, Bai Yisin slammed his palm onto the coffee table, causing the teacups to leap. "Since we are on this topic, I have matters to discuss with you, Mr. Lei Yirun. There are certain things I find rather unclear, and I would like to seek your counsel." Mr. Lei Yirun was taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt. "Boss Bai, given the situation, why must you be so angry?" This remark left Hai Sheng puzzled. What exactly is going on here? Bai Yisin continued, "I have long found it strange that your organization, which is not lacking in extraordinary talents, would hastily seek us out through my master, requesting our affiliation. This must indicate that you have pressing matters to attend to, which cannot be accomplished with your existing resources. Am I correct, Mr. Lei?" A flush crept onto Lei Yirun's face. "Indeed. At least you were somewhat forthcoming." Bai Yisin remarked coldly, "Since you have such a need and deem us suitable, why not be straightforward? Yet you persist in maintaining a reserved stance, wishing to observe us first." "No, you are mistaken on this point," Lei Yirun attempted to argue. "Holding reservations is our organization's customary practice. After all, this organization is peculiar, and not just anyone can gain entry. Yet, due to your reservations, matters have become convoluted, and you shall bear responsibility for Xiao Ning's demise." Bai Yisin's voice grew increasingly severe. "What is the meaning of this?" Tang San, upon hearing the connection to Xiao Ning's death, immediately glared at Lei Zi. What does this have to do with you? Chapter 613. Self-interest. Lei Zi, already feeling guilty, raised his eyes only to meet the portrait of Xiao Ning hanging on the wall, stirring a sense of remorse within him, and his expression turned notably grim. If you choose not to speak, very well, I shall speak on your behalf, Lei Zi declared. The crux of the matter is simply this. Xiao was originally a target for your elimination, was he not? An immediate hush fell over the living room. The collective intake of breath echoing clearly. Lei Zi felt his heart shatter, followed by a tearing pain. So, you could have appeared much earlier, could you not? Yet you harbored your own self-interests. Lei Zi stated. What a clever calculation, to emerge midway, collaborate with us to eliminate your anticipated target, while outwardly allowing us to bear the organization's favor, thus seamlessly integrating us into your ranks, pledging our unwavering loyalty to the organization, just like you. It seems that after this incident, your organization indeed regards us with newfound respect. Is there no longer a need for further scrutiny? Hai Sheng was evidently oblivious to the matter at hand, gazing at Lei Zi in a state of bewilderment. With a sigh, Lei Zi lamented, indeed. Some matters are utterly unpredictable. While we anticipated the outcome, we failed to foresee the process. I sincerely apologize. We bear responsibility for Xiao Ning's demise. You are correct. Hisar was initially our organization's mission, not solely mine, but a paramount task for the core members of our organization, as he posed a significant threat. Although this truth arrives somewhat belatedly, I am not averse to hearing it now. Bai appeared as though he had been ensconced in an ice cellar. Each word he uttered sending a chill deep into the bones. Hai Sheng turned his gaze towards Lei Zi, noting the latter's diminished presence, a rare occurrence. Within their organization, Lei Zi held a prestigious position, often dispatched to handle the most formidable challenges. Yet now, before Bai Yi, he seemed diminished. Bai Yi, an intimidating figure indeed, had effortlessly overshadowed Lei Zi with mere words. Hisar was indeed a member of our organization. However, when he joined, we were unaware of his true identity. We welcomed various capable individuals, and his abilities caught our attention, Lei Zi continued. He even became one of the most central figures within the organization, possessing complete access to our core secrets. Initially, he earned everyone's trust. Yet we gradually began to suspect that he might have ulterior motives regarding our organization and questioned his identity. How did he join us without a tangible body? This question immediately sprang to Bai Yi's mind. He was quite adept at concealing his true intentions, Lei Zi elaborated. He assumed the identity of a PhD who had returned from studying abroad, erudite and endowed with abilities beyond the ordinary. Our organization was cautious. We were aware he held foreign nationality, yet we verified his existence, and indeed, he was renowned overseas. It appears he played a clever game of timing, Bai Yi remarked. Indeed, it was a matter of timing. Lei Zi's regard for Bai Yi deepened. Precisely, this PhD returned to the country by ship, which unfortunately struck a reef, resulting in 7 fatalities. Though he sustained severe injuries, he was ultimately rescued. It was during this time that he became possessed. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. It seems he had orchestrated this all along. Indeed, Lei Zi affirmed. In the aftermath, we harbored doubts about him. Upon revisiting the scene, we discovered that the incident bore signs of human interference. Though Hai Sheng was not typically verbose, he too was hearing this for the first time and interjected. This person is truly terrifying. To achieve his aims, he sacrificed so many innocents. When he first entered the organization, he was humble and possessed remarkable strength, leaving us astonished that a PhD could exhibit such power. Lei Zi remarked. In the initial stages, he diligently fulfilled the tasks assigned by the organization, thereby earning the trust of all. It was not long before our organization possessed a ledger containing the authentic details of every member, including their identities and statuses in the real world. Only 3 individuals have the privilege to access this ledger. Although he held a commendable position, it was insufficient for him to view this document. Unable to wait until he ascended to the highest rank, he recklessly attempted to sneak a glance at the ledger, which ultimately led to his exposure. What do you think was his motive for wanting to peruse the ledger? Bai Yi inquired. His actions laid bare his intentions, and naturally, he was to be expelled from our organization. Yet this individual had the audacity to threaten us. Lei Zi continued. While our organization operates on a foundation of mutual utility, it is predicated on absolute loyalty, and we do not harm others for our own gain. He threatened to expose our true identities in the real world, which constitutes our greatest vulnerability, an absolute secret that must not be revealed. Should it come to light, the integrity and advantages of our organization would be irrevocably compromised. What is even more disconcerting is that this person possesses abilities far beyond what he has demonstrated. We find ourselves ill-equipped to contend with him. You are already aware of his identity. By deduced, it must be you. Only you possess the capability to glimpse fragments of a person's past, and then said, after prolonged possession, his own past would inevitably merge with that of the individual? Precisely. Lei Zi affirmed. Regrettably, the temporal constraints were too great, and by the time I discovered this, it was already when he was on the verge of exposure. Nevertheless, I was fortunate to glean some clues about his identity. Do you now know who he is? Given the circumstances, is there any reason for me to lie? Lei Zi stated. Through those scant fragments, we traced his identity to Hisar, and learned that he has possessed many individuals, yet none ultimately became his permanent vessel. This led us to suspect that he seeks to find the most suitable body to attain immortality. For our safety, we have resolved to locate him and eliminate the threat he poses. You truly are ruthless, Bai Yi remarked with a grunt. Had he not threatened us, we would not have reached such a decisive conclusion. Lei Zi acknowledged his own hypocrisy. It is merely the elimination of a foreign entity. Such a perspective is far more palatable, Bai Yi remarked. It is merely the removal of an outsider, and now I can articulate the subsequent matters. This individual possesses spiritual power, which ordinary people certainly cannot contend with. Such is the nature of this world. Every creature is subdued by another, and there is no universal means of domination. I am uncertain how you discovered us, but my master, He Baosheng, undoubtedly played a significant role. You dispatched him as a negotiator, only to find that not everyone is eager to join your organization. Coupled with your inherent suspicion, it is only natural that you would observe us. Thus, you merely revealed a glimpse of your intentions before swiftly retracting and resorting to surveillance. Bai Yi's words struck a chord with Lei Zi, who felt somewhat embarrassed as he confessed. Indeed, after your return, our people have been shadowing you. Though you remained oblivious, it seems your organization truly possesses exceptional capabilities. Bai Yi remarked, among us, there are those with exceptional hearing and others with profound martial prowess. Your people have been trailing us without our slightest awareness. No, replied Lei Zi. We merely maintained a certain distance and dared not draw too close. Lei Zi continued. We are acquainted with your capabilities. However, throughout this process, we have discerned that you are also targets of Hisar. The subsequent events are well known to you. Chapter 614. Arsenic Tang San clenched his fists, while the seven evils restrained him, urging calmness. Lei Zi, unable to endure the current predicament, abruptly stood, declaring, This place does not welcome you. We shall not allow those devoid of compassion to become our companions. Had they acted sooner, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Their so-called caution cost Xiao Ning her life. Haisheng, unable to sit still, was tormented by the truth of the situation. Compared to Lei Zi, Haisheng's temperament was more forthright, and he too stood, exclaiming, given the state of affairs, do we still have the face to remain here? Lei Zi sighed, feeling the weight of Haisheng's disdain. Resigned, he rose, stating, if that is the case, we shall take our leave. Do you truly intend to depart just like that? Bai Yi's voice rang out once more. Lei Zi's expression hardened. Would they pursue him relentlessly? He prepared to confront Bai Yi directly, ready for a clash, but was taken aback by Bai Yi's words. We wish to join your organization. What? Tang San protested. Bai Yi, what are you doing? I will not work alongside those who indirectly caused Xiao Ning's demise. They are not allies. They are murderers. The seven evils held Tang San back as he seemed poised to attack Lei Zi. Unable to move, Tang San let out a muffled sound, his eyes fixed on Bai Yi, bloodshot from sleepless nights haunted by Xiao Ning's visage and voice. At times, he even imagined her lamenting, crying out against the darkness, her fearful sobs echoing in his ears, stealing his rest. San trust Bai Yi, he is one of us. The seven evils urged, calming Tang San, who ceased his struggles, eager to understand Bai Yi's intentions. We have conditions for joining your organization, Bai Yi stated. I am aware that your group has a progression system. However, we demand to bypass it and gain immediate access to the core. Secondly, as our price for collectively eliminating Hisar, you must agree to one condition without compensation. Lastly, we require a degree of autonomy. We do not wish to be constrained by your organization. When you require our assistance, we shall do our utmost, but at other times, we will proceed in our own manner without interference. Haishan glanced at Lei Zi in astonishment. The second condition was negotiable, but the first and third were beyond Lei Zi's authority. Indeed, Lei Zi suppressed his surprise, stating, I need to confer with the others regarding these 3 points. Tomorrow, at this time, I shall return. For now, I bid you farewell. After bidding farewell to 2 individuals, Tang San eagerly inquired of Bai Yi, why do you wish to join them? We possess the secret of immortality. Bai Yi replied, what are your plans for the future? The times will change. What will become of our identities? We hold special authorization documents, yet we must not forget the duration of their validity. As the stars shift, will future generations recognize these documents? We need to prepare for what lies ahead. We are merely leveraging each other. As long as we tread carefully, we can remain unscathed. Moreover, they have deceived us this time, and I cannot swallow that insult. Joining them is acceptable, but they must first concede. We shall enter the organization with an elevated stance. Tang San sighed, but will they agree? If they do not, we suffer no loss. Lei Zi interjected. This arrangement, in the long run, is advantageous. My fate and Xiao Ning's are already sealed. You must also secure your own future. Furthermore, they are aware of your uniqueness, which poses a real threat. Indeed, that Lei Zi is a concern, Tang San acknowledged, feeling somewhat relieved. Lei Zi rubbed his head. I seem to be a bit hungry. I shall step out to procure some food. Xiao Shan insisted on accompanying him, but Lei Zi, unusually, claimed he preferred solitude. This oddity did not go unnoticed. Once Lei Zi exited, Xie stealthily followed him, observing as Lei Zi entered a traditional Chinese medicine shop. He lingered inside for quite some time before emerging, clutching a bag wrapped in brown paper, seemingly intent on concealing it from prying eyes. Once Lei Zi departed, Xie entered the shop, where the proprietor was counting money. Startled by Xie's entrance, the shopkeeper hastily attempted to hide his goods, only to be apprehended by Lei Zi, who seized his wrist. What did you just sell? The shopkeeper's forehead glistened with sweat, aware he was peddling contraband. Speak, or I will summon someone to inspect your establishment, Xie warned, releasing the shopkeeper's grip. No. It was he who insisted I sell. He paid handsomely for it. I merely devised a plan for him, the shopkeeper pleaded. That item has long been prohibited. I was simply tempted by a bit of profit. Please, good sir, show mercy. As he spoke, he attempted to slip money into Xie's hand. Xie shouted. Speak plainly. What was sold? Arsenic, the shopkeeper stammered, retracting his hands immediately. Xie's expression darkened. He discerned Lei Zi's intentions. With a heavy sigh, Xie turned and exited, standing on the street corner, lost in thought for a considerable time, uncertain whether to prevent Lei Zi from proceeding with his actions. After 5 minutes of contemplation, Xie hurried home. The door was closed, and without a moment to knock, he vaulted over the wall into the yard. Finding Lei Zi standing there, appearing remarkably at ease, Xie's emotions swirled within him. Damn it, Xie, you nearly scared me to death with that sudden leap. Lei Zi remarked, visibly displeased. Would it kill you to make a sound? The mention of death always left Xie feeling uneasy, while Lei Zi appeared as usual. Xie's words were lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Instead, he approached Bai Yi and whispered a few words, which caused Bai Yi's expression to darken. Without delay, he hurried into Lei Zi's room. Sensing the impending trouble, Lei Zi followed suit, asking, What are you all doing? We're looking for the item you purchased earlier, Xie replied. Lei Zi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. Are you suggesting I want to take my own life? Is that not the case? Xie was also taken aback. Then why did you buy arsenic? Come on, am I that fragile? Yes, I was a bit weak when my senior brother passed away. But that was an exceptional circumstance, Lei Zi countered. Now that I am aware of my imminent demise, I find myself rather calm. Besides, I have the talisman. What is there to fear? That poison. I scattered it in the yard. With spring upon us, there are plenty of pests. I simply wanted to use it to deter them from roaming about. Xie, you're overthinking it. Xie couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Recalling his earlier feelings while standing on the street, he playfully smacked Lei Zi on the head and advised, in the future, just say what you intend to do. Don't frighten people like this. Have you not known me long enough by now? Suicide, not something I, Lei Zi, would ever consider. He spat on the ground, emphasizing his point. That fortune teller said I would live a maximum of 3 months. In that time, I want to spend it well with you all. So you will remember me vividly. lest you find it difficult to locate me in the future. Tang San was not at home. He had gone to visit Yu Bai, who was gravely injured but maintained his composure, fearful that others might discern his condition. In truth, he was struggling to walk, his legs trembling. Yet he feigned calmness and nonchalance. This sight left Tang San both amused and exasperated. You should simply rest at home. Why are you in class so soon? I've already taken quite a few days off. How could I feel right about it? Yu Bai replied. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found it empty and sighed. Tang San, I've nearly lost my life. That move, like a mountain pressing down, nearly broke me. You wagered your entire cultivation. Could it not have caused you injury? Tang San remarked. Yu Bai wore a mournful expression. I have come to deeply understand a truth. Retreat when possible, for stubbornly persisting yields no benefits. Unfortunately, I am only realizing this now. I doubt I will recover within half a year. Even walking feels like my heart is racing. Here, take this. Tang San handed a packet of medicine to Yu Bai. What is this peculiar item? Yu Bai inquired, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. It actually smells quite pleasant, invigorating. I asked Xixia to find it for you. It contains herbs that boost energy and vitality, Tang San explained. Knowing you appreciate aesthetically pleasing and fragrant items, these should suit you well. Quite considerate of you, Yu Bai said contentedly, placing the sachet into his pocket. Tang San, do you ever feel a sense of unease within? What do you mean? Tang San asked. Yu Bai let out a sigh, remarking on the peculiar nature of the spiritual energy that had indeed dissipated, yet he sensed something was amiss. He posed a question. When a person passes away, one can check for breath and pulse to ascertain their demise. But what characteristics define the death of a spiritual energy? This inquiry left Tang San at a loss. Thus, unease settled within Yu Bai as he murmured to himself, do you think it truly perished? Does its disappearance signify that we have vanquished it? Moreover, despite our combined efforts, we could not handle that practitioner of curses. Instead, he managed to regain control. This baffles me beyond comprehension. Tang San elucidated. So this weighs on your mind. Do not forget, when Haisheng emerged, it was also a culmination of my cultivation. He did not accomplish it alone. In truth, his methods diverge from ours, and his prowess may not exceed ours. Yu Bai felt considerably reassured. Indeed, he acknowledged, understanding that with Yu Bai's assertive nature, he would inevitably grapple with such matters. Tang San felt somewhat helpless, as he had always considered himself the most na-ve within the team, yet in the presence of Yu Bai, he found himself at an advantage. With a muffled grunt, Tang San remarked, if you are unharmed, I can rest easy. Should I meet my end? I would not fear it. Such outcomes are merely the consequence of inadequate skill. Yu Bai, reflecting on his knee, responded, it is well. This experience will teach me to exercise greater prudence in the future. It appeared that Yu Bai would require some time to recuperate. Tang San stated, if you are fine, I shall take my leave. Tang San hesitated momentarily, asking, are you truly all right? In Yu Bai's heart, the notion of the reincarnation curse felt precarious. Tang San did not turn back, but waved to Yu Bai, declaring, I am perfectly well, I will be on my way. As for Lei Zi, 2 weeks later, he realized that the words of Hisa were not unfounded. The restlessness within him became increasingly palpable, and he began to lose weight, lacking appetite for food. Due to Lei Zi's diminished appetite, the gluttonous Tang San avoided eating in his presence. Lei Zi, however, remained unfazed, persistently inquiring about the details of the reincarnation curse from Fuyu. On the side of the shadowy organization, news was as elusive as a stone sinking into the sea. Bai Yi and his companions deemed their involvement optional, likely considering it a matter of face, while the shadowy organization pondered their stance. If they truly required Bai Yi's abilities, they would approach with humility. If they found him dispensable, they would naturally disregard him. Lei Zi was becoming increasingly emaciated. Fuyu devised various strategies to encourage him to eat more, often taking him outside for leisurely strolls. Lei Zi knew that his time was truly limited. In the stillness of the night, he could feel the writhing of the blood worms within him. This was merely the beginning. Soon, he would experience excruciating abdominal cramps, and blood blisters began to appear on his skin. Typically, when someone is bitten by bloodworms, symptoms manifest immediately. However, Lei Zi's situation was peculiar. The bloodworms lay dormant within him until now, slowly awakening. Perhaps it was his unique disposition, or perhaps it was related to the acupuncture points sealed on his hands. These considerations had become inconsequential. As the number of blood blisters multiplied, Even areas concealed by clothing began to show signs. Lei Zi was reluctant to leave his room, and Fuyu brought him his meals 3 times a day. Lei Zi isolated himself until one night. Anguished cries echoed from within. No one dared to enter, standing hesitantly at the door. Suddenly, Lei Zi flung open the door. "Take me to a place." His face was already covered in blood blisters. His features swollen to the point where his eyes were reduced to mere slits. He said, "The bloodworms within me are about to emerge. I cannot remain here. Quickly, take me to a deserted location." The only deserted place was where Xiao Ning lay to rest. Bai nodded and hurried to fetch the car. Lei Zi got in, resting his head against the window, silent except for the deep, labored breaths escaping his nostrils, each one more forceful than the last. His legs trembling slightly as he fought to maintain composure. Tang San gently patted Lei Zi's back. He managed to smile, forcing out the words, "Damn. I must look terrible right now, don't I?" Tang San felt a lump in his throat, unable to utter a single word. "You should keep your distance. If these blisters burst and the bloodworms crawl out, I would be endangering all of you. Are you all uninjured?" Even at this critical moment, Lei Zi could not keep his mouth shut. Walking this path to the underworld, if Xiao Ning were to see me, she'd probably have a good laugh at my expense. Am I going to make it to her? "Be quiet," Xie shouted back. "Stop talking nonsense." At night, the roads were nearly deserted, especially since they were winding through the mountains. After a considerable time, a single vehicle passed by. When they reached the bamboo grove, the night had grown late, and the rustling of the bamboo filled the air. Despite Xie's warning, Lei Zi remarked, "It sounds as if Xiao Ning is here to welcome me." As soon as he spoke, Lei Zi leaned against a nearby bamboo stalk. "I can't hold on much longer. I feel they are about to break through my skin." "Tang San, help me." "What do you want me to do?" Tang San asked. "I have painkillers in my pocket. I need to take one and see if it helps." Lei Zi pointed to the pocket of his shirt, his hands trembling with fear that he lacked the strength to retrieve the medication himself. Tang San reached in and pulled out a capsule. "There's no water." "That's fine. I can manage." Lei Zi swiftly brought it to his lips, closing his eyes as he felt a motion in his throat, the medicine having been swallowed. A smile crept upon his face. "This feels much more exhilarating. Remember to burn my remains to ashes after I perish. That would be so much more straightforward." "And what of Fuyu?" Xie sensed something amiss. "What exactly did you consume?" Chapter 616. The Contract. Lei Zi laughed heartily. "Xie, who would have thought there would come a day when you two would fall for my ruse? After all, I am an old hand at this. How could I not anticipate that you would follow me? I procured arsenic, but I also acquired something else that would allow me to depart swiftly. I have just ingested it." Xie felt a twinge of regret, yet witnessing Lei Zi's torment brought him a strange sense of relief. Lei Zi took a deep breath, fully aware that the effects of the drug would soon take hold. "Fuyu, I entrust this to you." As Fuyu approached, Lei Zi had already bitten into his finger. Fuyu opened the box containing the insects, which eagerly awaited the drop of blood. Once it fell, a flash of red light illuminated the space, and Lei Zi felt a sense of solace. This will suffice. Fuyu closed the box, observing Lei Zi's pallid visage under the moonlight. "Lei Zi." "I'm fine," Lei Zi replied, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. His hand, which had been propped against the bamboo, began to weaken, and he slowly started to slide down. Tang San and Xiao Shan reached out simultaneously to support him, but Lei Zi shouted, "Do not touch me." He staggered toward the open space ahead, turning back to ask, "Are you ready?" Bai nodded, "Ready." Lei Zi waved them off, stumbling toward the chosen spot. Before he reached it, he collapsed, face down on the ground. All Tang San and the others could see was his dim silhouette. Xiao Shan timidly called, "Brother Lei Zi?" There was no response, only the rustling of leaves in the bamboo forest swaying in the wind. Lei Zi lay still, and Tang San heard a tearing sound. Was it the sound of blood insects emerging? He swallowed hard. "Bai now?" Bai closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them. "Let us ignite it." Gasoline was poured over Lei Zi's body, and no one dared to turn him over, allowing him to remain prone on the ground. Tang San held the lighter, hesitating for what felt like an eternity, before reluctantly passing it to Bai. "You do it." Bai took it, decisively igniting the flame and tossing it. The still-lit lighter landed on Lei Zi's back, instantly catching fire. His body was enveloped in flames, presenting a poignant sight. Xiao Shan turned away, tears streaming down his face, while Xie embraced his shoulders. "It's all right. Your sister Xiao Ning and brother Lei Zi have merely departed from us temporarily. One day, we shall bring them back. We must bring them back. Xiao Shan gritted his teeth. Resolute, Lei Zi was laid to rest, much like Xiao Ning, without a gravestone. Together they remained, interred within that idyllic paradise. After burying Lei Zi, an emptiness settled in their hearts. The absence of two beloved souls rendered the home significantly colder. Without the bickering of Lei Zi and Xiao Ning, rising in the morning felt tinged with sadness. As if aware of Lei Zi's burial, Lei Yi arrived alone this time, bearing 2 handfuls of yellow chrysanthemums. Upon entering, he placed them in the courtyard. Bai caught a glimpse of this gesture from the corner of his eye, but remained silent, standing awkwardly in the yard. Lei Yi hesitated before speaking. I have come a bit later than expected. Your organization tends to deliberate over matters profoundly, and I understand. Bai Yi replied. Let us converse while seated. With Bai Yi's invitation, Lei Yi visibly relaxed and took a seat. I have come to convey the organization's sentiments. We genuinely welcome you to join us. Regarding the conditions you proposed, the first and second are agreeable. Your rank will be the same as mine, just below the most central position. As for the third condition, I assure you we will find it satisfactory. The reason I say will is that we trust your proposed conditions are feasible and not fanciful aspirations. There is no need for insinuation. I am confident in your capabilities to fulfill my conditions. It seems you still harbor some hesitation regarding the third request? Bai Yi's words struck home. Nothing escapes your notice. Indeed, while past members of the organization have held various societal roles, they have always adhered strictly to the organization's directives. Your request for freedom disrupts established norms, and naturally, there are many considerations from the organization. Lei Yi was notably more candid this time. Thus, the deliberation has taken longer than anticipated. The process is irrelevant. Please convey the outcome directly, Bai Yi interjected, exasperated by the drawn-out suspense. We can reach an agreement. But the condition for your freedom is that you must assist the organization with a task periodically. Should you fail, this condition will be revoked. Lei Yi added, if you agree, we can finalize this now. Fu Yu chuckled lightly. But what if the tasks you assign are impossible to accomplish? Wouldn't that be tantamount to ensnaring us in a trap? You need not worry. Based on our past experiences, there has never been such a precedent. Lei Yi paused momentarily. We seldom establish precedents. Words alone are insufficient. Let us formalize a contract, Fu Yu suggested with a sudden smile reminiscent of his innocent 16-year-old self. As he smiled, a small moth, which merely resembled one, fluttered from him and landed on Lei Yi's lips. Lei Yi instinctively recoiled, hesitant to move. Fully aware of Fu Yu's status. Regaining his composure, he glanced down to see the moth merely resting on his lips, its wings fluttering gently, causing only a ticklish sensation without discomfort. This eased his mind, and he curiously observed the creature, attempting to discern its appearance. The moth lingered for a moment before swiftly returning to Fu Yu. Steadying himself, Lei Yi exhaled. Are you now reassured? Naturally, Bai Yi replied. With Fu Yu here, what do I have to fear? Fu Yu smiled, saying, although this contract is established upon you, it rests upon your lips. All those who have conversed with you are implicated. Therefore, upholding the promise is not solely your responsibility. Lei Yi was taken aback. He was aware of the possibility of direct application of curses, but had never encountered such an indirect method. He glanced at Fu Yu, who exuded an aura of gentle grace, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Yet, her meticulousness and subtlety in execution were formidable, allowing her to achieve her objectives effortlessly, truly terrifying. Now, you may present your conditions, Lei Yi stated, feeling a sense of relief after completing the task. Despite his cunning nature, he often felt indebted to these individuals and found himself inadvertently speaking on behalf of Bai Yi and the others during discussions with other members. We seek to exchange identities. Bai Yi declared. You are aware of our circumstances. Society has become increasingly intricate. Living smoothly is becoming ever more challenging. I have considered that nothing is more convenient than reinventing ourselves abroad. Additionally, we need to erase our records here. We require someone to live our lives and to die in our stead. We shall return here under entirely new identities. Lei Yi nodded vigorously. Indeed, this is accurate. In this rapidly changing world, your uniqueness will undoubtedly draw attention. This is indeed a sound strategy. Then, do you have a solution? Bai Yi inquired. Chapter 617, Disguise Techniques. Lei Yi responded, disguise sounds profound, but in essence, it is merely a form of makeup. It has existed since ancient times, where it involved applying makeup to human skin. However, it has evolved significantly. Within our organization, there is a remarkable individual aptly named Rong, whose mastery of makeup is unparalleled. If she takes charge, success is assured. Are you suggesting we have someone disguise themselves as us? Tang San remarked, incredulous. But what follows is none of your concern. We will handle the procedures for you to go abroad, where we will seek opportunities to facilitate your identity exchange. You may even retain your original names. Trust in our capabilities. Lei Zi grew increasingly confident, assuring, as for your domestic assets, we will safeguard them meticulously, leaving no room for error. That sounds impeccable, Bai Yi replied. In that case, our contract is officially established. Lei Yi's face lit up with joy. Welcome to our organization. When may we meet the others? Bai Yi asked. Although we need not fully comply with the organization, maintaining a certain distance is essential. A certain distance? Lei Yi pondered, somewhat confused. Yes, a distance that is suitable for both parties, Bai Yi explained. I understand. Lei Yi immediately rose. Time is of the essence. I shall return to make arrangements. Please refrain from going out for the next few days. Lei Zi exhibited no hint of hesitation. His departure lasted merely a day, and by the following day, he arrived at the same time, accompanied by a woman in her early 30s. She was dubbed a lady, for her countenance bore an air of composure that suggested displeasure, her brows knitted together, instantly creating an impenetrable barrier. Upon entering, she averted her gaze from others, meticulously surveying the surroundings of the courtyard. Fu Yu maintained a gentle smile, quietly observing the lady. Noticing Fu Yu's gaze, she turned to meet it, prompting Fu Yu to remark, why must such a charming young lady present herself in this manner? The lady's eyes widened in surprise, and she glanced back at Lei Zi, who promptly introduced, this is Fu Yu. Ah, it is you, the lady exclaimed, her voice unexpectedly bright and tinged with a hint of delicacy, far from what one might expect from someone in her 30s. How startling. A beauty akin to a celestial maiden, possessing eyes that seemed to see through to one's soul. Quite daunting indeed. Her voice startled Xiao Shan, who remarked, what a peculiar voice. The lady shot Xiao Shan a glare, swiftly lifting a pre-prepared mask from her face to reveal her true visage. Her features were strikingly delicate, adorned with a small red beauty spot on her brow, her skin as smooth as jade. Her expression was playfully mischievous. Honestly, I had prepared extensively before arriving. Indeed, you did prepare well, though it seems you neglected your hands, Fu Yu remarked, gesturing to her right index finger, where the skin was noticeably different from her other fingers. Rong sighed dramatically, immediately blaming Lei Zi. It's all your fault for urging me incessantly. I was so close. Quite right, Fu Yu replied skillfully. Had it not been for this minor flaw, we would have never discerned the truth. Such craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Tang San, intrigued, asked, is this what is spoken of in legends? Your understanding is outdated, Rong responded. In the past, the world was treacherous, necessitating disguises, whether through cross-dressing or adopting aged appearances. Initially, the most common method involved wearing masks, which were often grotesque, but later evolved into more exquisite imitations. There were also potions. Though they required considerable skill, I possess a modicum of knowledge on the subject. To claim a modicum of knowledge was a gross understatement, Fu Yu remarked. The young lady's confidence radiates from within. Such assurance cannot exist without the capability to support it. Fu Yu's words resonated well, and Rong found herself favorably inclined towards him, her cheeks flushing slightly, a telltale sign of her happiness or excitement. Yes, nowadays, there are fewer than 10 who know how to use potions for disguise, and of those my age, I am the sole one. Truly remarkable. Fu Yu continued to lavish praise, her tone persuasive and comforting, making it seem as though she genuinely admired herself. And what about this on your hand? The material is certainly not human skin. After all, what era are we in? I have no means to procure human skin. In fact, abroad, the trend of altering one's appearance through surgery has already begun to flourish. I am merely utilizing the most popular materials overseas, which closely resemble human skin. These materials are processed according to the desired appearance and then adhered to the face, creating a remarkably lifelike illusion. Not only can this be applied to the face, but any exposed part of the body can also be modified. With a sense of pride, the facial disguise expert handed a mask to Fu Yu, saying, take a look. Fu Yu touched it and found it to be incredibly smooth, the texture akin to that of human skin. This is truly astonishing. This is technology, the expert replied. Hence, you can trust me completely with your transformation. What shall we do? Asked Xia. I need to measure your heights and capture your facial features, the disguise expert stated. This will take some time, so you won't be going anywhere today. Lei Zi handed the camera to the expert, while Tang San, who was generally averse to being photographed, hesitated and was pulled to the forefront by the expert. If I don't photograph your features, how can I create the masks? This is a significant undertaking. After a moment of reluctance, Tang San completed the photo session, curiously observing as the expert took pictures of the others. Hey, Lei Zi. Tang San nudged the expert with his chin. Did she join the organization because of her skills? She can change a person's appearance in a minute. Don't you think that alone qualifies her for membership? Lei Zi replied, in times of peril, when one wishes to evade attention, a disguise is the most effective solution. Indeed, Tang San concurred. Once everything was completed, the expert confidently proclaimed, give me a week. In a week, I will also provide you with all the necessary documents, including your new identities abroad. You should prepare as well. Before we leave, the 3 core members of our organization wish to meet you. When you mention preparation, do you mean for our departure or for meeting these core members? Bai Yi inquired with a hint of amusement. Lei Zi, aware that Bai Yi was teasing, promptly clarified, both. Then we shall not see you off, Bai Yi said as he watched the two depart. Turning back, he noticed Xiao Shan squatting there, looking dejected. What's wrong, Xiao Shan? Are we really going abroad? I'm reluctant to leave this place, Xiao Shan replied. Xiao Shan, you may not understand our reasons for leaving. But to put it simply, it's to facilitate our future search for Lei Zi and Xiao Ning, Bai Yi explained. We need the freedom to return and take action, so that we can find them. Chapter 618, Identical. Is that true? Xiao Shan was overwhelmed with confusion. Once we reach abroad, you should also attend school. Bai Yi continued. Prepare to embrace everything that the future holds. And what about you? Xiao Shan asked. The same goes for us. Each of us must improve continuously to better protect ourselves and our companions. Bai Yi reflected with deep emotion. Such circumstances must not repeat. Therefore, you must learn to adapt and evolve for what lies ahead. In preparation, Bai Yi first transferred everyone's savings to a Swiss bank abroad, facilitating future living arrangements overseas. As for domestic enterprises, with the organization having agreed to take over, Bai Yi merely convened a meeting with the management from both sides to provide a brief overview. In truth, Bai Yi had not been overly meticulous. The trading company and antique shop were still operating reasonably well. The task at hand was simply to ensure their continued operation, and when the time came, they could be liquidated if necessary. After managing the company's affairs, Bai Yi awaited news from the shadowy organization. The organization indeed exhibited remarkable efficiency. Lei Zi arrived punctually, bringing with him identification for 5 individuals and even secured properties abroad. Holding the documents, Bai Yi sincerely remarked, your capabilities are truly formidable. Hearing Bai Yi's acknowledgement for the first time, Lei Zi let out a sigh of relief. You may not be our leader, but receiving your praise is indeed a rarity. That merely reflects your own insecurity, Bai Yi replied. This is good. It indicates you still possess a modicum of conscience. Lei Zi's diligent efforts in this matter suggested a degree of character, although Xiao Ning's death was an unfortunate accident. Upon reflection, such an outcome might be preferable. But what about our replacements? Tang San remained most concerned about this. They would be late due to some work obligations. But hopefully, they would not be intimidated. Lei Zi spoke with newfound confidence, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. It appeared the disguise had been successfully executed. Bai Yi carefully stored the passports and foreign identification, and he and Lei Zi settled in the courtyard to converse, primarily probing for information about the key members within the organization. However, Lei Zi was exceptionally tight-lipped. When questioned about critical matters, he quickly deflected, stating that they would find out in due course. It seemed the organization's true identities in real life were shrouded in secrecy. Nonetheless, it was best not to dwell on it, as there would be ample time ahead. When a knock sounded at the door, Xiao Shan rushed to answer it. Upon opening, he was greeted by Tang San's face, and he immediately exclaimed, Brother Sanqing. In response, Tang San in the courtyard called out, What's wrong? Xiao Shan turned to look at him, his expression perplexed. There's another Brother Sanqing outside. The Tang Sanqing outside then revealed a peculiar smile and spoke in a voice identical to that of the Tang Sanqing within. What's the matter? Xiao Shan pointed towards the Tang Sanqing outside. This is. Let us in first. Otherwise, the neighbors will see us, the disguised figure interjected. Xiao Shan quickly released his grip and opened the door, watching as the disguised Tang San and his entourage entered the courtyard. The courtyard, though initially spacious, felt constricted with the sudden influx of so many people. Everyone appeared somewhat amused, particularly Xiao Shan, who kept grasping at the figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. His hands roamed over the other's face, searching for any sign of a mask that could be removed. Where is it? Brother Sancheng? Xiao Shan was about to seek help from Tang San, but upon turning around, he was met with two identical Tang San standing side by side, their hair mirroring each other perfectly. He was utterly bewildered. The master of disguise was filled with pride. True mastery of transformation encompasses not merely the face, neck, and exposed skin, but also includes the hair and mannerisms. However, due to time constraints, they had yet to familiarize themselves with your habitual movements, necessitating a bit of time. Thus, they would require 3 days. This duration would suffice for them to stay with you, learning all there is to know about you, albeit not delving into your innermost thoughts. As such, the upcoming 3 days would mean accommodating 10 individuals within this space. The first concern that crossed Tang San's mind was the feasibility of such an arrangement. 10 seemed somewhat excessive. Rest assured, they will only be present during the day. They will depart at night, Lei Zi assured. So, are you satisfied with the results? There is nothing to be dissatisfied with, Bai Yi replied. But what about the voice we just heard? Upon hearing your voices, they immediately adjusted their vocal cords to replicate the desired sound, Lei Zi explained. This is not a particularly challenging task, it merely requires training. To ensure complete compatibility, we have also meticulously controlled their height. I am confident they will seamlessly inhabit your identities here and will fade away without a trace. At that point, you can return under new identities and commence anew. Lei Zi added, it is a pity that your opportunities to meet will be few, but you must be prepared to fulfill your tasks abroad. Bai Yi simply smiled, while Lei Zi chuckled ruefully. As you know, we have set a precedent. We understand that once abroad, we will not go missing and will rely heavily on the organization. Bai Yi remarked, and our friends, we cannot lack connections. Truly, Bai Yi was meticulous in his considerations. However, we have already familiarized ourselves with this aspect. An archaeology student named Lu Zhishi, art teacher Yu Bai, and individuals such as Uncle Hong and Xie Fangfei. Lei Zi stated, we have already organized the relationships among your group, and naturally, for the sake of safety, the frequency of contact will be minimized. Then I shall entrust this to you. Bai Yi finally felt a sense of relief, formally extending his hand to Lei Zi. Let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration. Hearing this, how could I not feel elated? I hope that one day we may become companions. Lei Yi's tone was sincere. Let us hope that day arrives swiftly. Bai Yi maintained a non-committal tone. After all, the term companion would not be lightly bestowed upon others at this juncture. The word itself lingered on his lips, a blend of longing and anticipation. In truth, coexisting with another version of oneself was somewhat awkward, yet he was grateful that it was only for 3 days. Throughout this time, those 5 individuals had never revealed their true selves. Their gestures and movements grew increasingly similar, even leading to the unsettling illusion of questioning which one was truly himself. 3 days later, these 5 individuals vanished without a trace. Xiao Shan meticulously studied the faces of Bai Yi and the others, confirming that they were indeed his long-lost siblings. The past 3 days had taken a toll on Xiao Shan, as he incessantly sought affirmation from the one who conversed with him, leaving him utterly fatigued. With all preparations complete, they were set to depart imminently. Bai Yi had no intention of altering the house, choosing to leave it as a sanctuary. The furniture lay draped in white cloth, and the belongings taken by the others were few, preserving the house's original semblance. Tang San stood in Xiao Ning's room, desperately inhaling the essence of the space, determined to etch this scent in his memory until he could find her once more. Tang San, let us go, Bai Yi entered, placing a hand on San's shoulder. It is time to embark on our journey. Chapter 619, A New Identity in 1982. After Bai Yi and the others departed, the Chinese men's badminton team clinched the Thomas Cup for the first time, igniting a fervor across the nation. These events were now distant from their lives as they arrived in England, commencing a new chapter. Time gradually slipped away as they embraced the process of growth anew. Xiao Shan, like an ordinary youth, began his studies at school, where he was introduced to computers. Enthralled by this novel domain bridging his 2 worlds, he devoted his entire passion to it, swiftly ascending to prodigious heights within the industry. Fuyu became a striking presence in the West. captivating the English with her Eastern beauty, which they found irresistible. She enrolled in higher education, majoring in biological engineering, a field that allowed her to explore her enigmatic abilities. Renowned as the most exquisite Eastern woman on campus, she was perpetually surrounded by a throng of foreign admirers. However, Fu Yu met their fervent pursuits with mere smiles. And upon exiting the school gates, she would entwine her arm with Bai Yi's, leaving behind envious gazes. Bai Yi once inquired of Fu Yu whether any of the handsome suitors had captured her heart. She merely glanced at him, a smile gracing her lips, and replied, "What do you think?" Indeed, Bai Yi found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated that Fu Yu, who had lived in solitude for so long, would seamlessly adapt to societal life upon her return, transforming into an emerging woman of the new age. Her classical beauty intertwined with her modernity proved irresistible to men. As for Bai Yi, although he had previously pursued studies abroad, this time his experiences broadened even further. He had evolved into a versatile talent, utilizing prior investments to engage in the jade market in England. It soon became apparent that the British harbored a profound curiosity about the mysteries of the East, often pressing him to inquire why Easterners held such fascination with jade rather than favoring diamonds. Bai Yi possesses an innate ability to captivate others, instilling in them a keen interest in jade and ultimately prompting consumer behavior. He is often regarded as a natural-born businessman, a sentiment echoed by those around him. His profound erudition further adds to this reputation, which Bai Yi willingly embraces as he contemplates his future. After spending a period in the United Kingdom, he plans to assume a new identity and relocate to another country. His connections with the organization remain steadfast, revealing that the members of this clandestine group are scattered throughout the nation. Over time, Bai Yi and his associates discern that among them are merchants, officials, artists, and even ordinary individuals like cobblers and laborers. Yet, their outward appearances do not hinder their capabilities. For instance, a special approval document, seemingly indefinite, is, in fact, time-bound. Following the demise of a superior, it becomes practically void, transforming it into a latent threat. Thus, it becomes imperative to eliminate this special document at the opportune moment. Engaging the organization to facilitate this endeavor naturally incurs a cost, namely, the obligation to complete a task for them. Given the current capabilities of the group, this is certainly not a challenge, as each individual has ascended in their respective fields. Tang San is resolutely determined to match his father's prowess in Taoist practices. Upon arriving abroad, he remains steadfast in this ambition, delving into meditation, which he discovers significantly enhances his cultivation. He also joins a research team focused on Chinese folklore, where the project leader, a fellow Chinese, holds him in high regard. As he becomes acquainted with his mentor, Tang San learns that he is a descendant of the renowned Yuan Tian gang, with a genealogy to substantiate this claim. Tang San is well-versed in Yuan Tiangong's legacy, particularly his widely recognized bone-counting divination technique, which reflects his status as an astronomer, astrologer, and prophet. Although Tang San has some understanding of physiognomy, his skills in this area do not quite match his Taoist abilities, as he is limited to observing facial features to gauge a person's fortune and character. His inability to foresee longer-term outcomes is a source of admiration for Yuan Tiangang. In Luoyang, Yuan Tiangang once assessed the faces of Du Yin, Wang Gui, and Wei Ting, predicting that Du Yin would rise to prominence through his literary talents. Wang Gui would attain a fifth-grade official position within a decade, and Wei Ting, with a countenance akin to that of a tiger, would assume a military post. He also foresaw that all three would face demotions in their official careers, yet they would eventually reunite. Indeed, during the reign of Emperor Gaozu of Tang in the Wuda era, Du Yin was appointed as a palace memorialist and selected as a scholar of the Tiansu Academy. Wang Gui, recommended by princely Jianqing, ascended to the fifth-grade position of princess deputy, and Wei Ting was appointed as a military official. Just as their careers flourished, they unexpectedly fell victim to a court coup, leading to their collective demotion to Junzhou, where they encountered Yuan Tiangang once more. Yuan Tiangang again predicted that they would ultimately achieve high ranks, all reaching at least the third-grade official status, a prediction that would later prove accurate. Moreover, Yuan Tiangang had also divined for Wu Zetian. When Tang San first learned of this, he felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. What astonished him most was that his mentor was also a master of physiognomy, renowned within the Chinese community in England. Tang San's innate talent in this domain garnered significant attention from his teacher, swiftly evolving their relationship into one of mutual respect and camaraderie. The mentor, sharing the surname Yuan, is named Yuan Tiandao. This name carries a certain significance, and it remains a mystery why he has come to England. However, it was a fortuitous encounter for Tang San, who was studying at a school with a considerable number of Chinese or Chinese international students, which may have been one of the reasons for this meeting. Yuan Tiandao possesses profound expertise in facial analysis, far surpassing that of Tang San. His insights into Tang San's cultivation of Taoist practices are remarkably unique. Perhaps as an observer, Yuan Tiandao believes that while a master initiates a student into the path, the journey of cultivation rests solely on the individual. Ultimately, the enhancement of one's abilities hinges on whether Tang San can concentrate and calm his mind. After all foundational elements are already in place. Upon reflection, Tang San found great wisdom in this sentiment, recognizing that his progress in Taoist practices had nearly stagnated over the past 2 years. Now is the perfect time to resume his training and elevate his abilities to new heights. Tang San began learning facial analysis from Yuan Tiandao, and gradually, he discovered a flicker of intuition emerging within him. He was no longer merely assessing others' personalities through their features. His understanding of fortune also began to deepen, albeit limited to recent circumstances, the past week or so. Beyond that, his insights became constrained. Yuan Tiandao was already quite pleased with Tang San's progress, confident that with Tang San's innate talent, he would continue to refine his skills. Tang San regarded Yuan Tiandao as a gifted mentor. As for Xia, originally skilled in martial arts and possessing a natural affinity for botany, he had not received systematic education. Upon arriving abroad, he promptly chose to study botany, leading to a subtle transformation in his demeanor, which now exuded an air of scholarly elegance. The 5 individuals were content in their respective lives, residing in the outskirts of London where they cultivated their own vegetable garden, finding joy in simplicity. Such moments often evoked memories of the past. During this time, fulfilling their obligations to the organization, they successfully completed 2 missions, which reinforced their belief that the initial exchange was worthwhile. The tranquility of their current lives felt entirely justified. As time flowed steadily, 2 decades slipped by. Once again, under the condition of completing a mission, they exchanged identities, relocating to a new area. Like a journey, cities appeared and vanished in their lives, yet the constant remained, the city in their hearts and the 2 friends who had never left their side. After another decade, the changes in Fu Yu's goo worms began to manifest, marking the passage of 30 years. Now, the year was 2012. In chapter 620, the red dot. 30 years had elapsed, and while their appearances had not undergone significant changes, they had all grown more relaxed and mature. Particularly, Xiao had, like Xia, experienced a gradual trajectory of growth. After 30 years, he appeared only just 20, though he had matured somewhat, his playful curiosity remaining unchanged, a trait deeply ingrained in his nature. Xiao remained concerned about the goo worm that had been used for the reincarnation goo. Countless times, he had secretly observed it. One day, he stealthily entered Fu Yu's room, where the box was carefully stored atop the wardrobe. With remarkable agility, Xiao leaped, effortlessly retrieving the box without the need for a stool. "Little one, let me see if you have changed." Little Shan glanced outside the door, recalling the last time he was discovered, when he was thoroughly reprimanded by Fu Yu and Bai Yi. Today, he must avoid a repeat of that tragic episode. The box was opened, and little Shan felt a touch of unease. The last time he observed this worm, it was entirely dark. Yet now it bore 2 small red spots on its back. What could this signify? Little Shan became engrossed in his thoughts, oblivious to Fu Yu's approach. "What are you looking at?" Fu Yu's gentle voice startled little Shan, causing his heart to leap. "Sister Fu Yu, you scare me to death," he exclaimed. Little Shan increasingly resembled Lei Zi in mannerisms, prompting Fu Yu to shake her head in exasperation. Noticing the box in his hands, her expression darkened. "Have you been peeking again?" Little Shan hurriedly placed the box before her. "It has changed." Fu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the 2 red spots. She delicately took the box, regarding the worm with an affectionate gaze akin to that of a mother observing her child. This expression filled little Shan with anticipation. "Is it? What is it?" He felt that words were unnecessary, as Fu Yu understood without reply. "Have they returned?" "Not yet. I just received a call saying they would be delayed." Little Shan replied. However, Qi Xia will be home shortly. Call them and inform them we may need to leave, Fu Yu instructed. As soon as she spoke, she noticed little Shan's countenance wavering between laughter and tears, his eyes reddening and his nose twitching. With a sigh, Fu Yu said, "Let me handle it." Little Shan burst into laughter. All right. Soon, everyone returned promptly. Fu Yu placed the worm box on the table, and as each person entered, it caught their immediate attention. Yet, one had to approach closely to discern the details inside. The two red spots appeared even more pronounced now, gleaming with a luster reminiscent of a ripe apple's skin. Tang San leaned in for a closer look and remarked that the spots resembled flickering flames. What does this indicate? The reincarnation worm, in layman's terms, serves to mark the primordial spirit. Over the years, you must have come to understand that what we refer to as the primordial spirit is considered the soul in Western thought, regarded as the essence of life. These red spots represent the blood of Xiao Ning and Lei Zi. Fu Yu explained, their spirits are exceptionally vibrant, and the worm has sensed this, manifesting in this external appearance. Since this, Tang San murmured, does this mean they are currently very active? Indeed, they have at least reached adulthood, Fu Yu confirmed. We must return immediately, Bai Yi stated. Set aside everything here for now, assume a new identity, and return with a fresh name. Everyone should make their own arrangements. Wait. Little Shan scratched his head. I am quite happy, yet there is one thing I do not understand. Are they definitely in the country? And do people truly have another life? If they are not, you aren't suggesting they are not human, are you? Tang San felt faint. Yet, they had not undergone reincarnation, possessing no experience to draw from. Surely, any possibility could exist. Fu Yu smiled and assured, in the name of my ancestors, I guarantee that the situation is not as dire as you imagine. Otherwise, the reincarnation worm would not have sounded the alarm, and the direction is also correct. Give me a moment, and I shall acquire the most detailed coordinates swiftly. Bai Yi remarked, then let us first address the matters at hand. Returning in the most reasonable manner. The back of the worm gradually turned entirely red before slowly fading away. Bai Yi and the others were oblivious to how Fu Yu had ascertained this. They merely observed the numerous fine lines on the worm's back. Tang San mused that it resembled divination. Perhaps those intricate lines bore a resemblance to the divination slips. Through these lines, Fu Yu directed Xiao Shan to use software online to pinpoint the target, which turned out to be two of the most prestigious schools in Beijing. With arms crossed, Fu Yu gazed at the computer screen, exclaiming, what a coincidence. Xiao Shan, relay the results to them. Xiao Shan, feeling somewhat disheartened, queried, why are we the only two idle lately? Because we have no work, Fu Yu chuckled, but I fear I shall have to commence work upon our return. Xiao Shan immediately raised his hand. I wish to continue as a freelancer, a buyer. Have you heard of it? I find it intriguing, and it offers flexibility, not hindering our search. That sounds good. Fu Yu's speech increasingly mirrored Bai Yi's, their prolonged companionship rendering them more alike. Please check again if these two universities currently require teachers or foreign instructors. Understood. Xiao Shan gestured, resembling an ordinary young man, albeit with the demeanor of a homebody. Tang San harbored concerns about Xiao Shan's dependency on the internet. He could easily go without food or drink while seated at the computer. Yet, he could effortlessly infiltrate any backend, even that of the Intelligence Bureau, without the slightest detection. A genius. Xiao Shan had once basked in glory during his time in the UK, but excessive exposure had instilled a fear within him. After relocating to another country, he learned to adopt a low profile and how to be a competent homebody, ultimately succeeding as a sunny homebody. We are quite fortunate. Both universities have such demands. Xiao Shan remarked. Are you interested, Sister Fu Yu? Please submit my resume, Fu Yu replied. It aligns perfectly with my field of study. All right, Xiao Shan turned, winking. Or perhaps I could assist you. What do you mean? Fu Yu was taken aback. Xiao Shan chuckled. There are indeed many applying for the same position as you. I trust in your capabilities. However, what if the resumes of others were to vanish? Fu Yu laughed softly. What a splendid idea. Xiao Shan turned back to the computer, swiftly resolving the matter. Fu Yu stated, as for the other university, we may need to place someone there as well. Brother Sancheng, Xiao Shan said. He specializes in folklore studies, which aligns well with this university. No need to inform him. I shall decide on his behalf. After all, he would willingly face any challenge now. Chapter 621. A world transformed. Xiao Shan spoke wisely. Tang San had declared that he would brave any hardship, scale mountains of blades, or traverse seas of fire, as long as he could find Xiao Ning. He would not even mind being subjected to a modicum of restraint. Content to assume the role of a folklore professor or even engage in menial tasks at a school, his sole desire was to return home immediately. Bai Yi had long sold his trading company and antique shop, yet the old house remained. Although it had aged, it provided a semblance of refuge. He contacted Lei Zi, who, now in his 60s, had maintained ties with Bai Yi over the years. Upon hearing of their impending return, he eagerly made arrangements to tidy up the house, disposing of unusable items and preparing new provisions. Bai Yi harbored no concerns about being idle upon his return. He still intended to open an antique shop. He had retained some Ming Dynasty artifacts, secured within a safe, which would surely help establish his reputation. As for Xia, he remained unchanged. Now a plant expert, yet resolute in his decision to stay by Tang San's side as his protector, presenting himself in the capacity of an assistant. With everything in readiness, the five of them finally purchased tickets for their return journey. They had only gleaned information about their homeland through various media, aware of the profound transformations that had occurred. They also knew that the leader had passed away in 1997, and currently, there seemed to be no privileges to speak of. Their assumptions proved accurate, as the special approval documents had quietly vanished, thanks to the organization. As the airplanes soared through the skies, they each reminisced about their first flight, an expedition to the other shore for a lasting resolution, when tickets cost but a few dozen yuan. The cabin lacked the current splendor, and the flight attendants' uniforms were far less elegant, their makeup not nearly as vibrant. Tang San could not help but marvel at the remarkable transformation Xiao had undergone. He found himself fixated on the tallest and fairest flight attendant, practically glued to her. "Xiao," he exclaimed. Xiao turned. "What is it? What are you staring at?" Tang San replied, "Aren't you ashamed?" Ever the straightforward man, Tang San was met with Xiao's lament. "What a pity." "What do you mean, pity?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. "I simply do not favor that beauty's hairstyle," Xiao remarked. "Brother San, I genuinely admire your deep affection for Sister Xiao Ning. It is unparalleled. I prefer the old version of you," Tang San said. "Though I was a bit dull and naive back then, your newfound cleverness has robbed me of some joy." Xiao was rendered speechless. He had always known that Brother San was wise beneath his seemingly foolish exterior. Although he appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was no less formidable than Bai Yi when it came to serious matters. Gazing out at the clouds, Tang San felt the passage of time. Despite being aboard the aircraft, his thoughts had already returned home. Upon landing, they were greeted by a sign proclaiming, "Welcome back. The organization welcomes you." Bai Yi and Tang San exchanged knowing glances. What other organization could it possibly be? It was Lei Zi who came to greet them, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the five individuals before him, his hand brushing against his silver-streaked hair. "Welcome back," he said. A business vehicle was parked outside. Once inside, the driver turned around with an expression of palpable excitement. "Uncle Lei, are these the special members you mentioned?" It turned out that these five were indeed the organization's distinguished members. Lei Zi chuckled lightly. "I trust you don't mind that designation?" "Not at all," they replied. Bai Yi, however, was uncertain how much the young driver knew about them and preferred to remain taciturn. As they peered through the car windows at the scenery outside, they found the urban infrastructure aligned with their expectations, albeit with a dramatic transformation. Their words failed them. Tang San remarked, "I still find the Sihiyuan quite endearing." Upon arriving at the Bai family courtyard, a sense of oppression enveloped them, for they were encircled by towering skyscrapers. What was once a notable building in the city had now become an antiquated residence, verging on being a relic. The lock was new, having been recently replaced. Yet the courtyard had fallen into neglect, devoid of its former vibrancy. As they stepped inside, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. Understanding their sentiments, Lei Zi discreetly withdrew, granting them space. The house had been tidily arranged, with bedding prepared for immediate occupancy. They placed their modest luggage down and sat together in the courtyard, instinctively closing their eyes and inhaling deeply. "This scent is truly delightful," Tang San remarked. "Indeed," Xiao replied with joy. "But let's not dwell on that particular topic." Bai Yi interjected, "I know you're referring to that map. After all these years, we have yet to decipher the map related to Genghis Khan's tomb. Perhaps only upon finding Lei Zi will we see a breakthrough," Bai Yi continued. "Tomorrow, Tang San and I will report to school," Fuyu stated. "We will find a way to acquire the school roster, whether it be among the teachers or students. The cursed insects should provide me with a clue." Bai Yi remained unperturbed. The following day, they each set out on their respective journeys. Bai Yi ventured to the antique street. Having heard of a shop that was up for transfer, he aimed to negotiate the acquisition of this establishment, transforming himself once more into Boss Bai. Meanwhile, Tang San and Qi Xie headed to the university, the very institution where Lu Zhishi had once studied. Yu Bai had also taught there, and the serendipity of fate was indeed wondrous. Tang Sanqing's interview proceeded smoothly. Although the university did not possess a dedicated folklore program, it was linked to the archaeology department, where he was interviewing for the position of folklore consultant. The head of the archaeology department was thoroughly captivated by Tang Sanqing. Despite the interview having concluded without any questions, he continued to engage him in conversation. Meanwhile, Qi Xie waited outside the teaching building, growing increasingly restless as he glanced towards the nearby football field, now vacant of students due to class time. A young man squatted there, his backside facing the sky. Periodically, he would shift slightly, maintaining this posture for over 10 minutes without pause. Qi Xie gazed at his silhouette, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Finding himself bored, he approached, hoping to discern the scene more clearly. As he drew nearer, Qi Xie couldn't help but chuckle softly. It turned out he was fishing for camel worms. This peculiar method involved searching the grass for tiny holes, inserting a blade of grass, and waiting for a movement. When the grass stirred, one would swiftly pull it up, often snagging a small worm resembling a caterpillar, but with 2 lumps of flesh on its back. These camel worms typically resided in meticulously dug underground burrows, emerging at the entrance when hungry, anchoring themselves with their backward-facing hooks, while a pair of sickle-like mandibles protruded from the hole. When small ants or insects ventured too close, they would launch a sudden attack, dragging their prey into the depths. Thanks to their abdominal hooks, the captured victims would find themselves unable to escape their grim fate of being consumed. Understanding this behavior allowed one to hunt them with grass or sticks. A gentle stirring would prompt the camel worm to believe prey had arrived, causing it to grasp tightly onto the grass or stick. A quick and adept hand could then reel in the worm. Chapter 622. The young man was utterly engrossed in his pastime. Each worm he caught sent him into a jubilant frenzy, flailing his arms and exclaiming with delight. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qi Xie inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be in class?" The youth, so absorbed in his activity, was startled by the unfamiliar voice and stumbled to the ground. Once he recognized Qi Xie, he patted his chest, exclaiming, "Goodness, I thought it was my father. Are you a student?" Qi Xie observed the boy's face, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity, though just shy of a deeper recognition. "Indeed," the boy replied, his enthusiasm slightly dampened by the interruption. He appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a fine layer of fuzz above his lip. "You're skipping class and brazenly playing here?" Qi Xie found the boy intriguing. Realizing the approval in Qi Xie's tone, the youth eagerly responded, "Actually, I'm not a student at this school. I live nearby. I'm from Tsinghua University." "Ah, that explains the audacity," Qi Xie remarked, noticing a change in the boy's expression. The reason was clear. Brazen sounded far less appealing than open and aboveboard. The boy cleared his throat and asked, "You're not a teacher at this school, are you?" "No." Qi Xie continued to scrutinize the boy's features, noting his delicate appearance and well-proportioned face, reminiscent of Lu Zhishi. "Is everything all right?" The young man hurriedly prepared to leave. "What is your name?" Qi Xie called after him. "We may run into each other often." "Lu Fifan." The youth expressed a tinge of disdain as he uttered his name. This name, well, it's best left unspoken. Who would so unabashedly inscribe their ambitions upon their child's name? "Yet, it is quite memorable," Qi Xie replied. As soon as Qi Xie finished speaking, he noticed Lu Fifan hastily making his way towards the school gate. His swift movements resembled those of a lively monkey, brimming with exuberance, clearly indicative of an extroverted child. Qi Xie murmured to himself, "His surname is Lu. Could he possibly be related to Lu Zhishi?" Just then, Tang San emerged from the department head's office and quickly spotted Qi Xie. "How did you end up here?" he inquired. "There was a child named Lu Fifan, and he bears a striking resemblance to Lei Zi," Tang San asked eagerly. "No, he resembles Lu Zhishi, particularly those captivating eyes. They are an uncanny match, and he also shares the surname Lu." Qi Xie expressed his astonishment, reflecting, when we departed, he was still a student. If this child is indeed his, the age aligns perfectly. Suddenly, Qi Xie paused. He mentioned he resides here. "Did you not hear Xiao Shan?" Tang San remained remarkably composed. Lu Zixi is now a professor at this university, specifically in the archaeology department. And you? Qixie continued. Are you not apprehensive about encountering him? How will you explain your presence? Let us not forget, we are individuals who have passed away. According to the records, Tang San has long since perished. Tang San replied, I can choose to deny my identity, but knowing Lu Zixi's tenacious nature, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. At that point, we can leave it to Bai Yi to handle. At that moment, the bell signaled the end of class, and a throng of students poured out. Tang San scanned the crowd, his gaze flitting over unfamiliar faces, all radiating youthful vitality, with some strikingly beautiful women boasting fair skin and long legs. Yet, despite his efforts, he found nothing. He felt no sense of familiarity or recognition. If such feelings were absent, then she certainly could not be Xiao Ning, without a doubt. Let us move on, Qixie suggested, to see if there are any leads from Fuyu. Upon returning, Tang San gained a profound understanding of the allure of beauty in economics. Beautiful women seemed to accomplish tasks with remarkable efficiency. Fuyu had just secured a position and had managed to obtain the university's faculty and student records, which Xiaoshan was currently sifting through on the computer. Bai was also at home, organizing the transfer contracts. Money makes things easier, he remarked. Although registering under a foreign nationality requires some effort, problems solvable by financial means are not truly problematic. Upon seeing Tang San return, he asked, how did it go? Smoothly. But Qixie mentioned encountering a child who closely resembles Lu Zixi. Tang San replied, perfect timing. Xiaoshan, please check if there is a Lu Fifan among the records and retrieve his details. Xiaoshan nodded, understood. Quickly typing away, he soon found the information, Lu Fifan. 19 years old, Han ethnicity, father Lu Zixi. Qixie, your intuition was right. He is indeed Lu Zixi's son. It is unexpected that our paths would intertwine so soon. Bai Yi remarked. Lu Zixi is now a nationally renowned archaeologist, persevering in his field. Regrettably, this is not the opportune moment for us to reveal ourselves to him. Our current priority is to locate Lei Zi and Xiao Ning. Fuyu, do your insect spirits offer any insights? We are close, Fuyu responded. Today, while walking through the campus, I felt an unusual sensation lingering in the air. Regrettably, this sensation is not particularly pronounced. Our location must be correct. Please grant me a moment more. The peculiar feeling within Suyu became increasingly evident the following day. As she entered the campus, she sensed the activity of the insects within the box intensifying. This was Suyu's first day formally teaching her students, yet her demeanor remained remarkably composed. In her eyes, those students resembled her cherished insects, not as a form of belittlement, for she held her insects in high esteem. Just as she prepared to step inside, a motorcycle surged towards her from behind, accompanied by a voice urgently shouting, make way, make way. Suyu's form was quite lithe, allowing her to deftly evade the oncoming motorcycle, which appeared to be suffering from brake failure and was careening forward uncontrollably. She deemed the rider reckless. Yet given the motorcycle's momentum, it seemed unlikely to halt easily. Surveying her surroundings and noting the sparse population, she readied herself to intervene when suddenly, a figure burst forth, positioning themselves in front of the motorcycle. Suyu gasped in shock, be careful. The individual leapt onto the motorcycle, gripping the handlebars with determination. One foot planted firmly on the ground, lifting the rear of the motorcycle high into the air while its wheels continued to spin rapidly. Fortunately, the vehicle came to a stop and the rider's face blanched with fear. Thank goodness you arrived. The one who managed to halt the motorcycle was a young man in his 20s, his hair dyed a striking yellow, sporting ear piercings, including a stud on his left ear. He was quite handsome, exuding a distinctive aura. Despite his rebellious attire, his gaze was resolute. How many times must I tell you? This motorcycle isn't properly modified, and you can't bring it to school. You nearly hit someone. Suyu recognized the driver from a photograph, Lu Fifan. He appeared pale and exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his shirt dampened by perspiration. Approaching Suyu, Lu Fifan first raked a hand through his hair in distress, then mustered the courage to meet her gaze. Upon doing so, he felt as though his soul had taken flight. Good heavens, is this a celestial being descending? The so-called campus beauty, ranked among the top 3 in the university, paled in comparison to her. Lu Fifan felt as if he were floating, unable to utter a single word he had intended to say. Chapter 623, Songyang. The young man with yellow hair approached and gave Lu Fifan a gentle shove, Are you dazed? Hurry up and apologize. As he spoke, he pressed down on Lu Fifin's head, effectively forcing him to bow slightly. My apologies, he said. He's apologizing to you. The insects within the box were on the verge of escaping, and Su Yu sensed their agitation, her heart racing. So close, could it be right before her eyes? Presently, there were only these two young men. If it were Lu Fifin, one could only marvel at the peculiarities of fate. But what of this young man? Lu Fifin, half forced into an apology by his yellow-haired companion, blushed deeply and nudged him. Song Yang, are you out of your mind? It's not that I don't want to apologize. You're making me feel like a war criminal. I will be more careful next time. The sound of Fu Yu made Lu Feifan's heart race once more, this voice gentle as a babbling brook flowing over her hands, tickling and delightful. Are you both students? She inquired. I am not, Song Yang replied, touching his nose, an action that piqued Fu Yu's interest. He then placed his hands on his hips, stating, all right, I will handle this vehicle for you first. Once I finish modifying it, you can come to collect it. If you cause me any more trouble, you had better watch out. As Song Yang pushed the vehicle away, Fu Yu sensed his apparent evasion of his own identity. The further Song Yang went, the calmer the insects in the box became. Fu Yu exhaled in relief. It was him. Song Yang, isn't he your classmate? Fu Yu turned to see Lu Feifan standing there, grinning foolishly, seemingly lost in a trance. You are Lu Feifan, aren't you? Upon hearing his name, Lu Feifan snapped back to reality. Oh, he exclaimed too loudly, prompting Fu Yu to laugh uncontrollably. As she did, Lu Feifan's soul seemed to escape him once more. What did you just say? Fu Yu asked. I inquired if you and the earlier gentleman are classmates, she clarified. No, I am a freshman. The one you just saw is my friend, Song Yang. He works in our school's cafeteria. Lu Feifan eagerly tried to connect with Fu Yu. Are you also a freshman? A first year? Fu Yu smiled and shook her head. Before she could speak, Lu Feifan hastily added, so, she would be my senior then? I am a teacher. You should head to class, Fu Yu concluded, leaving Lu Feifan standing there. Dumbfounded, he slapped his forehead. Goodness, this is the real-life version of Outside the Window, with character swaps. Grandma Chiong Yao has manifested. Fu Yu did not immediately head to the faculty office. Instead, she inquired about the cafeteria's location and quickly followed after, cautiously holding the insect box in her hand. She opened the box and gazed at the insects. Taking a deep breath, it seems I am correct. A red dot on the back of one insect suddenly changed color. The closer Fu Yu got to the cafeteria, the more the insect seemed eager to escape the box. She gently tapped it, saying, return, I already know. The insect obediently shrank back inside. The university cafeteria was tastefully designed, exuding a simple elegance. Song Yang, now clad in the cafeteria staff uniform, was busy wiping tables when he heard footsteps behind him and turned around. It's not even noon yet. We don't serve breakfast here. Upon recognizing Fu Yu, he paused momentarily before scowling fiercely. Damn it, Lu Feifan must have caused another ruckus, hasn't he? Hearing that exclamation, Fu Yu felt a pang of nostalgia. Realizing some habits were unchangeable, she smiled, and the insects in the box suddenly fell silent. Without hesitation, Fu Yu reached out and placed her hand on Song Yang's shoulder. A definitive gesture. If she had chosen correctly, the red dot on the insect's back would vanish, leaving only a trace. Should she be mistaken? Fu Yu's hand rested upon Song Yang's shoulder, and he appeared somewhat bewildered by her action. What are you doing? Thank you for earlier, he responded. Fu Yu remained remarkably composed. I merely wished to express my gratitude. Earlier, my intentions were solely for my friend. If his father were to find out, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It was not my intention to rescue you. Song Yang, unimpressed, replied. Well, it is currently my working hours. You ought to return to class, lest your teacher, who happens to be me, becomes concerned. Fu Yu remarked. Although I hail from abroad, I possess a Chinese name. Fu Yu. Song Yang. Take note of this name. Upon finishing her statement, Fu Yu departed with great urgency, not out of impatience, but rather to ascertain a matter of importance. Upon exiting the restaurant, she opened the box of goo, only to find a solitary red remaining on the back of the goo worm. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was Song Yang. Fu Yu sought a secluded spot to call Bai Yi, sharing the good news with him. However, it was evident that Song Yang and Lei Zi had no connection. The look in his eyes towards her was that of a stranger. After ending the call, Fu Yu closed her eyes. The map to Genghis Khan's tomb remained unsolved, and Lei Zi continued to be a pivotal figure. She pondered, Ancestor Qing Wan. Will you assist me? Teacher Fu, what brings you here? A voice called from behind. Turning, Fu Yu was greeted by the department head and immediately felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize. I am not well acquainted with this area and seem to have lost my way. Very well, allow me to escort you to the classroom, the department head responded warmly. Following closely behind, a sudden gust of wind swept through, peculiar in its arrival. She looked up at the sky, which was clear and tranquil, having been devoid of even a whisper of wind moments prior. This strange and abrupt breeze piqued her curiosity, yet time was of the essence. Such is the drawback of employment, where one's actions are often constrained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San found himself in a state of discontent. The school was rife with female students, particularly within the archaeology department. He had yet to encounter Lei Zi, who was currently engaged in a project of considerable importance to the Cultural Relics Bureau, the specifics of which remained unknown to anyone in the department. Seizing the opportunity to avoid Lei Zi, Tang San conducted his lectures while simultaneously attempting to eliminate potential distractions from the female students, who were becoming increasingly overwhelming. He contemplated inviting Fu Yu for assistance. Tang San taught folklore, a subject invariably intertwined with peculiar local customs, such as hanging coffins, corpse transportation, and secondary burials, subjects he had personally experienced, rendering his storytelling increasingly vivid. By the end of the class, he had garnered a number of admirers. Finally escaping the throng of students, he stepped into the corridor, only to hear a student inquire, "Teacher, do you know why the Mongolian people choose to conceal themselves?" Turning around, he noticed a girl with short hair. Her features were strikingly delicate, yet her eyes bore a spirited intensity. She was slender, but her proportions were impeccable, and her lively, dark eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Teacher, what do you think the reason is?" "To prevent their tombs from being plundered," Tang San replied earnestly. "After death, one's bones are dismantled. As an emperor, Genghis Khan would naturally wish to avoid such a fate. This is quite disappointing." The girl shook her head. "I had hoped you might possess a different perspective." Tang San found the girl's words rather intriguing and immediately pressed her further. "What do you think?" Genghis Khan was renowned for his conquests, his military campaigns stretching across vast territories, including West Asia and the Black Sea coastline of Central Europe. What was the secret behind his remarkable prowess? The girl, eloquent and articulate, responded with fervor. Hasn't the teacher ever pondered this question? Chapter 624, Suspense. The mention of the tiger bug armor immediately crossed Tang San's mind. Bate had once remarked upon its significant connection to Genghis Khan's victories. Yet, its origins remain a mystery. Tang San replied, "To say I haven't considered it would be untrue. However, uncovering the secrets of the past is no simple task. It's easy to think about it, but revealing the truth requires evidence, much like solving a case." The girl's dissatisfaction with his response was palpable, and she seemed poised to say more, but Tang San waved her off, stating, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." As he hurried down the stairs, he encountered Fu Yu, who approached him in a flurry, excitement evident in his voice. "Xiao Ning is nearby." "Nearby?" Tang San, perplexed, replied, "But I just came from above. Could it be her?" He swiftly turned back. Upon returning to the spot, however, the girl had vanished without a trace. Regret washed over him. Why had he been so eager to escape her? He struck his fist against the wall, lowering his head. Fu Yu caught up, saying, "I found Lei Zi over there, so I thought to check on the situation." As I approached, the bugworm stirred. Sancheng, noticing Tang San's dejected demeanor, Fu Yu sighed, "Come, let's discuss this later." Fu Yu pulled Tang San along, adding, "This demeanor of yours wouldn't look good to your students. Let us go?" This reasoning finally persuaded Tang San, and as they walked side by side towards the school gates, they collided with Lu Fei Fan. Surprised to see Fu Yu at home, Lu Fei Fan rushed over. "Teacher, what brings you here?" His gaze fell upon Tang San, and his heart sank. He wore a troubled expression, and before he could speak, Tang San impatiently said, "Let's go." Fu Yu merely nodded at Lu Fei Fan, "Goodbye." Watching Fu Yu depart with the tall man, Lu Fei Fan sniffed, "It's fine. They could be siblings, but they don't quite resemble each other." As the two returned, the excitement of their discoveries was palpable, yet Song Yang's memory revealed no trace of Lei Zi, leaving them at a loss for solutions. Furthermore, the question of whether the girl was indeed Xiao Ning required further verification. Setting these matters aside, Bai expressed keen interest in the girl, A young girl of such age questioning Genghis Khan's invincibility. What basis does she have for such doubts? Does she possess some insider knowledge? The seven evils remarked. Otherwise, why would she bring this up? The common folk often attribute Genghis Khan's victories to his unparalleled bravery and martial prowess, seldom considering any other reasons. This girl is rather intriguing. Bai added. Our initial connection with Genghis Khan stemmed from the Eternal Bowl. It was through this that we entered the tomb adorned with the voices of young boys and girls, where we encountered Bat and Baoyin, learned of the golden genealogy, and discovered the identity of the tomb's owner. The tiger insect armor was found there. In retrospect, it seems we have overlooked a critical question. Why did the tiger insect armor appear in that tomb? Indeed, Tang San clapped his hands together. At the time, we were merely astonished by the tiger insect armor, but why would such an extraordinary artifact willingly reside within that tomb? The question lingered. Bai lamented, regrettably. Bat and Baoyin, as guardians of the Golden Family, remain oblivious to the details of this matter. Now, as the stars shift, uncovering the truth has become even more challenging. However, that girl, Tang San, find her. She should be your student. This should pose no difficulty. Inquire about her thoughts on this matter, and also verify whether she is indeed Xiao Ning. Understood, Tang San readily agreed. Have you found any information on Songyang? Bai turned to inquire. Nothing in the school's database. I am currently infiltrating the Public Security Bureau's system to see if there is a corresponding individual. The surname Song is rare, and given his young age, he should be easy to locate. As Xiao Shan spoke, he had already accessed the system's backend, initiating a search. There is one, Song Yang. 19 years old, Han ethnicity. His family information lists only a mother, indicating a single-parent household. He attends the same high school as Lu Fifan, suggesting they are classmates. His home is situated in an old residential area, and upon entering, Tang San noticed a large sign indicating demolition, making the place appear quite dilapidated. He felt a pang of sympathy. How has Song Yang been living in such poverty? No wonder he did not attend university after his acceptance. He now works in a restaurant. Bai asked Fu Yu, do you have confidence in this approach? Let us give it a try, Fu Yu replied. We all hope that Lei Zi and Xiao Ning return to us soon, do we not? This idea was conceived by Fu Yu. The reincarnation goo is akin to marking the primordial spirit, and during the marking process, previous memories are also inscribed. This is somewhat reminiscent of the concept of sealing. Our task now is to unseal the marking, allowing those long-buried memories to resurface. Since this is achieved through the goo, we must also employ the goo to complete the final step. However, Fu Yu felt uncertain. The reincarnation goo cannot be activated solely by one's own power. Fortunately, with the integration of the ancestral spirit of Qing Yuan, we have a meager 3 opportunities. As for how to resolve this, we can only attempt it and hope that we are not limited to just 3 chances. In this alley, several households had long since vacated. A sudden thought struck Bai as he ventured further, only to find one remaining household. At the entrance, seasonal radishes were laid out to dry, nearly desiccated and curled up, appearing half alive. The main door stood slightly ajar, through the crack. Bai observed a woman engaged in beadwork, a handcrafted item that is extensively exported abroad, yet the processing costs are minimal. With a sigh, Bai reflected on how Lei Zi, despite his transient lifestyle, had never worried about making ends meet. Now, however, he had forsaken his studies for the sake of survival, laboring in a restaurant at the most menial tasks. He exchanged a glance with Fu Yu, and the two stealthily made their way to the back of the house. Due to the demolition zone, the surroundings were deserted. Bai kept watch for Fu Yu, who then confidently produced a peculiar box. It was square with rounded corners, smooth to perfection, and the lid prominently protruded in the center. This was Bai's first encounter with such an object. Is this it? He inquired. Indeed, Fu Yu replied. Observe the footprints on the wall. There are numerous impressions, indicating frequent passage. This area is significantly worn, suggesting he often takes this route. At this age, children tend to be mischievous, opting for the back wall rather than the front door. I will set up here. He will surely fall for it. Given his strong defensive nature and evident hostility towards me, stemming from his experiences and familial environment, we must cultivate a sense of intimacy to alleviate this. Indeed, Bai responded. Considering Song Yang's current disposition, if we were to liken him to Lei Zi, he would likely reject the notion outright. It is quite unexpected that we must resort to such means to approach him. Chapter 625, Flower Goo. As he spoke, Fu Yu began to sprinkle a fine powder upon the wall, releasing a subtle fragrance reminiscent of lilacs, delicately penetrating the air. Had Fu Yu not mentioned it, Bai might have mistaken it for pollen. However, these were the excretions of the goo insect. According to Fu Yu, the cultivation of this particular goo requires the consumption of fresh flowers, particularly dew-kissed petals gathered in the morning. Thus, the breeding of such insects must occur within specific seasons. Although the cultivation period is brief, the requirements are stringent, making the successful raising of one quite challenging. This was Fu Yu's first application of the flower goo. The function of the flower goo is straightforward. Those who inhale its scent become acutely sensitive to it, both intrigued and afflicted. Their skin may undergo transformation, presenting as a dermatological ailment that conventional medicine cannot remedy. In such a case, qi xie could emerge under the guise of traditional Chinese medicine to provide relief. Through the previous motorcycle incident, Fu Yu had discerned that Song Yang was a child with deep affections. If qi xie sought his assistance, Song Yang would undoubtedly regard him as an elder brother. Thus, the gap between them could be bridged. This convoluted method of approach was a last resort. Fu Yu was intent on making contact, yet Song Yang remained steadfastly distant. With everything arranged, Fu Yu exhaled in relief, hoping for a smooth outcome. The two individuals made their way to the front of the house, just as Song Yang's mother emerged. According to the available information, she was only in her 40s, yet her visage bore the marks of age. Her hair was streaked with gray, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and across her forehead were pronounced. Song Yang lost his father at the tender age of 4, leaving his mother to single-handedly raise him, a testament to the family struggles. Upon noticing the presence of strangers, a clear hostility flickered across her face. "Are you here to force us to move?" "No, you've misunderstood," Fu Yu interjected, feeling a pang of sorrow. "We merely wandered in by mistake and got a bit lost. Are you planning to relocate?" "Where would we go?" Song Yang's mother muttered before turning sharply and retreating into the yard, securing the door behind her. Bai felt as though he had been struck in the chest, an indescribable discomfort settling within him. Fu Yu sighed softly, urging, "Let us depart." The two continued their journey to the antique street. Bai's shop had already been transferred and was currently undergoing renovations. Being new to the area, Bai consciously refrained from mingling with others, while Fu Yu encouraged him to maintain a more tranquil demeanor, reminding him that they were now merely ordinary individuals, and their pasts held no relevance. The renovations in the shop appeared unremarkable, and as they resolved to return, they reached the street corner when a vehicle halted before them. Bai recognized the license plate as the same one that had fetched them from the airport, prompting him to stop in his tracks. As the door swung open, it revealed Lei Zi, looking somewhat haggard. "Get in quickly," he urged. Lei Zi's demeanor was peculiar, and without hesitation, Fu Yu and Bai climbed into the car. The moment the door closed, the vehicle sped westward. Bai immediately inquired, "What has happened?" "Your instincts are quite sharp," Lei Zi sighed. "There have been significant developments. Do you remember Haisheng?" "How could I forget?" Haisheng was a sorcerer within the shadowy organization, instrumental in dealing with Hisader back in the day. "What has transpired with him?" A sense of foreboding washed over Bai. "He is dead," Lei Zi declared. "You must have surmised that if it were a common death, we wouldn't be in such a hurry to find you." Fu Yu's interest piqued. "Is it related to Hisader?" Bai was taken aback. "Fu Yu, how could you suggest that?" "Over the years, a question has lingered in my mind. Hisader's spiritual energy did indeed vanish, yet was it a departure or an annihilation? We have been unable to ascertain." Fu Yu continued, "Thus, I suspect it may not have entirely dissipated, but rather suffered a grievous blow." Fu Yu's intuition proved to be remarkably prescient. Lei Zi, in a state of distress, pressed his forehead. "The organization shares this belief. Now, I am taking you to see Haisheng's body." Haisheng's remains were not displayed in a dwelling but instead lay in the woods, untouched since the fateful incident. Bai cast a glance and was reminded of Zhu San, recalling the scene of his brother Lei Zi's demise. Haisheng's body bore multiple gaping wounds, with the blood at his mouth now congealed, and his garments thoroughly soaked in blood, hardened and stiffened as it dried. Such a cruel manner of death could not be dismissed as an accident or suicide. The only plausible explanation was homicide, brutal and merciless. "The manner of death mirrors that of a disciple of an exorcist," Bai remarked. As Lei Zi's right hand trembled, he extended his left hand to press it down, self-deprecatingly remarking, "After 30 years, I have truly grown old. I have unwittingly become the source of your amusement." Bai bluntly interjected, Are you thinking of him? The manner of death shared with the unloading mountain's mighty warriors is enough to send shivers down our spines. Furthermore, I have often pondered what could have led to Zhu San's tragic demise. If it were a physical force derived from spiritual energy piercing through a person's body, it would hardly be surprising. At that time, I learned that Zhu San's case was devoid of any clues, no witnesses, no evidence. He simply perished without a trace. Lei Yiren's expression shifted dramatically. At that time, Haixing was with another member of our organization. According to him, there were no signs whatsoever. Yet, Haixing seemed to sense something amiss. However, he lacked the strength to resist, resulting in the current state of affairs. Blood splattered across our member's face, who, lacking any cultivation, was in no position to render aid. By the time he comprehended the situation, Haixing had already succumbed. Did you not report it? Fuyu inquired. Our member recognized the unusual nature of the incident and did not alert anyone. Instead, he moved the body here and then notified us, Lei Yiren replied. To be precise, what was moved was not a lifeless corpse. He still retained a flicker of life. Bai Yi remarked, just like Zhu San back then, though gravely injured. He did not die swiftly. Lei Yiren inhaled sharply. Indeed, if this detail aligns, then the circumstances are strikingly similar. Bai Yi, does it imply that it appears that these past 30 years have also been a period of dormancy for him. Bai Yi had not anticipated such a startling transformation upon their return. He has begun his quest for vengeance. It was Haixing who delivered the final blow. And now he has chosen Haixing as his first target. Lei Yiren stated, the organization wishes to meet with you. We cannot dissociate ourselves from this matter. Tomorrow night at midnight, I will come to fetch you, and I hope all of you will be present. Though they had maintained contact with the organization and completed assignments over the past 30 years, apart from Lei Yiren, they had never encountered the core members. This was their first meeting, and their urgency only underscored the formidable nature of their adversary, which was hardly a promising sign. What do you plan to do with Haixing's body? Bai Yi recognized he was overstepping but felt a pang of sorrow, a sense of shared grief. Haixing was a master of curses. His body will be treated according to the rituals of the curse practitioners. Someone has already taken charge of it, Lei Yiren responded. Let us go. At this moment, everyone needs to calm their minds and reflect deeply. Lei Yiren, aged and slightly stooped, hesitated as he raised one foot to enter the vehicle while the other lingered, as if contemplating a matter. Suddenly, he turned. I wonder if, with my abilities, I could glimpse his past while he is possessed. Chapter 626. The sharpness of a needle. This question took Bai Yi and Fuyu by surprise. The fact that Lei Yi could join the organization was due to his remarkable ability to discern character, with merely a glance or a touch. He could delve into a person's past memories. Would this ability also prove useful concerning the possessed Hisara? Lei Yi paused, then chuckled. I merely spoke in jest. Perhaps one day I shall have the opportunity to test it. I believe it is better not to, Bai Yi replied. Brother Lei, as you age, it is wise to tread lightly. I shall take that as your concern for me rather than a disdain for my advancing years, Lei Yi retorted. Indeed, our cohort has aged considerably. I have heard that the organization is on the lookout for new members. I hope they can be of assistance. Bai Yi was acutely aware that once they had set their sights on someone, they would employ any means necessary to recruit them. As he and Fuyu entered the vehicle, they left the grove behind, confident that the body of Haixing would soon be disposed of. It was a pity, for he had once been a simple and earnest man, filled with a strong sense of justice. Upon returning home, Tang San sat between Xiao Ning and Xie, deeply engrossed in their research. The computer screen displayed a blood-red map, meticulously crafted from Lei Zi's fingerprints. What are you doing? Bai Yi inquired. We are searching for any potential clues related to this map, Xiao Ning replied, his fingers flying across the keyboard. I've compared it with every version of Chinese maps I could find, but thus far, none match or bear any resemblance. Delete it. Bai Yi's voice was icy, causing Xiao Ning, who was in high spirits, to freeze. What? I said delete it, and ensure that no one can extract it from your hard drive. Is that beyond your capabilities? Bai Yi was provoking Xiao Ning. Indeed, Xiao Ning fell into the trap. What could possibly be beyond my reach? Once it passes through my hands, no one can retrieve anything from my computer. Xiao Ning promptly complied, and the map vanished. Xie, ever perceptive, remarked, is something afoot? This map must remain only in your minds, Bai Yi instructed. It cannot exist in physical form, for Hisara has emerged. Tang San suddenly rose, alarmed. He truly is not dead. Haixing, The witch doctor has died, in a manner identical to Zhu San. Bai confirmed. Fu Yu and I examined the body and are certain. Only Hisaru possesses the capability to commit such a murder. Tang San leaned on the table, his hands bracing him. For 30 years, he has remained inactive, and now, just as we return, he reappears. What a remarkable coincidence. From your tone, it seems you suspected that Hisaru was not entirely eradicated back then? Fu Yu discerned an implication in Tang San's words. Indeed, Tang San admitted. I harbored some doubts, but after losing Lei Zi and Xiao Ning, we could scarcely afford to entertain such concerns. It appeared that only Tang San and Fu Yu had not been kept in the dark. For the past 30 years, had they suppressed their thoughts to reassure their comrades? Qi Xie and Bai exchanged a glance, both visibly moved. If he were to reappear now, it would undoubtedly be due to the heavy toll he endured last time, necessitating a period of recuperation. Tang San remarked, it seems we have returned just in time, coincidentally aligning our intentions. A thought struck me. Fu Yu, somewhat agitated, exclaimed, Xie Fangfei, since Hisaru has not perished, has he not returned to see her during these 30 years? Yes, Xie Fangfei. Indeed, Hisaru harbored profound feelings for her. How could he possibly forsake her? Bai added. After our departure, we have a general understanding of these individual circumstances. Uncle Hong has passed away, and Yu Xiaoru has taken over. He remains active in the treasure hunting community, albeit now over 50 years old, reputed to be quite competent. As for Xie Fangfei, the legendary ninth master of the treasure hunting world has vanished. Indeed, after the events of that year, Xie Fangfei completely withdrew from the treasure hunting realm. To be precise, she was never truly one of them. The so-called ninth master has become a mere legend among those in the trade. Where she has gone is uncertain. The organization sent someone to investigate, and it seems she may have gone to Japan, from which she has not returned. At that time, upon receiving the news, Bai was perplexed. Was it for Gong Xiangqing? Yet that rationale fell short. Gong Xiangqing had gone missing, although Hisaru never openly acknowledged his involvement. The outcome for Gong Xiangqing could hardly have been favorable. Moreover, it is indeed a marvel that the organization could not ascertain Xie Fangfei's whereabouts. Yu Bai and Lu Zhishi are still alive. Lu Zhishi is currently active in archaeology, having handled numerous excavations of ancient tombs. As for Yu Bai, he has long since exited the educational field and has become a thoroughgoing practitioner of Maoshan magic, wholeheartedly devoted to its study. Tang San suspected he was influenced by past events. I wonder if the ninth master's residence still exists. Fu Yu commented, speaking of which, Xie Fangfei is indeed a pitiable figure. I should take some time to visit, but you must accompany me, Tang San Bai insisted. Understood, Fu Yu laughed. You tend to overthink things. However, being meticulous at this juncture is prudent. The effects of the floral curse indeed manifested quickly upon returning to work. Fu Yu learned that a restaurant waiter named Song Yang had fallen ill. The speed at which the flower's effects took hold was rather surprising to Fu Yu, particularly as this was his first use. During this time, he also encountered Lu Fifan. Whenever Lu Fifan spotted Fu Yu, regardless of the distance, he would rush over, insisting on exchanging greetings, whether there was something to discuss or not. Fu Yu did not mind. It was an opportune moment to inquire about Song Yang's condition. Upon mentioning Song Yang, Lu Fifan frowned. It's strange, he was perfectly fine last night. But this morning I received a call from his mother saying he was ill and crying quite sorrowfully in the hospital. The doctors can't seem to discern the issue. I was planning to visit him at noon. You two share quite a bond. By the way, which hospital is he in? Fu Yu inquired. But Lu Fifan did not respond, only regarding Fu Yu with a look of suspicion. She found it odd. What's the matter? Are you quite familiar with Song Yang? Lu Fifan seemed slightly jealous. This beautiful teacher was so preoccupied with her concern for Song Yang that she failed to appreciate the effort he made to come running over. Unfamiliar, yet is he not your friend? Who is Fu Yu, that she effortlessly compels Lu Fifan to surrender? I am concerned for your friend. Is that not justified? Fu Yu's voice is soft and gentle. Her speech flows like the elegant rhythm of a piano, melodious and enchanting. Lu Fifan feels an overwhelming urge to weep. Encountering her daily and hearing her utter a single phrase is sufficient to brighten his entire day. He promptly conveys to Fu Yu the answer he seeks, yet does not ultimately concede. Surely, you do not wish to see him? Of course not, Fu Yu replies. We have hardly met on a few occasions. We cannot truly be considered familiar. Lu Fifan immediately exhales in relief. That is good. Should there be discord among brothers, it would be detrimental to harmony. Lu Fifan reflects that perhaps he is overthinking. Eager to inform Qi Xie of this matter, Fu Yu declares, I must head to the office now. I shall take my leave first. Chapter 627, Mensa. Oh, very well. Lu Fifan gazes dreamily as he watches Fu Yu depart. Since her arrival at the school, he feels that attending classes has become a delightful experience. With his father absent from home to supervise him, he feels as if he is living in blissful freedom. A classmate strolls by. Hey, Lu Fifan, what are you daydreaming about? Are you harboring thoughts about that beautiful teacher? Nonsense. I am merely admiring a lovely sight, Lu Fifan retorts stubbornly, refusing to admit otherwise. You should conserve your energy. Our esteemed teacher holds numerous titles. With your standing, you are merely a toad wishing to eat swan meat. The group of classmates burst into laughter, relishing the amusement of teasing others, especially someone like Lu Fifan. It is common knowledge that Lu Fifan's father is a renowned archaeologist. However, this lad has chosen to study international trade instead. Yet, his father has repeatedly expressed in interviews his desire for his son to follow in his footsteps, which seems to be a direct contradiction. This behavior is viewed by some classmates as disrespectful and rebellious, while others see it as unique and exceptional. In summary, Lu Fifan is a figure of considerable controversy. He is single-minded and somewhat foolish, yet possesses a high intelligence, for he is a disciple of Mensa. Mensa is the name of the world's premier high IQ club. Established in 1946 in Oxford, England, by lawyer Roland Barrell and scientist and lawyer Arthur Wynne. At that time, these two self-proclaimed exceptionally intelligent individuals devised challenging questions to assess IQ, which gained widespread popularity. In their excitement, Barrell and Wynne founded a club, inviting high IQ individuals to join. Mensa boasts over 100,000 members across more than 100 countries and regions. The Mensa test typically consists of 45 questions, with a corresponding IQ score of 148, which serves as the benchmark for club membership. The Mensa test generally assesses attention, observation, logical reasoning, imagination, and memory, with a fairly balanced distribution across these categories. You may discover that there are aspects in which you excel, indicating your particular strengths. Being accepted into such an esteemed organization speaks volumes about Lu Fifan's intellect. However, this Mensa disciple harbors a rather peculiar passion for the unconventional pastime of fishing for camels. Controversy, it seems, is a natural byproduct of his existence. The latest stir surrounding him arises from the fact that he has seemingly developed an infatuation with a newly arrived female teacher. His fervent gaze and the almost constant drool glistening on his lips have sparked a betting frenzy among the students of various departments, wagering on whether he dares to indulge in further lewdness. Fu Yu remains oblivious to the tempest brewing beneath the surface and merely relays this news to Qi Xie, who promptly springs into action. Songyang's hospital of choice is a traditional Chinese medicine facility, a sensible option for someone hailing from a less affluent background. At this moment, Songyang's mother cradles her son in a chair along the corridor, her expression a poignant mixture of despair and helplessness. Qi Xie, observing the pair, sighs inwardly, realizing that their meeting unfolds under such somber circumstances. Approaching them, Qi Xie takes a seat beside them, only to be met with the sudden presence of a burly man, causing Songyang's mother to instinctively shift her position, wary of this unexpected intrusion. There exists a palpable distance between strangers, a common boundary that now separates Songyang's mother from Qi Xie. Dear lady, what seems to be the matter with your child? On such a sweltering day, he is bundled up so tightly, Qi Xie inquires, only to be met with a glance from Songyang's mother that betrays a mix of resentment and caution. It's nothing. True to White's foresight, he had discerned that given the upbringing of this mother and son duo, they would be acutely sensitive to external influences and reluctant to accept assistance from strangers. Thus, Qi Xie understood the necessity of a gradual approach to earn their trust. With a sigh that indeed captures Songyang's mother's attention, Qi Xie notes the silence from Songyang, who, despite his apparent indifference to his ailment, seems to perceive his mother's anxiety as an overreaction. Are you here for medical attention as well? Songyang's mother asks. Songyang promptly coughs, interjecting, Mom, it's an intermediary. An intermediary, or more accurately, a medical intermediary. Upon entering, Qi Xie had already witnessed the deceitful antics of such individuals. Realizing that his own actions bore some resemblance to theirs, Qi Xie felt a flush of embarrassment. Recalling White Yi's instructions, he steeled himself. I am here to provide medical assistance. However, they are skeptical of my capabilities and refuse to see me. It is truly regrettable that a healthy young man is on the verge of losing his life. What affliction does he suffer from? Are you a doctor? Though Song Yang's demeanor suggested disdain, his mother was evidently intrigued, embodying the universal parental instinct to seek help. Fortunately, Xia was indeed there to offer treatment. It is a rare skin condition. I have a strong inclination towards traditional Chinese medicine. Plants possess remarkable properties, engaging in a delicate balance of mutual support and restriction. Xia declared, rising to his feet. I possess extensive knowledge of the characteristics of these plants, as well as their pharmacological properties. Alas, despite having returned from abroad for quite some time, I lack the necessary medical license to practice here, which likely accounts for their skepticism towards me. As Xia prepared to leave, Song Yang's mother called out to him, Are you truly a doctor? Xia produced his credentials, authentic and undeniable, declaring, I am a botanist, concurrently practicing traditional Chinese medicine, without a doubt. With great resolve, Song Yang's mother implored, Could you possibly examine my son? Song Yang rose to his feet, clad in long garments that concealed his skin, a hat pulled low over his brow, revealing only faint red spots on his face, each tinged with blood. He confronted Xia, exclaiming, Do not bully us, mother and son. Ignorance is not a crime. A sense of pride enveloped Song Yang, radiating an air of arrogance that was almost palpable. Xia immediately sensed a formidable presence akin to a thunderstorm, despite any nonchalance. The essence of character remained unwavering in critical moments. Ignorance. True ignorance lies in failing to seize the opportunities before one. Xia's senses heightened, exhilarated by Song Yang's defiance. Though not tall, Song Yang possessed piercing eyes, and a confident demeanor graced his speech, prompting Xia to begrudgingly acknowledge a newfound admiration for him. Song Yang spat onto the ground, an action that further ignited Xia's eagerness. Suddenly, Xia seized Song Yang's hands, twisting them behind his back with determination, causing Song Yang to cry out in pain. What are you doing? Song Yang's mother was momentarily taken aback, unable to react, merely covering her mouth in shock as she witnessed Xia deftly restraining her son. With a swift motion, Xia retrieved a pill from his pocket and forcibly placed it in Song Yang's mouth. Though reluctant to accept it, Song Yang clenched his teeth, resisting the swallowing of the pill. You are truly difficult, Xia scolded. As Xia lowered his head, he inadvertently collided with Song Yang's forehead, causing tears to spill from Song Yang's eyes. His mouth slightly opened, and his teeth relaxed, allowing the pill, mingled with blood, to be swallowed. A smile broke across Xia's face as he remarked, Son, are you all right? Song Yang's mother rushed to his side, her heart aching at the sight of blood at his lips. How could you treat him this way? I will call the police. Chapter 628. The companion Song Yang's mother was momentarily stunned, observing as the red spots on Song Yang's face faded, his skin returning to its former state. In a surge of emotion, she tugged at his sleeve, noticing its smoothness, and immediately turned to kneel before Xia, exclaiming, I cannot thank you enough. Xia assisted her in rising, stating, I do not offer my services for free. I understand, she replied, reaching for her wallet, only to be halted by Xia's hand. He gestured toward Song Yang, saying, I seek no payment. I simply desire a favor in return. A favor? Song Yang was momentarily perplexed. Who would come forth to save another without seeking compensation, demanding a favor in return? It seemed rather peculiar to him. Having been perceptive from a young age, Song Yang sensed that this situation was unusual, his ailment was strange, and the arrival of this individual was equally enigmatic. He felt compelled to confront the matter directly. Mother, please return home. I am fine now. I need to go and officially cancel my leave. Are you not going to rest a while? Song Yang's mother felt a pang of concern. There's no need to rush off to work, she said. Mom, you should go ahead, Song Yang insisted. Ultimately, his mother could not resist her son's determination, and although hesitant, she left the hospital. Xia observed Song Yang's spirited demeanor and remarked, I've realized you are quite straightforward. In that case, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I require a favor from you, and you must fulfill it. A sense of entrapment washed over Song Yang. Upon stepping outside the hospital, he unabashedly expressed his feelings. Who are you really? He inquired, touching his mouth, still tasting the metallic tang of blood. You were rather ruthless. If I hadn't been, Would you have been willing to try this medication? Xie replied. To put it simply, you owe me a favor in exchange for a new job. I am not interested in changing jobs, Song Yang stated. Present another request. How much do you want? We do not seek money. We only desire you. Xie clarified. Song Yang laughed heartily. Your request is rather baffling. What do you want me for? Are you not running some sort of illicit operation? Xie chuckled, bemused. Do I appear to be that sort? Not at all. Song Yang responded. Fine. I owe you a favor, but let us avoid vague demands. Be specific. We have recently opened an antique shop and are in need of staff. I assure you, the salary will surpass that of your current position as a waiter. What do you think? Xie presented the offer with ease, devoid of any semblance of premeditated arrangement. Song Yang had always believed that opportunities did not simply fall from the sky. The ground was rife with traps. Today, however, he managed to smile. You aren't pulling my leg, are you? Not at all, Xie affirmed. However, the shop isn't mine. It's owned by a friend of mine. I merely think you would be a good fit. Whether or not you go is uncertain, but I do expect you to attend an interview. Song Yang scratched his head. I do have a bit of interest in antiques. I know you do, Xie responded. Xiao Shan has already gathered some information. Song Yang has been involved with antiques since middle school, purchasing numerous textbooks for study. His most notable achievement was during his sophomore year when he bought a remarkable piece of porcelain for 60 yuan at a street market, later selling it for over 8,000. Unfortunately, that was the extent of his fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have struggled with his college tuition. Just back from abroad, he wasn't yet familiar with the local scene, and with the shop about to open and no staff in sight, I thought you had the right energy for it. Even if you lack knowledge in antiques, we can teach you. What do you think? Xie concluded. Song Yang found himself captivated. As he had always felt a deep connection to ancient times, perhaps in a past life, he had been an ancient individual. His fascination with antiques was profound. At times, he would find himself utterly transfixed by peculiar jade stones at street stalls, unable to move his feet. This inclination was one of the reasons behind his close bond with Lu Fifan, whose father was an archaeologist. Although their familial relationship was strained, Song Yang relished the conversations he had with Lu's father, gaining invaluable insights. Lu Fifan's father held a fondness for Song Yang, almost treating him as a surrogate son. When Song Yang faced financial difficulties with tuition, Lu's father offered assistance, yet Song Yang, disliking the idea of being indebted, resolutely declined and took up a job as a server in the university cafeteria. Bai once remarked that if Song Yang displayed any hesitation, it would be prudent for him to leave immediately, as such an action would compel Song Yang to make a swift decision. With a sigh, Xie pretended to depart, saying, Young man, I had high hopes for you, but seeing your demeanor now, perhaps it is best you return home and rest. Let this matter go. However, Song Yang, indeed, found his voice, excitement evident in his expression. Where is the shop? May I take a look? Xie turned back. Once you see it, I fear you shall not wish to leave. Song Yang truly found himself unable to move. For this place was the embodiment of his dreams, a realm where he could immerse himself in antiques daily. Bai Yi's shop had been meticulously renovated, showcasing the finest Ming Dynasty artifacts. Despite being open for merely half a day, several connoisseurs had gathered around the treasures, engaging in hushed discussions. Do not misconstrue this as a negative sign. These experts could easily discern the value of these items, negotiating to secure them at a fair price, while Bai Yi simply awaited his due profits. These were indeed prestigious artifacts. Bai Yi had once been reluctant to part with them, preserving a select few, which had now become the crown jewels of his establishment, promising a prosperous opening. Song Yang circled the shop, his palms trembling with excitement. To be surrounded by such wonders daily would be worth any sacrifice. In this regard, he certainly mirrored Lei Zi's fervor. Lei Zi had once been equally ecstatic upon encountering Ming artifacts, with a swift hand to acquire them. Now, Song Yang too found himself unable to take a step away, his intrinsic passion unchanged. Xie patted Song Yang on the shoulder, urging him, Go on in, the owner awaits inside. This was Bai Yi's first encounter with Song Yang. Although Song Yang bore no resemblance to Lei Zi, the intensity radiating from him was undeniably compelling, stirring something deep within. Thus, it was only natural that Song Yang was to be retained. This was the desired outcome for which much effort had been expended. Song Yang felt as though his very spirit had anchored itself to this place, expressing his intention to resign from the cafeteria job and commence work the very next day. Once Song Yang departed, Xie inquired, "What do you think?" His enthusiasm for the Ming artifacts was reminiscent of Lei Zi without a doubt. Bai Yi replied, "It has been a challenge to bring him into our fold. I feel somewhat reassured now. What of his family situation?" All the displaced households had relocated, leaving only Song Yang's family behind. Originally, there was some compensation promised for the relocation, but due to their pre-existing debts, little remained for them to claim. Qijie remarked, "It seems we must find a way to resolve their situation. Song Yang is exceedingly obstinate, much like Lei Zi. If it weren't for Tang San risking his life to save him back then, we might not have had any further interactions. Song Yang, too, requires a favor before allowing anyone to approach him. He would surely suspect ulterior motives if we were to provide him assistance without cause." Bai Yi interjected, "Let us refrain from intervening prematurely. I am concerned that Hisar may also be searching for him. Could it be that Hisar is aware of the reincarnation goo?" "Not an impossibility," Qijie replied. Bai Yi then adjusted his head, inquiring, "What has become of Xiao Ning's matter?" Tang San was currently investigating student records, discovering that the female student in question was not from his class, but had merely attended as an auditor. Qijie shared, "Tang San mentioned that he has not encountered that student at school in recent days. I suspect she may not even be a student. There are many societal individuals who attend lectures as auditors." Chapter 629. The Abandoned Factory. Bai Yi's phone rang, and it was Xiao Shan, his voice brimming with excitement. "The Yellow Emperor's tomb. There are leads within the Yellow Emperor's tomb." The Yellow Emperor's tomb had not simply emerged out of nowhere. The prolonged absence of Lu Zixi from home was indeed due to the enigma surrounding it. Initially, the archaeological focus was not on the Yellow Emperor's tomb. Yet as investigations progressed, an increasing number of clues pertaining to the Yellow Emperor perplexed Lu Zixi. Could this region truly be connected to the Yellow Emperor's tomb? Although a conclusion had yet to be reached, word had leaked, inciting Lu Zixi's ire. How could uncertain information be disseminated as established fact? Yet it was too late. Reports about the Yellow Emperor's tomb were flooding in, saturating the media. Xiao Shan, who typically eschewed print media, found himself captivated by an online article detailing unusual traces discovered beneath a particular geological formation during the investigation of the Yellow Emperor's tomb. Photographs had also surfaced, and upon viewing them, Xiao Shan was rendered speechless. The images depicted several striking red rocks, their vivid hue making them conspicuous, and their arrangement perfectly aligned with the map embedded in Lei Zi's palm print. Bai Yi had previously advised against drawing, urging that such details be committed to memory. Xiao Shan had heeded this counsel and diligently studied the map, sketching a rough outline that connected the red rocks. The connections became glaringly evident, prompting Xiao Shan to immediately notify Bai Yi. While the Yellow Emperor's tomb exists domestically, it is said that the Yellow Emperor ascended long ago, rendering the so-called tomb merely a hollow edifice, a mere shadow of its former significance. The true resting place of the Yellow Emperor remains a topic of much debate, with the site in Shaanxi drawing countless descendants of the Huaxiao people both domestically and abroad, who pilgrimage there in search of their roots. This seems to suggest that the Yellow Emperor's tomb should indeed be located in Shaanxi Huangling. However, due to its status as an empty tomb, its credibility is diminished. Yet these details are not the crux of the matter. Bai Yi and Qijie returned promptly, and upon viewing the photograph, both were struck with astonishment. "No wonder we have scoured every map without discovering the corresponding location. We have even overlooked ancient maps. The true secret lies beneath the surface." The photograph on the computer depicts the aftermath of excavation, revealing the subterranean conditions laid bare. It also features the archaeological team, signifying ownership. Regrettably, confidentiality measures were inadequately executed. And now this image has proliferated widely. Why is it associated with the tomb of the Yellow Emperor? 7Evil remarked that, according to the map, it should rather be linked to Genghis Khan. The online rumors are rampant, a cacophony of truth and falsehood. Xiao Shan expressed uncertainty regarding the veracity of the information. Yet he had scrutinized this photograph and confirmed its authenticity. It was not fabricated. "It appears we must arrange an early meeting with Lu Zixi." Bai Yi stated that they would convene with the organization that evening, although they were unaware of the map's implications. They held a keen interest in Hisar and had likely gathered substantial intelligence. Lei Zi merely mentioned the evening without specifying a time. This organization always exuded an air of mystery. That night, the group gathered, engaging in meals and delving into further information regarding the underground Red Rock. Upon Lei Zi's arrival, Tang San heard commotion outside and rushed to open the door. Indeed, the familiar vehicle was parked at the entrance, albeit with a different license plate. Lei Zi did not even exit the car. Get in. The group had long been prepared, promptly locking the door and departing. Lei Zi drove with great focus, though it was evident he bore a heavy heart. He had come alone today, evidently wishing to avoid entangling unrelated individuals. The death of Hai Sheng had profoundly impacted him, making him appear notably aged. The vehicle traversed the nightscape of Beijing, the external neon lights flashing incessantly, while the bustling crowd evoked a myriad of emotions in Bai. These matters felt distant from them. The car gradually distanced itself from the garish nightlife, steering eastward toward an abandoned factory area Bai had previously visited, where derelict structures stood in neglect for years without resolution. The roadside lamps were dilapidated, and the vehicle could only advance slowly under the illumination of its headlights and starlight. This region was a concentration of chemical factories. Bai remarked that these factories had been established for at least 40 years, and such facilities were no longer permitted close to the city center, having been relocated to remote locales. Indeed, Lei Zi affirmed, in 40 years, there has been neither demolition nor repurposing. It seems someone has orchestrated this. Bai inquired, is it the organization's doing? Yes, Lei Zi replied. This location is well connected and possesses ample underground storage space, making it ideal for our gathering. For this to transpire, it appears there are individuals of high standing within the organization. Bai immediately considered the special approval documents. The quiet dissemination of such files must have been facilitated by this individual. You will meet him shortly, Lei Zi stated. He has finally managed to extricate himself. Let us hope there is sufficient time. The vehicle ultimately came to a halt beside a 3-story abandoned factory, completely concealed within its shadows. Lei Zi alighted, guiding the others into the building, illuminating the path ahead with a flickering flashlight. A thick layer of dust blanketed the floor. Each step stirred up clouds of particles. This antiquated factory featured steel stairs leading to the second floor, somewhat worn, yet sturdy enough to withstand their weight. Xiao glanced apprehensively at his feet, wondering if they might collapse. Rest assured, Bai assured him, it merely appears aged. Lei Zi inwardly cursed. This fellow was rather astute. Indeed, the stairs were superficially rusted but structurally sound. As the group followed Lei Zi to the second floor, expecting to ascend further, they were surprised when he veered towards the center of the production area. He was intimately familiar with this space, not needing to brush aside the dust to discern where they could stand. As the 6 of them settled, a resonant noise filled the air. It's the sound of gears turning and chains being dragged, Tang San remarked. No sooner had he spoken than he felt himself plummeting downward at alarming speed. Lei Zi grasped a nearby iron chain, not gripping too tightly, but enough to provide support. The others pressed closely against him as the wind surged from below, nearly dislocating their jaws. Xiao opened his mouth, only to have the gust rush in, prompting him to quickly close it and swallow his concerns. The clattering of gears eventually ceased, and the group felt a sudden jolt before regaining their composure. How far have we descended? Xiao finally inquired. Less than 40 meters. Lei Zi replied. 40 meters. Even typical factories boast basements that are scarcely 10 meters deep. This depth clearly indicated that the construction was not part of the original design, but rather a later modification, rivaling the grandeur of the tombs in Qinling. Above them lay an impenetrable darkness, while below, the space was aglow with light, an elaborate effort for a solitary room. Bai chuckled incredulously. What an elaborate scheme. If you think this is all, you are gravely mistaken, Lei Zi encountered. There are at least 72 such rooms underground, akin to Chow's 72 suspicious tombs. Each chamber is interconnected, allowing for swift escape in case of unexpected circumstances. Impressive, Tang San remarked sincerely. Such thoughtfulness is rare. We are known as the Yin people. Our true capabilities must remain concealed from ordinary individuals, and only a space as profound as this can accommodate us, Lei Zi stated. Let us proceed. The room measured a mere 30 square meters, yet was equipped with electric lights. As they approached, Tang San detected an aroma of tea wafting through the air. What a fragrant tea! It must be this year's new harvest. Indeed, a steady voice responded from within, causing Bai to pause in recognition. He had heard this voice countless times on television since his return. Lei Zi glanced back, seemingly contemplative. Didn't he expect this, did you? Bai revealed a bitter smile. I sensed some clues, but I did not anticipate this. Truly, They are worthy of their title as the Yin organization. The individual within the confines of the room now occupies a distinguished position, one that places him just beneath the pinnacle of power, eliciting awe from those beneath him. It is no wonder that this industrial complex has managed to endure. Bai Yi and his companions followed Lei Zi into the room, where the man had already risen, displaying a demeanor of warm welcome. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. This at last carried significant weight. Bai Yi sensed an unusual charm emanating from him. He appeared so affable on the television screen, yet in person, though his countenance remained benevolent, an air of authority radiated from him, embodying what one might describe as an overwhelming presence. His attire was remarkably casual, a stark contrast to the formal suits previously observed. His hair, dyed a deep black, shimmered with a natural luster, and had one not scrutinized closely, the signs of dye would be imperceptible, especially for a man in his 50s. However, he carried himself with a remarkable poise. Extending his hand, he first grasped Bai Yi's, and Bai Yi felt a rush of energy enveloping his palm, causing him to startle internally. Recognizing the need to temper his strength, he instinctively softened his grip. The other man, noticing this action, regarded him with evident admiration. Truly, you are a wise individual. Flattery, Bai Yi replied, though he was well aware of the man's status. He maintained a demeanor of calm self-assurance that only served to impress his counterpart further. Possessing exceptional talent, yet remaining composed in demeanor, is indeed a rarity. You must be Tang San, he concluded. The man regarded Tang San, remarking, "It is no surprise, as a descendant of Giguzi, you exude a remarkable charisma." No one had ever praised Tang San's charisma before, especially with Bai Yi and Qi Xie present. Hence, he felt somewhat out of place. Tang San, taken aback, humbly responded, "Not at all, and as for these three, they invoke an even greater sense of awe in me. I once believed that every member of the Yin organization was unparalleled in rarity, yet in their presence, I find myself lacking." His praise continued unabated. However, Bai Yi sighed inwardly, cautioning himself not to be deceived by such superficial flattery. The more he lauded them, the greater the expectations he harbored. Faced with such formidable adversaries, even he, who stood just beneath the summit of power, felt uncertain. "Let us take a seat and converse," Lei Zi suggested. "Do not be constrained by his ostensible rank. Within our organization, there exists no hierarchy, only merit. You may address him as third uncle." "Very well, I have been eager to express some thoughts," Bai Yi remarked. "Third uncle, you must be aware of the matter concerning Heiser, although it dates back 30 years. Indeed, it is precisely because I am aware that it weighs heavily on my mind," third uncle replied. 30 years ago, I was not in this position, yet I had heard of the Heiser incident. Personally, I find this individual quite intriguing, as he is linked to the tomb of Genghis Khan, perhaps even entwined with the secrets of Genghis Khan's invincibility in battle. Bai Yi's heart raced at the mention of Genghis Khan's invincibility. Tang San swiftly turned to regard Bai Yi, their eyes meeting, their mutual astonishment palpable. Tang San recalled that a mysterious young woman had previously uttered similar words, though her insights paled in comparison to those of third uncle. Given third uncle's stature and unique identity, his pronouncement resonated deeply, leaving all present in contemplative silence. Upon observing the peculiar expressions of the crowd, my uncle immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, expressing his helplessness. "Here, there are no leaders. I am merely an ordinary member of the Yin organization. Like anyone else, I possess a natural curiosity. Do you not find it strange? How is it that Heiser can survive through spiritual means? Why does he persistently cling to the tomb of Genghis Khan? Only by unraveling these mysteries can we confront Heiser. We have already suffered a significant loss. But if we cannot halt Heiser's advance, the Yin organization will face total annihilation, and that includes you as well." The final words were pronounced with particular emphasis, and Bai Yi understood the gravity of his emphasis. Heiser has gone to great lengths to locate the tomb of Genghis Khan, first manipulating the Golden Eagle order to seek clues left by Qi Feng. Subsequently, he infiltrated the Yin organization, attempting to utilize its resources to uncover further leads. Ultimately, losing patience, he revealed himself, aiming to seize the bodies of Bai Yi and Tang San for his own benefit. Had it not been for Xie Fangfei's interference, the situation would have likely deteriorated further. Failing to stop Heiser, the best outcome would only be mutual destruction, the worst, complete obliteration of our forces. Currently, we know that Heiser is primarily concerned with two matters: the most suitable body for him in the tomb of Genghis Khan. The body issue has already caused him considerable loss. Even with 30 years to recuperate, I believe it would only allow for recovery, not advancement. When Bai Yi spoke these words, he glanced at Tang San, who nodded slightly, reassuring him. Thus, our focus must shift to the other matter, the tomb of Genghis Khan. Indeed, my uncle affirmed, a significant development has arisen, which you should be aware of. I have come today specifically regarding this matter. The tomb of the Yellow Emperor? Tang San exclaimed, a sense of apprehension creeping in. Could it be that my uncle was aware of the Lei Zi palm print map? Precisely, my uncle acknowledged, regarding Tang San with admiration. Your reactions are quite astute. In fact, the Yin organization has not abandoned its pursuit of information regarding Hisar over the past 30 years, and we have finally uncovered a crucial detail. What is it? Bai Yi inquired. Are you familiar with Empress Dowager Xiao? My uncle began. Her surname is Borjigin, the most esteemed lineage among the Mongols, tracing back to their 10th ancestor, Borjigin Dayan. Subsequently, it was transliterated as Borjigin or Borjigin, differing only in phonetic emphasis. It is a Mongolian tradition to adopt the names of ancestors as surnames for future generations. Borjigin translates from Turkic as the blue-eyed people. These individuals, with their slightly yellowish complexion, exude an air of vitality and strength. Their bravery and martial prowess earned them widespread admiration in their time. During conflicts among other tribes, the Borjigin were often presented with gifts, beseeching their military support to conquer formidable foes. Chapter 631. Empress Dowager Xiao Bai Yi's heart stirred as he promptly responded. Subsequently, after Genghis Khan unified all of Mongolia and established the vast Mongol Empire stretching across Eurasia, he referred to his lineage as the Golden Family. All brothers and nephews bearing the Borjigin surname became members of this illustrious lineage. Following the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the Borjigin clan was regarded as the sacred descendants of Genghis Khan, continuing to hold a revered status within the Mongolian community, venerated and even deified. The Mongolian Khans and various tribal leaders endeavored to select individuals of the Borjigin name for leadership roles, and even to this day, descendants of the Golden Family can still be found among the Mongolian people. Indeed, Empress Dowager Xiao herself is a descendant of this noble lineage. My uncle remarked, moreover, she can be regarded as a paragon among the heirs of the Golden Family. Bai Yi could recite the tales of Empress Dowager Xiao. Her most renowned legacy is undoubtedly the profound bond she shared with her grandson, Emperor Kangxi. She possessed remarkable political acumen, and Kangxi, deeply attached to his grandmother for over 30 years, had grown accustomed to seeking her counsel in various matters. Their relationship was deeply affectionate. In November of the 26th year of Kangxi's reign, the Empress Dowager's health faltered, and Emperor Kangxi, refusing to leave her side, personally attended to her for 35 days and nights, providing her with great comfort. On December 25th of that same year, around midnight, Empress Dowager Xiao passed away in the Xining Palace at the age of 75. However, what connection does Genghis Khan's mausoleum have with Empress Dowager Xiao? Bai Yi was eager to uncover the answer. Allow me to show you something, my uncle said as he retrieved an embroidered piece from a nearby box. This was discovered during a customs investigation of a cultural relic smuggling case. Take a look. What do you see embroidered upon it? Bai Yi accepted the embroidery. It was indeed an antique, representative of the pinnacle of Qing dynasty embroidery, characterized by harmonious colors and an elegant, traditional style. It typically employed gold threads and padding techniques, favoring a lavish aesthetic. Yet this particular piece bore a remarkably simple design. Upon closer inspection, a pang of disappointment struck Bai Yi's heart. It seemed that all the secrets they had endeavored to conceal were encapsulated within this embroidery. The pattern depicted a map inscribed within the palm print of a thunderbolt. The vibrant red nearly dazzled Bai Yi's eyes, and as others leaned in to take a glance, Xiao could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "This is, well, have you recognized it?" My uncle inquired. The pattern on this embroidery is identical to the geographical features beneath the so-called tomb of the Yellow Emperor. My uncle was unaware of the true reason behind their astonishment. Just as Tang San was about to pose a question, he noticed my uncle gesturing for him to listen first. Uncle San remarked, "It is quite fortuitous that the director responsible for cultural relics has invited an appraiser, reputed to be exceptionally skilled. The information I received from him was rather extraordinary, yet he seemed reluctant to elaborate. merely revealing that this was embroidered by Empress Xiaozhuang herself and is indeed authentic. As for the patterns upon it, he appeared to comprehend their significance, but regrettably, he would not divulge more. I happened to be in a meeting with that director and overheard him mention this. This transpired 3 months ago. Knowing that Empress Xiaozhuang is also a member of the Golden family, I felt compelled to request a copy of the piece. It turned out to be a counterfeit. Bai was taken aback. He had not discerned this at all. Incredible. It is almost indistinguishable from the genuine article, completely deceiving my eyes. This is indeed the work of that appraiser. Uncle San continued. Do you truly believe I would leverage my privileges to procure the original? Naturally not. Bai responded. This appraiser possesses remarkable skills. However, why the hesitance? The more one knows, the greater the risks they face. It is only natural to avoid danger. Uncle San stated. As a descendant of the Golden family, the sudden appearance of this embroidery by Empress Xiaozhuang seems to hint at something concealed. That appraiser appears to be rather extraordinary. Xia interjected. Indeed. The reason I have gathered you here is to inform you that all members of the Yin organization will unite to locate Genghis Khan's tomb as swiftly as possible, thereby eliminating the threat posed by Hisar. He is exceedingly formidable. Uncle San added. At present, you need to engage with that appraiser and strive to win him over. We already know he is on the same antique street as you. What? Bai felt a pang of embarrassment. Although the antique shop had been thriving since its opening, his time there had been limited, especially with the numerous demands of recent days, leaving him somewhat unaware of the merchants on the street. His name is Luo Tian. Uncle San suddenly glanced at his watch, which continued to function normally even in such profound depths. My time is up. I must take my leave. I will allow Ren to inform you of the subsequent matters. Everyone rose in unison, and Bai chuckled at his own actions. Uncle San, displaying a hint of exasperation, said, I have mentioned this before. Do not regard me as a leader. I shall depart now. He approached a wall adorned with a blank canvas, pressed on the scroll, and the wall opened to reveal a passage. Uncle San swiftly entered, disappearing from sight. This passage, should the opportunity arise, I shall guide you through it, Ren stated. Returning to our main topic, after Uncle San discerned the appraiser's capabilities, he instructed me to approach him, and I have made some progress recently. Does this individual meet the criteria for joining the organization? Bai inquired. After several tests, I have uncovered his abilities. This fellow is quite remarkable. His appraisal skills are, of course, a product of his innate talent. However, more importantly, he possesses the ability to discern authenticity with a mere glance, which is of no benefit to us. Yet, his second ability is of great interest to us. He can perceive past events through contact with antiques. Doesn't that bear some resemblance to your own abilities? Bai remarked. You have encountered humanity, witnessing fragments of our past. Indeed, Lei Zi replied. Isn't it a coincidence that such stories unfold? However, his abilities are invaluable to us. We must secure him in the shortest time possible. I have other matters to attend to, so I leave this in your capable hands. Inquire about Luo Tian at the antique street, and you shall find what you seek. Wait, Bai pondered his master, He Baosheng. There is something I do not comprehend and have long wished to consult you about. Speak, Lei Zi urged. My master, He Baosheng, initially joined the Inran organization under somewhat dubious circumstances. He was promised longevity upon his induction. What method did you employ to grant him such a gift? Bai Yi's inquiry stemmed from the fact that his master had passed away 20 years prior, and in the realm of longevity, he was considered exceptional. Those who frequently engaged in grave robbing often bore physical ailments, making true longevity rare. He Baosheng had pioneered a path. It pertains to the master of my third uncle. Lei Zi explained. I previously mentioned that to join the Inran organization, one must possess abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. The capability of my third uncle's master is the extension of life through alchemy. He is, in fact, a master alchemist, something you may not have anticipated. What distinguishes this from the elixirs crafted by Wei Boden and his ilk? Tang San interjected, excitement gleaming in his eyes at the revelation of his third uncle's master's identity. His master never believed that one could achieve immortality through potions. Instead, he focused solely on prolonging life. In simpler terms, he is an exceptional apothecary, Lei Zi clarified. Tang San glanced at Xia. Surely, you could achieve this as well, couldn't you? One could certainly attempt it, Xia responded, but individual constitutions vary greatly. Relying on potions for longevity is exceedingly challenging. The practicalities are far more arduous than they seem. Speaking of which, My third uncle's master was quite advanced in age. I wonder where he may be now. Sadly, he passed away last year. After his demise, my third uncle succeeded him, Lei Zi informed. My third uncle possesses considerable expertise in this area. Who would have thought that given his present status, he would bear such abilities? Tang San remarked. One must not judge solely by appearances, Lei Zi cautioned. Beyond this capability, my third uncle exhibits remarkable logical reasoning, and his standing in real life greatly aids our organization's secrecy. Now, it grows late. Allow me to escort you out. Is it not said that there are 3 individuals at the core? Bai Yi inquired. The other 2 are occupied with tasks and could not attend. You will have opportunities to meet them in the future. Perhaps you may even cross paths on the street, Lei Zi chuckled. Though you have been part of the organization for many years, this is your first visit to the headquarters. Come. I shall lead you through another passage to experience the wonders of the 72 doubtful rooms. As laughter erupted among them, the tension finally eased, allowing for a moment of relaxation. Under the guidance of Lei Zi, they had not traversed all of the 72 spaces, as fatigue had set in. The pathways intertwined, and Bai Yi, considering his remarkable memory, found himself dizzy and unable to recall the way clearly. Tang San, quick-eyed, noticed a glimmer in Fu Yu's hand and discreetly inquired. What is that? It's merely a mark I'm making. When we return, at least I will know how to navigate back to that room and find my way out. Fu Yu replied. One must always ensure an escape route. As the 2 whispered, they reached the mouth of the passage. Upon exiting, they realized they had returned to the exterior of the previous 3-story building, precisely at the parking spot. After winding through the underground maze, they had ultimately circled back to their starting point. As they distanced themselves from the structure, a moment of silence engulfed them. It was now midnight, and the embroidered piece lay within Bai Yi's pocket, for he was to meet the appraiser the following day. Early the next morning, Bai Yi received the documents prepared by Xiao Ning, filled to the brim with the illustrious accomplishments of the appraiser named Luo Tian. Indeed, he was a young prodigy who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, a genius both in the antique and jewelry realms. The articles describing Luo Tian were rather cliché, merely labeling him as a talent or a genius. Now, with a happy family and a successful career, his life seemed nothing short of perfect. With such an enviable existence, it was no wonder he would prefer to avoid murky waters, thus his reluctance to speak the truth. As Bai Yi drove towards Antique Street, he conversed with Xie about Luo Tian. It was said that he rarely frequented antique shops. He had once been an adventurous spirit, having encountered numerous peculiar situations. However, since marrying and having children, he had completely transformed, opting for a more tranquil life. His children, a pair of twins born on the same day, were said to possess remarkable knowledge of antiques, especially his daughter, who was particularly perceptive. Bai Yi found himself envious of Luo Tian's seemingly flawless life. What regrets could one possibly harbor in such perfection? A pang of guilt washed over him. Was it truly right to disrupt this serene life? Perhaps it was unnecessary to convince him to join their organization. Simply informing him of the significance behind the embroidery would suffice. What connection did Empress Xiaozhuang have with the clues regarding Genghis Khan's tomb, and what was her relationship with Hezar? Inside the shop, this information had been relayed through Song Yang, who idolized Luo Tian. Now, working on the same street, Song Yang was filled with uncontainable excitement. Though somewhat unruly, when in work mode, he was entirely transformed, much like Lei Zi. Song Yang led Bai Yi and Xie toward Luo Tian's shop, where they found him surrounded by a throng of customers, his expression reflecting some distress. In his 30s, Luo Tian was slender yet exuded vitality. While not conventionally handsome, he was undeniably refined. Bai Yi approached him, saying, "Mr. Luo, I apologize for the unannounced visit today. I hope you can forgive me." 7 Evil was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Bai Yi's unconventional greeting amidst such a throng of guests. Song Yang was equally astonished. Luo Tian was his idol, and he couldn't fathom why his employer would choose such a disruptive manner to make an entrance. Was it truly the case that rivals were destined to clash? Luo Tian was momentarily stunned, as were those who surrounded him, until one recognized Bai Yi. Isn't he the owner of the newly opened shop? Realizing this, Luo Tian approached with a warm smile, exuding humility and a complete lack of suspicion. Bai Yi felt an immediate affinity for him. He embodied a true spirit of tranquility. Had it been any other proprietor, they would have likely exhibited displeasure, assuming him a disruptor. I have long heard of your remarkable capabilities and esteemed background as a proprietor in this street. Regrettably, I have been too preoccupied to pay my respects until now, and it is I who must apologize for imposing upon you. The guests, seeing Luo Tian step away, displayed a hint of disappointment. Luo Tian reassured them. Please bear with me for a moment. I shall return shortly. The guests' expressions softened. Who wouldn't understand the rarity of encountering Luo Tian, now the most valued figure nationwide, graciously offering his expertise without charge? It was indeed a rare opportunity. Luo Tian led the three into a modestly arranged inner chamber, starkly contrasting Bai Yi's expectations. Given Luo Tian's current stature, he could easily rank among the nation's top 10 wealthy individuals, yet he maintained a simplicity that left Bai Yi sighing. Was it truly right to involve someone like him in this? Please, have a seat, Luo Tian offered as he poured tea. The brew was decent, albeit not fresh, last year's Longjing. I seldom visit and did not bring any new leaves, so I hope you will make do. The more Bai Yi interacted with Luo Tian, the more hesitant he became. As Luo Tian settled down, he suddenly spoke. Feel free to speak candidly. You are already aware of our intentions? Song Yang was taken aback. He was unaware of their true purpose. Bai Yi had intentionally brought Song Yang along, as these matters were experiences directly faced by Lei Zi. He hoped to stimulate Song Yang's memory, to rekindle the recollections Lei Zi possessed. Song Yang, furrowing his brow, sensed an inexplicable tension but remained silent, patiently awaiting further discourse. This was a marked improvement compared to his past self. It's a feeling, Luo Tian remarked, gesturing to his head. For the past few days, I have sensed that something significant was approaching, which is why I have been awaiting it. In truth, I haven't visited the antique street in quite a while. Yet today, an impulse drew me here. Those who are inherently adventurous seem destined to encounter peril, Bai Yi reflected. Resolute in his intention, he needed but one answer before withdrawing from this man's life, wishing not to disrupt the tranquility he so cherished. Bai Yi produced the embroidered piece. This silk is exclusive to the Qing dynasty royal court, hand-stitched by Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang. Of course, it is merely a replica, an exquisite counterfeit that could easily be mistaken for the genuine article. Chapter 633. The breakthrough upon catching sight of the embroidered piece. Luo Tian let out a sigh, as if lamenting that he could not evade his fate. A wry smile crossed his lips as he took the embroidery into his hands. Creating this took a considerable amount of time. The embroidery techniques of the Qing dynasty are diverse, and the materials are exquisite. This is modeled after the style of Empress Xiaozhuang, whose method is particularly unique. It took me quite a while to achieve this effect. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Bai Yi, eager to avoid further delay, inquired, You have encountered genuine artifacts and possess knowledge that far exceeds your appraisal. Do you not? Luo Tian's hands trembled slightly. Was heaven toying with him? He had long promised Cheng Zhen that, with children of his own, he would refrain from risky ventures and instead nurture his offspring. Yet, the emergence of this embroidery had utterly unsettled him. He wished to disregard it. But the secrets it held haunted his dreams, transforming into a persistent anxiety. He did not want his wife to know, striving to conceal his unease. But given Cheng Zhen's meticulous nature, she had likely already discerned his disquiet. Today, when he mentioned his intention to visit the antique street, her expression had been subtly revealing. Who are you? Luo Tian's tone grew more serious. I anticipated your inquiry, Bai Yi replied. The embroidery bears a connection to us, Mr. Luo. You are no ordinary individual. You must comprehend the anguish that accompanies people like us. By saying us, they subtly categorized Luo Tian among their ranks. Luo Tian recognized the implication. His abilities had indeed conferred significant advantages, yet they had also brought considerable troubles, nearly costing him his life. Now, he yearned to disregard such capabilities and lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Yet, these individuals had intruded upon his existence. The very embroidery had fortuitously appeared before him. My instincts tell me you are not malevolent, Luo Tian stated. Song Yang watched the three individuals intently, oblivious to their discourse, yet feeling a surge of tension and excitement. Though the conversation seemed unrelated to him, it tugged at his nerves. His hands clenched awkwardly, his ears straining to catch their words. However, I cannot divulge anything. It is akin to a dam during a flood. One must not breach it, lest disaster ensue. Luo Tian's mind remained clear. Revealing this would be detrimental to both parties. If that is the case, why not seal it away as an eternal secret? Preserving a measure of safety? You do not grasp the gravity of the situation, Bai Yi replied with a rueful smile. If mere discretion could resolve everything, How simple it would be. We do not wish to press you. We do not desire to disrupt your current tranquility. Xia, let us depart. Luo Tian stood, politely escorting them to the door, only to be immediately surrounded by a waiting crowd. As he peered through the throng, he caught sight of Bai Yi and the others departing, and a flicker of disappointment stirred within him. After they exited, Song Yang remained silent, though his demeanor betrayed unease, as if he wished to speak but was at a loss for words. This expression amused Bai Yi. Why so quiet? I did not understand what you were discussing, he admitted. Song Yang remarked, you speak of embroidery, and he saw her, and yet I feel as though I am in a science fiction film. In time, you will understand. Bai Yi replied, as long as you remain by our side. Song Yang felt an inexplicable sensation within him, as if something deep inside were stirring, on the verge of breaking free. He embraced his head, and Xia, sensing his unease, asked, what is it? Nothing, just felt a bit dizzy for a moment. Quite strange, Song Yang responded. I had breakfast today. Xia felt a pang of concern. Do you often skip breakfast? Sometimes I wake up late and just forgo it. Waiting for lunch, Song Yang replied dismissively, unaware that Xia and the others had already discerned his habit of skipping breakfast to save money for his family. He walked to the university cafeteria to work, and moreover, Song Yang was particularly adept with machinery, covertly modifying motorcycles for others. However, if caught, the consequences would be dire. And fortunately, he had been too busy to engage in such activities lately. The more nonchalant Song Yang sounded, the more anxious Bai Yi and the others felt. Song Yang, you must eat breakfast from now on. We provide meals here, so do not be polite. Take what you cannot finish home, Bai Yi insisted. However, do not think this comes without obligation. You must work diligently, or else I understand. I will seize this opportunity. Song Yang's tone was resolute. Luo Tian's refusal was entirely reasonable, and Bai Yi found himself in a quandary. What had Luo Tian seen in that embroidery? The more he trembled with apprehension, the more he sensed the gravity of the situation. Upon returning to the antique shop, Bai Yi conferred with Xia. What do you think? Bai Yi inquired. Conflicted. Xia replied succinctly, laying bare his thoughts in just 2 words. I feel the same. It's a conflict. We have witnessed too many sacrifices. We know this approach may adversely affect Luo Tian, Bai Yi said. But do we have any other options? No. At present, Luo Tian is the sole breakthrough, Xia stated. However, he seems quite conflicted himself. Perhaps we should wait and see. If he can articulate it himself, our guilt may lessen. Indeed, our thoughts align. For now, we should seek out Xiao Ning and Lu Zhishi, focusing our attention on these 2 points. What are your thoughts on Lu Zhishi? Bai Yi increasingly sought the opinions of others, a testament to his genuine regard for his companions developed over many years. If Lu Zhishi's character has not changed over the years, we might as well trust him, Xia suggested, with conditions for such trust. Otherwise, we may not be able to face him as ourselves, Bai Yi acknowledged. He has believed us dead. Those who disguise themselves have fabricated our demise or a fade of permanent departure. If we were to appear before him inadvertently, he might think he is seeing a ghost or merely encountering someone who resembles us. Yet, if we all appear together, he is likely to lose his mind. Bai Yi pondered aloud. Do you think there might still be a place for us in his home, or perhaps in his heart? Does he still harbor a space for us? This must be experienced to be understood. Perhaps his family even displays our portraits at home. I have heard that he came to pay his respects at the time of our passing, weeping profoundly. Xia sighed, lamenting, alas, I only concealed the truth from him. And little did I expect that this concealment would extend for 30 years. Bai Yi was preparing to further contemplate how to deal with Lu Zhishi when Tang Sanqing's call arrived. His voice seemed somewhat hindered. I have located that girl. I heard she has been unwell and has not attended class lately. She is at the amusement park today. I am heading over now. Please inform Fuyu so we can go together and ascertain her true identity. The call ended abruptly, leaving Bai Yi somewhat exasperated. He could at least provide a time frame. And there are several amusement parks in this city. Is Tang San truly in such a rush? Just as Bai Yi was engulfed in frustration, a follow-up text from Tang San arrived. Bai Yi raised his phone, thinking, at last, he has had a moment of clarity. Xia chuckled. After countless years, Tang San's na-vet remained unscathed, along with his insatiable appetite. Chapter 634. Dragon and Phoenix. Bai Yi left Xia to oversee Song Yang while he drove to pick up Fuyu. Just as Fuyu exited her class and reached the school gate, she was intercepted by Lu Fifan. Facing Lu Fifan, Fu Yu found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was fortunate he was a Mensa member with such a high IQ. Yet his emotional intelligence was rather mediocre. Could he truly not discern that she held no romantic interest in him? Furthermore, given their teacher-student relationship, he was rather brazen. Lu Fifan, it is currently after class, and I must step out. Is there anything you wish to discuss that can wait until tomorrow? Fu Yu's tone remained gentle. Teacher, my inquiries are unrelated to the class. Lu Fifan felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, truly nearing his end. His heart raced daily at the slightest movement from Fu Yu. When she was absent, his gaze would incessantly drift toward the window, yearning to catch a glimpse of her figure. When she appeared, his heartbeat accelerated to an alarming rate, and he genuinely feared his heart could not endure such strain much longer. If he did not express himself soon, he felt he might suffocate from his unspoken emotions. Fu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, a subtle indication of her displeasure. This was the most pronounced reaction she would display when perturbed. Her heart was calm, yet not stagnant. She was aware of Lu Fifan's unusual demeanor, yet knowing it was futile, why persist? She opened her mouth to speak. Lu Fifan, what do you mean, suddenly? The honking of a car horn resonated, and Bai Yi arrived just in time. Bai Yi had long been aware of Lu Fifan. This was their first encounter. Upon seeing a boy standing before Fu Yu, he surmised his identity and promptly exited the vehicle, eager to discern what sort of person Lu Zhishi's son was. As Bai Yi approached, Lu Fifan's heart tightened, for this handsome and imposing man immediately wrapped his arm around Fu Yu's waist. The beautiful teacher looked up and exchanged a tender smile with him, a smile so filled with affection that it shattered Lu Fifan's heart into a million pieces. True to his lineage as Lu Zhishi's son, Lu Fifan quickly clung to a flicker of hope. Such intimate gestures need not signify a romantic relationship. They could also indicate familial ties, could they not? The two bore a slight resemblance. Surely, they must be siblings. Yes, they must undoubtedly be siblings. My boyfriend, Fu Yu declared, like me, has just returned from abroad. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. The words boyfriend echoed in Lu Fifan's ears, drowning out the sound of car engines and rendering him oblivious to Bai Yi's wave. It felt as though the shards of his shattered heart were being trampled upon, painfully crushed underfoot. His classmates, eager for amusement, crowded around him, lifting Lu Fifan up and exclaiming, "Congratulations to our Lu Fifan, who has experienced heartbreak before even confessing his feelings." He was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, landing painfully on his back. The agony was unbearable, and he could not shed a tear. His fate was too cruel, and such a demise felt profoundly unjust. Once seated in Bai Yi's car, Fu Yu could no longer suppress her laughter. How is it that Lu Zhishi has such a son? His intelligence is commendable. But I wonder how he would react if he knew you were a siren. Bai Yi shifted the conversation. That girl is quite peculiar, though she is a student. She claimed illness to skip school and instead went to an amusement park. Such a whimsical girl reminds me of Xiao Ning. I have a strong intuition that she is indeed something special. Don't you think both Song Yang and this girl possess an essence reminiscent of the past? Fu Yu mused. I can certainly relate to Song Yang, but I cannot yet form an opinion on this girl, as I have never encountered her, Bai Yi replied. You remain as cautious as ever, Fu Yu remarked as they arrived at the amusement park, spotting Tang San anxiously scanning the entrance. He is already here. As they parked and approached, Tang San eagerly exclaimed, I found out she is a student at our school, but she suddenly applied for a leave of absence. She is supposed to have classes this month, but she requested sick leave. It was only after I spoke with some of her close friends that I learned she would be here today. Fu Yu, I need you to confirm this. Why are you so polite today? Fu Yu noted that Tang San was acting unusually. The more he diverged from his typical demeanor, the more anxious he seemed. I'm just worried. She is like a wild horse, and I fear I won't be able to catch her. Tang San urged Bai Yi to hurry into the park. Let us go quickly. If we delay, she might slip away again. It was as if they were searching for a lost child, and Fu Yu reminded him, we need to buy tickets. Tang San suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. All right. How could I have forgotten? Ah, Tang San, if only you could show us how a pig climbs a tree. Bai Yi remarked, somewhat exasperated. You arrived so early and didn't think to purchase tickets in advance. Tang San pretended not to hear, covering his ears as he hurried to the window to queue for tickets. Fu Yu chuckled and consoled Bai Yi, saying, worrying leads to confusion, do not blame him. When Tang San returned after a quarter of an hour, he was aware of his mistake and wore a sheepish grin. Bai Yi deliberately maintained a frosty demeanor, ignoring him. It was not a holiday, and the crowd was still manageable. Tang San, at the forefront, scanned the area and suddenly felt his body collide with something soft. He looked down and immediately brightened up. What a stunning little girl. She was truly enchanting, her delicate features and rosy complexion complemented by a pair of bright, sparkling eyes, resembling a porcelain doll. Behind her stood a handsome little boy, equally striking, their resemblance strikingly apparent. Tang San's heart stirred. Could they be a pair of twins? The little girl glanced at Tang San, then turned back, grinning widely. Brother, look, there's an antique person here. A figure approached, playfully patting the girl's head. Xiao Yao? Don't speak nonsense. Bai Yi, who had followed behind, stepped forward. Mr. Luo, I didn't expect to see you here. It turned out this was the renowned pair of twins from Luo Tian's family. Bai Yi remained to converse with Luo Tian, while Tang San and Fu Yu sought out the female student. The little girl trailed behind Tang San, giggling and calling out, Antique person, antique person. Xiao Yao, a petite beauty approached, holding cotton candy. You mustn't be so impolite, do you understand? Xiao Yao's eyes reddened as she pointed at Tang San's back. But he really is an antique person, just like Daddy's old antiques. Bai Yi's heart skipped. Could it be that these children possessed the same abilities as Luo Tian? He now understood the depth of Luo Tian's concerns. Luo Tian gestured for his wife, Cheng Zhen, to take the children aside, then shrugged at Bai Yi. Forgive my children's folly. I apologize to your friend. It is not folly, Bai Yi retorted. She speaks the truth. Luo Tian's expression shifted, and he leaned in close to Bai Yi, speaking quickly and succinctly. Each word was etched deeply in Bai Yi's mind. Though brief, Luo Tian conveyed everything he knew. Observing Bai Yi's countenance, Luo Tian stated, I do this for my children. This is the only time I shall speak. Bai Yi realized that Xiao Yao's innocent remark had unveiled Tang San's identity, triggering Luo Tian's reaction. He nodded earnestly. We shall keep our distance from you henceforth, to ensure the tranquility of your family. Luo Tian nodded, then promptly turned to leave. Chapter 635, Not Oneself. Luo Tian uttered a single statement. Xiao Zhuang is not herself. If Luo Tian could perceive fragments of the past through objects, then whatever visions he witnessed led to the conclusion that Xiao Zhuang was indeed not herself. Bai Yi was too preoccupied to concern himself with the whereabouts of Tang, San Cheng, and Fu Yu. His mind was cluttered with questions. If Xiao Zhuang was not herself, then there were two possibilities. Either her identity had been swapped, and although she retained the name of Xiao Zhuang, she was no longer the original, or she had become the vessel for another. The notion of possession inevitably brought to mind he saw her, yet this seemed illogical, for the embroidery held clues left by Qi Feng regarding Genghis Khan's tomb. If he saw her was indeed involved, why then did he relentlessly pursue the descendants of the unloading mountain warriors? Bai Yi remained still, while Tang Sancheng and Fu Yu searched for the mysterious girl. Fu Yu's hand rested upon the goo box, hoping the goo insects would provide some insight. Nearby, a cacophony of screams erupted. It was the haunted house. Naturally, there were no actual ghosts, merely a sinister setting designed to terrify, with actors inside pretending to be phantoms to frighten the visitors. As the screams filled the air, Fu Yu sensed the stirrings of the goo insects. They were close. Fu Yu tugged at Tang Sancheng, and the two made their way toward the haunted house. They encountered a throng of visitors exiting, the first couples clearly shaken. The women clutched their partners' arms, one hand pressed against their chests. Some even wore expressions of distress, evidently frightened. However, the last person to emerge caught Tang Sancheng's attention. It was her, while others were in a state of alarm. She wore an expression of utter boredom, as if the experience had been trivial. For her, it was far too tame. Upon stepping out, she even yawned, prompting Fu Yu's expression to brighten. It was indeed her. Tang Sancheng could hardly contain his excitement and stepped forward. Hey! The ghosts inside had failed to frighten her, but he had startled her considerably. She took a step back, her eyes filled with reproach. What are you doing? Do you not know how frightening it can be to startle someone? Seeing she had not been scared moments ago, he quipped, I thought I'd lend you a hand. Otherwise, why would you have entered the haunted house? Tang Sancheng's mood was exceptionally buoyant, brighter than the clearest of skies, more intense than the sun itself. Why are you here instead of in class? It was too boring, she replied. Besides, I have completed the paperwork for my leave of absence. Soon, I won't have to attend classes at all. Your name is Shenbing? Tang San had reviewed the information and matched it with her photograph. What of it? Xin Bing crossed her arms, adopting a demeanor that suggested she wished to keep her distance. Are you finally arriving at the answer to my previous question? Tang San glanced back at Fu Yu, who nodded in affirmation and replied eagerly, yes. In the meantime, Fu Yu had taken the opportunity to examine the goo insects within the box. The last remaining red dot on the creature's back had vanished, indicating they had found another target. Then tell me, Xin Bing insisted, her tone unyielding. I am pondering that Genghis Khan's need for concealment might stem from some unspeakable secret, a secret so grave it must remain hidden, perhaps compelling him to seal his body away entirely, preventing future generations from discovering it. Tang San remarked, even if it is Qin Huang. Though he cannot enter the underground palace, at least the location is confirmed. For Genghis Khan to achieve such a feat, one must ponder the magnitude of his motivation. His words ignited a spark in Xin Bing's eyes. It was the most satisfying answer she had encountered. She even reached out to pat Tang San on the shoulder, an expression of admiration on her face, momentarily forgetting that he was still her teacher. Indeed, that's it. Finally, someone shares my thoughts. How wonderful. Xin Bing, why did you choose to drop out of school? What led you to such a notion? Tang San inquired eagerly. I sense your deep concern for the tomb of Genghis Khan. If I say it is due to a dream, you would surely dismiss me as my parents do. Thinking I am lying, wouldn't you? Shenlin scoffed. People tend to cling to their habits. Rational matters are easily accepted. Tang San stumbled over his words. What? What did you dream about? She appeared aloof, yet was willing to stand there and converse with him openly. Tang San felt a twinge of emotion. Was it because of Xiao Ning? Do you truly wish to hear? Xin Bing asked. Wait, how did you end up here? I came specifically to find you. Your question has been on my mind, Tang San replied, feeling flustered, unsure how to articulate his identity to Xin Bing. Fu Yu could no longer bear the awkwardness and stepped forward. Hello, Xin Bing. Who are you? Xin Bing frowned. I am a friend of Tang San Fu Yu explained. He has been searching for you, worried you might misunderstand him, so he brought me along. Xin Bing turned to Tang San Why are you worried I might misunderstand you? What could I possibly misconstrue? Fu Yu, aren't you making things worse? Tang San face flushed, and Xin Bing chuckled. You are a teacher, why are you blushing? The more she spoke, the redder his face became. Fu Yu interjected, in truth. We are quite interested in Genghis Khan as well, particularly the events following his death. We find your perspective intriguing. Would you consider joining us? Join you? Xin Bing was taken aback. Are you explorers? Sort of, Fu Yu replied. It's crowded here. Shall we find another place to talk? Xin Bing felt a surge of excitement. She had been haunted by that dream since childhood and had yet to uncover its meaning. Following Fu Yu and Tang San outside, they encountered Bai Yi, who was holding 2 cotton candies. Upon seeing them approach, he handed one to Fu Yu and Xin Bing. Tang San was taken aback. Why isn't there one for me? We ran out, Bai Yi replied curtly. Bai Yi scrutinized Xin Bing, noting her spirited demeanor and the unmistakable essence of Xiao Ning about her. A glance at Fu Yu prompted a round of introductions. Xin Bing observed the 3 of them closely, a heavy sense of curiosity weighing on her. Have I seen you before? Perhaps, Bai Yi mused. If souls transcend time, we may have crossed paths in a previous life. Do you really believe in that? Xin Bing's spirits lifted. She used the character, which indicates her belief in its significance. Tang San felt a peculiar sensation. Could it be that Xin Bing still faintly remembered past events? Or perhaps his conjecture was yet to conclude. Xin Bing then inquired, if humans possess past and present lives, might a stone also have such a history? A stone? Tang San deemed his earlier musings overly sentimental. He had never heard of stones having past lives, though he knew they could capture sound and images. He recalled having witnessed the Yinbing Alley in the Qinling, which utilized the recording capabilities of the walls to immortalize sounds and visuals from years gone by, thus forming the so-called Yinbing Alley. Xin Bing, upon hearing Tang Sancheng's words, was filled with excitement. I have always believed someone would believe me, and now that person has finally appeared. Come, I shall show you my stone. Chapter 636. The stone Xin Bing possessed was located in her residence. She did not live at home, nor in a school dormitory. Instead, she rented a modest apartment, a small single room with a kitchen, suggesting her family's circumstances were rather favorable. Nevertheless, this young lady exhibited considerable audacity. Fu Yu asked her, given that we are not well acquainted, why do you trust us enough to bring us to your home? Because of intuition, Shen Bing replied. Firstly, you do not seem like malicious individuals. Secondly, he is a teacher at our school, and I am aware of his background. Lastly, you believe in what I say, which is of utmost importance. What a spirited girl she was. The apartment was quite small, furnished with only a single chair positioned before a computer desk. Shen Bing gestured towards her bed, saying, Please, make yourselves comfortable on the bed. Once the three were settled, Shen Bing began to rummage through her belongings, eventually uncovering a stone from the bottom of her wardrobe. This stone was quite dark, about the size of a fist, its surface appearing as though coated in a layer of black lacquer, glistening with a lustrous sheen. The stone was adorned with numerous tiny, intricate holes. This is the stone, Shen Bing declared. Bai Yi took it into his hands, and, suddenly producing a knife, began to scrape its surface. Shen Bing understood his intention and did not intervene. After several strokes, Bai Yi confirmed, Indeed, this is a natural stone. This sheen is purely organic. I found this when I was 8 years old, Shen Bing recounted. Strangely enough, as a child, I reveled in the embrace of nature. I preferred lying on the earth rather than hiding in the grass. It brought me peace. My parents disapproved of this, deeming it unclean. I was quite stubborn and often clashed with them. Fate sometimes tends to repeat itself, like Xiao Ning. Shen Bing found herself at an impasse with her parents from an early age. I believe this stone was destined to be mine, otherwise. Why would I have been the one to discover it? That is of little consequence, Bai Yi urged, eager to grasp the crux of the matter. What makes this stone so special? On the very first night after I obtained it, I began to dream, Shen Bing explained. Initially, I thought it was mere coincidence. Yet I continued to experience the same dream, with intervals growing ever shorter. This piqued Tang San's interest. Has this stone always been with you? He inquired. Indeed. Ever since I discovered it, I have kept it close by my side. Although it cannot be said that I carry it with me at all times. It resides within the same space as I do, which leads me to ponder whether my recurring dream is somehow connected to it. Shen Bing remarked. May I now share my dream? That is the crux of the matter. The others nodded in agreement, prompting Shen Bing to continue. In my dreams, I am perpetually drawn to a place that is inconstant, vast, yet enclosed. Within it, I encounter a statue, which I have identified as that of Genghis Khan. Bai Yifei exchanged a glance with Fu Yu, both astonished by the surreal nature of the scenario, an enclosed space housing the statue of Genghis Khan. What more could there be? Shen Bing appeared somewhat hesitant. She rose and rummaged through the bookshelf, eventually retrieving a painting. This is a depiction I created over the years based on my dreams. In order to render this, I pursued studies in fine arts. Observe. This illustrates the internal structure of the space. A grand hall with the statue of Genghis Khan at its center, an enormous figure. And look, does the statue not seem to be missing a piece? Indeed, it was evident on the canvas that a section was absent, particularly around the statue's waist. Fu Yu gazed at the stone in Shen Bing's hand. Could this possibly be the missing fragment? Yes, that is precisely what I believe, Shen Bing replied. In addition to these internal structures, I have dreamt of various scenes, all of which are harrowing. Many perished within, their dismembered limbs scattered about. Each vision grows increasingly vivid, and I now suffer from severe mental fatigue. It is no wonder you suggested that Genghis Khan wished to conceal his tomb for reasons beyond mere secrecy. Perhaps he aimed to hide the violent acts that transpired within? Tang San shook his head. When Emperor Qin Shi Huang constructed his mausoleum, he also sacrificed numerous lives. Such actions are hardly extraordinary for a tyrannical ruler. Shen Bing shot Tang San a glare that instantly reminded him of Xiao Ning. She would direct such a look at him when angered. Tang San quickly softened his stance. I was merely speculating. The details must come from your account. But to kill, one merely needs to take a life. Why go to the lengths of severing limbs? Shen Bing questioned. All limbs being severed merely constitutes murder. Why expend such effort? A swift strike or poison would be far more efficient. However, Shen Bing, Fu Yu finally interjected, what you experience are dreams. In the common perception, dreams are but illusions. Your current assertion equates dreams with reality, which complicates our ability to form judgments. How astute Fu Yu was. Bai Yifei felt a jolt. Perhaps he had been so engrossed in Shen Bing's earnest narrative that he had nearly accepted it as truth. Fu Yu's words doused Shen Bing with cold water, causing her to retort, do you not believe me? It's not that we disbelieve. I am convinced that you have indeed experienced such dreams. Fu Yu remarked. I believe this stone is one you found, yet whether dreams equate to reality remains to be substantiated. We must verify the connection between your dream and this stone. Shinbing. Each matter must be addressed distinctly. Bai Yi thought of Luo Tian, pondering whether his ability to touch the stone would allow him to glimpse past images. He felt somewhat conflicted. Having already promised not to disrupt their lives at the amusement park, it seemed unwise to retract his word. Indeed, one must not act too impulsively. And he now felt the sting of regret. Shinbing finally regained her composure, stating, "You are correct." Observing the disappointment in Shinbing's eyes, Fu Yu continued, "Nonetheless, this stone is indeed pivotal, for the events surrounding you stem from it." Suddenly, Fu Yu's hand reached towards the black stone in Shinbing's grasp. Tang San, with his keen perception, perhaps due to his cultivation, noticed a green light emanating from Fu Yu's hand into the stone. Fu Yu's gesture did not evoke any aversion from Shinbing. She allowed him to touch the stone. "It has always been so smooth," she murmured. Tang San was struck by a thought and leaned closer to Bai Yi, whispering, "Do you recall the jade-like golden sound?" Bai Yi's entire being trembled at the mention. The stone associated with the jade-like golden sound was the key to the residence of Emperor Jun within ancient Kunlun. Could Tang San be suggesting that this stone serves as the key to Genghis Khan's tomb? His expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. "It is premature to draw conclusions. However, I believe Shinbing's dream warrants investigation." Fu Yu withdrew his hand, inquiring, "Shinbing, have you shared your experiences with anyone else?" "When I was younger, I confided in many, but none believed me. My parents thought I was hallucinating and considered sending me to a doctor. Over time, I buried these matters within my heart. It was only last time, upon hearing Teacher Tang recount so many peculiar folklores, that I began to think perhaps he is the one who would believe me." Shinbing cast a resentful glance at Tang San. Initially, he too thought I was fabricating tales. "No, I was genuinely astonished, yet uncertain whether I should be forthright with you. I harbored such thoughts as well." Tang San confessed candidly. "After all, we were still strangers. Thank you for your honesty." Shinbing touched her head thoughtfully. "It feels peculiar, as if someone has conveyed to me that you are worthy of my trust. It was not a mistake to share my secret with you. Now, what are your thoughts? Are you genuinely searching for Genghis Khan's tomb?" "Indeed," Bai Yi affirmed. "What you have shared with us is of great value." Shinbing exhaled in relief. "As long as it is useful." Chapter 637, Limbs. "By the way, you mentioned some individuals had their limbs severed. Did you see how they were dressed in your dream, and what were those assassins like?" Bai Yi suddenly inquired. "Their faces eluded my vision. Yet their garments were remarkably distinctive, shrouding them from head to toe. Intricate patterns, delicately outlined with golden threads, adorned their attire. Upon researching, I discovered that such designs were exclusive to the ancient Mongolian shaman clan." Shinbing remarked, "In my dreams, the gold on their clothing always radiates, strikingly vivid, but alas, their appearances remain obscured. Shamans." Hisar had once fallen victim to a plot by the shaman clan, which led to a rift with his brother, Genghis Khan. If this were indeed a dream without origin, how could it align so closely with reality? Bai Yi's expression grew somber. "If this is a dream, it is impossible for the details to be so precise." "Shinbing, I have an uninvited request. May we temporarily take possession of this stone?" Such a request was indeed uninvited. Shinbing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved, "Very well, I, too, wish to see if I will continue to dream such dreams in its absence." It seemed this stone had never left her side. As the stone passed into Bai Yi's hands, Tang San leaned in to observe, muttering, "Just by its color, it resembles my sword quite a bit." Bai Yi lowered his voice. "Are you referring to the Soul Destroyer sword?" "Indeed, it is said to be crafted from red gold," Tang San replied. "Regrettably, we have yet to witness what red gold looks like. It is quite simple." Although their voices were hushed, Fu Yu still overheard. "We can analyze its composition, if they match. It is undoubtedly the same material. With today's advanced machinery, the required time is minimal." "That is an excellent idea," Shinbing exclaimed with excitement. "But what is this red gold you mentioned?" "A legendary material that may have long since become extinct," Bai Yi explained. "In that case, we shall take this stone for testing and return it once the results are obtained." "That works," Shinbing hesitated. "May I have your contact information?" Suddenly, Tang San felt dejected. He had entirely mistaken Shinbing for Xiao Ning, speaking to her as an acquaintance. At this moment, he realized that Shinbing regarded them merely as strangers of potential interest. They exchanged phone numbers, and an uncomfortable silence ensued. Tang San cast a pleading glance at Fu Yu, who simply shook his head gently. Their method for restoring their memories remained undiscovered, and time was still needed. Reluctantly, Tang San stepped out of Xin Bing's apartment, burdened with regret. Upon returning home, the group convened, all feeling that the clues had surfaced too swiftly in recent days, necessitating a thorough organization. First, Lei Zi and Xiao Ning's current incarnations had been identified as Song Yang and Xin Bing. Second, a surprising figure emerged in the form of Xiao Zhuang. A piece of embroidery she had crafted perfectly mirrored the map within Lei Zi's palm. Third, in Lu Zhi's ongoing archaeological project, a striking red rock area had appeared beneath the surface, resembling the map. Fourth, Xin Bing had once dreamt of a place reminiscent of Genghis Khan's tomb, witnessing individuals clad in shamanic attire executing many with a method of dismemberment. Fifth, a mysterious black stone, as seen in Xin Bing's dream, appeared to be a missing piece from the statue of Genghis Khan. Sixth, Xiao Zhuang was not herself. How do you all perceive these 6 clues? Bai Yi inquired. Xiao Shan scratched his head. It's a bit chaotic. Sister Fuyu, is there any way to hasten the recovery of Song Yang and Xin Bing's memories? Fuyu replied, I am diligently working on it. Recultivating the goo worms is a rather intricate task. According to our ancestors' experiences, the reincarnated goo worms can be reared once more, and then they can unlock Song Yang and Xin Bing's memories. However, I cannot commence rearing until we locate Xin Bing. From this moment onward, it will take at least 7 days. 7 days, is it? Tang San felt a flicker of hope. Fuyu cautioned, I cannot make any absolute promises. We will only know after 7 days. Once the goo worms are successfully cultivated, they will not require sustenance. The current challenge lies in allowing them to consume food once again, specifically the most basic goo worms, which will need to be fed for 7 days. If they survive beyond that, we shall have succeeded. If they perish, we will have to seek alternative means to restore their memories. The atmosphere grew tense, and Bai Yi encouraged, let us have faith in Fu Yu's abilities. She is no longer the same as before. Have you forgotten? Qing Wan's essence has completely merged with Fu Yu, and her powers are now those of Qing Wan. Indeed, Tang San affirmed, there should be no issues. It's merely a matter of 7 days. Well then, let's conclude this matter and shift our focus to the stone. I find Xin Bing's words credible. Occurrences involving the Shadow Soldiers have transpired before. Tang San's experience in the Shadow Soldier Alley serves as a testament. Tomorrow, let Fu Yu take the stone and the soul-extinguishing sword for examination. With her current connections, there should be no complications, right? Bai Yi turned to Fu Yu, offering a knowing smile. Xiao Shan chimed in, someone's feeling a bit jealous now. Bai Yi cleared his throat. Given my circumstances, do I truly need to feel envy towards them? You know in your heart. Tang San seized the opportunity to tease Bai Yi. We all caught a whiff of jealousy in your previous remark. Explanations are merely veils. Did you not sense it, Lei Zi? Tang San lightly mentioned Lei Zi, but did not receive a response, feeling a pang of disappointment. He awkwardly chuckled. Apologies, I've been thinking of Lei Zi lately. It would be wonderful if you were here now, along with Xiao Ning. Ahem, let us return to the main topic. Bai Yi stated, the cultivation and examination of the goo worms shall be entrusted to Fu Yu, as will the analysis of the stone's material. Now, regarding the embroidery of Xiao Zhuang. Since it pertains to the past, and those no longer among us, we cannot consult Xiao Zhuang for the truth. Therefore, we must rely on Luo Tian's strength. Tang San chuckled, you have always been a person of your word. This truly is a slap in the face. Do not gloat, Bai Yi replied sternly. I am merely shielding everyone from the impending storm. Sigh, witnessing their family's happiness makes me reluctant to drag them into this murky situation. This is simple. We need only ensure he does not join any organization, Xiao Shan remarked. Indeed, he saw her as an adversary to both the organization and us. Bai Yi gently touched his forehead, pondering the implications of joining the organization. To do so would mean contravening their desires. However, they currently sought our assistance, which rendered our slight deviation inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Tang San remarked, then shall we address these matters first? Indeed. It seems that we have no choice but to tackle these issues, Bai Yi sighed, expressing a sense of profound bewilderment. His mind was in disarray, and a sudden silence enveloped the group. If only Lei Zi and Xiao Ning were present, their playful banter would surely alleviate the tension. Just 7 days remained. Everything awaited resolution thereafter. Chapter 638. The blueprint. During these 7 days, much transpired. For instance, Fu Yu sent a stone and a sword for analysis. resulting in two significant revelations. Firstly, the composition of the two items was indeed identical. Secondly, the machine's database could not identify the material of these objects. The machine, a substantial investment, boasted cutting-edge technology both nationally and globally. Every known physical component was cataloged within the database for automatic matching during testing. Yet, the outcome was null. None of the detected substances corresponded with the two items. Such an extraordinary result piqued the curiosity of the male technician in the lab, who also happened to be a professor of physics. He persistently inquired about the origins of the items, to which Fuyu merely replied they were antiques from a friend's shop, leaving their nature a mystery. The professor expressed his regret, believing this discovery warranted public announcement and further physical research, as it might lead to groundbreaking revelations. Fuyu internally dismissed the notion, thinking to herself, let it be. She deftly excused herself from the professor's inquiries and hurriedly departed. As she reached the school gate, she was suddenly struck by the history of the soul-extinguishing sword, its connection to Qi Jin and the Yellow Emperor. This thought intensified her urgency, prompting her to hail a taxi home. Once home, Fuyu first checked on the reincarnation goo worms. After 7 days of nurturing, she placed them in the western position, associated with Yin. Upon opening the container, she found the worms eagerly consuming the specially prepared nourishment, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she returned them to their original place. Fuyu presented the inspection results to the group, and they took turns reviewing the findings. Afterward, all eyes fixated on Tang San, whose discomfort grew palpable. Qi Jin had been serendipitously discovered by the Yellow Emperor on the battlefield, later passed into the hands of the King of Wu, leading to the creation of the 8 Swords of Yu. The soul-extinguishing sword was one of these 8. It was by some inexplicable fate that Tang San had removed it from the Qin mausoleum, and equally mysteriously, it had remained with him. It now appeared that there was indeed a deeper connection. I cannot explain what transpired back then, Tang San stammered. While in the Qin mausoleum, my father merely instructed me to take whatever I pleased. This sword was the last thing I noticed, and I could not shake the feeling of attachment. So I simply took it with me. Was there no other reason? Did the sword ever exhibit any unusual phenomena? Queried Qixia. None whatsoever, not in the slightest. Tang San affirmed. At that time, my father indeed informed me about its origin and the fact that it was forged from red gold. However, the subsequent events had yet to unfold, rendering it a mere coincidence. Such an extraordinary coincidence, Xiao Ning remarked. I have researched the topic, and there are numerous theories regarding red gold, the most prevalent being that the Yellow Emperor stumbled upon it on the battlefield. Yet, how it continued to be passed down remains a mystery. I wonder if red gold could possibly be limited to just the forging of the 8 swords? Since it is a mineral, it must still exist, albeit undiscovered. Could it be that Genghis Khan fortuitously found a red gold mine? Having immersed himself in the world of online information for so long, Xiao Ning's words prompted by Yi to ponder. Indeed, there is a distinct possibility. It is said that weapons forged from red gold can slice through iron like mud. If a red gold mine could be located, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage. Perhaps even the silver needles behind the tiger bug armor are related to it. Wait, Bai exclaimed, cradling his head. I have just had a revelation. Yes. He slapped his thigh vigorously. Could it be that the geological layer exposed in the area Lu Jishu is investigating is related to the black gold mine? Stunned, Xiao responded. That is a possibility, a very real possibility. Hold on, I will sneak into their website to check for the latest updates. Isn't news supposed to be abounding lately? Tang San inquired. All recycled information, nothing new. Much of what's on the internet is merely speculation by netizens. Xiao replied. However, the official channels have not released any new information. Let me take a look. With ease, Xiao accessed the back end of the Cultural Relics Bureau. In the corresponding project section, he found no new developments. Suddenly inspired, he infiltrated Lu Jishu's computer backend, and this time, discoveries abounded. Look, this is a sketch Lu Jishu just drew, Xiao announced. He has created many blueprints on his computer. What do you think this resembles? An octagram. Tang San blurted out. What on earth is Lu Jishu drawing this for? That is a question for him, Xiao replied. There are various discarded items, but he seems uncertain until now. Could it be that they discovered an octagram underground? That's possible, I.e. inquired. Are there other items? There's an electronic diary. But it's locked. Give me a minute, and I will crack it, Xiao said confidently. The minute limit was set. Yet Xiaoshan only required 40 seconds to successfully breach Lu Zhishu's electronic diary. Lu Zhishu was a studious individual, and his diary was well organized. Xiaoshan quickly copied the contents and printed them out for everyone's convenience. The diary was meticulous, initially documenting routine archaeological tasks. It noted that the geological red rock was discovered on the 7th day. In the preceding 6 days, numerous pottery pieces were unearthed, which Lu Zhishu identified as artifacts from the Yellow Emperor's era. This was the source of the continuous assertions regarding the Yellow Emperor's tomb, particularly since the site was the legendary Xiaoshan, further enhancing its persuasive power. The demise of the Yellow Emperor and his burial at Xiao Mountain is a tale that has long been recounted. It is said that in his later years, the Yellow Emperor forged a cauldron and ascended to the heavens upon a dragon. His ministers, seeking to impede his ascent, shot arrows, wounding the dragon. As it flew over the kingdom of Qiao, the dragon descended to rest, during which a resident of Qiao seized one of the emperor's boots, leading to his burial at this location. However, the precise location of Qiao Mountain has remained a matter of debate. The entries in the diary reveal that the hope of discovering the Yellow Emperor's tomb has left Lu Zhishi in a state of exhilaration. On the 7th day of their excavation, the workers unearthed an unusual red rock underground. Initially dismissive, they soon detected a foul odor reminiscent of decay. Eager to investigate, they delved deeper, yet instead of finding the anticipated remains, they encountered only the scattered red rocks, the source of the unpleasant scent. Lu Zhishi found himself at a loss, unable to classify these stones. In haste, he sought information and consulted geologists, yet the nature of the red rocks remained elusive, plunging Lu Zhishi into confusion. The pressures from above intensified, as expectations for results mounted, leaving him with scant clues and a sense of despair. A recent diary entry revealed further complications. The red rocks proved immovable due to their immense size, extending deep into the earth. Initially, they had excavated down to 40 meters, but now they had delved nearly another 100 meters, yielding a seemingly bottomless pit that only deepened Lu Zhishi's frustration. He likened himself to an ant on a hot skillet. Given Lu Zhishi's predicament, it was no wonder there had been no progress over the past few months. Bai remarked, "How I wish we could be on site." "There's a way," Fuyu interjected. "We can enlist the help of Sen Shu. It would not be difficult to integrate us into the archaeological team." Regrettably, the situation regarding Xiaozhuang remains unresolved. Bai continued, "I visited Luo Tian today. He mentioned that he had seen only fragments of her story. One fragment recounts Xiaozhuang's youth before entering the palace, where she fell from her horse on the grasslands and vanished entirely, only to reappear a year later. Another fragment depicts her entry into the palace, where he witnessed scenes of her life there and overheard a conversation with a mysterious figure, who remarked that Xiaozhuang is no longer herself. Luo Tian has been accommodating, but he also mentioned that after divulging this much today, he would be departing with his family for a while. This person is quite peculiar," Xiaoshan noted. "We haven't even sought his involvement in our organization. Yet he remains so cautious. What a coward. If I were in his position, I would also act to mitigate risk," Bai replied, casting a glance at Fuyu. "Let's set that matter aside for now. Our immediate priority is to help Song Yang and Shun Bing regain their memories. And then we shall proceed to the archaeological site without delay." The progress of the goo worm was proceeding smoothly. Fuyu remarked, "I believe there are no issues. However, concerning Song Yang, I heard Lu Fifan mention that their family has become a stubborn holdout. They cannot endure for much longer, and the demolition is inevitable. We cannot simply stand by and watch this mother and child fall into despair, can we? I will find a solution." Bai responded, "There are apartments behind the antique street. I will go check them out tomorrow. This mother and son must have a place to land." 7 days swiftly passed. Fuyu opened the goo box, only to be startled to find the goo worm motionless. Xiaoshan's face turned pale. "It hasn't died, has it?" Fuyu, already uncertain, grew anxious at Xiaoshan's words. She reached out to touch the goo worm, and thankfully, it rolled over to reveal its white belly. Tang San even heard it emit a soft breathing sound. It was alive, still gasping for breath. Fuyu sighed in relief, casting a reproachful glance at Xiaoshan, who sheepishly replied, "Hee, I'm sorry, I was scared too." After being nurtured again, the goo worm had changed color, now sporting a greenish hue. "What shall we do next?" Tang San inquired. "First, we need to find Song Yang," Bai exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I have already rented the apartment, for now." It's just a lease. If they are satisfied, I can purchase it and gift it to them. Let us go. Bai made a call to the antique shop, only to learn from Qi Xie that there was an urgent matter at Song Yang's home, prompting him to rush back, leaving Xiaoshan behind. Bai took Fu Yu and Tang San to Song Yang's residence. As their vehicle approached the nearest thoroughfare to his house, the keen-eared Tang San detected the ominous roar of machinery, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This is bad. The three hurried toward Song Yang's home, and from a distance, they saw dust billowing as a crane loomed over the low rooftops. The already vacant houses crumbled like fragile blocks, the bricks collapsing as easily as pebbles by the roadside. The machinery was drawing closer to Song Yang's house. Damn it, Tang San cursed. Can't these people wait even a minute? Chapter 639. Collapse. The sound of Song Yang's mother weeping echoed in Tang San's ears, twisting his heart with anxiety. He dashed forward, witnessing Song Yang entangled with his mother, who appeared intent on rushing back into the house. Song Yang desperately attempted to restrain her. Mom, don't go in there. It's too dangerous. Your father's ashes are still inside. Song Yang's mother flushed with emotion, suddenly twisting her body with great force. Song Yang failed to hold her back and watched helplessly as she sprinted into the yard. Mom, no, this is dangerous. Bai shot out like an arrow, but unfortunately, Tang San shut his eyes. A thunderous crash resounded, and dust clouded the air. Song Yang's face turned ashen, and in a sudden frenzy, he lunged towards the interior, only to be restrained by Tang San, who slowly shook his head. It's too late. Bai stood at the entrance of the yard, dumbfounded as he stared at the collapsed structure, his fists clenched tightly. This was murder. The operator of the machine stood in stunned silence as the roar of the machinery ceased. A crowd of onlookers gradually gathered, and Song Yang remained motionless, though his body trembled slightly, his teeth chattering with a faint sound. Tang San noticed this and turned to see Song Yang's face, pale as snow, with the corners of his eyes reddened. Approaching him, Tang San enveloped Song Yang in an embrace, uttering not a word, merely holding him close. The commotion from the collapsed building had finally subsided, and the person in charge of the demolition approached, visibly trembling and stuttering. This is not our responsibility. Suddenly, Bai struck the responsible party squarely on the nose, exclaiming, You couldn't even spare a single day? Blood gushed from the man's nose, and upon wiping it, he was horrified to see the crimson in his palm, exclaiming, Oh no, I'm bleeding. Bai was about to lunge forward when Song Yang's voice broke through. No need. Song Yang, you can't be serious. Tang San gazed into Song Yang's eyes, where tears cascaded down his cheeks. His eyes had lost focus, revealing a profound bewilderment. A gray pallor enveloped Song Yang's face as he suddenly placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, bending his knee and collapsing to the ground. Song Yang. Tang San caught him. Though Song Yang had not fainted, he simply could no longer bear the weight of his despair. It felt as though something had shrouded his heart, obscuring the harsh realities before him. Just moments ago, a ray of light had pierced through the darkness within, and the weight of reality bore down upon him, making it painfully clear that his mother was indeed trapped beneath the rubble. An overwhelming anguish surged within him, robbing him of his strength. Fu Yu was already calling for those present to begin removing the debris, yet no one dared to speak. A somber atmosphere enveloped the scene. Leaning against Tang San, Song Yang felt as limp as a strand of pasta. He was but a 19-year-old boy, such a pity. Tang San comforted him. It will be all right, we are here. Will my mother be all right? Song Yang inquired. Tang San found himself momentarily speechless, as Song Yang's tears fell upon his arm, chilling him to the bone. How could such a tragedy occur even at this juncture? Fu Yu turned her head and shook it slightly at them, signaling that the last breath had escaped. In her arms, she cradled an urn, shielded by her body, intact and unharmed. Exhaling deeply, Fu Yu reached for the urn, a precious artifact that Song Yang's mother had fought desperately to keep. With both hands, she grasped the urn and pulled with all her might, yet it did not budge. What tremendous strength had she summoned to achieve this? Fu Yu no longer felt compelled to take the urn, yet 2 streams of tears fell. Song Yang's mother departed swiftly, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, perhaps comforted by the fulfillment of her wishes to obtain the urn. With the assistance of Tang San, Song Yang approached, his legs still weak and unsteady. Without Tang San's support, he would likely have crawled over. Upon reaching his mother's body, Song Yang's tears ceased to flow. He gently arranged her hair, She had always been a woman who cherished beauty. What woman does not appreciate allure? Yet, life had been cruel, forcing her to endure such unsatisfactory days. Song Yang grasped his mother's hand, rough and marked with many scars. Bai Yi approached. Song Yang, rest assured. I will not let them off easily. What significance does that hold? A cold smile crept upon Song Yang's lips. Can it bring my mother back? As he spoke, he attempted to retrieve the urn from his mother's embrace. Initially, it proved difficult, so he tenderly caressed the back of her hand. Mom, it's me, Song Yang. Please, let me take Dada's ashes. Perhaps his touch softened the lifeless hand, for the urn finally relinquished its hold. Song Yang cradled it, resting his head upon it as tears streamed forth once more. The person in charge of the demolition approached. This matter, Bai Yi shot him a glare. Come with me. I need to speak with you. Fu Yu sighed. Bai Yi was clearly infuriated, and this time, the opposing party would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, as Song Yang articulated, what purpose would it serve? Upon reflection, it seemed Song Yang's mother had died for love. If she had not held on so dearly, how could she have lost her life? Song Yang continued to tidy up, meticulously arranging his mother's clothing. Tang San felt a pang of sorrow. He could deeply relate to this scene. Compared to Song Yang, his own plight was far more tragic, lacking even the chance to arrange his parents' remains. Song Yang, if you trust us, allow us to assist with your mother's final rites. I need your help. Song Yang wiped away his tears. I wish for my parents to be buried together. Is that possible? Absolutely. Tang San nodded firmly. Fu Yu hesitated, holding the box of talismans in her pocket. Today was initially meant for such proceedings, yet with these unforeseen events, she sensed a shift in circumstances. Song Yang could not carry Lei Zi's memories into his mother's burial. She released her grip on the talisman box, deciding to wait until after the rites. With her heart heavy, Fu Yu cast a glance back at Tang San, who returned her gaze. Fu Yu smiled faintly and shook her head. And Tang San felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Fu Yu always considered the feelings of others, with Bai Yi and their assistance. Song Yang's mother's final rites proceeded smoothly. When his father passed, no funeral had been held. His ashes were placed at home after cremation. Now, both parents were laid to rest, a solitary source of solace for Song Yang. His parents had finally found eternal companionship. Song Yang received a considerable compensation. Yet such matters seemed trivial to him. He would not find solace in it, for he was now utterly alone in this world. The days of solitude were about to commence. Standing before the gravestones of his parents, he poured out a libation. Father, mother, rest assured. Though I am alone, I shall live well. You may find peace beneath the earth. Fu Yu and Bai Yi exchanged glances, with Fu Yu stating, Song Yang, you are not truly alone. Are you referring to friends? Song Yang replied, friends are not akin to family. Once family is lost, they are lost forever. With a stubborn breath, he stifled his tears. You need not comfort me. I understand how to navigate the days ahead. Some friends can be like family, Fu Yu asserted, placing a hand on Song Yang's shoulder. At that moment, a newly cultivated worm swiftly crawled from Fu Yu's fingers, making its way towards Song Yang's ear, disappearing into the auditory abyss. Song Yang felt a peculiar itch in his ear, and as he reached to investigate, an overwhelming sensation engulfed him. His head exploded with pain, his heart constricting. And darkness enveloped his vision. Tang San, he gasped, noticing the concerned face of his friend drawing near. Did you remember me? Do you recall our bond? Tang San joyfully exclaimed. Yet, Song Yang's vision of Tang San became increasingly blurred until it faded entirely, as darkness consumed him. An irresistible force drawing him into the void. He reached out, touching Tang San's face, yet words eluded him. Song Yang, Tang San called out. And in that moment, Song Yang succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing Song Yang collapse, Tang San stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the divergence from his expectations. Shouldn't he have awakened immediately, recalling everything about Lei Zi, and then they would have embraced in overwhelming emotion? Turning to Fu Yu, he questioned, what is happening? This is my first time using it, Fu Yu replied, approaching Song Yang to check his breath. He's fine, his breathing remains steady. Let's take him back. Bai Yi contemplated. To our home. Thus, Song Yang was transported to the room once occupied by Lei Zi, lying on the bed where Lei Zi had rested. The room's decor remained unchanged, a testament to the passage of time. With closed eyes, Song Yang exhibited no sign of awakening. Qi Xie took his pulse, stating, he is physically and mentally exhausted. He will recover with time. Let him sleep. Is that so? Xiao Shan expressed his frustration. We still do not know if he has regained Lei Zi's memories. How can he sleep after losing his family? Bai Yi interjected. Enough. Let us step outside. They all retreated, but Tang San lingered just outside Lei Zi's room, pacing anxiously. Upon hearing a noise from within, he rushed inside, only to find Song Yang crouched before the wardrobe, frantically searching for something, muttering, "Damn it. Where are my things?" Hearing his mother's words, Tang San felt tears welling up in his eyes, his hand pressing against his chest. "Lei Zi." Song Yang turned around, his expression mirroring that of Lei Zi, an unabashed disdain for himself, never one to conceal his feelings, always so transparent. With a furrowed brow, Song Yang remarked, "It's strange, Tang San. Where have my belongings gone? Have you hidden them?" "What belongings?" Tang San quickly recalled. Indeed, before his demise, Lei Zi had entrusted his treasured possessions and savings to them, with Bai Yi assuring him they would be safeguarded until his return. That fellow. Tang San found himself both amused and exasperated. Old habits die hard. Well, in light of that disdainful gaze, he resolved to utter the most unflattering phrase. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Song Yang looked at Tang San. "Did you take them? Otherwise, why does your face appear so grim?" Chapter 640. True nature. Their loud commotion drew the attention of those outside, who rushed in like a swarm. Bai Yi noticed the shift in Song Yang's demeanor, a transformation that stirred something within him. "Lei Zi," Song Yang replied. "What's the matter? What had happened?" Song Yang now wholly identified as Lei Zi, as if the former Song Yang had never existed. Bai Yi turned to Fu Yu. "What is going on?" I don't know." Fu Yu, adhering to her original thoughts, believed that even if Song Yang recalled everything about Lei Zi, the experiences he had undergone as Song Yang were undeniably real. How could one erase Song Yang's memories while restoring those of Lei Zi? Unless Fu Yu merely speculated. Perhaps Song Yang was deliberately concealing his memories, living solely through Lei Zi's recollections, evading reality. "Song Yang." Fu Yu's voice was laced with sorrow. "We might as well call you Lei Zi. We understand you have remembered all of Lei Zi's past. However, you cannot obliterate everything concerning Song Yang. What you require is merely a little time to recover, not to evade." Song Yang's gaze softened in an instant. He found Fu Yu terrifying, as if she could effortlessly pierce through his thoughts. His silence spoke volumes. With a sigh, Fu Yu reassured him, "It will all pass. Time will heal your wounds. Would you prefer us to call you Lei Zi or Song Yang?" Song Yang hesitated. "For now, call me Song Yang." The memories of Song Yang were vividly etched in his mind. How could they be easily erased? The years spent with his mother. Those days were still fresh in his memory, marked by her immense suffering. Tears brimmed in Song Yang's eyes, yet the spirit of Lei Zi surged forth. He sniffed. Regaining his composure, "You can call me Lei Zi. They are all part of me." Fu Yu smiled. "How wonderful. You have finally summoned some courage. However, do you not wish to know where your possessions have gone?" Song Yang, momentarily embodying Lei Zi, declared, "So it was you who hid them." The shift in tone was swift, leaving Bai Yi momentarily speechless. "We did not hide them. It seems you've forgotten the most crucial detail. You were the one who voluntarily handed them over to us, insisting you didn't need them. Have you forgotten? That does ring a bell." Song Yang scratched his head and exclaimed, "Damn it, I've just remembered. You said not to worry, that you would keep it safe for me and return it later, right?" "Well then," Bai Yi replied, "I have been safeguarding your belongings in a Swiss bank vault. The money remains in your account, accessible with your password. We haven't touched a single cent, you can rest assured." Human nature is difficult to change. Bai Yi found himself resonating with this sentiment. "I will give you the key and password." Song Yang chuckled, "My apologies. Let's cut to the chase." As Bai Yi walked outside, he remarked, "Had we known, we should have just accepted this debt and spent it on your behalf." "That is out of the question," Song Yang retorted. "For that money is the fruit of my labor, earned through blood and sweat." Tang San breathed a sigh of relief and then heard Song Yang inquire, "How have you all fared these past years?" Tang San recounted their experiences abroad, clarifying their present circumstances. Though Song Yang's body was that of a 19-year-old, his intellect mirrored that of Lei Zi, causing his expression to mature instantly. Upon hearing Tang San's description of their current situation, he immediately declared, "What are we waiting for? We must head to the archaeological site at once to uncover the truth. We do have this plan, but we still need to resolve matters concerning Shenbing." Tang San replied. Once Bing restores Xiao Ning's memory, we shall depart. Song Yang sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go now." Impatient and fervent, he could not be dissuaded, and so they hastily sought out Bing. Carrying the piece of red gold stone, they arrived at Bing's apartment, where she was painting. Having received their call beforehand, she was not at all surprised and promptly opened the door. "You're here?" Noticing the unfamiliar Song Yang, she appeared puzzled but refrained from questioning. Bai placed the red gold stone in her hand, saying, "Thank you. We have reached the end of our use for it." "So soon?" Bing replied, somewhat astonished. "What have you discovered?" This matter could scarcely be summarized in a few words. With a glance from Bai, Fu, much like with Song Yang, allowed the insect to crawl into Bing's ear. Strangely, Bing did not resist as vehemently as Song Yang had. Her reaction was not so intense. She closed her eyes, seemingly at ease, while Tang San extended his hands to shield her, fearing she might collapse like Song Yang. Yet, she remained upright, eyes closed. Her long lashes fluttering gently, lips firmly sealed. "How curious. Why does she appear so natural?" Bai remarked. "She is entirely different from Song Yang." Fu shook his head. "I cannot say for certain." They would have to wait until Bing regained her senses to inquire further. Upon opening her eyes, the first figure she beheld was Tang San, who stood closest to her. She could even discern the hairs in his nostrils with utmost clarity, and a look of distaste crossed her face. Tang San felt rather tragic, realizing that both Song Yang and Bing had directed such expressions at him in quick succession. What had he done wrong? "Are you all right?" he stammered. "You are the one with issues." Bing retorted sharply, "Why are you standing so close?" Suddenly, Tang San realized that it was not Bing, but Xiao Ning. "Xiao Ning?" Bing stubbornly turned her head away, her eyes slightly reddened. Tang San began to dance with excitement, exclaiming, "You are indeed Xiao Ning. Only Xiao Ning would treat me this way." Tears streamed down Bing's face as she choked out, "I have been waiting." Fu, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean? I did not speak the truth last time. I have been having the same dream. Aside from what I told you, there is another dream." Bing continued, her voice trembling. "Someone will come for me, but I can never see their faces, only hear their voices. The reason I sought you out alone last time was that I recognized your voice. You were the only one from my dreams." Tang San was astounded. "So, last time was not random? How could it be random?" Bing retorted angrily. "Am I such a capricious girl?" Song Yang found it hard to believe. "I have never encountered such a situation. Until today, everything seems to overlap with my current memories. Is it possible that the effects of the reincarnation curse differ for each person?" "Perhaps," Fu replied. "I never anticipated Bing's situation. When Xiao Ning left, I kept emphasizing that we would find her. Could this emphasis have impacted her?" "Possibly," Bai said. "Bing, the current circumstances far exceed our initial expectations. He saw her has reemerged. I knew he wasn't dead." Bing's words astonished everyone. "At that moment, when he struck me, I heard him speak. I always thought that spiritual power needed to be embodied to produce sound, yet I heard him say that everything was just beginning. I want to tell you, you were too gravely injured to speak at that time," Tang San interjected. "No wonder you kept staring at us. I thought you were reluctant to part," he added, scratching his head, his face uncontrollably reddening. Bing shot him a glance. "Actually, you mean to say that you are reluctant to part with me, right?" "Hee." Tang San grinned, only to be met with Song Yang's scorn. "Look at your smug demeanor." Qi Xia had been standing silently to the side and finally spoke up. "We should inform Bing of everything. The current situation is too perplexing, and her dreams are crucial." "Why hasn't Xiao come?" Bing inquired. "He is at home researching. He has become a typical sunny homebody," Bai replied. "Back to the point." Bai reiterated the current situation. Bing listened intently, and when she heard about the discovery of red rocks in the geological layers, her expression turned peculiar. Nevertheless, she did not interrupt Bai until everything was laid bare before her. Only then did she say, "Those red rocks extend underground. In my dreams, before I saw the statue of Genghis Khan, there was also a red glow, but unfortunately, I could never see it clearly. By the way, do you still dream when this crimson gold stone is not near you?" Fu asked. Bing shook her head. "I dreamed about it for the first 2 days, but I did not dream last night. Some objects possess the remarkable ability to influence the human brain, which is hardly a novel phenomenon," Bai remarked. "Numerous instances of this nature exist abroad, typically attributed to the interference of external electromagnetic waves with the brain's own signals. leading to the formation of vivid images within the mind, often manifesting as hallucinations or dreams. I suspect that this piece of red gold stone may be akin to the situation in Yinbing Alley. It possesses the capability to record past images and sounds while simultaneously emitting electromagnetic waves that affect the brain. Thus, prolonged exposure to it can severely influence you, transmitting the recorded visuals and auditory experiences into your dreams. What then accounts for my dreams of you? Shen Bing inquired, although they are rather vague. The number of people and the sounds are accurate. It is likely that you, as Xiao Ning, left a profound impression on everything before your demise, coupled with an overwhelming sense of attachment, Fu Yu explained. Moreover, I have consistently emphasized this, amplifying its impact on you. Shen Bing nodded in agreement. My relationship with my parents has never been particularly harmonious. I have always felt a disconnect with them, and they do not seem fond of me. Consequently, when I had a younger brother, they centered their affections on him, relegating me to the periphery, merely ensuring I received sufficient living expenses each month. Where are they now? Tang San asked, a hint of sorrow in his voice. They relocated to Canada last month as permanent immigrants. They did mention wanting to take me along. But I have no desire to leave this place. I fear that if I depart, those who would come to find me would lose their way, Shen Bing replied. Hence, I hastily arranged for a leave of absence from school. Had they been present, it is likely I would not have been able to take such a break. Chapter 641. Buried Shen Bing. Where did you find this piece of red gold stone? Qi Xie suddenly inquired. In my father's hometown, Shen Bing recalled. You mentioning it jogged my memory. My father's ancestral home is near the current archaeological site of Lei Zi. Our family ventured into the mountains for leisure, and I lost my way. Terrified, I fell asleep in a thicket. Upon awakening and searching around, I stumbled upon this stone, and the experience felt remarkably enchanting, compelling me to take it with me. If you were to return, could you still locate that spot? Tang San asked. As long as the environment remains unchanged. There should be no difficulty, Shen Bing replied. After all, it has been over a decade. Song Yang suggested. Should we devise a plan to visit the archaeological site and rendezvous with Lei Zi? Before we proceed there, we have another destination to visit, Bai Yi interjected. The home of Master Jiao. Having been missing for many years, there has been no news of Xie Feng Fei. Before involving third uncle in the archaeological team, it is imperative to ascertain her whereabouts. Fortunately, Master Jiao's home has not been demolished and still stands resolutely. The courtyard, however, is in a state of disrepair. Thick layers of dust carpeting the ground, and the trees within have long since withered, standing lifelessly to signify that this place has been consigned to the annals of the past. The lock on the door was rusted and corroded. Qi Xie reached out and pulled, and the lock yielded easily. His hand was coated in rust. He casually wiped it on the door, noting, it appears no one has touched it, given the thickness of the rust. The door creaked open, releasing a heavy scent of dust into the yard, tinged with a faint metallic odor. As the group stepped inside, dust scattered in all directions, intensifying the musty aroma. Song Yang inhaled deeply. What a strong smell. Bai Yi turned to him. Is the scent so pronounced? Indeed, Song Yang replied. It's as if the dust resides right beneath my nose. Can't you all smell it? It seems your senses remain sharp, Fu Yu remarked. I wonder if Shen Bing's skills in tunneling are still intact. We shall find out in due course. I have a feeling they are, Shen Bing chuckled. I find myself somewhat perplexed. Am I Shen Bing or Xiao Ning? Yet, the fusion of both identities is quite pleasant. As if I have embarked on a new chapter in life. This sensation is both subtle and delightful. In the yard, aside from their own footprints, there were scattered traces of others. Bai Yi noted, it appears we are not the only visitors. There are many vagrants in this vicinity. Perhaps they assumed the area was deserted and chose to sneak in for shelter at night. Qi Xie surmised, furrowing his brow. But why stay in the yard and not venture into the rooms? Perhaps they could not unlock the door, Bai Yi suggested, approaching the living room, where a large, heavy lock hung above. The footprints vanish here. There are no signs of the lock being tampered with. It seems they could not gain entry and had to abandon their efforts. Qi Xie grasped the lock, pulling it with all his might, but it remained immovable. He examined the lock. It was not entirely new but lacked the rust of the entrance lock. Bai Yi produced a steel wire. Let me give it a try. Just as he approached the lock, Tang San shook his head. This is not something you can pick. I shall handle it. As he stepped closer, reciting incantations, Fu Yu noticed sparks flickering on the lock. Upon finishing his chant, Tang San tugged at the lock, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The others observed that the lock was indeed rusted and quite heavy. An illusion? Bai Yi inquired. It's more than just an illusion, Tang San replied, swallowing hard. There's an additional layer of protective spiritual energy safeguarding this lock from damage. It appears only he could have done this. Everyone knew who he was. And Fu Yu sighed. At last, he has returned. This should bring some comfort to Fang Fei. Let us proceed inside, Shun Bing urged, eager to enter. As soon as the door swung open, she was repelled by a noxious stench. How foul! Fu Yu's expression darkened as Xie Fang Fei quickly pushed through, covering her mouth and nose, searching for her. In Xie Fang Fei's room, the bed remained made, and the clothes in the wardrobe hung neatly, albeit coated in dust, retaining their original state. Fu Yu sighed. The room is just as it was. If she had left, she would have taken her belongings. Her passport. Shen Bing's keen eyes spotted Xie Fang Fei's passport atop the bedside cabinet. The passport contains a plain ticket. She truly has been to Japan. She disappeared shortly after returning from there. Her trip to Japan must have been related to Miyoshi Makoto, Bai Yi conjectured. She likely feels guilty about his disappearance. The foul odor emanated from that direction, as Songyang pointed towards Jui's room. Qi Xie suddenly realized. It was the corpse of Lao San, which had been lying beneath. The group abandoned their search of Xie Fang Fei's room and proceeded towards Jui's chamber. The passage to the cellar was ajar, yet there was no body below. Qi Xie was taken aback. When I left that time, I only took the unconscious Xie Fang Fei with me. I did not handle Lao San's remains. I never thought you could be so forgetful, Bai Yi remarked, shaking his head. Afterward, Xie Fang Fei returned. Would she allow herself to coexist with a corpse? If the body had been disposed of, then from whence did this stench arise? Qi Xie had already descended into the cellar, and upon leaping down, he spotted a box from which the foul odor emanated. Approaching cautiously, he opened it, only to leap back in shock. Inside lay Lao San's corpse. His disfigured face was unmistakable, and everyone recognized him at a glance. This body had been buried. Bai Yi examined it briefly and stated, the corpse has decayed in a damp environment, with significant flesh decomposition. Had it not been buried, it would have been desiccated. The arid northern weather would have preserved it as a dry corpse, but it was exhumed afterward. Was it Isara who did this? Fu Yu inquired. I cannot fathom who else it could be, Bai Yi replied. Yet, what purpose would such an act serve? Moreover, it undoubtedly occurred after Xie Fang Fei left this place. The corpse was intended for necromancy, Tang San asserted. However, it failed, and the body was discarded here. This is the only explanation. It is indeed tragic for Lao San. Bound by his identity in life, he sought escape only to be buried alive, ultimately meeting this fate. Tang San felt deep sympathy for him. Why don't we give him a proper burial? At least he would find peace in the earth. You remain as kind-hearted as ever. Shen Bing scoffed. Are you not afraid of the police catching you by taking him out? Shen Bing made a valid point. Bai Yi acknowledged. Times have changed. There are eyes everywhere now. Although we might not ultimately face consequences, we would waste considerable time and invite unnecessary trouble. There is a suitable place nearby. Qi Xie proposed. What about the yard? We could resolve this on site. That seems to be the only option. They did not directly touch Lao San's corpse. As the fluids had filled the box, they carefully carried it to the yard, gathered tools from Xie Fang Fei's home, and after some effort, buried both the body and the box underground, placing several stones atop. Lao San, truth be told, we are strangers to one another. Yet your desire to escape the Golden Eagle Order speaks of a lingering conscience. May you rest in peace. As Songyang recited this, he hopped on the ground, flattening the soil. Where could Xie Fang Fei have gone? Shen Bing pondered. Could her disappearance further indicate that Isara returned afterward? Bai Yi remarked, Xie Fang Fei's disappearance is inexorably linked to him. We must hasten to the archaeological site. Qi Xie declared. All signs suggest that Isara is drawing ever closer, yet he has not yet acted against us, perhaps intending to use us to locate Genghis Khan's tomb. Bai Yi gazed at Qi Xie with a hint of surprise. Indeed, your reasoning is quite astute. He killed Hai Xing merely to assert his dominance over us. If he truly intended to strike against us, one would expect further actions to follow. We must seek Genghis Khan's tomb, yet we must also discover a means to contend with him. Otherwise, when the fateful day arrives, the best outcome we can hope for is mutual destruction, or at the very least, a Pyrrhic victory. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Heir could only resort to possession to act, which severely hindered his search for the tomb of Genghis Khan. Thus, Leveraging their abilities was the most prudent course of action. However, to effectively counter Xiao, they needed to comprehend his origins, not merely who he was, but the source of his powers, for it is only through tracing back to the roots that they could formulate a strategy against him. After leaving Xie Fangfei's residence, Bai Yi drove away alone, needing to consult with his uncle, Sen Shu, and soon sought out Lu Zhishi. Lei Zi was forthright, promptly agreeing to handle the matter, instructing them to await news at home. As for how to explain their meeting with Lu Zhishi, they deliberated among themselves, considering what kind of person Lu had become. It was decided that Song Yang and Xin Bing would take the lead, testing the waters. If Lu still harbored any affection for them, then a candid exchange should pose no difficulty. Sen Shu was swift in his actions. Within 3 days, arrangements were made, granting them the title of a special advisory group to provide guidance at the archaeological site. To ensure discretion, the names submitted were in English. Thus, Lu Zhishi would remain oblivious to the identities of his former acquaintances. The departure was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Fu Yu and Tang San both requested leave from the school under the pretext of their advisory roles. Xin Bing, already on a leave of absence, faced no issues in this regard. As for Song Yang, he expressed concern over the antique shop, but Bai Yi remained untroubled, knowing the shop was under surveillance, with Xiao Shan able to monitor it at any time. He had also entrusted a colleague at Luo Tian's shop to assist in overseeing operations, rewarding him handsomely for his efforts. However, this incident prompted Bai Yi to realize that upon their return, he needed to cultivate a trustworthy assistant at the antique shop, a matter to be addressed in due course. The Yellow Emperor had passed, buried at Xiao Mountain, with the archaeological site located there, in what is now Anyang. Presently, several locations claim to be the true resting place of the Yellow Emperor, but they rely solely on scant textual records as evidence, resulting in an impasse where none could persuade the others. One site, however, is celebrated as the Yellow Emperor's homeland, hosting a grand ceremony each year in his honor. Chapter 642. The Advisory Group. The 6 individuals traveled by train, armed with credentials and some tools, passing through security without issue. It was not that they were unwilling to drive. Rather, they had just returned to the country and had only acquired a single vehicle, which would be too cramped for 6 people, especially for a long journey. Thus, they opted for the most traditional mode of travel. It had been quite some time since they had ventured out together to excavate, and now reunited, they gazed out at the passing scenery, filled with nostalgia, particularly Song Yang, who remarked, "Damn, this feeling is truly refreshing." Before departing, Song Yang once again visited his parents' graves to pay his respects. He had transitioned from initial sorrow to a sense of solace. Undoubtedly, his mother would have approved of this outcome. In that critical moment, she had resolutely sought to retrieve his father's ashes, and she had succeeded, had she not? In the past, Lei Zi had never experienced the affection of parents. Unaware even of their identities, his master and senior brother were his closest kin, and subsequently, he had found a new circle of companions. This time, as Song Yang, he had at least tasted the bittersweet essence of life. Joy mingled with sorrow, yet all was worthwhile. Xin Bing was enveloped in excitement. Her feelings toward Tang San were peculiarly enchanting. At times, she found herself smiling alone, and when Tang San inquired about her joy, she would merely roll her eyes in response. Bai Yi and Fu Yu sat nearby, engaged in hushed conversation. With so many present, discretion was paramount. The current circumstances demanded greater caution than before. "What do you think those fragmentary red rocks could be?" Bai Yi asked, without having seen them firsthand. "I cannot make a judgment," Fu Yu replied, furrowing his brow. "Lu and she are now renowned archaeologists. If they find themselves perplexed, we are likely to encounter considerable challenges as well. Indeed, it is red rock that even geologists struggle to classify," Bai Yi remarked. "I can't shake the feeling that there is something odd about the reports." "I share that sentiment," Fu Yu concurred. "Xiao Shan has gathered all available information, which only mentions the red rock, while the subsequent details seem haphazardly assembled, as if the writers were grasping for words. Yet, curiously, they convey a sense that they know something but are hesitant to articulate it, or perhaps they simply lack the means to express it clearly. For instance, one article claimed that the red rock is a newly discovered substance on Earth, imbued with mysterious powers that defy comprehension. That statement lingered in my mind, and just as I was about to delve deeper, the following text failed to elaborate on that enigmatic power. If it were merely a casual remark, the emotional resonance would not be so pronounced, yet the lack of explanation strikes me as peculiar. This phenomenon is not isolated to a single report. I have found 4 such articles. The journalists are different individuals, yet all express similar sentiments simultaneously, suggesting they are aware of something but feel utterly confounded, resulting in their vague language. Bai noted, Xiao Shan has confirmed that all 4 reporters were authorized for in-depth interviews. Thus, they likely had significant opportunities to unearth the truth. It seems the situation is far more intricate than we comprehend, Fuyu sighed. Perhaps my intuition is misguided. Yet I have brought along all the potential goo insects that may prove useful. Did you leave any at home? Bai inquired. Yes. They possess defensive capabilities comparable to the devices you and Xiaoshan have devised, Fuyu emphasized. Moreover, they are not easily detectable. Impressive work, Bai praised. However, observe Shen Bing and Song Yang. They both carry 2 pasts, yet there will only be one future for them, our companionship. Shen Bing has adapted quite well, while Song Yang is still finding his footing, though he is far more at ease than when he first regained his memories. He merely required a moment. Perhaps this incident would prove advantageous for him. Before Fuyu could finish his thought, Xiaoshan entered, cradling his laptop. Look, the computer has wireless internet. I designed a portable battery, so there's no need to worry about the laptop failing mid-journey. A photograph appeared on the screen, one that had never been seen before. It was evidently taken clandestinely, with a slightly blurred image. In the center, several dark spots were visible. Fuyu, perplexed, inquired, what are those dark spots? I've already processed the image. Take a look, Xiaoshan replied, bringing forth the deconstructed photograph. I believe it's a corpse. A corpse? Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Was this taken at an archaeological site? There's a logo of the archaeological team nearby, but I've compared it, and it's not that photograph. Moreover, this image was uploaded for merely 2 minutes before being deleted. Not many have seen it. Xiaoshan added, fortunately, I brought my laptop. Otherwise, we would have missed this significant information. It appears the authorities are attempting to suppress this news. There are 6 dark spots, suggesting that 6 individuals have perished there. Bai remarked, it seems chaos has erupted at the site recently. Fatalities are never a good sign. I suddenly feel the train is moving a bit slowly. Fuyu stated, let us hope Lu Zhishi encounters no trouble. Lu Zhishi had indeed avoided misfortune, yet he was barely clinging to life. The archaeological site had abruptly lost 6 lives, an unprecedented occurrence for him. Now, he sequestered himself in a temporary office, avoiding all company, his mind in disarray. He picked up a pen and mindlessly began sketching on paper, revisiting the events in his mind. All the causality intertwined like a tangled mess, and his mood soured, leading him to angrily toss the pen onto the desk, venting his frustration and helplessness in this somewhat juvenile manner. He supported his head with his hand, lamenting, if only Brother Bai were still here. Lu Zhishi opened a drawer to find a portrait, encased in plastic, depicting 6 individuals, everyone except Fuyu, standing joyfully together. In truth, they had never taken a group photo, not once. Lu Zhishi had commissioned the artist from memory. Whenever he faced adversity, he would begin to reminisce, a habit he'd maintained for many years. Just as Lu Zhishi was lost in memories, a knock at the door broke his reverie, causing his brow to furrow deeper. He irritably called out, who is it? Professor Lu, the advisory team has arrived. His student replied from outside. They are waiting for you. I have no need for any advisory team. Lu Zhishi silently screamed, but since they were dispatched from above, he had to maintain a semblance of decorum. Resignedly, he rose, tidying his hair and clothing, not wishing to reveal his inner turmoil. Outside stood Shen Bing and Song Yang, their youthful appearances prompting Lu Zhishi to frown slightly. You are the members of the advisory team? He asked. Ying felt a tremor in his heart. The current Lu Zhishi was no longer the naive Lu of yesteryears. His hair had begun to turn gray, his back slightly hunched. Likely a result of years spent in laborious work. He still wore glasses, yet now exuded an air of scholarly elegance, resembling an old academic. As Ying hesitated, uncertain how to reveal his identity, Lu Zhishi chuckled. Indeed, we are members of the advisory group. You are quite young, still students, I presume? Lu's brow furrowed deeply. Ying, is that really you? Although we have not met for a while, you do not think I would forget your identity, do you? Since when did you become a member of the advisory group? I thought you were working in the school cafeteria. Ying swallowed hard, realizing he had forgotten that Lu Zhishi indeed knew him. Summoning courage, he mentioned, I know Bai Yi and Tang San. Upon hearing those familiar names, Lu's hair seemed to stand on end. What did you just say? Bai Yi and Tang San, and Lei Zi and Xiao Ning. I know them. Xi Ying's voice rose significantly. If they were members of the advisory group, would you still be so dismissive? Lu Zixi became visibly anxious, pulling Xi Ying and Xin Bing into his office and shutting the door tightly. Seeing his demeanor, Xi Ying found it quite amusing. Professor Lu, what on earth are you doing? How do you know Bai Yi and the others? Lu's caution was palpable. At your age, it is improbable you would know them. Now, who exactly are you? Unable to suppress a laugh, Xi Ying replied, we are advisors. Advisors? Do not jest with me. What sort of advisors could you possibly be at your age? Moreover, Xi Ying, how could you be an advisor? You previously rejected my offer to support your university education. Now, are you attempting to deceive me? Lu Zixi continued. You would do well to cooperate and not make things awkward for everyone. Furthermore, the Bai you mentioned has long since passed. How could you possibly know them? What is your objective? Professor Lu knows Bai Yi as well? Xi Ying asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. As far as I am aware, you are a nationally renowned archaeology professor, but Bai Yi and Tang San were tomb raiders. How could you possibly know them? Lu Zixi's anger began to rise. What if I do know them? Are you attempting to threaten me? Xin Bing tugged at Xi Ying, shaking her head. This provocation was too intense, and they risked overstepping their bounds, which might yield the opposite of the intended effect. Xi Ying then shifted his approach. It sounds as though you share a significant connection with them, Professor Lu. Lu Zixi held his breath, given his current standing. It would be inappropriate for anyone to discover his ties to tomb raiders. Yet, upon reflection, since Bai Yi and the others had passed away, what was there to fear in admitting it? Indeed, I have a considerable relationship with them, and I dare say, had it not been for my experiences with them, I would not be where I am today. A warm current surged within both Xi Ying and Xin Bing, and they exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter, leaving Lu Zixi bewildered. What are you laughing about? A voice echoed from outside. Ah, Lu Zixi, it seems you still possess some sentiment. The familiarity of the voice startled Lu Zixi, causing him to momentarily freeze. He instinctively placed his hands on his head and muttered to himself, how can this be? Is that not Bai Deji's voice? Song Yang turned to pull open the door, and upon its opening, it was indeed not Bai Yi and the others. As Lu Zixi discerned the figures standing outside, his heart tightened instantly. His mouth fell slightly ajar, his eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood Bai Yi, Tang San, and Qi Xia, all remarkably alive. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Zixi was momentarily dazed, only to realize something was amiss. How had they not aged a bit? Stumbling back a step, he exclaimed, what in the world? Bai Yi and the others squeezed into the small room, shutting the door behind them. The already cramped space felt even more constricted, making it difficult for Lu Zixi to catch his breath. Tang San approached him, patting his back gently. Lu Zixi, do not be anxious. Take a moment to compose yourself. The familiarity of Tang San's voice felt like a distant echo. Lu Zixi placed a hand on his chest, eyes wide as he stared at Tang San, suddenly grasping his hand, feeling its warmth. Stammering, he uttered, you are alive, truly alive. But how is this possible? Chapter 643. Cryogenics. Having witnessed much, Lu Zixi found himself at a loss upon seeing Bai Yi and the others before him with their familiar faces. Tang San continued to pat Lu Zixi's back, sensing his tremors. Lu, we are who we are. You are not mistaken. We are alive, not dead. Lu Zixi slapped his own mouth, which had been quivering incessantly. But you, what is going on? I cannot believe my own eyes. Did you not perish? I attended your funeral, witnessed it with my own eyes. Was it all an illusion? Do you understand? You left one after another due to illness and accidents. I was utterly bewildered. It appeared that the art of disguise had indeed succeeded in completely deceiving Lu Zixi. Bai Yi gestured for Tang San to help Lu Zixi sit down, as he had yet to regain his composure. Qi Xia approached, taking Lu Zixi's hand and pressing on a specific acupoint to aid him in calming down. After much effort, Lu Zixi finally settled, though an air of incredulity still lingered in his eyes. Bai Yi spoke. Lu Zixi, do you recall how we first met? Lu Zixi hesitated, but having grown wiser since then, he quickly replied, you go ahead and tell me. When we met, you were in your second year of high school. Always fond of crafting, frequently conducting peculiar experiments in an open space on the outskirts of Beijing, Bai Yi recounted. Your mind was sharp, your hands skillful, and you possessed great talent. It was there that our paths crossed while you were engaged in some propulsion experiment, correct? Lu Zhishi let out a sigh of relief, nostalgia washing over him. Indeed, you were so knowledgeable, guiding me without an ounce of arrogance. Only later did I learn of your affluent background. So, is this now a confirmation of identity? Bai Yi jestingly remarked, what about them? Would you like to verify as well? No need, Lu Zhishi replied. If you are indeed real, then I need not inquire about them. Lu Zhishi pointed at their faces and asked, but why do they appear unchanged? Moreover, where have Lei Zi and Xiao Ning gone? They are here, Tang San indicated towards Shunbing and Song Yang, saying, it's a long story, and the experiences we've endured are likely significantly related to the dilemma you face. Alas, that is why we rushed to find you, even though we knew you might be frightened or unable to accept it. Nonsense. Despite his body still trembling, Lu Zhishi stood up, exclaiming, how could I not accept it? You are alive, and that is the most wonderful news. After all these years, I still believe that the happiest times were spent with you all. You truly regard me as a friend. Lu Zhishi turned and opened the drawer, retrieving the cherished portrait. Look, this is my most treasured memory. Whenever I encounter difficulties, I take it out to reflect upon. To be honest, just moments ago when you arrived, at his advanced age, Lu Zhishi felt as if he had reverted to that youthful boy from Beijing. He smiled bashfully. Oh dear, enough about me. Please, tell me what has transpired with you. Fortunately, Bai Yi and the others were not recounting this for the first time. They endeavored to articulate everything clearly. Lu Zhishi listened with rapt attention, repeatedly astonished, contemplating voicing his thoughts, but ultimately choosing to remain silent and absorb their narrative. He endured patiently until their recounting concluded. Several times, others sought Lu Zhishi, only to be dismissed with his remark that he was currently attending to a consulting group. As clarity settled over all that had transpired, nightfall enveloped them. Lu Zhishi quietly sorted through all the information in his mind, swallowing hard. His throat felt parched, almost as if it were on the verge of igniting. His voice slightly hoarse. So, you mean to say that you will neither age nor die? Certainly, we will not age. However, we cannot guarantee that we will not die. Bai Yi replied, our presence here is due to the influence of our third uncle. I believe you know who he is without needing further identification. You are truly remarkable to have secured such a formidable ally, Lu Zhishi responded. I was just concerned for you. If unrelated individuals were to uncover your secret, they might send you to the academy for research. Now, I need not worry. What a commendable thought from Lu Zhishi. Bai Yi felt reassured that their choice had been sound, believing that honesty would only strengthen their bond. Actually, Xiao Shan interjected, a photograph has been stolen and released. Fortunately, it was intercepted, and only a few have seen it, an unauthorized snapshot. Lu Zhishi's face paled instantly, and he murmured, I think I know what it is. That was yesterday's incident. Did 6 people truly perish? Tang San inquired incredulously. Yes, those 6 bodies have already been taken to the morgue. Lu Zhishi expressed deep sorrow regarding the matter. Had you arrived a bit earlier, perhaps yesterday, you could have grasped the unfolding events. Who were those 6 individuals? They were ordinary workers engaged in underground operations, not formal employees, but rather temporary laborers sourced from nearby villages. Lu Zhishi continued, his head aching at the thought. Although there were designated personnel to handle the aftermath, the mere thought of those 6 precious lives weighed heavily on my heart. Let me elaborate on the circumstances. Before your arrival, you must have gathered considerable information. Aware that we had excavated nearly 150 meters in an attempt to locate the termination of the red rock layers, to ascertain whether this indeed was the site of the Yellow Emperor's tomb. We had made a promising start, uncovering numerous pottery artifacts. However, upon discovering these red rock layers, progress came to a standstill. After our meeting yesterday, we resolved to continue excavating, delving another 10 meters, which involved a group of over 10 individuals, including those 6 workers who hailed from the same locality and worked closely together. I had actually descended with them. Lu Zhishi closed his eyes. However, we soon became dispersed. 150 meters underground felt as dark as night. Everyone wore miners' lamps and wielded tools for their tasks. Lu Zhishi, accompanied by one of his students and another staff member, primarily focused on measurements and documentation, while the student was tasked with photography and the others continued digging. Initially, everything appeared routine, just as before, with Lu Zhishi's full attention devoted to the red rocks. It was his student who first noticed a red mist emanating from the stones. Having gained considerable experience through various archaeological projects alongside Lu Zhishi, he was astonished and tugged at Lu Zhishi's hand. Professor Lu, look, what is this? In his youth, Lu Zixi had encountered danger before, and he quickly became alert. This is bad. Cover your mouth and nose. Everyone must evacuate immediately. Gases can be the most insidious of threats, capable of claiming lives unseen. The student hurried to alert the others, but when he turned around, he was struck with dismay. Many individuals were missing. He wished to speak to Lu Zixi, but recalling the professor's earlier instruction, he refrained from speaking, instead gesturing urgently in the direction he had observed. Upon turning, Lu Zixi was immediately overwhelmed. Instinctively, he led the group away, prioritizing the avoidance of further tragedy. At this juncture, Lu Zixi raised his head and posed a question to Bai Yi. What would you have done? Bai Yi affirmed Lu Zixi's actions, given the circumstances. It was imperative to safeguard the remaining lives rather than risk searching for those in peril, ensuring that no one else was placed in jeopardy. Your decision was indeed justified. Lu Zixi felt a sense of relief in his heart. For the past few days, he had been grappling with guilt. The notion of relinquishment was easy to utter. Yet once acted upon, it brought forth an unsettling disquiet, especially after their withdrawal, when a head count revealed the absence of 6 individuals. Lu Zixi felt a tightness in his chest. The crimson mist below surged upward, and chaos began to unfold at the scene. Soon, someone initiated an evacuation away from the ominous fog. However, just as the mist appeared on the verge of escaping the cavern, it suddenly vanished, disappearing so swiftly that it left everyone in stunned silence. A student collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Professor, what is happening? Hurry down and fetch the gas masks. There are still people down there." Lu Zixi shouted immediately. Previously, the gas masks had not been utilized primarily because after excavating over 100 meters, no incidents had occurred, leading everyone to shed their precautions. The masks had not been employed again. Now, the toxicity of the mist was uncertain, necessitating a more cautious approach. Lu Zixi attempted to descend personally, but was restrained by the students and other staff. As a renowned professor, they could not afford to have him harmed in this situation. Lu Zixi could only watch helplessly as others ventured below to search for the 6 missing individuals. Discovering the corpses of the 6 was not a complicated task. The rescuers quickly located the bodies at the bottom. They were beyond salvation. Utilizing a harness, they hoisted the lifeless forms upward. The 6 had departed this world peacefully, devoid of any expressions of pain. However, their skin appeared darkened, and their hands were clenched tightly, with black substances embedded beneath their nails. Could it be poisoning? Tang San turned to inquire of Qi Xia. Qi Xia shook his head. Bai Yi has medical knowledge. He should elucidate the reason behind the darkened skin. Bai Yi remarked, "To ascertain the truth, we must rely on the doctor's assessment. My hypothesis aligns with yours." Lu Zixi responded. The bodies were submerged in frigid water when retrieved. They felt as cold as if they had been placed in an ice house. That poses a problem, Bai Yi stated. Did you feel any significant drop in temperature during your descent, sufficient to induce a freezing effect? No, that is implausible. The subterranean temperature must differ from that of the surface, yet if it were excessively cold, we would have sensed it immediately upon our arrival, Lu Zixi promptly countered. Is the location of the bodies where the individuals went missing? Bai Yi inquired further. I have indeed inquired, and it is confirmed. The bodies were discovered precisely where they had been working, lying flat on the ground, devoid of any signs of struggle, Lu Zixi replied. The problem lies in the fact that they clearly vanished from that spot. How could they suddenly reappear, and in such a manner met their demise? Chapter 644. The glimmer as darkness enveloped the outside world. Tang San's stomach growled audibly. After a long journey, he had only managed to nibble on some food along the way, and it was a wonder he had endured until now. The sounds emanating from his belly were unmistakable, prompting Lu Zixi to chuckle. Ah, it's truly you, Tang San, as always. Allow me to take you all for dinner. The arrival of Bai Yi and his companions alleviated Lu Zixi's sense of isolation, for they brought valuable new leads. With these developments combined, Lu Zixi felt there might be a turning point in their endeavors. At the archaeological site, there was a makeshift dining hall where the food was passable. Tang San, famished, could devour anything in sight, and his eating speed caught the attention of a nearby individual cleaning the table. Shen Bing nudged him with her elbow. Could you possibly slow down? You look like a starving ghost. I certainly wasn't starved in my past life. Tang San replied candidly. Well, go ahead and eat then. Stuff yourself, Shen Bing retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Zhishi's gaze remained fixed on Song Yang and Shen Bing, pondering whether beneath their distinctly different exteriors lay the true identities of Lei Zi and Xiao Ning. Just as he was lost in thought, Song Yang spoke up. "What are you staring at, Lu Daizi?" With that familiar tone, Lu Zhishi couldn't help but smile. "Indeed, it's Lei Zi." He ran his fingers through his now white hair, sighing, "Time passes so swiftly. Here I am with a head of gray hair and a disobedient son. What a source of worry." "His name is Lu Fifan," Bai Yi interjected. "We've met. I hear he's quite remarkable, a Mensa prodigy. And there are hardly a few who gain entry nationwide." "Ah, that's just an intellectual advantage." Lu Zhishi shook his head. "That's about the extent of his merits." "Well, I find him rather clever," Qi Xie remarked, recalling the image of Lu Fifan engrossed in playful antics. He chuckled. "He is still young. This is the age for play. There is no need for excessive demands. Let him enjoy a few more carefree years. That little rascal has never gotten along with me. I wonder where I went wrong." Lu Zhishi lamented, frustration mounting as he spoke of his high IQ son. "I prefer vegetarian fare while he revels in meat. I cherish archaeology. Yet he is enamored with modern technology. But isn't it true that contemporary archaeology cannot exist without modern advancements? And regarding my divorce, he believes it was due to my neglect of his mother's feelings, attributing all blame to me. However, I have heard this from his teachers. With both universities being close and of similar repute, news from your school reaches us quite frequently," Fu commented. "Ah, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire." "What do they say?" Lu Zhishi inquired. "It is rumored she went abroad with her first love," Fu replied. "Yet, I believe Lu Fifan knows the truth. Even outsiders are aware of the real reasons. How could he remain oblivious? However, his mother holds a significant place in his heart, and he likely wishes to preserve her image intact. Thus, to vent his frustration upon you, to blame and to harbor resentment, is merely his way of preserving the image of his mother." Lu Zhishi felt a stir of emotions. Although his understanding of Fu Yu was limited, he finally grasped today why such a woman could linger in Bai Yi's thoughts, causing him endless concern. Bai Yi gazed at Fu Yu, his eyes alight with mirth. A woman like her is indeed a rarity. At the dining table, everyone spoke freely, returning to the ease of old times. Lu Zhishi felt a deep sense of contentment. Yet the impending bombardment he would face the following day weighed heavily on his mind. Bai Yi remarked, "Tomorrow morning, we shall investigate the location where the 6 individuals went missing. There may be danger." Lu Zhishi replied, "The appearance of that red mist is quite peculiar." "Precisely because it is peculiar, we must delve deeper," Bai Yi stated. "Very well, let us first arrange accommodations for us. We shall officially commence our efforts tomorrow morning." Bai Yi rose, stretching lazily. "It has been ages since I last ventured down. I truly yearn for it." The arrival of the advisory team did little to invigorate the others. They did not anticipate that a team descending from the heavens would resolve their current predicament. However, Professor Lu's enthusiasm surpassed their expectations as he busily orchestrated plans to descend early that morning. His student, wearing a troubled expression, trailed closely behind him, saying, "Professor, please do not go down there. You were present when that incident occurred. It is far too eerie. I must look after your safety. Should anything happen to you, how shall I explain?" "My life does not require your explanations," Lu Zhishi replied, growing impatient with his student's incessant chatter. "Remain above and keep a vigilant watch on the situation below, understood?" The need for vigilance arose from Bai Yi's suggestion to install monitoring devices 150 meters underground, enabling those above to observe the unfolding events below and prepare for any necessary assistance. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident involving the 6 individuals, such measures would not have been deemed necessary. The student resigned himself to his post before the monitoring screen, eyes unblinking as he watched. The advisory team had already descended via rope, and Lu Zhishi was busy preparing. The student sighed. With the arrival of these individuals, the professor seems invigorated as if he has been injected with enthusiasm. A nearby staff member interjected, "It is indeed curious. These advisory team members are so youthful. Yet Professor Lu appears to be well acquainted with them, as though he has known them for many years." The student, however, was oblivious to the conversation. His gaze fixed on the screen. Lu Zhishi had already begun his descent. The cave was dimly lit, and he could only discern Lu Zhishi's silhouette. The primary monitoring devices were concentrated underground, with only 2 installed above, one at the entrance and one midway down, while the underground was equipped with numerous devices, providing comprehensive surveillance. Bai Yi and the others had reached the subterranean chamber, where they had set up lights in advance, illuminating the space brightly. This was their first close encounter with the red rocks, which bore fine pores resembling the texture of human skin. Fu Yu, a scholar of biology, exclaimed, "It appears as though these red rocks breathe through these pores." Tang San shuddered. "Fu Yu, enough? It's too terrifying. Coward." Xin Bing leaned closer to examine, her hand brushing against the red rock. "Didn't we consult geological experts about this red rock? Since they have examined it, there should be no hidden dangers." As Xin Bing's hand made contact, a chilling breeze enveloped her palm, prompting her to withdraw immediately. "So cold. Cold." Lu Zhishi happened to arrive, a puzzled expression on his face. "I didn't notice the red rock was chilly before. Perhaps the depth has caused the underground temperature to drop." Lu Zhishi reached out to touch it, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "That's impossible. When we were here last time, the red rock wasn't this cold." Bai Yi paid little heed to the matter, instead focusing on the location where the 6 individuals had vanished. When they retrieved the bodies last time, they had marked the spot with white lime powder. Now, Bai Yi stood at the edge of that mark. "This is where the 6 people disappeared." "Oh, what's wrong?" Lu Zhishi inquired. "Let us step inside." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Lu Zhishi's face turned ashen. "Are you joking? This place is dangerous. We don't even know how those people vanished." Xiao Shan chuckled. "I know this one. It's called You Can't Catch a Tiger Cub Without Entering the Tigress' Den, right?" "Indeed." Bai Yi pointed to the surveillance cameras. "If we were to disappear, those above should be able to glean some clues." Yet Lu Zhishi remained apprehensive. Song Yang, unable to tolerate his hesitation, urged, "If you're scared, just step up. I've known you were timid for 30 years, and you haven't changed a bit." Lu Zhishi, ever unperturbed, shook his head. "What am I afraid of? My son is an adult now. Besides, with you all here, what do I have to fear?" Bai Yi patted Lu Zhishi on the back with a smile. "All right, don't be brave. You really can't come with us. Just stay here." "Stay here?" Lu Zhishi was perplexed. "You want to let me join? But you can't just brush me off like that." "We're not brushing you off, we're being honest. You need to watch us closely until we completely disappear." Bai Yi explained. "If anything happens, although there are cameras, electronic devices can be influenced by many factors and may not yield results. However, human eyes are different. You are the closest to us, so this task falls to you." No more arguments. The others began to grasp Bai Yi's intention. It was a twofold plan, primarily prioritizing Lu Zhishi's safety. Thus, he was half-forced to remain behind, while the others stepped into the circle marked by the white powder. Tang San felt a gust of cold air rising from beneath as he entered, the whistling wind echoing in his ears. "It's getting colder. And there must be more secrets below. You all should be cautious." Xiao Shan tightly grasped Tang San's sleeve. "Brother San, it's fine," Tang San reassured. He glanced at Xin Bing, who was far braver than Xiao Ning, standing there excitedly with an expression of eager anticipation. 7 individuals stood within, initially enveloped in silence. Song Yang, growing increasingly impatient, remarked, "Strange, why is there not a single sound?" Tang San Cheng's gaze was fixed intently upon the crimson rocks. Previously, when those 6 individuals had congregated here to excavate, a sudden emergence of red mist had compelled them to retreat, resulting in their inexplicable disappearance. Could it be that they inadvertently encountered something they ought not to have? He glanced down at the ground beneath him, where the soil excavated that day lay. It was remarkably high in sand content. Crouching down, he pressed his hand against the earth beneath his feet. It was light and soft. He then pressed against the soil outside the limestone circle, discovering it to possess an identical texture with no discernible difference. He exhaled deeply and rose to his feet, his eyes drawn to the wall. At the very moment he stood upright, it seemed as though a bright light flickered across the crimson rock beside him, reminiscent of sunlight reflecting off a mirror. Instinctively, Tang San raised his hand to shield his eyes, but when he straightened his posture to take another look, he found that the light had vanished.